center field, way back, and gone! Pinch hits, walk-off, Diamondbacks win!
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. There we go. Sorry, working with some different headphones here. Sam Lubin's out. So my headphones in. Mike's screen is in his locker. So I'm working with the backups. Right on, Spadoni.
There's no snare in my headphones.
Yeah, there was no snare in my headphones. It was a little broken up. You want to play that again? No, I'm kidding. Randy Rodriguez giving up the walk-off home run to Pavitt Smith. Diamondbacks win 4-2. Giants have lost 5 in a row. 5 in a row. We're going to talk all about them. We'll get to some WNBA because I see the text right here, Chasky. Xfinity Mobile text line. Shout out to everybody there. Morning Roast crew. Number 1, I love you all. As a city girl, too, can't wait to hear you guys after yesterday's Giants loss. Also, if you guys do cover the NBA, please add Zeta Cadence for that segment. It was great when you all added Ryan Rucco. During the women's tourney, there are so many uninformed men and bad takes. Not that you are, but Zeta gets it. It would be great. Love you guys.
Appreciate that.
Brought up Zeta Cadence yesterday. I appreciate the text. Zeta Cadence is my homegirl, obviously in NBC Sports Bay Area, doing big things. And she's all over the NBA. And we'll get to the nasty dialogue at some point. Because why can't men just keep it to basketball? Why does it have to get all weird? And, we got Pat McAfee calling people B-words. And we got Stephen A. Smith losing his mind. Why is it so hard to talk about the WNBA? Why? I don't get it. We'll get to that in a second, but Chasky, the Giants, they lose again. And I got some interesting thoughts, but go ahead and give me your points about yesterday, man, because they lose 4-2. Spencer Howard pitched okay, but you got the opener. Your bullpen's getting taxed.
Spencer Howard, just 1 second.
I mean, come on.
The all-black cleats like it's 1991, and he's playing for the Sacred Heart Fighting Irish. That's what we used to have to do. You'd have to paint your shoes all black. Coaches were like weird about stuff like that. The old school ones.
I like it.
He looks like a generic creative player in MLB The Show, doesn't he?
I guess. I mean, he just looks like a normal dude.
Nah, I thought he was okay yesterday. Yeah. I mean, really, the story of the day to me was the guy on the other side of the mound, Ryan Nelson. That was
game of his life.
It was the best performance he's had in over 2 months this year.
Who did we talk to yesterday? Did we say it on there? It was like, well, this guy has a ERA over 6 coming in. Must mean he's going to pitch the game of his life, and he did yesterday. He dealt. What do you know? Hit Giants through the first 4 innings, I want to say. So just a lackluster loss. First game of a 6-game road trip as they take out the Diamondbacks and the Rangers later on this week. And Bruce Bochy and company, and they'll get their licks in on the Giants. Look, shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Be sure to be locked into 95.7 game all week long, too, for a chance to win some awesome Warrior prizes, as well as qualify to win the perfect Father's Day gift, an autographed Steph Curry jersey. Tune in at 7:30, 12:34 every single day this week for a chance to win. Not only will we qualify somebody for the Steph Curry jersey, we're going to give away a prize today if you qualify. And the prize today is a cool-looking Warriors lunchbox. I should give this to Baby Chaz. The hell with you roasters out there, you listeners.
That is actually really cool. I mean, that's old
really
school.
That's
is
old
that
school.
Is that back in now? Lunchbox is back in?
Lunchbox back in. Look at that. Wow.
I'm a Warriors fan all the way.
Yeah, thanks to the Warriors for these cool gifts, man. So we give out a lunchbox today. You can give to your nice kid, your beautiful boy, your baby girl. Doesn't even matter.
Warriors fan all the way.
Warriors fan all the way.
I don't know why that gets me every single time.
But good morning, everybody out there. All the overnight dancers, all the graveyard shift workers. You know the drill. But Shasky, they lose yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And thinking about the show yesterday, where we come in and we're hot, we're firing all cylinders, because they get swept by the Yankees. But really, it wasn't so much that they got swept by the Yankees. Not only was it the way they got outclassed, it's a part of it. It's part of it. But ever since, I think back to that crossover with Mark Willard. I keep going back to that. The Giants were 37-29 after losing to Atlanta. 8 games over 500.
Mm-hmm.
And sure, they were 8 games over 500. They were winning games, and everybody knows, hey, man, they're 8 games over 500. They're winning, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter how they're winning. And I just said, it's boring. It's not entertaining, and I don't believe it's sustainable. Well, they ended up losing 3 or 4. Later on that season, they get swept in 2 4-game series by the LA Dodgers, one at home, one at Dodger Stadium. And my whole thing was, Watching Aaron Judge and Juan Soto clown the way they did at Oracle Park, and watching Yankee fans take it over, and you heard Chris Russo yesterday on a local station say Giants fans should be embarrassed by letting Yankee fans take over the stadium. But it was just a microcosm of what the last 3 years have been like under Farhan Zaidi. Whether it's Gabe Kapler or Bob Melvin, doesn't even matter. But these marquee series, these marquee matchups, these showcase games, the Giants just come up short. They just come up short. They'll get a random series win against the Mets or a random series win against the Phillies. But for the most part, when it comes out to the marquee showcase games, like I look at last weekend against the Yankees. That's the equivalent to me to Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football,
Yes.
Thursday Night Football. Everybody's watching. East Coast is watching. Yankee fans are watching. All of New York's watching. They're watching to see what the Yankees do on the West Coast. That is a showcase marquee series where you would like your team to step up and show out. And more times than not under Farhan Zaidi, especially since that moment, June 20th, 2022 against the Braves, for the most part, they come up short in these showcase series. And that's what bothers me, is that they're not getting closer to the top. They're just cool with staying around 500 and saying, hey, we're a half game behind the third wild card spot. Well, you know what? The Mets are 4 games behind the third wild card spot. The Pirates are a game and a half behind the third wild card spot. That means diddly poo, diddly squat for me. All right? You're not playing good baseball over the last 3 years. And when it comes down to the marquee matchups, you fall flat on your face every single time. And that's what's bothersome about this Giants team.
You know, it's funny. Like I kept hearing from a lot of people all over the map yesterday. Some that agreed with us, some that didn't. I'm a big believer in like the totality of things. It's never one thing, right? There's the straw that breaks the camel's back and you lose your mind over things. But really, there's always like underlying issues, you know? When you see a couple get divorced, for example, it's never one thing. Usually there's months, years, sometimes decades of frustration, fights, whatever. When companies dissolve or go bankrupt, it's never one specific investment. It's usually a series of calculated mistakes. Would you agree?
Yep.
And I say the same thing when I look at like the tenure of an individual in sports, you know, like the Jimmy Garoppolo experience, you know, I think it was more good than bad, right? But I think there was overwhelming evidence that he was a good, not great player. Not terrible, not horrible, but a good, not great player.
Solid.
Right?
But solid's not going to get you success in the NFL.
He's a B minus, C plus, somewhere in that range, depending on the day. That's a lot of people in sports, you know? I just look at the Giants right now, and I look at businesses and things that are successful. They have a very clear identity. Whether we're talking about Apple, whether we're talking about the San Francisco 49ers, the New York Yankees who came in, each of them has a very specific identity. Would you agree?
Yep.
Tesla right now. I'm not a Tesla guy, all right? I don't scoff at people who are. Tesla has a very specific identity. They know what they hang their hat on. Would you agree? I think most would, all right? When I think of Kyle Shanahan run teams, they have an identity. We are going to be physical, we're going to run the ball down your throat, and we're going to run play action,
Right.
all right? When I look at the Golden State Warriors, what's their identity? Steph Curry. Right now, you know, they're very lucky. They lucked into Steph Curry, you know, and we'll see what their identity is post Steph Curry. That's the big question. I'm looking at the Giants, and I have no idea what their identity is. And it's been 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and now 2024. And so when people ask me, like, why are you frustrated? I'm like, because I don't even know what I'm watching. I had no idea who was even starting the game yesterday. I had no idea who was going to be at shortstop.
Nope.
I had no idea who was going to be at second base, center field, right field, left field. And that has been the majority of the Farhan era.
Well, that is the identity right there. You just nailed it. That is the identity. Platooning, numbers, analytics. We're going to use the numbers. We're going to play this game on a computer. This is fantasy baseball. That's what it feels like. So let's go ahead and try to scratch a game away. Let's try to steal a game. Meanwhile, you're using the bullpen left and right. What are the Giants, second in the league now in terms of bullpen innings?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like last season.
240 some odd innings of bullpenning.
It's not so.
It's just not sustainable.
It's not going to slow down. You're bringing up arms left and right. Guys are dropping like flies. And I get this from the 707, the Xfinity mobile text line, and this is the problem. I don't know why we've been tricked. And we're going to get into Greg Johnson because we haven't talked about enough about the owner of the Giants and who he is and whether or not he's ready to run this organization. Like, we had a lot of thoughts about Jed York in 06, 07, 08, 09. Was he ready? Wasn't ready.
I heard a lot about Kirk Lacob. There's a lot of people ripping Joe with Kirk Lacob. And I know this, like, hey, whether he can succeed or not, I know he's been a part of the organization a long time, doing lots and lots of different tasks.
He understands it.
He's birthed into it, it feels like.
Look, he'll if he goes into that aspect of the team, or if he does that, Kirk Lacob will be fine. He's going to be just fine. But Greg Johnson, he's talking a lot. He is talking a lot. He walked back some comments about breaking even in the offseason. Hey, we want to break even. Then, he walked back saying, hey, we will spend. We will spend. Obviously, we want to make money, but we will spend if we have to. And we proved that. Well, they did spend this year. But it's a lot of opt-out. There's a lot of parag marate in the way the Giants orchestrate their deals or construct their contracts with a lot of players. Opt-outs, which is you protect yourself long-term. But how are the fans going to lock in on somebody? How are they going to love somebody? But I see this, right? And this is my biggest issue with Giants fans, is that we've been duped. We've been duped. 707, Xfinity mobile text line. Giants have injuries up and down the roster, are still playing with heart, developing some young talent. They're clearly not a number one seed in the West, but they are competing for the most part. Relax, Bonte. Competing. That is the bare minimum. Like, we come into the show, right? The bare minimum was for us to watch the game, to do the show. You don't get credit for watching the game and saying, oh, you're locked in, taking notes. You don't get credit for that. That is your job. That is our job. You know what I'm saying? I don't walk to NBC Sports Bay Area and say, just talking on television, oh, Bonte knows a couple of... That's the bare minimum. The Giants competing is the bare minimum.
Well, I think it's been diluted now. I mean, I'm looking and everyone keeps the wild card. We've conceded the division, which that's a whole nother conversation.
It's not even mid-June, and we're already conceding divisions.
Right, but I'm looking at it and I'm like, there are two teams in the National League they're pretty much eliminated. Miami and Colorado.
Yep.
Everyone else is alive in the wild card. That is the sad nature of just the way baseball structured their playoffs. But here's the pushback I have to everyone.
The Mets are 4 games behind.
And the Mets are a nightmare.
They're a nightmare.
I mean, the Cardinal fans are losing their minds. They're having a horrible year. They're a half game better than the Giants right now.
Tie with the Cubs.
But I guess
the Mets are 10 games under 504.
There's this false equivalency that because the Giants a decade ago and in certain years, like they were a wild card, and last year Arizona, the Diamondbacks were a wild card, and the Phillies before. Look, factually, you're correct. And factually, yeah, the Giants were a wild card and won a championship. That was their third championship with a slew of proven winners, a Hall of Fame coach, I believe to be a Hall of Fame catcher, one of the greatest pitchers the organization has ever seen, going through one of the greatest playoff runs of all time, only seen by maybe Curt Schilling or Randy Johnson the year he was with the Diamondbacks.
No, the 2014 team, like you said, they had a lot of experience from winning championships. A lot of those players won championships. A lot of those players been in the playoffs. Tim Hudson lived in the playoffs. Jake Peavy was in the playoffs before. All those guys had experience. We have to put, and Lubman and I was talking about this last night, I said, can we finally put away the 2014 championship? There's no correlation between the championship teams and what's happening with the Giants today.
I totally agree.
That was a decade ago.
A different era of baseball.
A different era of baseball, a decade ago. What I'm looking at now is since 2016, after the Giants lost to the Cubs in 4 games in the divisional round, they've gone to the playoffs one time. One time. Who's left from the championship era? Pat Burrell? Bobby Evans is gone. Right. Bryce Habian's gone. Bochy's gone. Bumgarner's out of the league. I mean, Hunter Pitts is doing some announcing. You know what I'm saying? Javier Lopez is doing some announcing. There's no correlation between 2014 and 2024. It drives me crazy how many fans lock onto that. We don't even talk about the Warriors like that. They're different from the 2022 championship. And if we bring that up, hey, championship DNA, people lose their minds. But yet it's acceptable with the Giants that we could continue to bring up a team from 10 years ago that has not one player from that team on this current roster? What are we doing here?
Well, the other question that I see a lot of are like, what are they supposed to do? Everybody's hurt. I've watched the 49ers lead the NFL for almost a decade in injuries and somehow find a way to get in the NFC Championship game year after year. I mean, hell, they did it with their third-string quarterback one year. B, how many times were the Niners healthy going into the playoffs? The last 5 years.
They're always banged up.
There's always someone hurt.
Banged up.
Always
banged up.
Right? And the Golden State Warriors, another great example. They won the championship, and Draymond missed almost 2 months with a back injury, and I believe Steph didn't play for 3 weeks.
He had the calf. He didn't play up until game 1 of the playoffs.
And let me add 2 more. Klay Thompson was coming back from missing 2 full seasons and didn't play the first half of the year. This guy by the name of Andre Iguodala, who was very instrumental for the first 20 games of the year, I believe didn't play for like 4 months after.
Right, exactly.
Otto Porter Jr. missed time. Gary Payton Jr. broke his arm.
Broke his arm in the middle of the playoff run.
I'm kind of like, miss me with the injury thing. And then when I look at the track record of the guys on the roster, dude, Conforto's been injured his whole career, and I like Conforto. His whole career I've been injured.
This is my problem. This is my problem. As the Giants have lost 5 games in a row, and the good vibes from the road trip that they just went on in New York City and Pittsburgh, that's all washed away. It's done. It's washed away. They're not 3 games under 500, and guys are dropping like flies. And I see this from the 707. It might be Farhan's brother, if he has a brother. Xfinity Mobile text line. They're supposed to be leading the division with half the team on the IL. Well, Blake Snell did pitch, and he looked like crap. Logan Webb has been healthy, and what you say? They're 4-10 in games Logan Webb has started.
Yeah.
Keaton Wynn started off well, kind of faded. Now we don't know what's going on with him. I mean, you had really Austin Slater. That's what's keeping the Giants from being over 500. Jung-Hoo Lee. I mean, come on, man.
You know what vibes I get from some of the defenders of what they're watching? It's like Mike Nolan vibes. Like, what are you defending this for?
It's denial.
You've seen the greatest of the great. Like, if you're in your 20s, you watch Bruce Bochy and Buster Posey and Lincecum and Bumgarner at some point, and you're defending this. I can't believe the lengths people go to defend what is clearly subpar. No one is saying it's the worst in baseball, but it's subpar from the standards of spending $200 million on a payroll. Your return for your buck is horrific. And if you think that this is winning baseball and this brand is a good business model, well, then we just disagree on life.
Yeah, no, this is not a good brand of baseball. This has not been a good brand of baseball really since 2021. And the Cinderella slipper broke against the Dodgers in that 5-game series where we saw guys like Yaz, Ruff, Lamont Wade Jr. I'm missing a couple of Alex Dickerson, a couple other guys, Wilmer Flores, where they went and combined 5 for 76 against the LA Dodgers. You had DeSclafani, who couldn't even pitch in that series because the Dodgers owned them. Gosman was a mess by the end. So this brand of baseball, and I've been on this and you've been on it too. But when I go back to that point, it all circles back to me to this date, June 20th, 2022, when they were in Atlanta and they were 8 games over 500. We both said, "Damn, yeah, they're winning, but this doesn't feel sustainable, and it's boring."
I know,
and it's boring. Now, for the most part, even Mark Willard, they've come around this season saying, "Yeah, this is boring. This is boring. This is not entertaining." He had the whole rant about not taking his kid to the game because you got no players you could wrap your arms around. That's all we're doing. We're consistent. Now, I see some other texts here. 707, you guys are about to go. I'd rather watch the young guys go out and struggle, develop. Look, I understand that was a lot of sentiment with a lot of Giants fans. Let's just see the young guys.
Let's
still
just see
where it goes. But I did, and look, and I don't want to see the young guys too. But what I said was like, it's fine and dandy to see the young guys. But don't tell me it's fun to lose a lot of games while watching the young guys play.
Well,
this is not fun.
Well, let me
like Ramos is playing well, but losing games is not fun to me.
Well, Brett Wisely's also playing really well, and he's kind of becoming a revelation. So I don't know if it's sustainable, but every night this guy's getting multiple knocks. He's playing a really good second. He's playing a really good short. Now, I admit, I don't know if it's sustainable.
Right.
Casey Schmidt, I'm seeing better at bats.
I'm seeing better stuff.
I'm seeing he looks better the second time around up in the bigs than he did earlier this year.
I totally agree with that.
But here's where I have these guys. Here's where I have trouble. Conforto's 31. Okay. Chapman's 31. Now, I like Chapman. I think Chapman's their best player.
Yep.
Okay. I actually think it was a good acquisition.
Yeah, I do too.
Solaire's 32. He's been struggling. Yaz is 33. He played center field last night. And I'm not mad that he played center field last night. There's a time and a place to be mad over the Yaz stuff.
Right.
I think Matos has struggled. He needed a day off. Maybe you go back to Matos today and Yaz plays another position. I don't know. Or maybe he's the one on the bench. But like the guy Brooks at first base, he's clearly outmatched right now. 28-year-old journeyman in the minor leagues, like whatever. But Bailey's been really good for this team. Wisely's been good. And Ramos has been excellent. And that has been fun. That, to me, has been fun. And that's a silver lining. Randy Rodriguez last night in the 9th inning. That's a young player who's been really good for this team and straight up had a tough inning.
Don't miss that break, doggy.
Threw a ball on the outside, double down the line. We could talk about the 9th inning, whether you walk, the pinch hitter there to get to Corbin Carroll, who's been struggling against righties and just struggling overall. I have no problem pitching to Smith there. I'm sure other people say set up the double play. Let's talk about it.
We'll talk about it on the other side. But no, losing games is not fun. Losing 5 in a row is not fun. And I do worry about the young guys. That's why I said last week, give me till the end of June to see where this team is at. Let me see until the end of June. By the way, Ramos, 321 batting average in his last 8 games, 9 for 28.
He's been awesome.
Home runs, double, 8 RBIs, home runs in the last 2 games. It's good to see Ramos. And he's playing, he has no more options. So this is it for him with the Giants. He's got to stay. He's got to stay with the team.
They owe it to themselves to see if he's good.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm with you there. All right, what's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. More Giants talk as they've lost 5 in a row. Randy Rodriguez gives up a walk-off to Pavin Smith. And boy, it is not looking good right now for the Giants. 12-18 away from home. More coming up on the roast.
Save at Whole Foods Market. Prime members can buy 1 container of cut melon chunks and get one 50% off through June 4th.
Ink Hyper on NBC Sports Bay Area. Ramos is on fire. He's hitting well. That's a bright spot for the Giants, but they do lose their 5th game in a row, and they've got to get rolling here. Now, look at the wild card standings, and the playoffs are the goal. I get it. And you're still in the playoff mix, so nobody's going to be out this race for a long, long time. They'll be in a wild card race, but it's all about form, and right now their form is just not good. By the way, make sure you're locked into the morning roast between 7:30 and 7:45 for a chance to win this cool-looking Warriors lunchbox. That's right. Qualify to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey, and once you qualify, you will win this nice little lunchbox.
You know, Bonte,
Are you serious?
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
We'll be playing the show. So when you hear the sounder, make sure you pay attention. Because at 7:50, when you again hear the sounder, we'll ask a question about the show that you have to get right in order to win this cool-looking lunchbox and qualify for the jersey. And again, thank you to the Golden State Warriors for all the prizes and gifts.
You know, we've probably spent, what do you think, 5 years, maybe it's less, talking about the finances of the Warriors.
Oh, talk about it all the time. All the time.
Right? And how many times do we talk about contract value when it comes to the Warriors?
A lot.
How about the 49ers?
We do it all the time. We do it all sports.
Okay. But yet with the Giants, it's like, yay, we're spending $208 million. We're 10th in payroll allocation. Do you have a calculator on your phone?
I do.
I would like to do an exercise.
Okay.
All right. Can you add up these numbers? And I'm just going to go whole numbers.
All right.
You don't have to do the millions. You can just do 18 and whatever.
All right.
Whole you numbers. Tell me. We're going to go through numbers, all right? And I'll tell you when to add them up. And I will get a pen over here. I don't know where my pen went. And we're going to say what's a good contract and what's a bad one of their $208 million. No, because I want to do. It's so funny how they are spending money. It's like, okay, but the GM's job is to also spend it wisely.
I also have thoughts on the attendance because I see hey, the Giants are 7th in the league in home attendance. It's pretty ironic that the attendance is up this year. Well, I have a theory on that. We'll get to that, but let's go through this exercise.
All right. Let's start with players that aren't on the team that you're paying them money for, okay? Because the contracts were so bad from years prior. I call that the 2024 retained, meaning money of guys that have been traded, you bought out, or you've released.
Dead cap.
Yep.
Basically dead cap.
All right. Add $1 million for Mark Melanson.
Oh, still paying Mark Melanson.
So $1 there, okay?
Okay.
$6 million for Mitch Haniger.
Oh, wow. We're paying Mitch Haniger. We still got Mitch Haniger, though? Oh, we don't have Mitch Haniger, though. Oh, by the way, the Mitch Haniger move just did not. I mean, think about that.
Poor guy.
Another one bites the dust. We got Mitch Haniger, though. We got Mitch Haniger.
Okay, so Mitch for 6, Mark for 1. Ross Stripling, remember him?
Oh my gosh.
I believe he leads the American League in losses right now for the A's. You're paying him over 3, so just put $3 million down there.
You mean the guy who said he was placed on the Phantom IL?
Yeah.
Last year?
Yeah.
He's on the real IL now, by the way.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. He's struggling a little bit.
J.D. Davis, remember him?
Oh, yeah. He was not happy with Farhan and how he messed with his millions.
They're paying him over $1 million, so put $1 million down there.
So that's 11.
All right. Now let's go to guys who are injured. Blake Snell. He's on the hook for $32 million. Now, we can all agree. Look, we all wanted Blake Snell. That 32 is not looking too hot.
No, it's not looking good.
So let's chop that in half, because let's say he makes half the starts. $15 million. So add another $15 million.
Oh, add $15 million to the 32.
No, just $15 million.
Oh,
we'll cut it in half.
So let me subtract. So we're going to cut that in half. So I'm going to subtract $15 million.
Yeah. All right. Robbie Ray, he's hurt right now.
Okay.
He's making 23. Let's cut that in half and let's say $12 million bucks. Because when you acquired him, you knew he wasn't going to pitch.
All right, so
and by the way,
let's start this over. 1 for Mark Melanson.
Yes.
6 for Haniger.
3 for Ross Stripling.
Yep.
1 for J.D. Davis. All right. Then we're going to go 15 for Snell. Let's say 12 for Robbie Ray, half of his salary because he's not going to pitch at all. Alex Cobb's making $10 million this year. Well, he's not.
Why are we slashing the salaries? Because they're still going to get all the money.
No, I know they are. I'm just going to say how much value you've lost this year in guys who haven't performed. Okay. $10 million for Alex Cobb. Let's call it 5. Maybe he makes half the starts.
Right.
All right. Tom Murphy. They gave him $4 million bucks. Just put the whole $4 million on there, please, because I knew the second they made that move, that was bad. You know who else is making $4 million this year? Austin Slater. Put that down there. He's been horrific. All right. Then we'll go up to the top. All right. Michael Conforto. Is that $18 million well spent?
Oof. I like him. Got off to a hot start. I was like, oh, made me yawn right there.
Okay.
We're at 69 million.
All right. You're at 69 million.
We're at 69
That's
million.
before I get to Luke Jackson making 6.
Oh, wow.
I mean, come on.
Jackson.
Okay. Jorge Soler making 10. Yastrzemski's on the hook for 8.
Okay.
Flores, a backup heading into the year who's going to play a lot more because of the Lamont Wade injury, making 6. The point that I'm trying to make.
So that's $99 million.
You're looking at $100 million before you even open the book of useless contracts. So this thing that you spent $208 million, I'm just raising my hand like, yeah, but $100 million of it you kind of knew wasn't going to pitch or perform for you at all. Who was giving a combined $10 million to Luke Jackson and Tom Murphy?
Well, you know what it is.
That's half a DH.
No, that's terrible value. When you think about all this money that's spent and dollars just getting wasted. I got the image of the Joker burning all that money in Dark Knight.
Right.
Remember the mountain of money? It's like, what are you
do.
doing? Oh, I'm going to burn my half. Well, looks like the Giants just burnt half their payroll, right? So when you think about this, and everybody says, well, at least they're spending. And Greg Johnson, and I want to get to Greg Johnson because we don't know who he is, and now the heat's on him. Since he's out speaking for the Giants, and he's out in front of the Giants, I have questions about whether he's ready to run an organization. Or is he going to go through some struggles right now because he's talking a big game? You know, we like Farhan's thought process, blah, 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 blah. Do you really? You kind of contradicted yourself. You said, well, the fans didn't like the platooning. We got away from it. But yet we like the thought process. Well, Farhan's thought process is last night's game. Let's go with the opener. Let's go with some dudes. It's the adds a center. Let's do all that stuff. This payroll. You can't just spend big money. And some of these fans are appeased by like, well, at least they spent on it. You're not spending wisely. You're not spending wisely. And I'm not talking about Brett Wisely, who's been a revelation for the Giants. He's solid. Let's see if he has some staying power. But this is not, we said it at the time, this is not money well spent. This just isn't. This is bad value.
Well, and what happened in, like, for example, the Robbie Ray situation, you paid multiple guys bad money, DeSclafani and Mitch Haniger, and were forced to trade to get something back, and you're paying for someone you know can't perform for you and is going to opt out at the end of the year. So, like, my point being is that in the same way that the 49ers kept chasing the linebacker because of the Reuben Foster miss, the Giants are chasing their own tail when they sign some of these bad contracts and then are forced to flip them and get pennies on the dollar in return in terms of production, but you're still paying that money, and then you want to take credit because the payroll's high? Well, wait a minute. Like, again, I use the other two teams as a great example. Just because we all wanted James Wiseman, and I raised my hand, we wanted him as well, doesn't mean that when you miss, it doesn't have repercussions. I'm paid to fan and give you my opinion. He's paid to get it right.
And he hasn't gotten it right. And now the Giants are 3 games under. Like, and this is my issue. This is my issue right now. Because there's going to be some Giants fans, and I saw it yesterday on Twitter, and they're taking shots left and right, subtweeting, and you know what? I don't give a damn because they're still listening, and they're still clicking on our content. My problem is they're going to end up making a run for the wild card. Right? They're
like every other team in the National League, but the Marlins and Rockies.
But the Marlins and the Rockies. The whole league's involved. The Reds, Nationals, Pirates, Diamondbacks, Giants, Cardinals, Cubs are all within 2 games of each other. And if they happen to sneak into the wild card with the record of, say, I don't know, 83-79, and they may win a round, who knows? Is that good enough? Is that considered a good season? Can we pump our chest and beat our chest and, hey, at least we made the wild card?
Well, because people will say, well, look at the Phillies 2 years ago. Look at the Diamondbacks. And they're not wrong on that. Like, those teams went on really magical, great runs. No one saw the Diamondbacks coming other than you and me the year prior.
Right.
But,
well, that's the thing, too. And not to cut you off, but 2021, when they won 107 games, remember the record they had against the Rockies and Diamondbacks who were piss poor?
Oh.
They're 32-6 against them.
Yes.
And we knew that would flip at some point, and it did flip.
In 2022, I remember sitting in those seats that are like lower than where the batter's box is. I think it's like the Lexus Second Center or whatever at Oracle. And I took a photo of Alec Thomas's Gucci Nikes and sent them to you. And I said to you, and I remember you and me having the conversation the next day, boy, Arizona's got a much better roster than what their record looks like.
Yep.
And 2022 kind of rolled into 2023, and we didn't even know Corbin Carroll would be that good, and he had a monster year. But, it's funny that you referenced yesterday is almost the template for what Farhan really likes.
Right.
We'll talk about it. I want to get to the 9th inning.
Well, the 9th inning, and also I want to talk about the attendance because people are starting to beat the chest. Well, the Giants are 7th in attendance. Well, let me tell you why the attendance numbers may be up. I got some theories on that. That's coming up.
Okay.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
I'm David.
I'm John.
And I'm Chris. We're the three brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
softball game that we had, or a little practice at some point today?
Yeah, we will. Did we do that yesterday? No, we
didn't really.
Did any of the shows do it? Did Guru talk about himself? Spino? No. He didn't brag about his home run. Did Dan Dibley hate on somebody?
Is it a day that ends in Y?
Oh, that's a 4, Coach.
It bothers me.
It bothers me. Look, it's 7:07. You got to stop. You got to put the phone down. Xfinity Mobile text line. How many World Series did the Giants win between 10, 12, and 14 when they were the number 1 seed?
They had a Hall of Fame manager and a Hall of Fame catcher.
Here's what you need to focus on.
And generational pitchers.
Right. Here's what you need to focus on, 707. The last 2 seasons, when I just talk about winning months, right?
Two seasons.
Last 2 seasons. 22 and 23. The Giants, in 2022, they were 14-7 in April. They were even in June. They were 18-10 in September because they got fat and happy off of Colorado. Remember that? And everybody says, oh, they're 500. They had losing months in May, July, August. Last season. How many winning months did they have? What do you think, Shasky?
2?
2 winning months. 2 winning months. They had a winning month in May, 17-12. Winning month in June, 18-8. Then in July, they go 12-13. August, they go 12-15. September, they go 9-18. And they go on 1 in October.
So it's
after starting April 11-15.
So it's interesting that you bring that up because the COVID year is like a year that everyone like holds up in like wow, look, they were in it. It's like a 60-game sprint. Everyone was in it. The Marlins made the playoffs that year.
Right.
But I remember we did like a show because it was COVID. Everything was different. We did like a Giants show every day. And you just watch that team. They face planted pitching wise.
Yes.
After 2 months.
Right.
So when you give me all those numbers, and May and June were pretty good both years,
and then the latter half,
and then they nosedive. What's the common denominator?
Oh, their pitchers are worn out. Last year, after May and June, they go 33-47. 33-47. Why? Because they had one starting pitcher by the end of the season, Logan Webb. Cobb was hanging on by a thread.
He was awesome, though.
He was good.
It was like
he was hanging on by a thread.
Yes, I agree.
And the rest of the rotation was non-existent.
Cobb was so good last year, he's still out this year. What?
That's kind of funny, but it's true. I'm not trying to laugh at Cobb being hurt. I'm just laughing at the Giants. Somehow, some way, they're going back right down to the well because their starters are throwing less and less innings. Last night, you don't have a starter. You're going straight bullpen. And you know what? Now your bullpen has pitched the second most innings in baseball. Your team ERA is 26. Your bats are non-existent right now. You got no real legit thump in the middle of the lineup right now. Solaire's trying to find it, but he's not hitting for power right now. I mean,
how about that play by Christian Walker on the Solaire ground ball?
Oh my gosh, to hit him in the helmet. That was great.
That was a great play.
It was a great play. The Giants go up 3-2. They review it right away.
Yeah.
And Kite doesn't see it right away. He's like, oh, he's safe. And I'm like, oh, I don't know about that.
Well, and our boss tweets out like a tie goes to the runner. And if you look in the baseball, whether it's Little League, high school, college, or the Major League Baseball rule book, there is no sentence in the rule book that says tie go to the runner. It does not exist.
One of those theories?
It just doesn't.
Fake news is what you're telling me?
What? That line doesn't exist. Believe me, I've had umpires who know the rule book tell me that, and then I've looked for it, and it does not exist.
So it doesn't exist.
I couldn't tell one way or the other. I was surprised they overturned it, but
it was he was out.
I was so bang. I could see it both ways. One angle, it looked like the foot stepped first, and then maybe he got him on the shoulder. The angle on the inside of the baseline coming down the right field line toward home plate looked a little different.
Right.
Whatever. Let's go to the ninth inning, though. Randy Rodriguez and Camilo Duvall. It's interesting. A week ago, where maybe it was 2 weeks ago, when they got up Duvall, they were like, well, he got up. We can't get him back down.
Right.
Well, in this scenario, it was 2-2. Had they scored that run right there, they were going to go to Duvall. Instead, they sat him back down, and they go to Randy Rodriguez, which I'm not mad at. Randy Rodriguez, fine, whatever, no big deal. And he gets the first out, and then the second batter, McCarthy, ends up hitting a little I call it a 9-iron shot down the third base line for a double. And he showed off tremendous speed and athleticism. So now you have him at second base with one out, and they go to a pinch hitter. And the pinch hitter, Pavin Smith, hasn't played in a long time. He just hasn't. Corbin Carroll is the 8 hitter. He's on deck. He's batting 192 overall this year. Has not had a good year. Against righties, which is what Randy Rodriguez is, the guy in the on-deck circle, Corbin Carroll, is batting 183. Now, it's a strikeout situation if you're going to pitch to Pavin Smith. Pop-up strikeout situation, comebacker, one of those preferable outcomes. Do you walk Pavin Smith to get to Corbin Carroll?
No, I don't. Corbin Carroll, even though he's not hitting, trust me, he has been awful this season. He got dropped to the 8th spot again yesterday. He's going to be batting in the bottom of the lineup for the Diamondbacks for the foreseeable future against lefties. He's not seeing it right now. You just try to get the out. You try to get the out. I don't like putting more runners on the pond in that situation.
Not to create a force, to create a double play. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud.
Corbin Carroll's got speed. You know what I'm saying? He's going to beat out most double play balls. He's going to beat out most double play balls.
I agree, and now you're putting that guy,
right. I need more stretch on Randy Rodriguez. Just go get it out.
I know.
It's Pavin Smith, who hadn't played for 4 days.
And he grooved one right
down the middle.
It's
Pavin Smith. Go get the guy out. Now, I'm not going to kill Randy Rodriguez.
No, I'm not either.
Because it's a tough spot for him.
And it's baptism by fire.
But this is where we're at with the Giants. You got a lot of guys who are trying to prove themselves. And they're not ready for that.
I know.
Randy Rodriguez is just not ready for that. So maybe go Duvall there to try. I would have gone Duvall, personally, to try to get his confidence back right away. I think the best thing is for an athlete like that. We talk about it in football, basketball all the time. Basketball, all bad guy misses game with a shot. All right, go out there, get back on the court. Let's go do it again. Right? Next game, let's go out there and play. You hear athletes talk about that all the time. Camilo Duvall, just go to him. 2-2 game. Hey, Duvall, I'm going to. You're my guy. I'm going to infuse confidence. Let's go back out there and get back on the bump. Let's go see what you got.
I hadn't considered that aspect. I mean, obviously there's an option. But I like your thought process. There's a lot of people that agree with you on that, where you just go back out there immediately.
Just wash away the night before.
Yeah.
Wash it away.
Well, I don't know. I see it both ways. Randy Rodriguez just put one right down the pipe, and Pavin just destroyed that ball. Yes, almost ran into the wall multiple times yesterday. Almost hurt himself multiple times. He was playing center field yesterday. I'm not mad that Matos took a day off. I think he needed it. It felt like he was scuffling. I'm very interested to see what today's lineup is going to be.
Well, whatever the lineup is, they've got to get rolling here. They've got to get rolling.
Ramos needs to be in the top of the lineup right now. He's one of the few guys seeing the ball well.
By the way, this segment is sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. We'll get into the WNBA at some point today. There's some Niners stuff. Chris McCaffrey, in case anybody's wondering, mandatory minicamp is today. Players going to report at 10:40. We're wondering about Brandon Aiyuk and Chris McCaffrey. Well, I got tipped off last night, Shasky, that McCaffrey was in town. I showed you the picture before the show. Doing some promo stuff. So he's in town, so we don't have to worry about Christian McCaffrey missing minicamp.
Oh, my God.
He's going to be there today in Santa Clara, or at least he's in town. I know he's in town for sure. Whether he gets on the field, we'll see about that, but he is here. He's in town. I think the Niners will work in good faith with McCaffrey, give him some extra money, some extra bump. But Brandon Aiyuk, not around, and don't expect Brandon Aiyuk to be around today. So McCaffrey is in town. That is good news for minicamp. No drama there when it comes to CMC. But back to the Giants and just overall the totality, because they lose last night. They lost 5 in a row, and they got to get rolling in a heartbeat here. I mean, just to play good baseball, because you're on the brink after that Yankee series of losing fans again and making fans less interested in the baseball team. That's what's going on. When they see Aaron Judge and Juan Soto come to Oracle Park and make it look small, and Volpe making triples happen, running around the bases, getting fired up, and Verdugo's going out both, hitting balls in the gap, and Stanton's hitting 98 mile an hour fastballs to right center in the ninth inning against Duvall. And all of a sudden, Giants fans said, damn, we want that. And then you go to Arizona, you score 2 runs. Well, today is a huge start for Kyle Harrison in the desert. Kyle Harrison has to pick this team up, and he has to pitch well for his own psyche. You look at what he's done over the last, since May 2nd. 5 innings, 3 hits. He had a good start against Boston at Fenway Park. Then he goes to Colorado, Coors Field. We're like, wow, this kid is turning the corner. Goes 7 shutout innings at Coors Field. And then he wasn't like the first rookie to do that for the Giants or something like that. And next thing you know, he's going 5, 5, 5, and 5. And look at the hits. 3, 5, 6, and 12. The runs, 3, 3, 5, and 4. The walks, 5, 2, 2, and 1. The strikeout number is around 4 to 5. He had the 6 strikeouts against the Mets. But he's got to give this team 6 innings today. I think he's got to give them 6. Is that too much to ask for a starting pitcher with the Giants? I mean, we keep asking this bullpen. Again, they've thrown the second most innings in baseball, Shasky, and we continuously ask this bullpen, hey, we need you to get us 12 outs.
Is it too much to ask of Kyle Harrison? I said heading into the year, I feel like we're putting a lot on his plate. Like you're asking a 22-year-old who's never been stretched out in terms of an innings totality that he's going to be asked for this year. Mm-hmm. To be one of the best pitchers in the rotation.
Right.
And this is why the Blake Snell acquisition was supposed to be so important. And this is why I was pushing for it as well. It's like, hey, you need to like drop Harrison in terms of importance. The reality is you're right, though. Like, they need him badly to get into the 6th, 7th inning.
I mean, you can't ask the bullpen.
It's asking a lot.
What good team in baseball is asking their bullpen to get you 12 outs every single game? 12 outs? That's a lot. Like, you were asking the starter, hey, just get us 15, bullpen, get us 12.
On a day, the day prior, you asked the bullpen to get you 27 outs.
Right.
Like, it is very difficult.
It is very difficult to sustain that and be a good field team. Now, when it comes to attendance, because I saw this yesterday, where for some reason you get swept by the Yankees and Yankee fans take it over, and Chris Russo says it's embarrassing for Giants fans to have that. It's the New York Yankees. And Russo made a good point. It wasn't that Yankee fans were just sitting in the nosebleeds. They had prime time seats. Yankee fans had prime time seats. So somebody's selling some tickets. Some Giants fans are selling some tickets. Or it's on the open market. They're like, yeah, the hell we're going to see the Yankees. Imagine that. Imagine that if the Yankees came to town in 2002 and you got Bonds and company in the building. You think Giants fans are selling their tickets? Well, it's not happening.
I know in 2007, when it was the final year of Bonds and A-Rod was there, like there were a lot of Yankee fans there. So
no doubt.
Like
Yankee
a lot
fans
of
are going to take over.
Yeah.
So
a lot of Yankee fans.
Dodger fans are starting to take over. There's some Philly fans who start to take over. But the Giants are, what are they, 7th in home attendance. Mm-hmm. But my theory on why the attendance is up this season, I think it's direct correlation with the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors did not have a playoff game this season. Their last regular season game was what, early April? Early April? Golden State Warriors? Mm-hmm. Usually, over the last decade, we've had Warrior games. Now, think about that. So last season, for example, for the Golden State Warriors, they make it to the second round. They play the LA Lakers. They lose in 6. They had 3 home games in. They had 3 home games against the Sacramento Kings. That's 6 home playoff dates. Plus the road games or whatnot. You're getting about 19,000 at Chase Center. What is capacity? 18,500. Mm-hmm. You have a game the same day as the Giants, and I got to do the math here and got to see if the dates match up. But I do wonder if Warrior fans, or because there are a lot of Warrior fans that are Giants fans. Warriors are playing in the playoffs. Are you really going to the Giants game? If they're playing a road game, are you really going to the Giants game, or are you locked in on the Warriors playoff game? Are you locked in on the Giants early in the regular season, coming off a subpar 2022 season? You get what I'm going here? Mm-hmm. Where I wonder, with the Warriors not playing any playoff games, if that's giving the Giants a bump up, because now in the Bay Area, we got no sporting events, right? You got no basketball. Football season's over. So you know what? Maybe I'll go down to the yard to go watch the Giants play. I think it's a direct correlation with the Warriors not being in the playoffs. So, look, you can't complain about it. It is what it is. Your attendance numbers are up. But I'm not going to be fooled here. It's a little fugazi to me because we got nothing to do. We love our sports.
What do you make of the road attendance being also pretty high? I mean, the Giants are 10th overall in road attendance. What do you make of that?
Pretty interesting to me.
They are a blue blood organization in terms of, like, you're one of the original baseball franchises.
You're one of the original baseball franchises. There's a lot of Giants fans in New York City.
It's true.
When you play the Mets. Pittsburgh, the crowds are, Colorado, a lot of Giants fans go to Denver. That's true. They live in Colorado.
That's true.
I don't know how many Giants fans were in Philadelphia. But also, you think about Fenway Park in Boston, it's a destination trip for a lot of Giants fans. Let's go see Fenway Park. We haven't been there in a while.
Well, I also think it's just really early. So, like, if you just look at these attendance figures, Arizona is 5th overall in road attendance.
Come on, man.
Well, but that also speaks to some of the venues they've played at. So they're getting credit for going to other places that are, like, for example, right now, San Diego is averaging almost 40,000 a game, 39,000. They've played, you play.
To play 4 games down there.
Yeah, so you benefit from that. Cincinnati's 7th right now in road attendance.
See? The Dodgers, you go down to Dodger Stadium.
47,000.
Right. And
that's what they're averaging. They're the number 1 team in baseball.
Exactly. Like, are Giants fans going down to Tampa Bay to watch them play in Tampa Bay? Are they going down to watch them in Miami?
No, but they were in Philly, and Philly is a packed house. They're the number 2 team in terms of home attendance.
So is that a credit to the Giants, or is that just a credit to the teams that are hosting those games?
I think it's a combination. I also think the sample's a little small. I think we're only 2 months in, right? So you got basically 30 games on the road, 30 games at home. Let's see where this thing's at the end of July, and then I think we could start to make some real, sweeping proclamations. I do believe
for you to do the legal.
We'll get the legal done. Go ahead.
I do believe that, like, these numbers are a little skewed, and I kind of want to see the whole year play itself out. If you're just looking at it from, like, an X's and O's standpoint, you have the Dodgers, the Padres, the Giants, and the D-backs in the top half of attendance at home. So right there, all of those teams are going to help each other in terms of road attendance and home attendance and all that. You get what I'm saying? So I think just on the West Coast alone, those teams are all kind of drafting off each other, and that's a good thing. I have no problem with the attendance and everything, like everyone losing their minds. I don't even care that the stadium got overpacked with Yankee fans. Like, to me, it was more like, damn, look at what the Yankees are and look at what we are. And that was my big takeaway.
And that's why when I think about that series back in Atlanta, June 20, 2022, since that point, it feels like the Giants have been on the short end of a lot of showcase series. I got swept twice by the Dodgers in 4-game series. That's almost impossible to do, Shasky. Swept in 2 different 4-game series in the same season. They were like 2 weeks apart.
I had the stats somewhere. I mean, they've lost basically, 5 straight series to the Dodgers.
And they haven't even been competitive. I think they had to sweep last year. Yeah. And since then, it's been all Dodgers. It's been all Dodgers.
And if you don't think they're going to be in on Vladdy Jr., Bo Bichette, whoever might be available, Mason Miller, like, the Dodgers are going to be in on somebody.
Well, the Dodgers, look, I see a lot of people saying Mookie Betts has played a terrible shortstop. Okay, great. They know that too.
Yeah.
And guess what? Bo Bichette could be had.
100%.
They'll go trade for Bo Bichette. He'll play short for the Dodgers. They'll move Mookie back out to center field.
Speaking of short...
or second base. Doesn't even matter.
Speaking of shortstop, the kid last night, Blaze Anderson, who I had only seen play a couple of times.
He made some plays.
Oh, my gosh. He's a really good shortstop. I mean, he threw one into the fence yesterday, but, I mean, just getting to certain balls. I mean, he's a really good defensive shortstop. I like him a lot.
Yeah, look, 209, it's a good point. Xfinity Mobile text line. No excuse. The Dodgers have asked a lot of Bobby Miller, Dustin May, Mike Grove, and Gavin Stone.
It's true.
And Gavin Stone is dealing right now. Dealing. There's no excuses for Kyle Harrison. He's got to pitch well today. Even if it's 5, you got. I need 6. The hell with the 5. I'm so tired of watching my pitchers go 5 innings, whether it's Jordan Hicks, Kyle Harrison, Blake Snell, who can't even get through 5 innings. The only guy I got going 6 is Logan Webb. How the hell can we take ourselves seriously as Giants fans?
Heading into the year, it was like, I remember the argument was they're going to have 2 different rotations. They're going to have a first half rotation and a second half rotation. The reality is, not only do they not have one of those rotations, they are down to 3 starters. And 2 of those 3 are going to be capped at about 150 innings in Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison. Like, they are basically going to suppress their innings for a reason.
You know what? Let's open up the phone lines. 888-957-9570. I would love to hear from Giants fans right now. We heard from a lot of them yesterday.
I'm not that depressed over that loss last night.
No, it's not the loss yesterday. It's the totality of everything that's happened.
That I agree with.
It's getting swept in the fashion that you did against the Yankees and taking a zoom out. And how everybody tried to tell us yesterday, I did get a little bothered as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day at our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Do not forget, make sure you're locked into the roast at 7:30 and 7:45 for your chance to win this cool-looking Warriors lunchbox. Yeah. Yeah, I may have to get us some baby chances. Nobody qualifies. And qualify to win the Steph Curry autographed jersey. We'll be playing Know the Show. So when you hear this sounder, make sure to pay attention because at 7:50, when you again hear the sounder, we'll ask a question about the show that you have to get right in order to win the bobblehead and the lunchbox and qualify for the jersey. Shout out to the Warriors for these cool looking gifts. Maybe a Raymond Ritter special. Hopefully Raymond Ritter's doing well as the Warriors get ready for the NBA draft and free agency in the offseason. But 888-957-9570. Where are you at with the Giants after this 5-game losing streak? We're all excited about the road trip. I was. Pittsburgh, New York. It was just fun. Rallying the way they did. Chapman making the plays he's making. Lamont Wade Jr. with the stretch. And then all of a sudden, he gets hurt. He gets hurt against the Phillies. And he's been out of the lineup, and the offense has suffered. You're seeing a lot more Wilmer, right? You're seeing a who's who in the outfield. But it's the totality of just where they're at in year 6 under Farhan Zaidi. And what Greg Johnson has said. And I want to get into Greg Johnson because we don't know who he is. We're hypercritical of Jed York. You hear people, I see Warrior fans, all I say, Joe Lacob doesn't want to win. Joe Lacob's not serious about winning. Even though he's paid all the money. Like, he bought the team for $450 million. How much money has he paid in luxury tax? Double what he bought the team for? And people don't think Joe Lacob's serious about winning. Think about that. They've hung 4 banners. But Jed and Joe Lacob have done their thing. They spent money and put money where their mouth is. Jed York has paid all that guaranteed money to Nick Bosa, Trey Greenlaw, Fred Warner, Trent Williams, George Kittle. They're going to break off Brock Purdy. They've gave Debo all the money. We'll see what happens to Brandon Aiyuk. They gave Juwan Jennings a bag a couple weeks ago. But Greg Johnson, who the hell is Greg Johnson? Who is he, Shasky? He's the new front man for the Giants. He's speaking out. He's going on TK's podcast. He's talking a lot. Is he ready for this role?
I don't know, B. When you do just a Google search of who he is, a lot of stuff that comes up is his like financial background and how he's been working in finance for like ever. And it's so crazy to me how we talk about, and I'm one of them, I'll freely admit it, the way we talk about whether it's Jed York or whether it's Kirk Lacob.
Joe Lacob.
There's a nepotism. No, I'm talking about the kids. There's a nepotism conversation that immediately fans go to. Like, oh, they were born on third base.
Save that thought for the other side. I want to get into this as that's coming up. We'll get to the WNBA at some point later today. What's going on? The dialogue is just nasty. Just nasty. It's just absolutely disgusting. Why can't we just enjoy the damn games and enjoy this great rookie class? I don't get it. I don't get why some men don't know how to talk about the WNBA, but we'll get to all that's coming up. By the way, Christian McCaffrey in town for mandatory minicamp. He is in town for that. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasta.
What up, San Leandro Mo? I want to let you know, and all the other listeners here at 95.7 The Game, that make sure you're locked into the show in 10 minutes, because when you hear this sounder, it will start the show. Listen to the morning roast from 7:30 to 7:45, and at 7:50, when you hear the sounder again, we'll ask a question about what happened on the show between 7:30 and 7:45 and get the question right, and you will win this cool-looking lunchbox and qualify to win the Steph Curry autographed jersey. Thank you to the Warriors for all the prizes, all the good stuff here as we talk a little baseball. We'll get to I promise you, we'll get to the WNBA, because and maybe we'll do that right now.
I think we have some breaking news, Bonte.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Major League Baseball is announcing that Marcano from the Pittsburgh Pirates has been banned from baseball. He bet on 25 Pittsburgh Pirates games while he was assigned to the team, but he was injured during all of them and lost all of the 25 bets. He gambled $150,000 on baseball and won just 4.3% of his MLB bets. Wow. Now, that's real, and that's serious. And here comes the joke. Major League Baseball was so mad at Shohei Ohtani, they banned this poor guy Marcano for life.
The Pirates or the Phillies? I mean, the Padres.
Well, I'm seeing him play for the Pirates here. That's what Talking Baseball's putting out. He might have been a Padre at one point.
Padre.
Is he a current Padre? Well,
yeah, I saw that. Oh, yeah. Tucupita?
Tusupita Marcano. Or is it Marcano?
Marcano. Whatever. Yeah, San Diego Padres infielder. Yeah. He was wagering on games involving the Pittsburgh Pirates when he was with the team last season. So he was with the Padres right now. Yeah, he's going to face a lifetime ban. JP Morosi, our boy Bubble, was just reporting that. This broke last night here.
But Shohei did nothing.
24 years
I mean,
old.
like, this is literally the Jerry Tarkanian. The NCAA was so mad at Duke, North Carolina, and Kansas, they banned Princeton from playoffs.
Well, here's the deal.
Or whatever the line is.
Yeah, I don't know what the line is, but
You gotta Google it.
if you were running baseball, because that was yesterday's news, you're late to the party, Sask.
Well, no, the ban came down this morning.
Oh, yeah, but they mentioned that he was going to get banned yesterday.
Well, but it's confirmed.
Okay, all right. Well, it's going to be confirmed, did you? Anyway, if you're Rob Manfred, wouldn't you try to protect one of your biggest assets? You're trying to get viewers on baseball, and you're trying to bring baseball back, and you got the LA Dodgers, a marquee team. Wouldn't you try to protect Shohei Ohtani? I know it's not the American way, and he's breaking the law. Are you really banning Shohei Ohtani?
No.
You would look the other way. No, I know you would.
Major League Baseball is a different question. The federal government claiming they wrap the whole thing up in 6 days when they take years to prosecute other people and they'll do years of discovery on people. I find that to be completely not true.
This ain't normal people.
Well, I'm well aware.
Talking about Shohei Ohtani. It's a difference between us and others.
I'm well aware.
It's a huge difference. You know what I'm saying? When you got money like that, you can get things done very, very quickly. So he's been banned from baseball. That sucks. He'll be playing. Damn, that's terrible. That is terrible.
That's tough.
But you know what?
This is the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, no doubt.
This is the tip of the iceberg.
It's going to happen in football. It's going to happen in basketball. When you invite all these gambling sites and you're trying to get that gambling money, and guys have access to Prize Picks and they're promoting Prize Picks, things like this is going to happen. This won't be the last time somebody gets banned from sports for gambling. I mean, how many Lions were suspended last year? Jameson Williams was suspended for the first 6 games because of betting. Calvin Ridley had to sit out a season because of betting.
Okay. There's like the betting on the games that they're playing, and there's layers to this. Everywhere you go, people are having poker games. Like we had a whole conversation about, and again, there's levels to this, okay? There's betting on baseball, which I know, supposed to do it all and whatever. And then there's like betting on yourself and your prop picks and being able to, change the outcome of prop picks because you're Javante Porter or whatever in a Toronto Raptor game. And then there's Jock Peterson trying to steal money from the poorer players on the team who he's trying to shark out of their money in a card game. And then there's Gilbert Arenas on a plane with, was it Javaris Crittenton or Crittenton? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not surprised by any of this. Like, none of this surprises me.
No, it's going to happen.
And nor does it really outrage me, honestly.
It's going to happen a lot. By the way, CeeDee Lamb still seeking a contract extension. He's not expected to attend the team's mandatory minicamp that opens for the Cowboys. Brandon Aiyuk not expected to attend the 49ers mandatory minicamp today, which opens up to reporters, media members at 10:40 a.m. But Christian McCaffrey, a lot of people were freaking out about McCaffrey about missing OTAs. Remember, OTAs were voluntary. You didn't have to show up. Now, Bosa showed up because he wants to make amends for what happened last season. Shanahan begged him to come meet the new defensive lineman and get his reps in and get his work in. So good. Bosa's here, whatever. I didn't really care about him showing up to OTAs, but he did. Good for him. Good for the 49ers. Good for all the fans who were freaking out. Now, Chris McCaffrey is in town. He was in town yesterday, for sure. And I don't know if he's going to practice today, but I know for sure he was in town. And for sure he was wearing some Niners gear yesterday.
I'm glad you bring up the 49ers. Eddie DeBartolo was given the team by his father. His father purchased the team for him. That's what ended up happening. If we're cutting down to the most basic.
Eddie needed to do something, so he got him a team.
Yes. He did the same for his daughter, and Denise was gifted at one time the Pittsburgh Penguins, right? There was a learning curve for Eddie. Now, Eddie picked up very quick because obviously him and Bill Walsh had tremendous success almost immediately. And Eddie's not without fault. He made mistakes, and he's admitted this over and over. When the team was then transferred over to his sister, although she had a sports background running the Pittsburgh Penguins, there was a learning curve. And at one point, Jed was basically thrusted into the forefront of running the team. And there were a lot of people, writers, radio, fans, everyone. I'm sure there are people in the building. Bill Walsh, to his own dying day, questioned whether he understood what it took to run a team, right? Pete Carroll didn't want to come to the Niners because he didn't think that the people in charge understood how to run a business and a football team, right? Because they're two separate entities. And so there was a learning curve for Jed. I feel like now, 15 years later, from 2009, 8, whenever he took over specifically as the face, he's learned a lot, and he's much better today than he was back then. I'm sure he'll admit that. I look at the Warriors, and I look at Joe Lacob. He was a part of the Celtics before he became full owner of the Warriors. And I believe Goober has been a part of the Dodgers and other different sports entities. So they had some background running the team. He's got his son in place. He's put his son in, from what he said, and I'm just going on face value, all these different roles, learning all of the avenues of team building, business, etc., to be in position of where he's at. Charles Johnson is now in the forefront of running the Giants. Just by looking at his Wikipedia.
Greg Johnson or Charles?
What?
Well, Charles is the father. Greg is the son.
Charles bought the team. Excuse me. You're right, Greg. I apologize. Greg is now running the team. Charles, his dad, was one of the main investors with Peter McGowan and Larry Bear as kind of the faces, if you will, buying the team in 1993. And if you just look at what Charles, the father, has done, he's put his daughter as a head of the company that he's basically was running, Franklin Templeton, and his kid was named chairman of the board, CEO, and president in 2013. I would love to know, what has Charles' role been with the Giants for all these years? And why was he the one elevated to the spot of where he's elevated? Because out of nowhere, a couple of years ago, boom, he goes front and center. Larry Bear obviously had took kind of like a backseat after the situation. And I've been very unimpressed with Charles. And I say it to his face.
I don't know what he's done.
I don't know, but I don't think how many times have you seen him at a podium?
Right. Greg Johnson, I want to lock in on him because Charles seems to be in the background.
I don't even know. Point Charles Johnson out.
So Greg is the one speaking now. Greg is the one who's hopping on Zooms with Buster Posey when they introduced him to the Giants as a new shareholder or ownership. He had stake in the ownership, whatever his role is, Buster Posey. Greg Johnson's the one at the introductory press conference with Bob Melvin. Greg Johnson's the one who just sat down with Tim Kawakami. So for me, Although Charles Johnson's backed the Giants with all this money and we know what he's done politically, I don't want to get into that because this is a no-win situation. Greg is the one who's now basically taking ownership of the Giants saying, I'm the head honcho. I will speak at pressers. I'm the face. I'm the one who's going to be talking directly to Farhan Zaidi. I want this team to win. So my question is Greg Johnson ready for this? Because Jed originally wasn't ready for this.
No, there's a huge learning curve.
Huge. Now, Joe Lacob, an update. Joe Lacob, what he did was bring the right people around him. Peter Guber, Jerry West. He brought great minds around him. Later on, Bob Myers. He brought great basketball people around him to teach him the game, to help him with stuff until he learned, and now he's taking more of a role. But early on, he had the infrastructure in place to have real good basketball minds around him to help run this organization and go to State Warriors. Jed York figured it out. He learned his lesson with the Harbaugh situation. You bring in Kyle Shanahan. You bring in John Lynch. You still have Parag Barate, but he brought a lot of football people in. Ray Carthon, Adam Peters, obviously working next to John Lynch before he took the Commander's job last season. First of all, you have Farhan Zaidi, who's a first-time president of baseball operations. This is his first time in this role. And then we've seen what's happened over the last 5-6 years. Hasn't been pretty. Greg Johnson now employing Farhan, and you could just tell by the way he conducts some of his pressers that he's very inexperienced. Last season, he talked about, hey, we just want to break even. We want to break even of our bottom line. We want to break even. Probably not the best thing to say publicly because the fans say that, oh, you just don't want to spend money.
Well, especially when your entire background is in finance and Franklin Templeton, and most people are like, oh, you're going to treat this like a for-profit business.
Exactly.
When the other two owners are printing money hand over fist, but they're telling you they're going to reinvest it into the most expensive coaching staff in the NFL and the most expensive NBA roster we've ever seen.
So you get that. You get that with Greg.
Because I think that matters, contrasting what the Giants are doing and they're saying publicly to what the other two teams are doing.
Yep. So Greg Johnson recently goes on the TK podcast, and he backs it up. And he says, look, I want to win. We spent our money. Look, I think we proved it this offseason that we're willing to spend money. And look, they've been after these big-time free agencies, ready to throw them in the bag. I'll give the Giants credit for that. You don't get credit for not nailing them. You don't get credit. Honestly, you don't really get credit for being in the mix. You should be in the mix. That should be the bare minimum. We don't throw parades and give you Capri Suns and fruit snacks for, hey, at least you were in the mix for Aaron Judge. You finished in the top 3, but you don't have Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge is still wearing a Yankee uniform, and he's hitting bombs every other day. Greg also, he discussed Farhan Zaidi. And in the same answer he gave to Tim Kawakami, early in the answer he goes, I think the fans spoke about the platooning. They weren't coming to the games, blah, blah, blah. They didn't like the style of baseball. But then in the same answer, you say, well, we like Farhan's thought process, and we don't really think he's going anywhere. And we have that extension in place, and you announced it at the Bob Melvin introductory press conference. The way he announced it, it's like, that's not big time. I thought the Buster Posey Zoom, when Buster Posey got announced as shirt, I said it right away. I was like, this is Buster Posey. Why isn't he out on a private jet coming from Georgia to the Bay Area, roll a press conference out, let's ask some questions about what Buster Posey's role is. Instead, you do it over this really janky Zoom call. It looks terrible. The audio was awful. And I just thought, that's not big time.
Well, even Farhan, just between, before you get, I know you're talking about the owner, and I agree with you, but Farhan's had some odd in the dugout interviews.
Oh, the end of season presser was in the dugout.
It just not at a podium or a dais. What do they call it? A dais, whatever it is. I don't know. I understand sometimes you want things to be non-formal, but isn't there a time and a place at the end of the year, especially when you fire someone, to be at a podium?
At a podium.
And just to look presidential?
At a podium. Suit. Hey, this is our plan. I'm going to take questions here. Instead, it's a scrub, an old school scrub. It's like, huh?
So you've been, because I want to stop there. You've been at Warriors podium situations.
Niners podium, everything.
It's Bob, it's Joe, it's Steve.
At a podium.
At a podium. Lynch, Shanahan, and sometimes Jed, sometimes not. Where?
Hell,
at a podium.
At a podium. Always at a podium. Always at a podium. Hell, I remember when Jeremiah Green got suspended for a game. With the KD situation. They had a presser before the game at the podium.
Well,
if I'm not mistaken.
The last time I can remember a true podium situation was Buster retiring.
Yeah. Yeah, for the Giants.
Am I wrong?
Well, Bob Melvin introductory press conference, but before that, yeah, I'm trying to think.
But like even when
yeah, it's about that time. Know the show. Be locked in for the next 15 minutes, and at 7:50, we'll ask a question about what happened during that time. And if you get the question right, you'll win this cool-looking Warriors lunchbox and qualify for a chance to win a signed Stephen Curry jersey, the perfect gift for Father's Day. I'll give out the number in 15 minutes. Not now. Not going to get the number now. You'll get it in 15 minutes. As Know the Show, we're going to qualify you for a great Steph Curry autographed jersey. Plus, you'll win a Warriors lunchbox. Shout out to the Golden State Warriors for the gifts here. But that was not presidential. Firing Gabe Happer, holding the scrum, and it was just a who's who. And obviously I was there, and I thought right then and there, and I'll leave Farhan out of this, but you guys know how I feel about Farhan. I walked away from that presser thinking, he's not the guy for this team. He's not the guy. Who is it who just said that he doesn't believe Farhan Zaidi is a big market GM?
Oh, I forget.
Somebody just said that recently. Like, he's not big time. And I see that. It's just he hasn't. And I watch him. I watch the way I've seen him at various events. And I see the way he moves. The lack of work in the room, I should say. He's a little guarded. That's fine. I get it. If I went in this business, I'd be guard too. I was a shy guy.
Yeah, but you have to win these people over.
You have to. And he hasn't done that.
If I contrast him to John Lynch and even, let's say, current Mike Dunleavy, like even Mike Dunleavy, I mean, if you've been in this market for 20 years, Mike Dunleavy, and I'm just being honest, like most people did not like him as a player.
At all.
And I'm surprised how well received he's been.
Yep.
Because I think he's gone out of his way to be affable and to be as professional and as candid and as open as he possibly can. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
He's gone out of his way to kind of, not endear himself, that's too strong, but just be available.
Mike's a cool dude.
Yeah.
I've gotten to know Mike a little bit. He's a cool dude. I remember just seeing him when Duke won and advanced to the Final Four at Chase Center. He's on the court. He goes, grabs his wife. Hey, there's Bonte, man. He does all the TV stuff. We small talk a little bit here and there. It's always been like that with Mike.
I saw him at a flag football game in Daly City, and I didn't want to say anything to him. And a bunch of people were like looking at him because he's so tall.
Right.
And he's walking by. He's just a normal dude with his kids.
Normal dude.
Yeah.
Normal dude. Good guy. Mike Dunleavy's a great guy. Great guy. Now, and I'm just taking away the playing experience. Yeah, it didn't go well for him with the Golden State Warriors, but he ended up having like a 16-year career in the NBA. You know what I'm saying? And look, man, he's done well for himself. He's a good dude. I like Mike Dunleavy, and he knows how to work a room. He talks. He answers questions. You see him at the podium. But the Giants, now that I think about it, not having that end-of-season press conference, and you had it in the dugout in the scrum.
It just felt odd.
It didn't feel big time. And that's the problem with the Giants as we look long term. Yes, they've lost 5 games in a row. I'm not outraged about the loss last night. You played tough. There are some positives in the game. Spencer Howard kept you in the game. Maybe he's a guy you could use moving forward. I have no idea. Ramos is hot. There are some positives with the Giants. But when you take the lens and you zoom out on them, just everything about them feels middle market-ish, smart market-ish, in the way they operate, in the way they do their business, in the way they construct their lineups, in the way they sign free agents, in the way they give them all these opt-outs. It's just not, it feels very Oakland A's-ish. Well, and that's the problem for me.
Going back to that end of the year presser where the scrum, as you're describing it, now I'm kind of like asking, like, okay, let's say they ever did have to fire Kyle Shanahan. You think Lynch would just do it on the practice field? Like, guys scrum on the practice field or in the locker room?
No.
Do you think that the Warriors...
They're going to the auditorium.
Do you think the Warriors would have Joe Lacob fielding questions with Mike Dunleavy in a scrum on the practice court?
He's at a podium.
It was a little odd. Why did no one else bring that up?
I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. And I remember being there, and obviously I asked that question. Because, again, I don't know what's going on with the beat. I can't go to these games every single day. I can't cover the Giants like I do the Warriors and maybe even the 49ers. But I just wondered, like, damn, Farhan said all these things about the city, and, they're always blaming somebody. That's the other thing. Does Jed York blame the city of Santa Clara for not being able to sign Charvarius Ward?
No.
Have they ever blamed the city of Santa Clara or the stadium or the sun side of the field on bringing in players or drafting players. They don't make any of those.
I haven't heard anything about the sunny side of the field in so long.
You know what I'm saying?
No, it's a great point.
Does Joe Lacob and company make excuses about, hey, man, we're downtown in Chase Center and the cost of living for... No.
It bothers me.
They haven't done...
Dante DiVincenzo didn't want to come here because of homelessness.
Oracle Arena.
Right?
Yeah. Oracle Arena was as decrepit as they come.
Yeah.
All right? And I love Oracle Arena. One of the best whole video.
Yeah, but that neighborhood's not too...
It's not even the neighborhood. No, the neighborhood was never a problem.
But I'm just saying, it's not like it's a glorious neighborhood.
Not a glorious neighborhood. Yeah, not a glorious neighborhood. The stadium's decrepit.
Yeah.
But it didn't stop them from signing guys.
No.
Hell, you landed one of the best free agents in North American sport history in Kevin Durant. And he came to play in Oakland, California. All right?
Riding his bicycle.
Right? Did the Warriors ever make excuses that, hey, the stadiums and, they always were able to sign guys. They didn't sign the right guys, but they were able to sign guys. They don't make excuses. The Niners don't make excuses. But yet the Giants get a pass for making... Just think about the last year. Farhan's already says, the idiosyncratic nature of the city, guys don't really want to play. And I question him on that, and he comes at me saying, you're paraphrasing. And I'm like, no, actually, here's your quotes right here, buddy. This is what you said. I was ready for that. And then he backed it up. Oh, it's Coast City. Maybe he's an East Coast guy. Maybe he's a West Coast. Okay, you're making excuses. Greg Johnson just goes on with Tim Kawakami and says, the ballpark has been troubling for us in terms of signing guys. Why is the ballpark troubling? Wait, players think they can't hit? Well, damn, Aaron Judge just came here and made the park look small, look like right-handed power play well. Well, you know what? Left-handed power play well, because I've seen Bryce Harper, Shohei Ohtani, and Juan Soto go yard at this ballpark. So which one is it? There's so many excuses coming out of the Giants brass that it feels very small time right now. And that's why, Greg Johnson, this is your time to make a name for yourself. Are you going to become the Larry Bear, Peter McGowan in this market?
Well,
are you going to turn this thing around? Stop with the excuses, please. The ballpark's paid for. Now, the crowds are dwindling because of the product that you're putting on the field. There's no doubt about that. But just miss me with all the excuses. There's way too much excuses coming out from a team that's had 2 winning months each of the past 2 seasons. 2 winning months, Shaskin, each of the past 2 seasons. And all I hear is excuses.
But okay, so here's the thing. You either can complain and cry about your circumstance in life, your lot in life, or you can do something about it. I look at a team like, let's just go the Milwaukee Brewers. Is Milwaukee a destination?
Nope.
Okay. Just the last couple years, 95 wins, 86 wins, 92 wins. And this year, 36 and 24.
Mm-hmm.
They're a team with a smaller payroll that understands exactly who they are. And they understand that they're going to have limitations in free agency. So what have they done a great job of doing? Well, they've made shrewd trades. Mm-hmm. They draft and develop well. And when they think it's time to move off of one of their closers, for example, Josh Hader, they do it. And they make bold moves. And
Corbin Burns walked.
What?
I mean, they basically traded Corbin Burns to the Orioles. And they haven't blinked.
That's my point. When I look at the Tampa Bay Rays, they're probably one of the teams that everyone points to. Like, look how smart they are and everything. I don't see them making excuses on why they can't compete.
Mm-hmm.
And so I keep coming back to, you told me for 5 years you're smarter than everyone and that your business model is better. When I'm seeing a team like the Milwaukee Brewers with half your payroll, okay, and they have allocated their funds better. Now, they're in a different division, and that does factor in, but they're going up against the Cardinals and the Cubs, who are bigger market teams, higher profile teams, and they're having tremendous success.
7 games up in the NL Central, and they made the shrewd move of signing Jackson Chirino. They're a little, who's not having the best season.
He's not actually,
he's struggling a little bit, but
211.
They gave it a big deal saying, we're going to lock you up long term, projecting that you will be a star.
Absolutely.
And this is what we have to do to keep stars like you in our market. Even the Cincinnati Reds and the Pirates, you look at their rosters, and I bet you a lot of people say we'd rather have the Pirates or the Reds roster, just lineups, lineups alone. And they're not, they're 5 games under 500, 6 games under 500. The fact that the Giants are only 2 games up on the Pirates in terms of payroll, when you look at the payrolls, it's laughable.
But I think that I'm sick of hearing about free agency as the only way to make your team better.
Drafting and developing. They haven't done that.
Drafting and development. What about trades?
And trades, drafting and developing, which when Farhan got hired, they told me Everybody in the baseball world told me he was really the orchestrator of what happened with the Dodgers. He found all that talent. The Bellingers, the Tyler Andersons. He found all these guys.
Max
Muncy. That was Farhan Zaidi's move. Okay, great. Was it Farhan Zaidi move to bench Cody Bellinger in the first 2 games of the World Series against the Boston Red Sox?
When he was the NLCS MVP.
NLCS MVP, was that on Farhan? Was it, or are we going to blame Andrew Friedman for that? Because it makes me, it's the same thing what happened with Gabe Kapler. In 2021, everybody gave credit to Farhan Zaidi. Oh, Farhan Zaidi. Gabe Kapler gets no credit? I guess not. He got scapegoated. But so, I don't, he tells us he's smarter than everybody. The Giants tell us they're smarter than everybody. They're innovative. They're light years ahead of people, and they're not. And all we hear is excuses. So now I'm looking at Greg Johnson. Forget Farhan.
Yeah.
Forget Farhan. We know how, people know how we feel about Farhan. I don't think he's good at his job. Maybe he'll be good his second time around. I just don't think he's good. I don't think he fits this market. I don't think he's a Giant. I just don't think he gets it. That's just my opinion. Now, he may turn this thing around and the Giants may go on the run, and I'll wear egg on my face, and I'll happily do it. But Greg Johnson is the guy I'm looking at now saying, how are you going to put your stamp on this team? What are you going to do to put your stamp on this team? How are you going to run this team moving forward? Who are you delegating power to?
When I heard him with the Tim Kawakami, on the Tim Kawakami podcast, there was a particular line that stuck out to me that made me so fearful. And it's been what I've been fearing for a long time, that the team cares more about making money and just being profitable and just being good enough. And that will be able to pay off investors. Whenever you work for a corporation.
Not only pay off investors, but keep the fans happy. Because some casual fans or gullible fans will eat that stuff up, which I'm seeing right now. A lot of fans are eating up the fact that, hey, we're just a half game out of the wild card. We're having a good season. No, you're not. The last 2 years, you've had a combined 4 winning months. Baseball's a 6-month season. All right? That's 12 months.
I know.
You've had 4 winning months.
But when you tell me about this real estate investment that you have across the water and you say that you have a board of people, well, when you're serving a board, the board wants dividends. They want profit. They want to be able to get cashed out. And that scares me. That's why in most ownership situations, I prefer to have one person at the top that I can point the finger at, because then I know unilaterally the buck stops there. With the Giants, it's always, hey, we got a board of people, and as a group we make these decisions, and it might have worked for them at one time, and in fact it was very profitable for them, but it seems to really convolute things. And when I hear Greg Johnson say, like, we like the way he thinks, I'm like, well, wait a minute, like, you have an investment background,
right? You
like the way he thinks. Why? Because you're churning profit. You're putting just enough into the team financially on short-term deals that people are gullible enough to go to games and think that competing for a small wild card spot and getting knocked out in the first round is success. I mean, like, can't we raise our bar a little? We won the 3 World Series. I was praying to God that winning 3 would put us in that St. Louis Cardinal, Boston Red Sox, New York Yankee mind frame. And I could not be farther from the truth.
No, well, you hired a guy.
It's actually made us softer.
You had a guy who has a mind frame that comes from the Oakland A's. All right? He learned from Billy Beane and that whole regime, where we got to just find the margins, find little players here and there that fill in the margins, and we're not going to give the big money deals out. And we're going to let guys walk because we believe we're smarter because our system works. Now, I'm looking at the Giants' payroll right now, $202 million. All right, $202 million.
It's the worst spent $200 million. If you just look at where the money's going.
I don't even, $202 million for this team, right?
Right now, Chapman and I would even say Tyler, not Taylor Rogers, are great values. Like, Taylor Rogers is making $12 million, the lefty. Yep. He's not good.
Not good at all. So the Pittsburgh Pirates, who are a game behind the Giants, they're tied in the loss column. The Pittsburgh Pirates, who we just saw, and their bullpen's a mess.
And they've got some defensive issues.
Right, big time. I'm a Pirate fan. You got to have more hope than that. They're 29th in payroll, $83 million. They spent $83 million on their team, and they're tied in the loss column with the Giants. The Cincinnati Reds, they're 1 game behind the Giants in the loss column. They spent $101 million on their team, 24th in the league. You talk about the Brewers?
Yeah, where are they at?
22nd in the league, $106 million payroll.
And
they're 7 games up in the NL
I believe
Central.
sixth of that goes straight to Yelich,
There you go.
who has not been a great player for a couple years.
The Washington
Although he's
Nationals
been decent.
Right. The Washington Nationals, who are tied in the loss column with the San Francisco Giants. And they're rebuilding.
And they've been bottoming out forever. And they're paying one pitcher a lot of money.
Patrick Corbin.
Yes.
Right? Their payroll's at $107 million, and they're 21st in the league. And yet they're tied with the Giants in the loss column. So that's what we're saying here. Yeah, they're spending money. They're not spending it wisely.
No.
All right? They're not. They're just not. And I'm not sold on the way they go about their business. So I'm asking Greg Johnson. I want to know who he is, and I think there needs to be more attention put on him. I'm glad he came out and spoke. So now I know who's, okay, Greg Johnson's now speaking on the team.
So that's who we direct our frustration at.
Let's direct our questions to him. Let's figure out who Greg Johnson is, and is he ready to run this organization? Is he ready to uplift the Giants and bring them back to relevant? Because right now they're not relevant. I don't care what anybody says. They're relevant in this market only because we got nothing else to do. The A's are moving, and we got one baseball team. Well, and that's why I believe the attendance numbers are up. The Warriors are not in the playoffs because I just did a little deep dive real quick.
The A's thing is interesting, actually.
The A's thing is very interesting.
The fact that they're not there, I mean, Spadoni, you are an A's fan. I know you don't speak for everyone, but do you know A's people who would be potential A's fans that are like, yeah, I'll go to a Giants game because I love baseball, and I'm not going to give the owner of the A's any money.
Totally. If you have a family right now, or you have kids, and maybe you were an A's fan, but you have I have a 3 or 4 year old right now. It's like, hey, he wants to just go watch a baseball game. Now we have the Oakland Ballers over there, but it's minor league, but it's fun, right? Yeah. But if you want to go to a big league atmosphere, yeah, sure, I'll take my kids if I have a family, or if I'm a single mom or dad. Absolutely, I'd be going over to a Giants game. Yes.
So I think about that and all the intentions. We'll get to the calls in just a second. But I just did a deep dive real quick. Last year, the Warriors had 2 home games against the Sacramento Kings in the first round. April 20th and then April 23rd. Giants had 2 home games.
Yeah.
Same days. Against the New York Mets. New York Mets are
big profile team.
You know what the Giants had in attendance those 2 games?
No.
The first game was 24,000, and the Sunday afternoon game was 27,000.
It's below what they're,
And that's just what the tickets were sold. We don't even know how much was in the park. Wow. So then later on, they had one other date that coincided with each other in the playoffs in terms of home games. I'm just looking at the home games. May 10th, Warriors had their last home game of the season against the LA Lakers, Game 5.
Oh, yeah.
Giants were playing the Washington Nationals at home.
Oof, not a great matchup.
Not a great matchup. 21,000 goes to see the Nationals.
Wow.
And the Warriors, of course, sold.
That's an interesting theory.
I was just thinking about it. And then the road games, if you're a fan of both teams, and you know baseball season is very early in the season, and the Giants don't have, we're coming off the disappointment of the Giants not signing Aaron Judge. Right? And
the Carlos Correa fiasco.
And the Carlos Correa, all that stuff. And then signing Mitch Henniker, thinking, oh, great, here we go again. I wonder if fans, even on the road games that the Warriors were playing during those playoff series, I'm just going to sit back at home and watch the games and maybe have 2 TVs or the Giants on my cell phone or iPad. I think it's a direct correlation with the Warriors not being in the playoffs, that attendance numbers are up, and the Oakland A's fiasco, where baseball fans in the East Bay are thirsty for baseball. They're saying, you know what, we'll just go across the bridge and watch the Giants.
I don't know where.
I don't know how much it impacts, but I think it has something to do with it.
I think it's an interesting theory. I would also throw in there inflation. Cost of living, all these expenses have gone up dramatically in the last couple of years. And so I do believe people spend, but they're discerning with how they spend their money. People still go to Disneyland. Right? You know why? They know there's a payoff. People still go to Niner games. You know why? Because there's a payoff, right? How many people do you know right now are planning fall Niner road trips because they know the team is good?
A lot of them. Even our boy Dwayne Fontana out there at High School. There's a payoff. There's a payoff.
So they'll spend, but they're going to spend it more discerning. That's an interesting theory.
I was thinking about it last night.
I'm not sure where I land.
Yeah, I don't know how much it impacts, but we were in Warriorland and we were thinking about it, and I think it was a factor.
I agree.
And there's no playoff games this year. You got all those home dates now. Everybody's going down there saying, maybe I'll go check out a Giants game. Maybe you're living down there on 3rd Street and you just a walk-up guy. We're going to get the film on mic in a second. Call us back, film on mic, because I want to get your take. But know the show. Know the show right now, baby. It's hard to qualify somebody for a cool-looking autographed Steph Curry jersey, and you can win this cool-looking Warriors lunchbox right now. The phone number is 415-523-4652. And the question is, if you know the show, if you listen in the last 20 minutes, we're kind of running hot on Farhan. Where did Farhan Zaidi conduct his end-of-season interview last year with the Giants that made me feel like this team isn't big time? Where did Farhan Zaidi conduct his end-of-season presser last year with the Giants that made me feel, and as well as Joe Shasky, make us feel that the team is not big time? 415-523-4652. The lucky winner will win a lunchbox, and you will qualify for a Stephen Curry jersey. You have 2 more chances today, 12:30 and 4:30, and then you have 9 more chances for the rest of the week. All right, let's get to Phil Mike real quick.
510. I'm an Ace fan, and we'll go to Giants games. I have tickets already to wow. I was just there's a lot going on.
It's crazy, right? It's something there. I don't know.
There's a little something.
Philmo Mike. Let's get Philmo Mike on here. I think he's on line 1. Let's get Philmo in here.
Hey, man, he answered the phone. He was like, contest line. I mean, I don't want no lunchbox, man. I'm trying to talk my talk. Hey, check this out, man. They talking about, y'all talking about, I like what y'all talking about because it's like you can have a lot of money and don't know how to dress. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the Giants got all this money, and it's like you going to the Gucci store, but your Gucci fit, you might as well go to Burlington, bruh, and find some value with your money. That's my first thing. Second thing, I love Wu-Tang Clan. They raw. I love they're hip-hop legends. But the setup to have the New York Yankees in New York, in San Francisco, we got some pride too. Hip-hop is a competitive sport, right? To have them, that we get swept by the Yankees, you got the RZA doing Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to mess with.
Yeah.
That's not good optics, man.
Yeah.
For real. As a proud San Franciscan, it's cool as Wu-Tang Clan night. Do that when the Mets are here or something. But to get embarrassed, and then you got them doing a basically that's a battle song that they were doing, and on our home field, and everybody just happy acting like that's Mac Dre. Get up out of here, man. For real. Have some pride and understand that Frisco Bay Area, we care about our stuff too. Star Wars night, that's great. But the Yankees, New York would never bring E40 out there and have them tell me when to go. Yeah. Come on, man. Have some pride. Y'all have a great show. Y'all killing it.
All right. Thanks, Phil Mike. That's a great point. I didn't even think about that. And
I didn't either.
I think RZA was wearing something with New York on it.
I do know that Larry June was there on the field.
He was there on the field.
But I'm kind of with him. I don't think that they would be like, hey, let's bring Andre Nickatina into a Knicks game. We're playing the Warriors.
Would the Warriors bring Kendrick Lamar up to do a concert during the Warriors-Lakers game?
No, they would wait till Toronto, for example, to stick it to Toronto.
They're bringing P.Lo and E40 and Mr. Fab and Larry June to Chase Center. With the 49ers.
I didn't even think of that.
With the 49ers. Right.
Well, they did timeout. They did bring in 2 Chainz the week before they were going to face Atlanta, but they didn't know they were going to go to Atlanta.
Right, they didn't know that. They did. 2 Chainz was wearing all-nighter gear, so so it was all good.
And the song was his that they had all year.
Exactly.
So there was layers
to it. It's just Giants are so damn tone deaf. That's what we're just basically pulling the onion. And people want to come at us about, you guys are too negative about the Giants. No, we're just too real about the Giants. And a lot of people can't handle the truth. This is the truth of where this team is at right now. Let's get to the injury report. Oh, boy, the injuries. They keep on hitting, huh? Tyrell Strada missed the last 2 games with a jammed thumb that he sustained Friday night. Although it is not expected to result in an IL stent, the bruising on his hand has been enough to prevent him from suiting up so far this week. More concerning is the status of Nick Ahmed. He suffered a setback, Shasky, over the weekend in his recovery from a sprained wrist. It could be a week or 2 away from being activated. The Giants are beat up. They've lost 5 in a row. We'll get to WNBA. By the way, Christian McCaffrey in town for mandatory minicamp. Oh, he's here. Mandatory minicamp. Christian McCaffrey's here, everybody. We can all relax. However, Brandon Aiyuk, I think he's in my game. We know why. He wants new money. All right, injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls. Where are you at with the Giants right now as they lost 5 in a row? 888-957-9570. Or do you even care? And we could transition to the WNBA, talk about that if you want to here. We'll take calls on anything right now. Wide open phone lines, 888-957-9570. More coming up on the rest.
Save on quality protein at Whole Foods Market. Get no antibiotics ever air-chilled boneless, skinless chicken thighs for $4.99 per pound with Prime through June 4th. Fire up the grill for the ultimate smoky flavor. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Amazon One Medical presents Painful Thoughts.
And you too, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's time.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift, to all the overnight dancers. Hopefully it was a good night. It was a slow night in the Bay Area. No sporting events, no Little League, no WNBA yet with the Golden State Valkyries.
I was watching Stanford women's softball versus Texas.
Yeah.
It was an unbelievable game. I know no one else was watching it but me.
No.
And the young lady, it looked like Canada, but they were calling her Kennedy. She was pitching for Stanford, and there was basically like a comebacker. She goes home with it. They kind of botched the whole rundown situation, and Texas scores a slide-in, head-first dive run, and their freshman pitcher ends up getting the victory, and poor Stanford's season's over.
Yeah, no, Stanford shot at the Laura Wakefield, man. She was all over it.
That was a great game.
A great game. Texas had a game a week ago that I was randomly watching in Santa Cruz. They were playing Texas A&M in the Super Regional. And Texas A&M was up 1-0 on them, and they tied the game. And Texas had a dramatic comeback. This lady from Texas A&M, this young girl, she hadn't hit a home run in her career.
Wow.
And she was down 0-2 and smacks one to center to tie the game. And Texas was like, oh, no, we're going to get upset here. And then they ended up coming back, and they went in the next two games against Texas A&M. They're the number one seed, but Oklahoma, man, is a power.
Wow.
Oklahoma they got bats. They got more boppers than the Giants, like legit sluggers.
Well, and we'll get to right into the Giants game in 1 minute. I was also over the weekend watching tons of college baseball, and there was also an Oklahoma baseball game. I was oscillating back and forth when the Giants went to commercial. So there's a lot going on right now in sports.
Arkansas got upset in the Super Regional.
Yes.
In the regional, they were a top seed. You got
LSU
Tennessee,
looks good.
LSU. Did they end up beating North Carolina yesterday?
That game I had flipped off. I watched LSU versus Wofford on Sunday, and LSU just thumped them.
Yeah, LSU. But they were playing North Carolina in Chapel Hill.
Tommy Tanks at third base.
Tommy Tanks. Let me see what happened here. Georgia's balling. We'll get to that in a second. But by the way, good morning to everybody out there. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If we're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will get flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. The number is 888-957-9570. That is also the Xfinity Mobile text line. Give us a call if you want to talk about the Giants, what's going on with Caitlin Clark in the WNBA, and that dialogue. I do want to hammer that. I've been teasing it all show long. I do want to get into that at some point here because, the Giants, we can take the long-term view. We talk about last night's game. I'm not even outraged at last night's game.
Why are you not outraged? Because I feel similarly. I'm curious. They lose on a walk-off. Why are you not outraged? It was a walk-off.
It was an opener. You had Spencer Howard pitching. The lineup is in shambles. It just... Arizona's desperate. They're trying to get their season rolling.
They're desperate, and they're one game behind you.
One game behind you.
I love how we talk about them.
Desperate. They're desperate. The Giants, I don't know where the urgency is right now. But I woke up, I was like, well, kind of predictable. Well, I thought yesterday was a microcosm
of my frustrations as a whole. You're going to a guy, and I would too, Randy Rodriguez, in his 11th game in the bigs, making $700,000, or actually less, $600,000, instead of going to the $12 million guy that you paid a couple of years ago in Taylor Rogers, instead of going to Luke Jackson.
What about Camilo Duvall, who's warming up?
$6.5 million.
What about Camilo Duvall, who you're warming up?
Well, again, you lose with a rookie who is promising. I really like, but I think it was a microcosm of just where we're at. They have such poor money spent that they're relying on a guy who was not even in their thought process 4 months ago to save them on the road in Arizona.
But then you just told me, inning. You just told me, though, a couple Saturdays ago in New York City, playing at Citi Field, that you had to play Camilo Duvall in the 7-2 game because you were warming him up. And you didn't want to sit him back down. So what would have happened yesterday had you gone to the 10th inning? He was warming up. Looked like he was heating up pretty well. next to Rodriguez. Remember, Kite was like, the one on the right will be in the game if you take the lead. The one on the left will be in the game if you tied it. I'm like, all right, Kite, you sure about that? You sure Duvall's not going to be in the ninth inning? And they don't go to him, and you lose the baseball game. So I didn't have it in me last night coming off that Yankee series to rip Bowmel and talk about his use of the bullpen because I'm not a fan of it, to be honest with you. And that's a deeper conversation. I just don't think he knows how to use his bullpen. I just don't think I think that's the flaw of this game. After watching him for so many years with the Oakland A's and watching him with the Padres in that NLCS, I'll never forget Citizens Bank Park, Philadelphia. You go to Shalmanaya, who's having an atrocious season. And he gives up a jack to Bryce Harper, your season's over. So I'm really underwhelmed with Bob Melvin, but at the same time, I understand that he's not working with much.
No. Like I brought up Luke Jackson. Like, the guy's making $6.5 million.
I've seen too much of him. I've seen too much of Luke Jackson.
All right, and then the other Rogers, the lefty, everybody wanted to post all the photos and the videos. Him and his brother. Now, Tyler, the submariner, has been very good for the Giants this year, and just in general. His brother, not so much so. And they've overpaid for him. I don't think he has a role on this team.
Right.
And if you're asking me, like, why Bowmel, what's kind of frustrated me, how do you not find a role for a guy you're paying $12 million for out of the pen?
It's embarrassing.
And then I go back to it and I say, like, I think he likes Ryan Walker. I like Ryan Walker in the 7th inning, in the 6th inning.
They're okay. Okay.
But I don't know.
This is why I think if you do get Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb back, and they are contributing to the starting rotation, I'm not opposed to Jordan Hicks sliding into the bullpen and being that bridge guy. Maybe he's my 8th guy, my 8th inning guy, my 7th inning guy. Hell, if Kyle Harrison can, and this is a huge start for Kyle Harrison today, I've got to get 6 innings out of you. To ask the bullpen to continuously, day in and day out, get me 12 outs, it's just not sustainable. Last season, they went 33-47, basically. 33-47 after having a winning June. They've had 4 winning months in the last 2 seasons. Baseball's 6 months long. They've had 4 winning months, Shasky, and the correlation is by the end of the season, you're worn out. So you get to July and August, and you're limping to the finish line, and you got no arms. And I'm not going to gas up what happened in 2022 in September because I know what happened. They finished 500, but they beat up on the Rockies and Diamondbacks. So we're not playing for anything in the month of September. So really, you've sucked the last 2 seasons. And you're wearing the same formula that you used the last 2 years. You're using it again this season, and the same thing is happening. Second in innings pitched for the bullpen. Starters, fewest innings in the month of May. How's that sustainable?
Well, I would ask you, like, when it comes to the lineup, like, what are we doing with this lineup right now?
I don't know.
No, like, honestly, so let's just go to Friday night. Matos, this is the lineup in order. Matos, Yaz, Estrada, Chapman, Bailey, Soler, Wisely, Ramos in the 8-hole, Brooks. That was Friday, okay? Saturday, when you go up against the Yanks again, like this lineup is all over the place. The Matos was batting leadoff. Mm-hmm. Let's go to, Saturday, Matos leading off again. Flores, Bailey, then Chapman, Yaz in the 5-hole, Ramos in the 6-hole, Schmidt down in the 8, Wisely in the 9. Sunday, okay? Like, this lineup's been all over the place.
Yeah.
Sunday, you're out here, and you got Ramos leading off now, Brett Wisely in the 2 spot, Flores in the 3. The one constant has been Chapman in the 4-hole, Soler in the 5, Matos all the way down to 6, Schmidt 7, Fitzgerald in center field batting 8th, Kirk Casale batting 9th. And then last night, you're going with Wisely leading off, Bailey in the 2-hole. Bailey has batted 5th, 2, 3, 7. He's been all over the place. Brett Wisely's batted leadoff, 2, 9. They're all. No one has any consistency in this lineup. Now, right now, and I'm going back to Ramos. To me, the lineup today. This is what my lineup would be: Brett Wisely leading off, straight to Ramos. Ramos in the 2-hole. Move Chapman up or Conforto into the 3-hole. The other guy in the 4-hole.
Can I get Soler back and clean up?
Soler should be the 5.
I mean, he's not good, but I mean. This is the problem with this lineup.
I guess where I'm going at is
this lineup is not good enough.
These
right?
lineups?
No, but here's the problem.
They're all over the place.
When you have a
lineup
full of mediocre hitters, this is what you get.
Yeah, it's true.
You've got to shuffle it up. It's day to day, and that is a hard way to manage. I kind of correlate this to Steve Kerr. When you have Steph Curry and a bunch of other guys, and you're going through all the Warriors, I think, had 28 starting lineups this season. 28 different starting lineups. When you don't have consistent players and guys are not playing consistently, you're going to mix it up. One day it's going to be Podziemski. Okay, he hits a little speed bump. Let's go back to Clay. All right, Wiggins hits a speed bump. Let's go to Kuminga. Kuminga gets hurt. Let's go back to Wiggins. All right, we need Draymond at small ball 5, but his back is wearing out a little bit, so let's go to TJD. Oh, wait, playing game. We can't go to TJD much against some bonus because they're cooking. When you have a bunch of guys who are just not consistent, you're going to have different lineups. And when you have a starting rotation that can't get you deep into games, you're going to use your bullpen and you're going to tax them. And what happened last night is a byproduct of that. And that's why I'm not outraged anymore. I got outraged over the Yankees because, again, I look back to June 20th, 2022. June 20th, 2022. Giants were 8 games over 500. Down in Atlanta. And I'll never forget the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. And we're all having a conversation. I say, guys, I know they're 8 games over 500, but they're not entertaining. And I think they're about to fall flat on their face. And a lot of people are like, you're out of your mind, Bonte. How can you complain? They're 8 games over 500. Well, they ended up losing 3 or 4 to Atlanta, and they face-planted that season. Absolutely face-planted. And I see the same thing happen last season, and I'm starting to see the same thing happening this year. And look, sure, they're in a wild card race. They're in a wild card race right now. I know a lot of people yesterday when we were ranting and raving, and we got a lot of interactions on Twitter. Oh, look at these idiots here. They're going crazy. They're only a game. Everybody's in the race. Everybody's in the race. Think about this. And I see that he could just put this in our chat. Boss man's in the building. And he's right. The Dodgers, Yankees, Phillies, Braves, they expect to be in contention. The Braves lost Spencer Strider. They lost Ronald Acuna Jr., and their lineup is still 10 times better than the Giants. And they're still going to be in a lot of games because they have Max Fried is pitching today. He's had a great year for Atlanta. Chris Sale's trying to bounce back. And Atlanta will be in the mix to make a move for another pitcher. And they have the lineups. And then you got the Yankees, obviously. They expect to be in contention. The Giants right now are tied in the loss column with the Pirates, the Reds. I mean, who else are they? The Mets are 4 games behind them. They're tied in the loss column with the Nationals. And think about the Nationals, Pirates, Reds, the Brewers maybe. Those teams are not expected to contend. Not with their payrolls. The Giants, with the $200 million payroll, were expected to be a contender in the National League. That's the difference.
But dare I even do this to you? Do you know who's starting tonight for the Arizona Diamondbacks?
No clue.
Their second pick in the 2019 draft, because in the 2019 draft, the Giants took, and we just saw Volpe, the starting shortstop for the Yankees, who bats leadoff. He was drafted, 30th overall in that 2019 draft. We took Hunter Bishop. They took Corbin Carroll at 16, and the other guy they took in that first round because they lost a free agent, Blake Walston, who's a 22-year-old. So he's starting tonight in his 3rd ever start for the Arizona Diamondbacks. So, again,
Lefty.
We keep coming back to the same conversation. Their inability to nail draft picks, develop them, or to even utilize them in trade packages, it just keeps rearing its ugly head.
We don't even know if Walson's good yet because I'm looking at his game logs here, and I haven't seen just today. It'll be the first time I see him pitch. Walson, he's a lefty. I'm not sure if he's a power pitcher. He's got stuff. I've done no scouting on this guy.
He's a 6'5" guy, and we will see it tonight.
175, but he's skinny. 6'5", skinny guy. Does he throw with power? What's his pitches? Is he a fastball pitcher? Is he a ground ball pitcher? Is he a strikeout pitcher? Well, I see his first 2 starts against Miami. 4 2/3, 4 hits, 4 strikeouts. They lose that game 3-1 against the Dodgers. Dodgers was his first start, Second start was against Miami. First ever start against the Dodgers back on May 1st. 3 innings.
I hate you.
3 2/3 of an inning, 3 hits, 2 runs, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. So, but I expect the Giants to scuffle against him for some reason because that's just what they do.
So is that where we're at now with the Giants? They lose on a walk-off in a game that they had the opportunity to take the lead in the 9th inning. And they lose on a walk-off against a team that is below them in the standings and now feels like they're galvanized as they're celebrating at home plate. We'll just wake up this morning and we're just like,
Yeah, well, you know what? They were getting no hit.
What is this, the Mike Singletary era?
No, this was Matt Steinem's era, but they were getting no hit for the first 3 innings, right? First 3 innings last night. To me, here's where my mind is going right now. Honestly, and look, the Giants are fortunate they're in the National League because the National League is very mediocre.
Yes.
Outside of the top teams.
Yes.
They'll hover around 500. They'll be in the mix for the wild card. But I wonder if it'll be enough for Farhan Zaidi to keep his job. And I don't even want to talk about firing Farhan, but here's where my mind is starting to shift. After watching the Yankees, because I can't get it out of my head. I mean, I damn near gave Aaron Judge a standing ovation. I mean, he took a step on the dugout, and I said, oh my God, that's Aaron Judge. 6'7", 280, the presence number 99. He's in the on-deck circle. I said, damn, I remember we had the number 25 who gave me that feeling. And he goes out there, hits 2 jacks, and the next day he almost hits the glove in left field. Part of me, I hate saying this because I do want the Giants to be very, very successful. But in order for things to change, we almost need them to face plant in order to have change. Because I do believe that Greg Johnson is in over his head right now. I don't know who's in his ear. I don't know what experience he has in running an organization in the big boy market in the NL West where you got the Dodgers, Padres, and Diamondbacks, the Rockies or whatever. They're a AAA team. That organization's a joke. But what is he going to do if the Giants finish 83-79, 81-81 to sneak into the playoffs and lose in the wild card round? Is that good enough for people to keep their jobs? Is that considered a success when you have a $200 million payroll? So part of me, Shasky, wants the Giants just to face plant, and I hate saying that because I want Bo Mel to be successful. I want Chapman to have some playoff run. But in order for change to happen, you almost need a monumental collapse from the Giants. You need them to just face plant, not make the playoffs in order for change to happen. Because by this recipe, they're trying to sell us that, hey, we believe in the thought process. We're in the race. Playoffs is the goal. It's not good enough for me. It's just not.
I don't know where I stand on like bottoming out because like right now
I want them to win.
No,
I want to say that. I want them to win.
But like I want them to do something bold. That's what I want them to do. When Monte was traded, that was bold.
Yep.
It divided the fan base and look, and the Warriors get credit for it. I mean, it ended up being one of the greatest moves in franchise history.
The 49ers trading for Christian McCaffrey.
Trading for Jimmy Garoppolo to upstart the whole thing.
Bold. Trey Lance trade, even though it didn't work out. Bold, absolutely. Trading for Jeff Kent, trading away Kevin Mitchell. Like, I think about all the moves that the Giants have made over the years. Like, they're bold. Signing Barry Zito was wildly bold. Trading away Matt Williams was bold.
Yeah, very Jeff much Kent, so, yeah. Right? So, like, I'm looking right now, and stories like this are getting lost in all of the frustration of the big picture. Elliot Ramos looks like he's a player.
Yeah.
He's played 24 games, really. He's got 26 hits. 4 home runs. This is a guy who's on pace for over 20 home runs if he gets 500 at-bats. He's batting almost 300 right now, slugging close to 500. I don't know if that's sustainable, but I want to see it. 24 years old. It feels like he's proving something this year. You know what I don't want to see? I don't want to see him have 3 bad games and Austin Slater get activated and Ramos get DFA'd. That's what I don't want to see. So to your point about like face planting and this and the other, I just want to see if these young guys that I've been hearing about are any good. And then I want them to do something bold to get me a real hitter in the middle of the lineup who's a traditional 3 or 4.
Well, here, and look, and I'm with you here. And part of the reason why half of me is like, yo, face plant, lose games, because
I think a lot of people feel that way.
Because you know what?
I think a lot of people
you know what's happening, and I don't care about them being 7th in attendance at home right now. I think it's a direct correlation with the Warriors not being in the playoffs, the A's not being any good, and nobody going to their games, so people are searching out baseball. Because I look at the numbers last year when the Warriors had 3 home dates, playoff dates on the same day the Giants had. The Giants drew 24, 27, and 21,000, which is well below average. That's below average. Giants like to get 30, 35. They brag about that stuff. They were getting nowhere near that when the Warriors were playing playoff games. Nowhere near that. And we were complaining about the attendance. So now the attendance is up. But I don't know how many people are bought into the Giants right now. But the Giants fans are telling you, by not going to these games, by letting the Yankee fans take it over, as Chris Russo said, it was embarrassing what happened over the weekend. Yankee fans had premium seats. Premium seats. You telling me Giants fans, like the Giants fans I knew was like, oh, the Yankees are coming to town, we're going to that game. Oh, the Red Sox are coming, we're going to that game. Can't find a Giant fan who was going to that Yankee game.
And let me just, I want to continue on this because I think this is important. For 3 weeks, what have we said? Oh, when Conforto comes back. Conforto came back last night. Forget what he does as a player. He's a 31-year-old. He's a journeyman. Did that do anything for anyone? Did anyone lean forward? I'm asking sincerely.
No.
Did one person lean forward to watch Michael Conforto bat yesterday?
That's the problem.
And I like Michael. I'm not trying to pick on Michael Conforto. People thought I was picking on Wilmer yesterday. I said Wilmer was Willie Mack Award winner last year.
He was.
Wilmer was awesome, but like nobody is going like, hey, can't put the baby down. Gotta watch Conforto swing.
Just put it in this perspective. This is an organization. It's had Orlando Cepeda, Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, Will Clark, Kevin Mitchell, Chili Davis, Kenny Maldonado, Barry Bonds, Jeff Kent, Matt Williams, Pablo, Hunter Pence. Hell, even Aubrey Huff had a season. And we were trotting out Wilmer Flores as a number 3 hitter against the New York Yankees on Sunday afternoon.
Against that lineup, though.
Against that lineup. So I think people, when we say that we want a star, this is what this market grew up with. The Giants were bad. You always had somebody to lean on.
Willie Mays, McCovey, Cepeda, and then after it was the end of Willie Mack, you had Jack the Ripper for a short period of time.
Clark, and then you had Will.
Clark. You brought in old man Joe Morgan. All right, I'm talking about my dad's formative years.
82.
And then obviously they were terrible, 83, 84, 85. And then you bring up Will Clark, Robbie Thompson, Matt Williams, and trade for Kevin Mitchell. Okay, and Matt Williams was up and down,
and you had Jeffrey Leonard, Hackman,
absolutely,
and you had Chili Davis.
You had your Don Robinsons.
You had Chili Davis.
And you had a lot of different characters.
We are used to having stars here. That cannot be understated. So when you're platooning left and right, we're telling you, no, we need to know who's batting 3rd and 4th every single day. The Yankees know. We know who's batting 3rd and 4th. The Phillies know. The Dodgers know. The Braves know. All the real legit teams know. Even the Red Sox. Rafael Devers, you're going to be in the middle of that lineup, buddy.
Well, and if you want to get your bang for your buck on Matt Chapman, get Matt Chapman some protection. Give him somebody who can bat in front or behind him that strikes fear into someone.
No, this is embarrassing.
And by the way, Matt Chapman, I'm just going to say this.
He's playing his ass off.
He really is. Watching him run the bases last night late in that game, that dude wants it.
He wants it.
All the people I'm not mad at and all the signings, everything, I like Matt Chapman, and I want him to be a Giant for the next couple years.
You know what? Having him on the air and getting to know him a little bit. And then I go to the game, and you know what this walk-up song is?
No.
The Kendrick Lamar song.
Oh, I didn't know.
What is it? Oh, man.
I don't know.
Me.
You're the one that brought it up.
They're not like us.
Oh, they're not like us.
They're not like us. And Chapman goes up to that. I'm like, okay, he's got some.
Everyone.
Right. They're not like us. They're not like us. Kendrick's bumping. I'm like, all right, Matt Chapman. And he does have some steam. You see how exhausted he was in that inning, running the bases? He's playing his ass off. I'll rock with Matt Chapman, no doubt about that. But the rest of this team, I don't know. We got a question for Spinoni on the other side. Get to Will and Marin, and then we'll transition to the WNBA because I do want to have this conversation without getting fired, of course. I think a lot of people don't know how to talk about WNBA.
The more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
Nah, come on, RJ. Come on. Where's RJ been? I hope RJ's doing well. When did he have the kid on the way? I think he had a kid on the way.
Well, that explains it.
Oh, yeah. He's a daddy now. I think RJ's a daddy now. Shout out to RJ in Fairfield. I love him.
His life's over?
Yeah, his life. He will not be going to any Kings games. He will not be watching any Kings games. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Safeway. Will and Marin, more Giants talk, but we'll transition to the WNBA. Plus, again, mandatory minicamp today for the 49ers, and Christian McCaffrey is in town.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing digital deals for members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast or Waterfront Bistro Jumbo Bra Shrimp Frozen.
Get there where I fit in, Playboy.
It ain't nothing you can do about it.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Steph! Oh, I miss Steph Curry, I do. He's just walking in the Stanford Mall, just randomly. These kids, man. I love Steph. I was at the Giants game for African American Heritage Night. I do miss some Steph Curry in my life. He makes me smile. Makes me smile.
What is he thinking?
About the Giants?
She's not winning that gold, baby. Come on. Olympics.
Olympic gold.
See LeBron working out already, too, with the American flag in the background, the shorts. Oh, come on.
Too much, dude.
Patriotism, baby.
By the way, Bronny James only working out for the Suns and the Lakers. Who the hell is Bronny James? To say, yeah, I'm only working out for the Suns and the Lakers.
But he doesn't want to be linked with his dad. He doesn't want to be linked with his dad, but I'm only going to work out for the team my dad plays for.
It's insane.
It is insane.
And I'm here for it. And all I care about is where Bronny goes.
Well,
so I'm part of the problem.
You are part of the problem. You're a huge part of the problem. Be sure to be locked in at 95.7 The Game all week long for a chance to win some awesome Warrior prizes as well as qualify to win the perfect Father's Day gift. An autographed Steph Curry jersey. Tune in at 7:30, 12:30. and 4 o'clock every single day this week for a chance to win. We'll get to the WNBA. By the way, Christian McCaffrey in town for mandatory minicamp. He was in last night. Got ticked off last night that he was in. I'm not an Adam Schefter, so I don't report things. I sent the text to you and Dehiga last night.
I'm not an Adam Schefter.
No, I'm not. But did I send a text to you and Dehiga last night? I said,
I'm not Adam Schefter.
Hey, I sent the text to you and Dehiga and I said, CMC's in the city. So let's calm the waters. Because I know Dehiga's like, we got to be prepared for mandatory minicamp. These guys will show up. It's like they're in town. Well, McCaffrey's in town. Don't know where Aiyuk is, but McCaffrey's in town. I saw a video of Aiyuk, by the way, a couple weeks ago, where he's in his backyard. He goes, this is great. I'm in the backyard. My son's on the trampoline. I got fresh air. My wife's cooking breakfast. I'm just chilling. Life is good. I'm like, man, Brandon Aiyuk is showing out. Showing out. Pay the man.
Must be nice.
It must be nice.
It is crazy. Nice. I saw some tweets yesterday, and I know we'll get back into the Giants. Justin Jefferson signs basically 89 million guaranteed. It's 110 over the life of the contract, or 120 over the life of the contract. But regardless, he gets like 88 million.
It's like 80 at signing, 110 guaranteed.
There you go.
Like that.
Yeah.
Randy Moss career earnings were 82 million. Randy Moss. He played on the 2013 Niners.
Played in the wrong era. I hear from old NBA players all the time. Boy, it would have been nice to play in this era. They're just throwing money at you. Throwing money out there. Justin Jefferson catching passes from who? J.J. McCarthy or Sam Darnold? Sam Darnold or J.J. McCarthy?
Seeing ghosts.
Seeing ghosts? Oh, I thought you was going to...
Yesterday.
It's my favorite fight song, I'm not going to lie.
Yesterday, for the first time recorded in human history, someone actually was putting up a family trip to go see Maryland football.
Scott Van Pelt?
No, it was Lucas Alexander. USC goes to Maryland, and Bonte's like, of all the games, you're going to go to the USC.
Well, that wasn't even the worst thing he said yesterday. The more I talk to Lucas Alexander, the more I think he's out of his mind. We were talking about the Giants, and I go, man, the Braves lineup still is stacked without Ronald Acuna Jr. He goes, really? I said, would you take the Giants lineup right now over the Braves? He goes, yeah, probably. I said, Luke, and Chasky, Lubin, and the Heat have their own. And they're like, why are you looking at Lucas like that? I go, ask Lucas what he just said.
When does that crack come into play?
Thank you.
For you.
I go, Ozzie Albies. I think I rattled off 5 names like immediately. Ozzie Albies, even Austin Riley in a bad year.
I mean, you guys called me a closet Braves fan for so many years. I know that lineup inside and out. I need the whole job. I need the whole job.
Marcell Ozuna would have been the best Giants player of the last 10 years on this season.
We said that. Jung Hoo Lee will bat 9 for the Braves. And we're out here missing Jung Hoo Lee.
Did you see Jock Peterson yesterday?
Oh, I did. Oh, that clown.
He did look a little thinner, and then he turned to the side, and I was like, no, I was wrong. It's like the black.
He's too.
I do like those Arizona Diamondback jerseys.
I do, too. And I do realize why Jock Peterson didn't step up to Tommy Pham. Like, he's actually smart to just take the slap and keep it moving.
And we got a Pasoy problem in the club now.
Listen, I don't know if you had that problem with Tommy Pham, but no, we'll get to Willimer in just a second. But listen, but no, seriously.
If you were to go to Guru's Greatest Hits, where does that land?
Yeah, that's up there with the best of them. Listen, Pasoy problem, the Pasoy problem in the back of the road. I can't believe they had a Pasoy problem in the club.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell. So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
I feel like he does some of these on purpose because he knows he's a drop.
Dog, on Friday, now that we've opened the door, and I promise we'll get back in the Giants. And I love Goot. He hit a home run on Friday in batting practice. But the first swing, I lobbed one up to him. And he swung, missed, and fell. And I was like, Goot, no, not on the first pitch. He did hit one out. Farther than anyone. Yeah. I want to make that clear.
He hit one 320 to left field over the black fence.
Classic Guru in a Dallas Cowboys star shirt. Striking, swinging and missing on the first pitch.
He switched bats.
He brought a bat that I swear to God was from 1971. And then the sound of it sounded dead. I go, Goo, I brought new good bats. Use one of them. He took one, so it was like, oh yeah, this is the bat.
Yeah, dude, he swung. He looked like Andrew Jones swinging like that. It hit the dirt, but he got up. He bounced back. And he hit one to left field over the fence. He hit a home run. And Dan Dibley was out there hating. Oh, you didn't hit it over the fence. I was like, no, he went 320 out there. Give Guru his credit. And he showed his glove off at center field.
He did
so I'm going to give Guru his credit. He made plays out there.
He's a better outfielder than first baseman.
We go down the tough roads, Donnie. Toyota Tundra.
Toyota Tundra. Oh, my gosh. Toyota Tundra. Toyota. No, he looked like Andrew Jones with that swing, man.
Who impressed you the most at softball? Because there's a few people that are on my list. Spadoni, Young Benny impressed me.
You asked me, or you going to keep going?
Oh, I was going to give you time to think. My bad.
No, I got it right ahead. I played this. I was there.
Okay, so Friday, we're out at West Sunset.
Derek Gruder Johnson.
Uh-huh.
Mark Grandy.
Oh, yeah, Grandy made plays.
Mark Grandy made...
He's going to break his thumb the way he fields a grounder, but
you know what? Mark Grandy made plays.
Yeah.
Evan Giddings.
Yeah, Evan's good.
Former baseball player. But boy, Chris looked all right out there.
Chris didn't look bad,
Chris looked bad.
Ninja Warrior, Chris O'Connell.
Kenny looked okay, but then he started chirping at me for missing some grounders.
What?
And then he missed like 3 straight grounders. So Kenny's mom was more impressive than Kenny himself. So I'm going to go Grandy, Guru, Evan Giddings.
What about hot corner Matt?
Oh, you know what? Give Matt he gets some credit. He started making some plays at the hot corner.
He was making
Sam
plays.
Lubman made some plays at the hot corner.
Oh, my God. Sam Lubman. Can we just break it down for the audience? Sam Lubman, we're all already on the field, and we're doing BP. People everywhere. Sam comes walking in, and then I turn to my right. He's down the third base line, knee-high orange socks, football cleats, flowing orange hair with the hat, with the baseball, like the classic 1980s long sleeve baseball shirt with like the white in the middle. And he's doing these like calisthenic stretches from the 70s like it was straight out of the Dazed and Confused file.
Man, he looked wild. He looked wild. What I did realize about softball, though, is that you really legit need a softball glove.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't use a baseball glove.
Yeah, my baseball glove was just popping. The balls were just
you're gonna
popping
hurt your
out.
hand.
Popping out. I did hurt my hand. I was a little sore out there. I was looking terrible at second base as a lefty.
I thought Craig Alexander showed out too.
Craig?
Lucas's dad. He's an excellent player.
Oh, yeah, he's all right.
You can just tell.
He's all right. He's a way better athlete than Lucas. Looks like he did cape up for Lucas, and he did hurt his hamstring. He was there. Lucas's hamstring looked just fine.
What is it about Lucas? You were unimpressed? I thought Lucas could play.
He was out there being lazy.
He cannot pitch. He can't pitch to save his life.
When I left, I don't know what happened, but from what I saw, he made a couple plays. But then I kept hearing Shasky yelling at Lucas, you're going to make a play out there?
I did say that.
You're going to move around? You said it about 10 times. So, I don't know.
Everybody was making plays, though.
It was fun. It was fine. It was good.
Joe Cunningham was out there making plays.
Oh, yeah, Joe did show up. Joe did come out there.
Yeah.
Joe did come out there. Whitley made some plays, I think.
Yes,
did Whitley make some plays?
Whitley made a lot of plays.
Whitley's
and
a former softball player.
Ball.
Whitley's an athlete. She's an athlete for sure. She actually speaking of Whitley, just sent me this text, Cape Kapler on TikTok. And it's Whistle While You Work in the background, apparently. Whistle While You Work.
Okay.
Yin Yang Twins, remember them?
Well, which one are we? Okay.
Yin Yang Twins. The only ones. From the window to the wall.
Oh, get low? Come on.
To the sweat, Joe. No. Willa Marin. Let's get Willa.
Hi, Will.
Hey, guys. What's up? Thanks for taking my call.
Anytime.
I understand that, it's all about making a bold move, but I honestly think that the 29 other teams, when they look at the Giants, I feel that the only two people that really interest them now are Patrick Bailey and Logan Webb, and I just feel that they hold too much merit and value, especially Bailey, because he didn't really have all the Joey Bart hype, but yet he's surpassed all of that and is way better than, Joey Bart, I believe, will ever be, and he's been just nothing but professional, and he's having a great year at the plate. Logan Webb, yeah, he's had some tough outings, but when you look back on it and you look at Logan's numbers, he's going to be doing Logan Webb things, and he's really, really good. So, unless we had got like a ridiculous package for either one of them, like I honestly wouldn't even want to hear it. And one thing, Shafi, I have to say, I know he's a long way away, but you threw me a little nugget yesterday because I was feeling pretty crappy about the Giants. I looked up Bryce Eldridge, and he hit an absolute moonshot to center field. And I'm telling you, Shasky was completely right, Vontae. He's got the swagger that you're talking about. The way he runs the bases, the way his gold chain with the cross goes the other way, that guy's the truth. I don't want to fast track him. Let's let him soak it all in. But I'm telling you, you're right. You're right, Shasky. That guy's going to drop bombs into the bay. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
I hope so.
I hate being that guy. Like, now look at this prospect who's multiple years away.
But you know what?
It pops, dude.
I need some hope. I need hope. If you're a Giants fan, you need hope. And you sent the clips, and I said, damn. I was like, damn. I'm in. But I was in on Casey Smith.
Can we have a conversation about Patrick Bailey?
Real quick?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. What about him?
He's had 450 at-bats.
Okay.
He's batting .248, slugging .383. Now, it's essentially his rookie year. Last year and this year, I'm combining the two. You're looking at basically 140 games, right? Give or take right now, which if he catches 140 games in any season, that's a lot of games played for a catcher. Very young. I think he's been really good. But it's not even 500 at-bats, right? So I'm trying to temper myself. I do agree with Will. I think he is a keeper, But if you're asking me, like, is he a keeper and a no Ty K, I'm not trading him. I mean, everybody's tradable. And I would even throw Logan Webb into that mix. Like, that's where I'm at when it comes to, I still think they need to restock this cupboard. I like Patrick Bailey a lot. I think he's really good defensively. I think he's hit better than I ever anticipated. 25 doubles, 11 home runs. Again, about 500 at-bats. 248 batting average. Yeah, he's a keeper. Is he a multi-time All-Star? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to have to continue to progress.
He's fine.
He doesn't move you?
I have nothing to add to it other than, he's a solid player. He's calling good games. He has a good arm behind the backstop. I'm impressed with Patrick Bailey. Now, is he Buster Posey? I don't want to put that on expectations on him, but I like to wait on guys like him because I want to see it for, give me 3 years. Give me 3 years. Now, he's had an impressive year with the Giants so far. Yeah. So far, so good. I got no issues with Patrick Bailey. Looks like a keeper right now.
I would agree.
Let's see how it plays out because on the flip side, we got a Corbin Carroll who's Rookie of the Year, and right now he's batting 192.
Yeah, and he doesn't look good at all.
Doesn't look good at all. So Spencer Torkelson, Detroit, sent back down to the minors, to Petaluma, right? Yeah,
and the guy that won their Gold Glove at catcher, the Arizona Diamondbacks guy, isn't playing well either.
Isn't playing well right now. So, I got no problem with Patrick Bailey. I got no problems with Patrick Bailey.
No, I don't either.
But part of the problem is he's one of your best players.
But that's the thing.
That's the issue right now. He should not be one of your best players right now. It's good that he's one of your best players. It projects well for him. But being one of your best players with a $200 million payroll and all the expectations the Giants have this season, it's not good enough.
He was the 10th pick overall, I believe, or maybe 11th, 12th, somewhere. Top end pick, and it was it's like the saving grace in the first round for them right now regarding their draft picks.
Yeah. I got to ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Him and Harrison tonight. I'm very interested.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. When's the last time the Giants scored a run in the first inning of a game? Spadoni has the answer.
Wow.
When's the last time they scored because here's my issue.
Wow. When was the last time they scored a run?
And this is the problem that I have with lineups. When you talk about all the different lineups, you got to set the tone early. You got to set the tone and score a run.
Game. Saturday Mets game. Was it Brett Wisely or Sunday? Would Brett Wisely hit the home run? No.
Logan Webb start. I'll say that.
Pittsburgh?
Correct. May 21st. It's been 12 games since the Giants have scored a first run.
Wow.
First inning run.
First inning run.
How'd they score it?
I think it was an error, I want to say, on the Pittsburgh Pirates part.
That's right. It was an error.
O'Neal Cruz, yeah.
He had like 4 in that series.
So,
wow. 2 weeks.
That's where we're at. 2 weeks.
Yeah, earned run, I couldn't even tell you when. So there you go.
Right. So, when we talk about lineups and why we want boppers, that is why. That's why the Bonte Hills of the world and the Joe Shaskas of the world scream for premium talent.
Are you kidding?
This is why we scream for big boy. Oh, you didn't have stars in 2014, 2012, 2010. Yes, you did. Stop lying to yourself. Stop trying to cape up and stop bringing up the championship teams. We're so far removed from the championship teams. We're a decade away. I could still remember walking down Market Street during one of the Giants parades. We're so far past that, it's not even funny. All right? So stop bringing up the championship teams. It's a new day and a new era, and you need a damn star in the lineup.
And now I know a lot of guys are hurt right now, but just based off form this year, let's say you're in a 5-game series. Who are you giving the ball to second? Jordan Hicks?
Oh, my God.
And Jordan Hicks has been a good signing. Like, I think more good than bad. Way more good than bad. But, like, Jordan Hicks? Really? So that's why I push back on a lot of the wild card stuff.
At that point in the season where he's going to pitch probably the most innings of his career.
Like when the Giants rolled into the playoffs, whether it was 12, like 10 we know, Lincecum, Kane, young Bumgarner, Johnny Sanchez. 2012, Kane was your lead dog.
Ace.
Zito was into form, even though he wasn't one of your top dudes. Ryan Vogelsong was an all-star.
Vogie was balling.
I mean, like, so I look at where they're at now. Like, their pitching is nowhere near what it was. Even the year in 2014, you had one of the best players on the planet in Madison Bumgarner.
Mm-hmm.
And PV and Hudson were better than what you have right now with more playoff experience.
Not good. Not good at all. So, I mean, this is where we're at. And we have a big start with Kyle Harrison today against the Diamondbacks, and hopefully they can snap their 5-game losing streak. But right now, I'm down on the Giants. And look, if you want to be optimistic about them, I'm not telling you not to be. Because I know the optimist will say, well, you know what, Bonte and Shasky, you guys are all doom and gloom and talk about all the negative. Well, here's the positive. You're half game back in the third wild card spot. But there's also 4 other teams who are 2 back on the wild card spot. And between the Pirates, Nationals, and Reds, those 3 teams have no expectations. And yet they're tied with the Giants in the loss column. All right, think about that. The Reds, obviously rebuilding. Yeah. Young pitching staff, young lineup. The Nationals, young pitching staff outside of Patrick Corbin, young lineup. The Pirates, we just saw them. Young lineup, young pitching staff, no bullpen whatsoever. And you're tied in the loss column with those 3 teams.
Well, and I would
say, don't even make me read the payroll of those teams either.
No, but I would just say, like, big picture, you're the 4th team in your own division.
Yeah. That's not good.
No.
It's not good.
And I worried about last night's win, the way it went down. Arizona is going to start feeling some good momentum, and they've got to be feeling good about themselves. Last year, down the stretch, I believe it was an October series, the Giants and the Arizona were neck and neck, and then Arizona took the entire series from the Giants and basically steamrolled into the playoffs and rode that momentum.
Well, they've won 3 games in a row, Arizona, after losing 5 straight. They lost 5 straight. They got beat in Texas, 2-game series. They lost the first 2 games in the 40-game series against the New York Mets. They've won 3 in a row. So maybe they are feeling good. And Jordan Montgomery's going to pitch tomorrow in the day game against Jordan Hicks. We'll see where they're at. But I do want to get into this WNBA stuff.
Give it to me.
And what's going on with Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, Trinity Clark. I mean, the dialogue. First of all, the dialogue. Trinity Carter, my bad, who had the cheap shot on Caitlin Clark, and they were kind of talking some mess, and, Caitlin got called a B word or whatnot. And Carter's had incidents before. Reading up on her, she got cut basically from the Los Angeles Sparks. Her first team she was drafted to, she had some issues. She had some issues there. Yeah. Oh, it's Kennedy Carter? My bad. Kennedy Carter. Kennedy is spelled Chened. Kennedy Carter. My bad. My apologies. She got basically.
I thought I was feeling pretty confident with that, but all right.
Yeah, I was too. The Atlanta Dream, she basically had a tussle with one of her teammates. She's been a firecracker for sure over the course of her career. But the dialogue over the WNBA and the way we discuss it, we discuss the NBA, we talk about the games. I know on this show we talk about the games and try to stay away from the narratives. I like to just talk about the game and what Caitlin Clark has done. She won Rookie of the Month. She's played 20 games. She played 11 games in 20 days. Poor girl's probably worn out from trying to carry the league, carry the team as a rookie. You're going to go through adjustments. These are the best women basketball players in the world. You're not going to just come in and light the world on fire, especially when you're not that physically imposing. And look, these women there may be some jealousy out there. But how did the dialogue of Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, and the entire WNBA, we should be celebrating like, wow, women basketball finally has their platform. And we've been watching women's basketball. Your niece plays at a high level. I know a bunch of girls who play. I've covered women's basketball for a long, long time. Why did the dialogue have to become this nasty, where it becomes racial, it's petty, and it's just, why is it so difficult to talk about the WNBA in the way that we talk about the NBA? I don't understand that, Shasky.
I just think everything's polarizing nowadays. Just in general, people take a topic and make it more supercharged than it needs to be. It's got to be about gender or sexuality or race or inequality, or it's always something. And so I do believe that like certain people take topics and play that, what I call, the notes to try to drum up engagement. B, I look at it this way, and this is one of the things that I've kind of struggled with, right? I'm a big golf fan. I love golf. I also recognize golf is a niche sport. And so when the majors come around, I know that people that don't watch golf as much as I do are going to poke their head in and watch from afar.
Yep.
What I don't do is you don't watch golf every week. Right? And I've seen a lot of that from the WNBA people who cover the teams and the leagues. And I'm saying, like, well, wait a minute. Like, I want to elevate the sport of golf because that's what I really care about. If a Bonte Hill, who's as casual as it comes when it comes to golf, if he's tapped in on Sunday Masters, that's good for the sport.
It's great for the sport.
That's great for me to have a conversation with him. I don't sit here and go, You didn't watch the Valero Open, Bonte.
Right.
How you don't even know what you're talking about. And it's like, now I'm just being an idiot. And now I'm making it even more niche and more small. And so I think that's one element of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think another element is a little deeper. And again, there's so many ways we could take this conversation.
Yeah.
But let's just talk about the style of play. Did I think it was that, like the play that happened, did I think it was that bad?
It wasn't that bad.
No, I didn't at all. But something that I've struggled with is that I go to a lot of high school boys and girls games, okay? And I see the way the high school boys play, physicality, celebrations, the boisterousness, the taunting, the smack talk, the in-your-face aggression. And then I watch the girls play, the young women play, and it's adjudicated completely different. Now, my niece is a little more rugged and flamboyant in the way she plays. She'll get in your face, almost like a dude would, and it is not viewed the same from the officials the same way, and it bothers me. And I'm like, wait a minute. I just watched the boys' game where kids are throwing the threes in other dudes' face, and when a girl does it, you throw them with a tech? Come on, man. Like, and Steiny and I have had this conversation. I feel like you're not allowed to be a Draymond type of a player in the girls' game. It's not as accepted as it is in the boys' game. That's just how it is. We play physical. We play like Rick Mahorn. And it bugs me. It bugs me. I feel like you're not allowed to enforce. So I take this to the WNBA and I'm saying to myself that, like, I don't know what's going on at the W. I don't watch enough to be educated enough to know.
So I want to get Zena Cater on tomorrow.
I just know at the lower levels, the way we view the game is so different between men and the women, and it bugs the hell out of me. I've seen girls swat someone too aggressive, and the officials will call it a foul because it doesn't look the way they think the game should be presented. So I think there's a variety of components to this.
I don't watch the WNBA every night, but I think I probably watched a little more WNBA than you per se. Because I tapped in the other day with the Liberty and the Fever, and the Fever just stink. Indiana Fever, they don't play any defense, no resistance. They're defending with their hands and arms down. I was like, wow, this team is just so far away with Caitlin Clark and Miss Boston, who played at South Carolina and won a national championship. But they have been physical in WNBA. Like the Las Vegas Aces, watching that series against them in Seattle a couple years ago in the West Finals, Sue Bird, it was fascinating basketball. And I think the way they play it, the way they execute their offense, a lot of NBA teams can learn from that. And the way they execute, the way they run plays, because obviously they're not as athletic as the men. They're not going to be jumping above the rim like the men. But the shot making and the skills and the dribbling has gotten so much better in the women's game. I go back to Washington City College of San Francisco and their women's team when Jamie Hayes was coaching. Shout out to Jamie Hayes. And of course, Derek Lau was the assistant. Now he's the head coach. And they played a lot of high-level basketball games, going to state championships, going to Final Fours. And it was physical. It was intense. And the style of play was very appeasing. And I was like, man, this is good basketball. This is good basketball. Now, are enforcers allowed in the WNBA or in women's basketball? Maybe not all the time, but I see it happen. I see it happen in the WNBA. I see it happen. I see the physicality. I see some of the ruggedness. I see when Sabrina Ionescu first came into the league. And remember, she came out of Oregon and she was hyped up. She was very hyped up. Ladies were going at her. They were being physical. They were hit checking. They were doing everything. It's fine. Well, it's basketball.
That part, like this thing where it does feel like a lot of people are coming after her. But isn't that the reality in a lot of work settings when you're the head hot shot?
No doubt.
Right? Like think of when you came over to this station.
Oh, when I came in 98-57 a game, it felt like I was going to a new school. And there was a lot of people looking at me. It's like, how the hell did this guy deserve to get a job? There was a lot of jealousy. There was a lot of pettiness towards my way.
Absolutely.
I'm not afraid to admit that.
Doesn't make it right.
Doesn't make it right at all.
It's the reality of the setting.
Probably happened at NBC in a way. It was like, wait, who's this guy hosting the television show? He has no reps.
He jumped the line.
He skipped the line. I heard that a lot in radio, especially at the other station. Oh, this guy's skipping the line. You got to wait your turn. Why? Did Buster Posey have to wait his turn?
No, they said, Benjamin's going to get up out of here.
Exactly. So Caitlin Clark and what Angel Reese is doing to help uplift the league. And Angel Reese said something yesterday where she basically said, look, 20 years from now, we're going to look at the Iowa-LSU game as maybe a turning point for women's basketball to where we changed the way we operated. chartered flights.
Yeah.
No more commercial flights.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Sold out arenas. More eyeballs watching. Because women's basketball has always been big to me, especially the women's basketball tournament. We had Stanford. I can't wait for the Final Four to get out here to Chase Center. And we get to go to St. Valkyries, the WNBA team. The style of play is good. Caitlin Clark's good for the WNBA. But the dialogue and the way we talk about her, gosh, it's just, I feel bad for her. And considering that she's a white woman in basketball, and I think maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. It's because basketball has been dominated by African Americans for so long that when you see somebody else dominate, people get jealous. And I've been disappointed in a lot of people being jealous of Caitlin Clark and really being critical of her. Look, she's struggling a little bit. She's still dropping like 17, 6, and 5. You can see the gravity that they're double teaming her. Yeah. They're face guarding her. She's going to be a really, really good player for a long, long time. But we don't discuss it like that. We got to pit her against somebody else. We got to have beef.
Yeah,
all of a sudden people are trash. Trash talking's been going on in WNBA forever.
Yeah.
Forever. It's fine. And we should be embracing Caitlin Clark. We should embrace Angel Reese. We should embrace Cameron Brink down in LA with the Sparks and say, you know what? This is good. The league is growing. We're moving in the right direction. Instead, we're having this nasty dialogue by people who don't watch the league, and they sound very uneducated. And it's actually cringeworthy. And when I hear people talk about it, the dialogue about Caitlin Clark.
What part of the dialogue? What do you mean?
The racial components.
Gotcha.
The pettiness.
Gotcha.
Just the way, we don't even talk about the game. We don't even talk about the game. Like, listen to Pat McAfee yesterday. I'll play this for everybody. Yeah. Pat McAfee on the WNBA. Look how silly he sounds.
What the WNBA currently has is what we like to describe as a cash cow. There is a superstar. And we're not saying that the players on the court need to act any differently. That's the athletes are going to do what athletes are going to do in any sport. And I think we're all learning that WNBA, that's old school football, baby.
Yeah, dog.
That is old school football. But I would like the media people that continue to say, this rookie class, this rookie class, this rookie class. Nah, just call it for what it is. There's one white for the Indiana team who is a superstar. And is it because she stayed in Iowa, put an entire state on her back, took a program from nothing to a multiple year success story? Is it because she would go on to break the entire points records in the history of the NCAA? Not just the women's record by Kelsey Plum, shout out, but also Pistol Pete Maravich's, the dude's record as well. Is there a chance that people just enjoy watching her play basketball because how electrifying she is, what she did, what she stood for, how she went about going, what she went for? Maybe. But instead, we have to hear people say that we only like her because she's white. And she's the only popular because the rest of the rookie class is doing what they're doing. Well, that's a bunch of bullshit. And we think the WNBA, more specifically, their refs need to stop trying to screw her over at every single turn. What you have is somebody special. And we're lucky she's here.
So, one, I can't believe he referred to her as a white bee. That's disgusting to me. That's just, and he's back on the air today. I could imagine saying something like that. What if I said, this black bee out here playing, I would be suspended. Just say, what are you doing?
Well, the fact that he felt so comfortable to just say it.
Which makes me feel like he's comfortable saying other things.
I'm not a big Pat Mac. I don't get it personally. I haven't gotten it for a long time. His power at ESPN, that's a whole nother conversation. I don't. But it shocks me.
So not only that. So Caitlin Clark, you got Cameron Brink, who played at Stanford, number 2. She's going to be a star.
Oh, well, yeah.
Camila Cardoso, coming out of South Carolina, grabbed like 20 rebounds in the national championship game. You don't know who she is? You know, Aaliyah Edwards with the Mystics. Rickea Jackson with the Sparks, played at Tennessee. You got Angel Reese with Chicago. They've got a really good team. Really good team. So what are we doing here talking about, it's just one lady? No, Caitlin Clark is definitely the star of the show. There's no doubt about it. But put some respect on these other young ladies who are playing very well for their respective teams, who are having impacts as rookies as well. So then not only you get that, and the way she's reffed like everybody else. She should get special privileges because she's Caitlin Clark, the number 1 pick. That's like saying, hey, LeBron, when you're number 1 pick, we're going to make sure the Cleveland Cavaliers go to the playoffs. We're going to get you on the All-Star games. We're going to protect you. No, he had to work. He had to work.
How many high school girls games do you think I went to this year to watch my niece Megan play?
A lot.
Do you know how many cheap shots, run-ins, dirty plays, A bunch. And I'm not even calling anyone dirty. It's the heat of competition. People do things that they don't think that they should be doing. The fouls happen. There's some are deliberate, some are accidental. I saw smack talk. This is very normal. Should we be blowing up and having all of these deep philosophical conversations? No. Did I think that it should have been a flagrant? I don't know. Don't really care. Right. But here's what I would say. When we can reach equality, it's when we can have these. I'm talking about true sports equalities. When we can just talk about what's going on in terms of the games, the plays. Because I don't see ESPN dedicating this kind of time to Dylan Brooks and the things he does. Because he's a guy who does a lot of wild stuff. To Steph Curry, for example. We do it when it's LeBron. Like, look at how he's face guarding LeBron. But it's not these think pieces. It's like, look how ridiculous he looks. He looks like an idiot, right?
And they're a young team. Now, the biggest issue I had with the play was I wish Caitlin Clark's teammates had her back a little bit more. Aaliyah Boston was a number 1 pick last year. She went through it. Aaliyah Boston, I need you to pick up Caitlin Clark here. I need you to pick it up. I need you to help her out. But she should get preferred. I hear people like Jeff Teague was talking on this podcast saying, they should let Caitlin Clark win a lot of games. They should allow her to score 40 a game. They help the league grow. No. These other girls have pride. And I'm sure Caitlin Clark has pride from a competitive standpoint to say, no, I want to earn this.
Well, that's the part for me that I think is important. So, like, I'm raising a young boy, you're raising a young daughter, and I think that the mindset is quite similar. Like, at some point, he's going to get picked on, right? Or he's going to go through some sort of adversity. And I'm hoping, as long as it's not over the top, cruel, and, there's a fine line. I'm not saying that you just suck it up, Buttercup, and go get him the next day. But you do have to face some adversity and lift yourself up and get through it. And if you do, I believe this is the way I live my life, you'll be better on the other end. Now, again, there's a fine line. Bullying is real. People go overboard every day in America. I'm not saying that there's a catch-all solution. Just toughen it out. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that this is part of the process for a young player in any league. Her season just ended in college, and she's rolled into a
WNBA.
very deep schedule where everyone else is coming off an offseason. So I just think that she's going to have to get through this, and hopefully, if she can, I think she'll be better for it, and everyone else will be better for it.
How many rookies in basketball struggle? What? I mean, how many rookies in basketball struggle?
Anthony Edwards went through it.
I mean, come on, man. So,
he's going through it right now with his first big professional loss in a series.
Yep. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Let's get to Rob and San Bruno real quick. Rob, what's happening, man? Long time no talk, Rob. What's going on?
Oh, man, chilling. Same old. Enjoying my little summer vacation.
There you go.
But yeah, man, I'm a basketball fan. See, I watch basketball. I don't care which level it is. I've been watching the women's game since I was 10, going to Sacramento Monarchs game. You know, I had the Griffin, Peter Penachero. You talking about watching the Common Swoops, Tina Thompson. I'm talking about
Cooper, Cynthia Cooper.
Yeah, all these girls, all these women. So I'm like, first off, I think the players that's WNBA, they're like, hold on, I can name 20, 30 players that then came up through college that had great runs that's better than Caitlin Clark. So why is she getting all this hoopla? And I understand, I get it. You know what I'm saying? So, but to say because she's white, that just say they don't watch the game. There's a lot of white great college WNBA players out here. You go up and down the peninsula out here, they be balling down the peninsula. I don't know what the hell they talking about. It's just people that don't watch the game, that don't know. I watched a lot of girls high school basketball this year, and they be balling. So I don't want to hear that. It's people that do not understand basketball. They're social media sports fans. They're not sports fans. They hop on a bandwagon. You know what I'm saying? So we can't let those people determine how we feel about a certain game. The women's game is a great game. You just got to love basketball. Some people just love dunks.
I do love it. And it's funny. Forget basketball. I told you today, what did I watch parts of last night? I watched 4th through 7th inning. The women's Stanford versus Texas softball game. You know why? Because I love baseball and softball.
Well, I've been.
You know what I mean? I'm a sucker.
I've been watching women's sports because I'm a sports fanatic. So I remember the first time I ever watched a women's college basketball game.
I love it.
Stanford won the national championship with Jennifer Azzi. And then I remember when North Carolina, I forget the girl's name, but she had a game-winning 3 against La Tech. CBS, because CBS used to broadcast the women's national championship game.
Uh-huh.
And the rise of UConn, Rebecca Lobo, Carol Lawson, they beat Tennessee. And then Gino Auriemma started that run with UConn. But I remember North Carolina beat La Tech with a game-winning 3. And I was like, wow, this is great. We were talking about it at school and stuff like that. Softball, you talked about watching the Stafford game. Ask Anna. You can call in it right now. She goes, why are you watching this random softball game? It was Texas A&M. I love this stuff. Remember when Cal Berkeley went on the run? They had the Babe Ruth. Remember that girl?
I just love competition.
Yeah, I'm a sports geek. But Rob is right. There's a lot of people snitching on themselves, admitting that they don't really watch because of this dialogue. Pat McAfee saying what he said. And then we get Stephen A. Smith and Monica McNutt yesterday. I'm going to play this back and forth right here that made the rounds. And we'll get the Ray in the City coming up here. It's Stephen A. and Monica McNutt. She was back on First Take, by the way, this morning. This back and forth was very, very intriguing.
You guys may not have said everybody, but the prevailing sentiment for folks that are just joining the WNBA and following women's sports is unfair to the women of this league, to your point, who have laid the groundwork for Caitlin Clark to come in and now take it to the next level. That's all I'm saying in these conversations. Kennedy Carter's behavior is not indicative of the entire league. We are still talking about competition where you are allowed to get a little extra elbow in if you are competing and you do it within the parameters of the game. The game is physical. Caitlin is helping to grow the league. These women understand that, but she cannot be babied as a rookie. That's all I'm at.
All right. Who talks about the WNBA? Who talks about women? Who talk about women's sports more than First Take?
Stephen A., respectfully, with your platform, you could have been doing this 3 years ago if you wanted to.
Wow. All
right, we got to go. You guys.
So did you say
you're my guy, but
who does more than
Stephen
us?
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you.
Wow.
Don't do that. I'm talking to you about the power that you have.
Okay.
I'm talking to you.
Okay.
All right, let's.
You're my guy, but I'm talking to you.
I got it.
Guys, I really appreciate
you're my girl, but you've missed a lot of episodes of First Take. You missed a lot.
Stephen A., 3 years ago, you would not talk about the W at this level. Don't do that.
Guys.
Nobody was, Monica. You making Stephen A.'s point, Monica. Monica, you making Stephen A.'s point.
Please let me do my job. Please let me do my job. We've gone for 40 minutes straight. It was a riveting discussion. I have to get into commercial break.
You know,
sounds like Spinodia Lubbock yelling at Shasky and I. We gotta get the break. We gotta get the break.
Please let me do my job. We've gone for 40 minutes straight. It was a riveting discussion. I have to get into commercial break.
I can imagine Lubbock right now. Bonte, let me do my job. You gotta break.
Look, I will defend on a business level ESPN and Stephen A. Smith on the other side, because there are lots of things I want to talk about that aren't necessarily good for business long term. I understand both sides of the argument, and I do feel like it's easy to be like, you guys don't talk about the A's. They're leaving because of you. We get a lot of that, and I think it's unfair.
Yeah, we do get a lot of that, and I can tell you why we don't talk about them. I can tell you. I was in it. I was in the mud. Ray in the City. We're going to get you on the other side. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite.
Please let me do my job. We've gone for 40 minutes straight. It was a riveting discussion. I have to get into commercial break.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today.
on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey.
Yee-hee. Love that yee-hee. Larry June, what's up, baby? Be sure to be locked into 95.7 game all week long for a chance to win some awesome Warrior prizes, as well as qualify to win the perfect Father's Day gift. And the perfect Father's Day gift, if you're out there listening, Anna, an autographed Steph Curry jersey. So, Anna, tune in at 12:30, 4 o'clock, and then tomorrow, 7:30. Actually, 7:30, 12:30, 4 o'clock every day this week for a chance to win. Hey, Anna, I need you to call. I want that autographed Stephen Curry jersey. I want it. I want it for my future game room. Now. Thank you to the Warriors for these great prizes. And shout out Andrew Smith, who qualified for the jersey, and he wins this cool-looking lunchbox. It's got the Warriors logo on one end. It says Golden State Warriors. Nice little lunchbox. Got the Warriors. This is cool. This is really cool. Look at that. I may just put this in my backpack. Forget you, Andrew Smith. I'm keeping this. Not winning this lunchbox. I'm not giving it to you. So we talk a little WNBA. Giants, of course, on the mound, are back in Arizona today. Second of 3 games. Kyle Harrison, big start for him. But we are talking some WNBA, Shasky.
I just think more than anything, what I've realized doing this job over the last couple of years, bro, people are triggered over the dumbest things, and they don't even listen. They don't hear. They get angry about what they want to get angry about, because I think there's a lot of miserable people out there that just want to tweet, post, DM, text, anonymous hate because they're frustrated in a variety of things, and they're not even listening or paying attention. So now, are there bad people? Yeah, there are some bad people in this world. I think the majority of people aren't heinous, aren't trying to be racist or sexist or any of those things. I think there's the majority of people, that's my belief in life. Majority of people are good, normal people trying to just help their family do better, period. But I get these situations, and you heard the Stephen A. Smith sound. If you want to cue it back up, we can play it again. Stephen A. Smith is a very controversial individual, right? And I don't agree with the way he does a lot of things. I don't agree with everything that comes out of his mouth. I do find him very funny. I think he's an entertainer. I think he's as good as he gets when it comes to this craft of opinion giving on when it comes on sports. But there's times he feels like he's the Lord of all things ESPN, First Take, etc., and that he is God's gift to whatever conversation people are having. And the reality is no one knows that much about everything. And on the front end of that conversation, he had said to
Monica McNutt
that, he's done more for the WNBA, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. Who knows? But I do know this. Doing this job, and in any industry, we are selling to our audience what the audience wants to consume. I love golf. I've talked about high school girls basketball this morning. I love that as well. But if I opened every show and talked for 4 hours about golf and the women's high school basketball here in the Bay Area, we probably wouldn't rate that well. We probably wouldn't be drawing the best audience.
And I'll say this right now, probably not rating well right now talking Giants. And I hate saying that. We had the Oakland A's here. We're the flagship of the Oakland A's. And we would get preempted for afternoon, day games at the Oakland A's. I would go to the Coliseum to watch them. I was fun, businessman special. Yeah. I don't have to go to work. Just go to the A's game, get some free tickets from the company. But they didn't rate well. They rated terribly. The Raiders played the Patriots in Mexico City. I'll never forget. The Niners were on the bye week.
Yeah.
The game got less than a 3 share on our airwaves, with Greg Papa announcing. It was awful for business. So you had to flip it.
Exactly.
And once this station flipped its format to basically talking Warriors, Niners, and then Giants, all of a sudden the success came. But during baseball season, we know at the station, it could be a struggle. Not that we can't talk baseball, because I think we talk baseball better than the other station, personally, because we don't have to be worried about what the Giants think about what we're saying. We're going to say what's on our mind. We're going to keep it a buck.
Yeah.
We may be wrong about some things, but we're passionate about the success of the Giants.
That's fine.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine.
That's fine.
But
that's sports.
But also, we do talk about these summer shows where it's like, boy, what Giants aren't good? What if they don't have a star? What if they are uninterested? I see the chats all the time. Boy, we got to talk Giants baseball again. Trust me. Sometimes it's painful talking about them. Because the hard reality is they're just not a good baseball team. They're not a well-run organization right now. It is what it is.
Well, and the time will come one day when the Warriors aren't as compelling or the Niners aren't as compelling. I mean, I remember a time when Bonte couldn't drag me to a game at Levi's, right? So I guess where I'm going at is this. On these shows, like First Take, it's mega business. I mean, that's a big business for ESPN. There's advertisement dollars. Everyone's getting judged. They've clearly changed out some of the personnel because of the power of Stephen A. Smith, and also because it's what drives ratings.
Max Kellerman lost his job,
right? And Shannon is good for business. Let's just call it what it is. If the business model allowed him to only talk WNBA because it was that important and it was making that much money, that's what they would talk about. Like, they talk about the Cowboys and the Lakers and the Yankees ad nauseum because that's where the majority of people want to hear about. But that being said, they are allowed to talk about other things for small periods of time. Right, and he does, and I'll give him credit for that. But I think it's unfair because we get this attack a lot. Don't talk about this, talk about that. We'll put a spotlight on it, but I'm not doing 4 hours on something that the majority of people don't care about.
Well, honestly, First Take, Undisputed, those national television shows. When was the last time they talked baseball?
They don't, because it doesn't rate like it used to.
They don't even talk. The last time they talked baseball, I think on First Take was when Mike Trout got hurt. And Stephen A. Smith said, "How do you get hurt? Baseball, blah, blah, blah." And Contos had to shut them. I was like, dude, chill. They're athletes too. Like, it's not easy playing every single day, 6 days a week, traveling across the country. People think that's easy. It's not. It's really not. It is a tough gig. If it was that easy, everybody would do it. But First Take, they don't talk baseball at all. And ESPN carries baseball, Sunday Night Baseball, weekday baseball, ESPN Plus. They don't even talk about it. That's why if you want to be savvy or kind of learn more about the media, watch Up for Debate on ESPN Plus. Now, Stephen A. produced it, and there's some interesting things in that. But it talks about the evolution of media and where it may be going, which we have no idea where it's going.
No one does.
But things don't rate well. And look, the WNBA for a long time did not rate well. They were not making money. They were not. But it was some good play. And you got to help with that conversation. Now, ESPN's, a lot of them are forced to talk about it because of Caitlin Clark, but they're just not ready to do that. And that's why I just think, I always say this. I live by this code. I know what I don't know. I'm not dumb enough, or I don't have this ego where I think I know everything. I know what I don't know. There's limitations to what I can talk about. In terms of basketball, football, baseball, I don't know what goes on in the war rooms. Some basketball players, I asked Willie, okay, why did this work? How do you do that? What do you do? And so I try to educate myself. I know what I don't know. There's too many people who have a microphone to have a platform who think they know every damn thing. So Pat McAfee speaking on the rookie class. No, it's not the rookies. It's just some white girl, and I'm paraphrasing because he didn't say white girl. He said white B. And he said it flippantly with there's some white B from Indiana who's the star of the show. What? Like, that's just, I don't care how he meant it. He apologized. Maybe he said it flippantly. I have a problem with that. I don't care who it is. You're going to refer to Caitlin Clark as a white B? That's not fair. And that's one of the biggest moneymakers on ESPN right now, Pat McAfee. So I just think people don't know. They try to act like they know everything. And I know what I don't know. And that's why I want to get Zena Cater on to talk about the dynamics of the WNBA because I don't watch it every single day. But I enjoy the product when I do watch it.
Well, but I think I go back to this one. There is a conversation that I see online, and I don't know how realistic this is in the real world, where it's like, well, you don't watch, so you shouldn't talk and don't. And I guess I keep going back to, like, I'll say it again. I love golf, right? And I know how niche golf is, but I want golf to be more mainstream. It'll never be mainstream. I get it. Hockey. I'm sure a lot of hockey people feel this way. I just get excited that you watched. I'm not here saying, like, well, Bonte, you didn't see the Valero. You didn't go watch Texaco. You didn't see the Sony Open. You are not allowed to talk about Sunday at the Masters. Nah, you can have your opinions because you're a sports fan. And actually, I kind of want your opinions because golf is kind of boring on TV, and a non-golf fan might bring something to the table that would enlighten the entire broadcast. And so I do believe that there's this, you don't watch the WNBA, like, chastising, and it's like, okay, you guys need to relax. If you want to grow the game a little, you have to allow for the casuals to come into the tent.
No, I agree.
I mean, there's a give and take. I'm not saying
you can't be like, oh, we've been here before. You're new to the party. We have to embrace these new fans.
What the NFL
does. This is what you need to know. I remember somebody somebody had a tweet thread about the WNBA a few years ago. All right, folks, WNBA season started, and I understand a lot of you don't watch, so here's what you need to know. When I was asking about golf, I asked Joe Shasky during the pandemic, what do I need to know? All right, how do I find this? I want to get to know it. And now, if golf is on, I'm going to tune in a little bit. It's great background noise at times. It's very, therapeutic. I love watching it, just listening to them swing. You get the balls hitting on the ground. It's a good sport. I enjoy golf. I enjoy both sports. Watching Connor McDavid in the third period against Dallas. I didn't watch the entire game, but I watched the third period. The Edmonton Oilers won with 10 shots on goal. And I thought that was like, wait a minute. That's got to be some type of record for winning a playoff game for fewest shots. Well, it was the fifth fewest shots for a playoff win in the history of the NHL. And you know me, I wear my Hockey Hall of Fame sweater. I was fascinated by it, the history of the game, and I go to do the deep
but you can't do 4 hours on it.
No, you can't talk Sharks for 4 hours.
That's all. I'm not trying to because
and I couldn't do it
because there's not enough people that care,
and I couldn't do it. And I know that if go host the Sharks pre and post game show on NBC Sports California, I would struggle because I don't understand all the terminology of hockey. So I sat next to Roxy Bernstein one game, and he was schooling me on all kind of things.
That's a whole nother conversation. Because I see a lot of broadcasters doing a lot of things where it doesn't feel like they have a fundamental understanding of the sport they're covering. And it's just a bad look for everyone.
It is.
I'm actually seeing that. Here's what I would say. Caitlin Clark, people care about.
They do.
On all directions.
Yep.
And if I was a part of the WNBA, I'd be leaning into her at every single turn. And it's imperative that she's good. And she has to be good. Otherwise, it's a Tim Tebow thing, right? It's here and then gone, right? And people are going to forget about it.
I do feel for her. I feel for her. And if I say that on Twitter,
she's got to be good.
But I've said that before to certain people, and I won't share who, but I've talked to certain people about, man, this Caitlin Clark dynamic is interesting. And I like watching her play. I was blown away by her the last two tournaments.
She's fun to watch.
Fun, very fun. Paige Becker's fun to watch. Juju Watkins, fun to watch. I love all these players. I don't care if you're black, white. But there are some people who've hit me up. I was like, man, she's a white girl. She's got to learn to hide. And I'm like, dude, why we got to be racist all the time about this stuff?
Sports is supposed to be the great equalizer when it comes to these things. And especially, if you can play, you can play. No matter where you come from, what you represent, whatever. If you can play, you can play.
But I'm not game goofy to know that her being white is part of the polarizing aspect of everything with Caitlin Clark. It's taking it to another level.
Absolutely.
Let's go to the calls here.
There's no doubt it makes her more popular. This is why is Shohei Ohtani popular overseas? You know what I mean? Why? Come on, that is baked into the equation. And for us to not acknowledge it would be pretty stupid and naive.
I agree. Let's go to Ray in the city. Ray, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, I just wanted to show. I barely getting into that was basically my first game, the Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark. I loved it. I loved everything about it. I like to keep all the politics and everything out of it, but I do love all this smack talk. I do love the arguing over the flagrant foul. I mean, we do it with all the other sports. So I just want to show appreciation towards this. I feel like this is maybe something that's going to turn into that, Larry Bird versus Magic, or that Jordan versus Isaiah Thomas. I feel like this is going to eventually get into that. The one person I really want to see in the WNBA, but RIP to her, was Gigi. But I'm just I'm barely getting into it, and so watching games, learning stuff. I'm really new to all this. So I have a friend who plays basketball here in the city too. So just getting used to it little by little, but this is really cool. I'm just showing appreciation because I love it. I love all this intensity. Apart from all the politics stuff like that, I just love the basketball intensity about it. I just love how, everyone's arguing about stuff in the basketball view.
Yep. Hey, that's a good call, Ray. I challenge, and people probably won't do it, but a game that blew me away in the WNBA. Aces versus the Storm. Seattle Storm versus Las Vegas Aces. Western Conference Finals. Could have been game 3, maybe game 4. I have no idea. The last 30 seconds of that game, but people will know what I'm talking about if you watch that game. The last 30 seconds of that game, Shasky, there were so many big-time shot making and so many dynamic plays drawn up in the final seconds of that game. I'm like, damn, we need some NBA teams to run some of these sets. Becky Hammond on one side, forget who the coach was for the Seattle Storm, and the game went down to the wire. There was 4 different crazy baskets in the last 30 seconds. It was fascinating. I'm like, wow, the gameplay's really improved in the WNBA. But it was like that when it first started with the Alicia Leslies of the world, the Don Staleys of the world, the Cynthia Coopers and the Cheryl Swoops of the world. I just don't get why the dialogue has to get ugly and get nasty when it comes to this league.
That's America.
Yeah, no, that's
Sadly,
terrible, though.
I know. No, I know.
And it's the same thing with the NBA now, though.
Bonte, that's America
it's narrative,
2024.
But it tells me
after the week we just had nationally, which we don't have to bring it up, but like, that's America. It sucks, but Bonte, that's where we're at.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
It does suck. Here's the other thing. Everyone's comparing it to Bird and Magic. I don't know if it's Bird or Magic. I will say that I do see shades of the Tiger impact, and Tiger came in and won right away, so it's different. He was almost immediately a top 5 golfer, right? Like, I mean, when you hit the ground running, you win the Masters. I mean, he's just unbelievable right out the rip. But you saw once he came into the league, the PGA Tour, it elevated the purses of all the tournaments. It elevated all the sponsorships. It elevated the business for everyone around, the profiles for everyone around. And I am already seeing, like, we've talked more about women's sports, and in particular Caitlin Clark, than probably Venus or Serena in the last decade on this station. In just a week.
And I wanted to,
I know you did.
Spadoni and I, we love talking tennis. Coco Golf going to the semifinals at Roland Garros.
Joker,
in the French
another
Open.
fifth setter.
Yep, Joker and another fifth. Dude, he is battling. You got Alcaraz in another match, quarterfinals. And I would love to talk tennis. I've become a casual to a hardcore tennis fan. Like, I got to follow all the tennis websites. That was amazing.
But you acknowledge also, as someone who loves that sport, that if I talk about it for 4 hours...
Right. It's going to fall on deaf ears.
If I brought on Brad Gilbert once a week, and he's great. He would make a lot of people like it, but not enough to warrant the discussion over and over and over. And that's where I think that the WNBA, whoever the big time fans need to also take a step back and realize that, like, hey, if you want more people to come in the tent, you can't point your finger at those who are just getting here.
Novak is out. He lost.
No,
Joker
he won
lost
yesterday. He won yesterday.
Oh, somebody told me Novak is out. Well, anyway, let's go to Bobby. Bobby, long time no talk. Bobby in Los Santos. What's happening, man? I know you don't wake up before 9 o'clock, so it's all good.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, stop. Thank you for taking my call. Listen, this is a very interesting conversation on the WNBA. I guess I disagree with kind of a lot of the points, so I'll kind of give you my take. First of all, I don't really understand this whole white argument. I mean, I feel like the stars in the league, first of all, Maya Moore is the greatest women's basketball player I've ever seen in my life, and she's black. But in terms of stars, my favorite player has been Elena Delle Donne. I think the greatest player right now of our generation, or of this generation, is Stewie Stewart. Sue Bird, Courtney Vandersloot. A lot of the stars are white, so I've never felt like there was this idea of like a Jason Williams white chocolate like you have in the NBA. And I think even in the NBA with the European stars like Doncic and Jokic, there's just no idea where you got to be like, oh, you're white, but you're actually black. I never felt like that kind of mentality in the WNBA. Now, that being said, I think with Caitlin Clark, it's undisputable that she's the most prolific scorer in in college basketball. Points don't lie. So I think from a national curiosity standpoint, it's kind of like, is she the truth? Could she carry this kind of talent and domination in college straight into a higher level of play? And unfortunately, the first 20 games, it really hasn't shown itself. And, the young generation, they're so binary. It's black or white. So now they're like, oh, she's trash. She's no good. She's not all that. But, I don't know. Was Michael Jordan, what was he doing his first 20 games? What was LeBron James doing his first 20 games? So, we just got to have a little bit of patience.
Yeah.
She's for the league. I think Shasky, I was going to bring up the whole Tiger Woods thing. She's basically going to create more revenue and more contracts for everybody. And then lastly, when you find like an indie band that no one knows about, then somehow they get a song on the radio, and then everybody comes and says, oh, they're fans of this group. And you're a little bit angry because it's like, hey, who are you? I knew them when they were nobody. That's just the mentality of how we are. We want to find sort of the diamond in the rough, and when it gets blown up, we want to show everybody we were there all along. So, unfortunately, with, I guess, some fans...
Oh, he dropped off. Oh, there he is. Go ahead, finish strong, Bobby. You dropped off for a second.
Yeah, my apologies. I felt like that with the Warriors. You look at the demographics of the fan base, right? Before the Warriors, went on that dynastic.
Well, He dropped. I would say that there's a lot. There's a lot here with Steph. I think when Steph started to elevate himself in terms of jealousy, internal jealousy from the other participants in the league, this is my personal belief. This is, and I've had these conversations with Guru off air. I think I've had them with you off air. I've always felt like there's a lot of guys that didn't think that Steph came up the hard way.
Yep.
And I've always felt like he's always been looked at as lesser than because he didn't have the hard path. And I'm talking about growing up with both of his parents and having a father who played in the NBA. And there's a lot, the financial situation that he had with his family.
Before you continue, I can make the argument that there's a lot more pressure on you coming from those circumstances, having both parents, having a father in the NBA, having generational wealth, and having everything at your disposal. Whether you go to private school, you don't have to worry about the cost because your dad has it. There could be more pressure on you trying to live up to that name, I think. That's why the whole nepotism thing is very interesting. Sure, it helps you get an opportunity. But how many people, I know a lot of kids whose parents are famous, and they fall flat on their face because they can't handle that pressure of living up to that name. So it could be, I can make the argument that it's harder to live up to that name and be a successful story.
You and I agree with that, right? And I think that it has some pluses and it has some minuses, right? But the reality is like the clicks that happen in workplaces or in leagues and things like that, they don't look at it that way. Like LeBron, I believe 10 years ago, LeBron viewed Curry a certain way. Now I think that he's looking at Curry in the lens of his own children and how they've been raised. And I'm sure his opinion of Curry has evolved.
What it is jealousy. Steph Curry started winning MVPs, and it took away MVPs from LeBron, James Harden, and the loud voices in the NBA, the LeBrons, the CP3s, the James Hardens, they were jealous of Steph Curry because he did it his way, differently, shooting threes. And to that point, Caitlin Clark has done it her way. Yeah. And so the jealousy where she's getting all this fame and people in the WNBA is like, wait a minute, I've been in this league for 4 or 5 years. Just embrace Caitlin Clark and realize that she's helping this league get charter flights. She's helping this league get more eyeballs. She's helping these stadiums get sold out. They're selling out arenas.
No doubt. But here's the other thing.
And that's where Steph came in. I think there was a lot of jealousy towards Steph.
I'd add Jokic on that list as well. Yep. Once Jokic started to win multiple MVPs, then he won a title. People didn't like him the same. He started a lot of animosity was going towards, he's not a fun player. He's not good for the game. Listen, I was a part of it. I wasn't liking the, I'm too good for this. I want to go back home. I don't really care about this stuff. Like, just because he started winning all the time, people started to hate that. He should have won 3 consecutive MVPs.
I agree. Yep. But here's the other thing. And Bobby kind of referenced it. He's like, well, Jokic and Luka, they're white. There's a difference I'm talking about Caitlin Clark. When I view her, it's middle America, from the heartland. Yeah. And Jokic and Luka are from overseas. And I do think there's a difference. I believe the audience views that differently. Whether that's right or wrong, I just think it connects it. We thought of Tyler Hansbrough and Adam Morrison in college. Am I wrong? Psycho T. I know. I go.
Even JJ Redick for that matter.
What?
Even JJ Redick. Throw Jimmer Fredette in there.
Differently.
Throw Jimmer Fredette in there.
Right. We viewed those guys differently because they were from here, as opposed to like the overseas players. I just believe it's a little more difficult for some of the overseas players to connect off the bat.
But you know what though? A lot of overseas characters have connected. Has Joel Embiid not connected?
No, but it's
taking time. But even back in the day,
Giannis took a lot of time.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like,
but
Caitlin
we
Clark,
grew up. We liked Rick Smits. We liked Detlef Shrimp. They're like Detlef Shrimp with the Seattle Sonics and the Pacers. We like these European players.
Rocket ship, like in terms of curating,
no doubt,
and what she represents right now. What Caitlin Clark is.
Dirk Nowitzki.
It's a good one. Oh, by the way, Novak Djokovic, real quick. I want to strive for excellence here. He did have to withdraw. That sucks. I didn't see that within the last hour from the French Open.
Torn meniscus, I'm hearing.
Damn. And he still won it yesterday in 5 sets.
Still won it 5 sets.
That's pretty incredible.
On the clay courts.
Wow. Didn't you feel like when Curry first came up, there was the banana crew? What were they called? The banana boat crew?
Dwayne Wade, LeBron, Chris Paul, and Carmelo Anthony.
And it did feel like Curry was never on the in with that clique of dudes for a long time. And now he's like, kind of jumped over Carmelo and CP3 in terms of profile and all that. It always felt like he was on the, for whatever reason it was, whether it was because of how he came up, his style of play, his style.
See, I think it's the complete opposite. I think they did love Curry because there's a famous clip of when Curry went to the All-Star game in New Orleans and LeBron was like, you hit my boy with the hezzy when LeBron James hit the game winner when he was with the Miami Heat over Iguodala in that classic game at Oracle Arena. And it's like, you hit my boy with the hezzy, and Dwayne Wade and them were giving them props. And remember Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook was going to his games in Davidson. LeBron James went to his game in the Sweet 16 up in Detroit. They were going to his games all the time. But it's when he started threatening them when it came to championships and MVPs and all the headlines. All of a sudden, it was like, because Steph Curry kind of looks like an average human being, right? I mean, 6'3" is not average. He's tall.
No, but in the basketball world,
in the basketball world,
slight.
Frail, not the most athletic. Who is this light-skinned kid hitting threes, shooting jump shots? You can't win shooting jump shots. He started winning MVPs. And then remember LeBron came out, well, what is the true definition of MVP? When I think of MVP, then you had James Harden. Well, yeah, I don't know what I can do. I feel like I'm the best player in the league. And the jealousy started coming when he started having team success and started stealing those MVP awards in those championships. Because early on, they felt like Curry wasn't going to threaten them because of his size and stature. And they thought, I think a lot of players thought, okay, this is a little gimmick, but we like it. We enjoy it. It's entertaining. How many games did LeBron go to at Davidson? I mean, he went to a couple tournament games.
So you're saying it flipped when the legacies of those players was threatened by the emergence of Curry.
Absolutely.
And I think you're probably right.
Absolutely.
But I also believe there was a socioeconomical thing baked in there, whether consciously or subconsciously. I believe there were a lot of factors in the Steph thing.
Maybe.
Style of play was absolutely a part of it.
Nobody ever brings it up with Clay and Michael Thompson.
Stature, what?
Clay and Michael Thompson. Nobody ever brings up nepotism there. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of kids that we've seen have fathers in the NBA, but I don't know. We pick and choose who we pick
Clay's
our battles
not the
with.
number one.
Right. Yeah,
Curry's the number one.
I hear you.
I think Austin Rivers got a little bit of that too, right?
Yeah,
going to Duke, his dad being Doc Rivers, a lot of people were down on him because of that.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. The irony is that look around sports. Bobby Witt Jr., Bo Bichette, Vladdy Jr. Like it's everywhere. Had been the son. Arch Manning is going to get a shot at Texas at some point. And why? Like, well, he's good. That's number one. But why is his profile so big? Because he's Arch Manning.
Right.
So there's a lot, man, baked into this. And I also say with Curry, another part that now it's hard to remember, but back then, remember, he had a signature shoe with a rival company that came out of nowhere in Under Armour. And 10 years ago, Under Armour was, they sell apparel. Now they've got Bryce Harper, Tom Brady. You just go down the list.
There were more football apparel. There were more baseball apparel, no doubt. And you talk about Maryland University, Ray Lewis, Under Armour, the beginnings of it. And he goes on
thermo sleeves. I used to just call it Under Armour.
He does his own thing.
I mean, like that's what I used to call it.
And he did his own thing. He did his own thing, and he won over a lot of fans. And he became a global superstar and one of the more popular players. Like how many times has he had the number one selling jersey? Stephen Curry. And that threatened the big dogs because all these guys have egos. And that's where I think it flipped when it came to Stephen Curry.
But don't you also think that Kobe, as similar to Steph, you didn't come up the hard way. You didn't have it rough in your childhood. I always felt like Kobe for a long time. I just think a lot of people viewed him a certain way. We hate money in this country. If you have money and your kids come up in money, I feel like people are like, oh, dude, like you didn't have it the hard way. We don't respect it as much.
I think that's why he prided himself on being such a hard worker too and outworking every single person.
Am I tripping on this?
No. I think that was.
I don't know.
I don't think he thought about it like that, but I do think part of that, his hard working, was to show people like, hey, you're not on my level. I'm going to show you why you're not on my level.
I think some of the things with Kobe coming up was like, who is this high school kid going to prom with Brandy? Is he really that good? I remember when he got named, I'll never forget. They used to name the Elite Eight, CBS Sports, March Madness. I think Syracuse was on their way to the Final Four. I think they beat Kansas. But before those games, they would have the Wooden Player of the Year in high school, girls and boys. And Kobe won the Wooden Player of the Year. And in the state championship game, he scored like 18 points. I remember my man, Gorgeous George, who I'll see on Friday, Gorgeous George Brown, was like, 18 points in the state title game? This guy going to the NBA, is he that good? And so there was always that, like, wait, is he that good? Why is he good? And it was uncommon for players to go straight from high school to the NBA. Kevin Garnett being trendsetter there.
He started in the All-Star game as a rookie.
No, he didn't.
I thought he did. Was he on the All-Star game as a
second year or third year?
Second year, but he was okay.
Because in the Last Dance you seen with MJ, right?
Second year. Okay. And he wasn't even starting because Eddie Jones was starting.
That's what it was.
Eddie Jones was starting. But in his rookie year, he airballed like 3 times against Utah Jazz in an elimination game. And we're thinking, okay, is Kobe really that good? But I never heard anybody bring up Joe Billy Bean Bryant. His father, who played for the Sixers.
I remember him speaking multiple languages, like, he's too educated. He comes from too nice of a background. I do believe that there's sometimes in life those things do happen. Like
like Andrew Wiggins,
the rich kids.
Do people pick on Andrew Wiggins because his father was in the NBA, Mitchell Wiggins? They say that he had it so easy. You can have the opportunities.
He's had a soft moniker his entire career.
But you know what though? But to take advantage and make the NBA. You can't be soft and make the NBA. Well, like you can maybe have
in that world, it's dog eat dog. It's a total different ecosystem.
But you have to take advantage of your opportunities. Sure, nepotism can lead you to opportunities that one may not get. I was talking to Scooter Berry's daughter, Lauren, and she goes, I got the Berry. I said, use the Berry name to your advantage. You still got to go outwork people.
Sure.
And having that name, you may have to outwork people times 10. You know what I'm saying? You got to outwork people.
It comes with pluses and minuses.
So Andrew Wiggins, knowing that there's kids, remember covering sports, whether it's JUCO, high school, whatever. You see a high-profile kid, and people know, okay, that high-profile kid, we got to go at this guy.
For sure.
So all those guys that you bring up, the Currys, the Kobes, the Wiggins, what name any other, Austin Rivers, guys are going at them. LaMelo Ball, for heck, they were going at him. The Ball brothers, Chino Hills, we're going to go at these dudes. We know who they are. De'Aaron Fox, you don't think he took a personal against Lonzo Ball in that Kentucky-UCLA game?
They do.
So I say all that to say, I don't think they really have it all that easy because all the spotlights on you.
That's a different
all the spotlights on you, and everybody's going at you.
No, Bonte, I agree with.
It's part of the conversation.
I agree with. I'm saying that within the ecosystem of the NBA, there's cliques like there are in any job, in any situation setting, and people are like, hey, we came up the hard way, and he came up, he didn't come up the way we came up. We can't relate to him.
Well, LeBron James.
I think it's
if
BS,
it is LeBron,
but I do think it exists.
LeBron went to St. Vincent High School, private school. Was driving a Hummer by his senior year.
16,
yeah, exactly. So did he really have it that hard once he got to high school?
Well, I say about Kevin Garnett all the time. Like Kevin Garnett, I watch him talk like, Kev, I love you. You have been so removed from the streets. It's been more than half your life. So you have been the 1% of the 1%.
But I think it is part of the conversation to say that, hey, you got cliques and guys who came up the hard way and they get jealous of people who have it a little bit easier. But those guys who have it a little bit easier, they also get all the smoke.
No question.
Because you could make a name off those players.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
Charlie Woods right now, who's Tiger's son. If you don't think every single person is waiting to fillet him at every single tournament this young man is playing in, you're tripping, right? I watched it with Baby Gronk. Did you guys see the video of Baby Gronk, how the dad put him out there, and then he went to some passing camp, and some kid was like just pressing him, and there was a full video. Yep. But the kid was trying to make his name by making Baby Gronk look bad.
So do you really have it that easy?
No, you've got a target. But you have
a huge target on your back.
There are opportunities on one end, and then there are pitfalls on the other.
Let's go to Miley in Walnut Creek. Miley, what's happening? What up, baby?
One real quick thing on Kobe. Before I get to Caitlin, Kobe came into the league with the tag of the next Jordan. So for him, that hard work, some of that had to do with, living up to that hype. That was his own personal hype. He wanted that. And he damn near did it. So that's one thing. On Clark, you guys there?
Well, I'm
just listening.
Let you cook.
My bad.
Let you cook.
My bad. So, hey, on Clark, so for me, the shooting from the distance, the range was so epic. And she was doing it in high leverage situations. So that's really unique. It's for me personally, it's not really a black or a white thing. It's a girl shooting from the kind of range we hadn't seen. And if you have some girl coming up in college, some black girl or Asian girl, whatever it might be, if she's putting shots up from that type of range and doing amazing things like that, I don't think the skin color really matters. It's the uniqueness, the novelty of it.
Yep.
It's kind of really cool.
Yep, no doubt. It is. Good call, Miley. We got to run here and get the Fast Five. Really fun show.
I was rooting against Bonte. At least Bonte didn't win.
Guru's always hating. And I give him props for hitting a home run. You know what, Guru? You really did hit the home run. You hit the fence. It was a ground rule double, Goo. No, it wasn't. It was a legit home run. Short porch and right, West Sunset. I remember my final thought is, it brought me back going out there Friday and
Perfect day, wasn't it?
It was a great day. I remember a Little League, you had the SFYBL championship a couple weeks ago. But I remember a game I played in. And true story, I had to go back recently and watch on YouTube, the Kiss of Death game. I only saw the last 5 minutes of that game when Mario Elie and the Rockets came back from 3-1. You know why? At a Little League game at West Sunset.
Oh.
On not that diamond we played on, but the diamond was at diamond number 1.
Oh, on the other side.
On the other side.
Yeah.
And we're waiting. And we're playing the Mission Strikers.
Oh.
And they didn't have enough players.
Oh, so.
And they were like, all right, we're giving them 15 minutes to get their player in. And I'm like, please, God, don't show up. Because I was like, please, God, I want to watch Game 7 of the Suns and the Rockets. True story. And I saw these two kids running in at the last minute. And we had to play the game. We lost like 6-4. And I was so mad. But I did watch the last 5 minutes of that game. But I didn't watch the whole game until like you two came around and finally got to watch it. So, yeah, that was my final thought, thinking about West Sunset and the softball game.
Here's my final thought. There's so much anger online and anonymously everywhere, when in reality, in life, I see a lot of happy people. We all hung out on Friday, and it was like a great day. I sent a text message to everybody, and normally when we do these company-wide text messages, no one texts anything back. Joe, the text messages were flowing, were they not? We had a great time. It was great seeing you with your kids. I'm so, by the way, jealous at how easily you maneuvered the 2 children situation solo. It was great. We had a great day, and I want to give a lot of love to Matt and Hegan for preparing the whole thing and setting everything up and taking the garbage with them afterwards because I had no room in my truck.
Shout out, Matt. Shout out you, Shasky, for providing all that gear and stuff like that. No, who was your the other coach that was there? Jim
Moylan,
my buddy.
Love Jim, very nice guy.
Moylan.
Yes, he was a very good guy. Talked to him a little bit.
Rye Guy and Charlie.
There you go. So shout out all you guys for putting that together. Shout out everyone that's going to be out in the sun today.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be toasty, ladies and gentlemen.
Full day.
It's going to be hitting
Shout
90.
out to sun.
It's a beat. Hey. Shout out to sun. Stay hydrated. Put on that sunscreen, people.
Yes.
Hey, if you got a lot of melanin or a little, put on that sunscreen.
Baby
Protect that skin.
Baby Chaz, get ready for the pool, baby. We're going dipping. Oh, wait. I got to get my read. Sorry. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, at home or on the go. Get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Who's here with Guru today?
The great FP Santana.
Oh, bougie FP. Maybe I'll stick around for 30 minutes, do the show. No, I'm kidding. I'm getting out of here. Have fun, everybody. See you tomorrow.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, including all my favorite super secret.
want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. I said what I said.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yay, area. Yes. It's your boy, Daryl the Guru Johnson, riding shotgun with the great, the one and only FP Santangelo. Can I call you, my friend, my Gotham Club partner, because I saw you Friday night and you didn't big time me. What's up, baby?
It's good to see you, dude. It's good to be here. I haven't been on the radio in a while, so this is really cool.
Well, you were on Friday for an hour.
It was good to see you.
Thursday for an hour.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
And it was good to see you on Friday.
Yeah, you did big time me.
You're one of those guys that has the best nickname ever. And I drew a blank when I introduced you to my friends. I was
like, is it Daryl? Is it Guru? It's not a self-anointed nickname. Pete Franklin, the great, rest in peace, inventor of sports talk from Cleveland, gave me that moniker.
Oh, dude, you can't give yourself your own nickname. Well, I mean, that's like the number one rule. If somebody in general gives themselves their own nickname, that's the lamest thing ever.
I call Evan E-Dog. I gave that to him, so that'll stick. Look at him.
Someone's got to give yourself.
Spadoni.
It's like you walked up and I like balked for a second. I was like, this is and then I was like, I forgot it was Daryl.
Look, I love it. Yeah, from Union City. We got a lot to get to. And yesterday we had Larry in and I was going 9 miles an hour and I'm going to slow down today. That's just me talking to myself in the masses. But we got a lot to get to. But let's start with what is a 5-game losing streak, FP, with the San Francisco Giants. And last night you're limping, you're hurt. But I just want to say this to you before you tell me the state of the Giants to you. Because you played for them. You're tapped in. You work for them now. We were there Friday night, and I didn't expect the feelings that I had watching the Yankees just flex and do everything that they are, their box office, right? I predicted the San Francisco Giant team, FP, before the season started, they would qualify for a wild card. To me, that's progress. Okay, I got Steiny and other people in my ear like, "Goo, that get your standards up higher." Bottom line, with the moves that Farhan was able to make, I was all in. Now you got injured players left and right, hammies, my neck, my back, and watching what the Yankees are with that star power and the guy you flirted with, Aaron Judge, who looks just amazing in everything he does. I've kind of like, oh my gosh, the Giants need a star. But with that, I can compartmentalize FP and say, okay, you're not going to be that, and you're not going to get a guy like that or guys like that during the season. So the focus is like Minolta. It's still Operation Wildcard. But good Lord, after Matos, Ramos, and Luciano come up, there was excitement. And this is growth for me, and I wish Donnie was here in this sense. I predicted wild card. I got excited about the last 2 weeks in that road trip, but all that's gone down the drain. Now it's like reality is hit, and I don't know what to make of this Giant losing streak, but I'm going to tell you this and you go. I'm surprised that I feel like people I know, my brothers, everybody's jumping off the wagon and the season has 100 games left almost, and we can go to social media, we can go to IG. Everybody was bought in 2 weeks ago. Why is everybody just jumping off the wagon, even though, FP, I know it's bad?
Well, fan is short for fanatic.
Look at you.
So, I mean, it's a dangerous way to watch a 162-game baseball season to have high highs and low lows and get on that roller coaster. And I guess because of so many years of doing this where, you look at the 20,000-foot view and you look at this team and their injuries. They had 13 players on the IL. That's the most in all of baseball.
I think that's legit.
These aren't excuses because it's who.
It means something.
Jung-Hoo Lee was their best player. He's gone. So whatever. Nobody cares about that, especially your competition. We do because we love the way he was playing. Lamont Wade Jr. is leading all of baseball in on-base percentage. So you take those two pieces out of the puzzle. Michael Conforto was arguably their hottest hitter when he pulled his hamstring. Snell's been a disaster just because he missed spring training. He hasn't found his groove. He's got all kinds of different things going on where he's been hurt a couple of times. That hasn't worked out. Nick Ahmed solidified the shortstop position. Just by making plays alone, he's hitting 320 with runners in scoring position.
Hurt.
So he was getting clutch hits. My point is, like, they're not playing at full strength. They won 2 out of 3 against the best team in baseball. And I will stick to this. The Philadelphia Phillies are the best team in baseball. They won 2 out of 3 against the Phillies. Could have swept them. Should have swept them. It was close. Actually, they lost 6-1 in the last game. And then you could have won 2 out of 3 against the Yankees. You didn't. These aren't excuses. It's just, my point is, you'll never tell a fan how to feel. Like, feel how you want to feel. Right. Show all the passion.
We hear it.
I love it. Yeah. I love it. But if you're going to be like, they're good, they're bad, they're good, they're bad, to me, it goes to July 30th, the trade deadline. If the team is scuffling at July 30th and they're not where you want them to be, and they're not in a position to upgrade via trade, whether it's a bullpen, whether it's a center fielder, whether it's a shortstop, whatever it is, if they're not in a position to upgrade and the season is lost at July 30th, I think then it's okay for everyone to lose their minds. And I think then you could start pointing fingers and saying some people might be in trouble. But until you get to the July 30th trade deadline and your team is whatever, it's hard to be this passionate about one series to the next series. Like last night, there was a lot of analysis about the game last night. For me, this opener thing, using one of your high leverage left-handed closers that you could use in a tie game or a lead late in the game as an opener, that's hard for a manager in the sense that you would love to have that guy at the end of the game in a tie game to face Pavin.
Why wasn't that the case then? For the baseball simpletons, why wasn't that the case, FP? I mean, and you played the game.
It could be coming from up top with the opener thing. It could be coming from Bob. I'm not sure where it's coming from, but you would love to have your high leverage lefty who's in tie games or head games available in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning. A guy that throws 100 from the left side. In my opinion, I feel like you're wasting in the first inning. That's a guy that you're going to need late in the game. So, like, we can analyze, should they have walked him? Should this happen last night? The play at first with
I thought he was safe.
Yeah.
So did they.
He wasn't.
What happened to Ty goes to the runner? Because he was called safe.
No, but they tagged him on the head.
Yeah, I know, but he was called safe. So I'm just saying there wasn't a lot of evidence to overturn it. I was like, they got action. Anyway, he was out.
Yeah, and that would have changed the whole course of the game because you would have had your closer in with a 3-2 lead in the ninth. But you know, these sound like excuses, but these are facts. When you lose so many key elements, and now you have a team where, I don't know, Gleyber Torres is hitting 8th, would be the 3-hole hitter for the Giants, and you're looking at that lineup going like, that guy might be hitting 3rd for the Giants, and he's hitting 8th for the Yankees. And you see the depth they had, and you see how good they are. But then the Phillies just rolled through, and their lineup, I think, is every bit as formidable as the Yankees, and you took 2 out of 3. So I don't choose to get on the roller coaster. I will wait for my opinion until July 30th or late July to see where this team is. And then, you know, if they're 10 games out and there's no wild card in sight and they have a losing record and they're below 500, I think everybody has every right to say whatever you want at that point. But until they get to that point, there's still 2 months to go before the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And I'll just let these series play out. Is it good to lose 5 in a row now? Are those guys grinding right now? Yes. Are we grinding as fans right now? Yes. Anytime your team loses 5 in a row, there has to be cause for concern. But like, I hear a lot of talk about Farhan this and Farhan that, and I'm not a Farhan defender, and I'm not going to sit here and say he's the greatest GM in the world. You know,
what could you defend?
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you were on board in the offseason and you thought in the offseason that Farhan did a nice job.
I got my hand raised.
Farhan's not playing. He put a team together, and whether the guys that he got are underperforming or the guys that he got are injured or for whatever reason, I don't see how that's any executive's fault on any team ever. Like, it's on the player, and maybe that's, you know, obviously where I'm coming from. It's on the player to perform. So if you sign me, give me a contract, when I walk between those lines, I put that uniform on, it's up to me to live up to the back of my baseball card. And if the back of my baseball card says, I hit this with this many homers, I got to hit this with this many homers. Where I think a lot of players get into is saying, like, I got to hit more than this and I got to hit more home runs because you signed me to more money than I've ever made in my life. And then you get the over trying thing and it just doesn't go that way. So if you were a fan of what Farhan did in the offseason, and now you're blaming him for what's going on right now, I think you could make the argument that you're showing your lack of knowledge for baseball.
Well, what if
if you didn't like what Farhan did and you don't like Farhan, never tell a fan what to think. And you don't like him now, that's your prerogative. But you can't say he did a good job in the offseason, in my opinion, and say this is all his fault right now.
Can I go round table pizza on you and say, can it be a combination? And for me, that's what it is for me. And I can't front. I love those signings at the end. And you dance with who will say yes, right? And I know they were in on the big fish for whatever reason, just as a operation or as a franchise. They couldn't close the big deal on judges. So I like the Chapman. I love the Jung Hoo Lee. I love Soler. I was like, okay, the big bopper. And then you get the reigning NL Cy Young pitcher winner last year. Like, FP, I was in here like, okay, that's a start. Those are 4 big moves. Okay, wild card at least. So with that, it sounds like you just described the micro and macro of the San Francisco Giants. And the boys in the morning, I feel like that Yankee series, not just them, it shook a lot of people, Giant fans, their cage in regard to doing inventory on what they have. And they don't have a Judge. They don't have a Soto. Torres, like you just said, he would be batting 3rd in this lineup. And when you do the compare contrast, and Wilmer Flores, no shade at him, you've won getting what you've gotten from him in the last couple of years, if you want to keep it a buck, FP. But it's one thing to get swept by the Yankees, and then you go face Ryan Nelson, who has, and if people are asking who the hell is that goo, he was the starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks last night, threw 80 pitches and had a home ERA, where that game was at in Arizona, of 6.75, and all the Giants bats could muster is 2 runs after being embarrassed for, to me, 3 consecutive days. You're right, FP. To me, that's a problem. Farhan, his name was not in the lineup. He doesn't pitch. He doesn't throw. But my God, I know there are injuries, but when are guys going to start getting called out? And, who am I? I don't have the credentials to second guess. As a fan, I do, Bo Mail. But this cockamamie stuff, we played great, we hung in, call somebody out, because that offense was impotent again last night, and you got walked off. And you're right, FP, now it's 5 in a row. And my bigger point is, just for the season, if you can't knock Nelson around or muster up some bats, who can you do it to?
Well, I mean, I think everything you're saying is legit. I mean, I agree with you that there's a few players that are taking fastballs right down the middle in 1-0 counts, and I'm like, you got to be more aggressive. Like, let's get some A swings off early in the count and announce your presence instead of taking 1-0 fastballs or taking 3-2.
Announce your presence.
Especially in game 1 of a series. Like, let's go. Like, be aggressive and announce your presence. But until I see Lamont Wade Jr., Conforto, hopefully Soler figures it out. So I see all these guys 100% healthy and doing their thing. I can't get on them for losing to a 42-19 team like the Yankees. I think maybe the Phillies series got our expectations up. Like, okay, they beat 2 out of 3 from the Phillies. The Phillies swept them in Philadelphia. It's a different team.
4 games.
The kids are playing now. I mean, Ramos is looking like Elliott's going nowhere.
Yeah,
like Elliott's a grown man playing baseball right now. He's not a minor leaguer anymore. I think Luis Matos has come back a little bit after his NL Player of the Week thing. But there's some kids that Casey Schmidt's swing is different. Brett Wisely's swing is different. So there's some good things right now. But I know what you're saying. 5 in a row is 5 in a row, and hopefully they can turn it around tonight. And I don't know why they didn't hit last night. That guy looked hittable, so we'll see.
Yeah. Oh, FP, we got some exciting giveaways. We got the Curry contest. Make sure to listen every day this week, because every show will give you an opportunity to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey. Times to listen will be 7:30 on Bonte and Shasky's show, 12:30 right here with Steiny and Guru, and 4:30 with Willard and Dibbs all week on 95.7 The Game. So be prepared for that. But again, FP, I'm with you. Giant fans, we want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Where are you? And I'm not ashamed to say the barometer for me coming into this season was a wild card. But forget, just for this moment, FP, I'll give you a pass for the Yankee sweep. And you're right, they took 2 or 3 from Philly. But let's put the rat on the table, brought to you by ATCO. That East Coast trip in Pittsburgh and New York, if you really want to put it on the autopsy table, they were down large late. Credit to them. They went Martin Luther King. They overcame. But the bottom line is they weren't just beating everybody up 8-1, 8-5. But my ears and eyes, when I read and turned on our station, the national TV, everybody was talking about the Giants, and they were excited about the contributions from the youngsters. And Matt Chapman going Brooks Robinson. So where did all that go? That's what I find fascinating. Like, I ain't going to call it front running, but it's smelling like that because now everybody's mad and they're like, this is what we don't. But just 14 days ago, everybody was juiced. Look at Twitter. Is that just me or
Dude, you can't?
And you can do what the hell you want. I'm just calling you out.
If you're going by Twitter, I mean, is there ever a positive take on Twitter? I mean, someone's always going to find something wrong.
It's negativity at its finest right now.
I don't know, man. I've seen so much, and I've seen teams start poorly and win. I've seen teams start great and lose. That's why I go day to day, man. It's all about going 1-0. Okay. It's about going 1-0.
All right.
So that's all you can control as a player. Like
tonight,
what happened?
DJ Quick.
What happened last night happened last night. What happened against the Yankees happened against the Yankees. From a baseball fan standpoint, I thought the Yankees series was freaking awesome, dude. I got to see one of my favorite players. For me as a baseball fan.
Okay, gotcha.
I got to see Juan Soto go deep twice, even though one really hurt.
Yeah.
I see Aaron Judge go deep 3 times. Like these guys are legendary players, and you got that. So from a baseball standpoint, there was a certain sick part of me that was getting off on Aaron Judge hitting 2 home runs.
Could you see how that could?
Like, it was cool.
Even for a Giant fan, could you see how that would hurt him to look at something that you want to strive to be? This team hasn't had a star since Barry Buster Posey.
The Giants have never been the Yankees as far as payrolls and superstars go.
They got a top 10 payroll now.
It's just not. That's just not how they do it. The Giants are never going to beat people 8-5, like you just said. They're not. They've won 3 World Series with pitching and defense. In 2010, the motto was Giants baseball torture, because they won every game 2-1. It was the ground attack, like Mike.
Well, you have to evolve too.
But I'm just saying, like, this team this year at full strength is not going to beat people 8-5 consistently. They're going to win 3-2, 4-3, 4-2. It's going to be hard to watch at times because they're going to grind at bats out. I would love for them to be a little more aggressive offensively. But when you assemble a lot of guys that are trying to run up pitch counts and are known for their on-base percentage, like Lamont Wade Jr. to me is the perfect.
He was headed to the All-Star game. I feel like I could say that.
He walks when you're supposed to walk, and he gets big hits when you're supposed to get big hits.
On-base percentage, he was leading MLB.
There's some guys that walk so much they get passive at the plate, and they're looking for a walk in big situations. Lamont doesn't. He looks to hit in big situations, and he looks to walk maybe in situations where they need base runners. Like, that's how you're supposed to go about it. And he'll get off his A swing on a 1-0 fastball if it's there. He's not trying to go 3-2 every count. But I see a lot of guys very passive, very pensive, very chill at the plate. I would love for guys to just come out and just start flailing.
Let's talk about Pat the Bat, Pat Burrell, because Grant Brisbee had a article in The Athletic, and he was talking about the Giants lead MLB and taking more fastballs down the middle for strikes.
Yeah, that was 2 months ago, though.
Okay, that's what so if it's still going, is that on every player or is that on Pat to make the adjustment to do what you're talking about, be more aggressive?
I think that's the message right now. Pat and I are in touch. We talk all the time,
right.
and he's working. He's got Casey Schmidt going the other way. He's got other guys.
Good time.
Yeah, you can go by Grant. I'll go by Pat. And I don't think, like, what did they strike out last night? They struck out twice last night.
No,
and there was a time when they were striking out 15 times a game. I'm a big believer in if you put the ball in play, good things happen.
The two-strike approach has been better. Ramos is the poster
They're
boy.
hustling down the line. They're playing the game the right way. I don't care who you are. If the Yankees had 13 guys out on the IL, they wouldn't have swept the Giants this weekend.
I'm going. I forget the.
These are facts. These aren't excuses. When you have, like, I thought Jung-Hoo Lee was their best player. And then it became Lamont Wade Jr. was their best player.
But why did you think he was their best player? Let's just talk about Jung-Hoo Lee.
Because his routes were impeccable in center field. He was making great plays. He was making a pitcher work and fouling pitches off with 2 strikes. That's invaluable to run up pitch counts and have quality at bats. Whether they end in a hit or a walk, a lot of times that's not out of your control. But for a guy to be consistently not giving up 1 pitch and 1 at bat every single night, and hustling everywhere he goes, and apparently a really great guy in the clubhouse and on the bench, like, that's a big loss. I thought he was their best player.
Mm-hmm.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
What you got, Evan? Per Pro Football Talk, somebody in the Niner uniform has a new deal, and that is one Christian McCaffrey, who we were talking about in the break room. 2 years, $19 million, and that is courtesy of Pro Football Talk. So McCaffrey has gotten his money day one of camp, and we talked about it. And Brandon Aiyuk, I'm happy for Christian McCaffrey because he deserves this. But if I'm Aiyuk, and we talked about the politics of it all, why can't I just celebrate and we'll talk about it. We're doing it now. McCaffrey getting this money, but I feel like he cut in line in front of Aiyuk. Like, what does this do for Aiyuk, who we were making, hey, what's up with Brandon? When is he going to get signed? I just wonder what he's thinking about this deal, or am I off base even bringing that up?
Am I off base thinking McCaffrey's worth more than, what was it, 19? He should get paid whatever. Like, and is it guaranteed? He needs guaranteed money.
So
I know that's what he wanted. He wanted guaranteed. He was making 16 and he wanted guaranteed.
So what if he hooked the team up because maybe he left some on the table for Aiyuk?
That's beautiful. I'm leaving nothing on the table.
Yeah, that is. I was like, okay, and I was like, oh boy, but I mean, man, cool. The tip of the cap to C-Mac.
So what's Aiyuk looking for now?
That's the $1 million question.
The Amon-Ra St. Brown money?
Or more.
$120 million, 4 years?
The bottom line is how do they view him?
You're going to give Brandon Aiyuk more than you give Christian McCaffrey.
It looks like it's headed that way. Yeah, it looks like it's headed that way, though.
And that's okay?
No, I'm not saying it's okay.
I mean, who cares? It's not our money.
But something's up here. Like, I feel like McCaffrey knew what time it is and knew other people had to get paid because he didn't bring the house down with this. That's where I'm at. Like, Brandon Aiyuk is everything. And I just wonder moving forward when we find out if he shows up to camp today, Brandon Aiyuk. But you're right. 2 years, $19 million. Congrats. He had no more guaranteed money left on his deal. He does now. Christian McCaffrey. But Brandon Aiyuk, to me, I'm not going to say is more important than McCaffrey because I don't feel that way. But I am shocked that we got this news about McCaffrey before Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, and Brandon Aiyuk's important. Juwan Jennings is making 10.5. So
he's not Brandon Aiyuk.
But Christian McCaffrey's making $8 million more.
I get you.
I mean, third down receptions are important, but Christian McCaffrey, you could make the argument, it's the best player in the NFL.
Yeah, but he's been in the league a long time, and maybe he's one of these dudes. Not maybe. It just seems like it reeks of, and I'm tipping my cap. Like, I made my chicken, and there's other guys on this team that need to get. That's the only thing that can explain this, right? Being as what we deem low.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon Aiyuk's their best route runner. I mean, they don't, like, Debo's not a route runner. Like, Christian McCaffrey's out of the backfield.
Yeah.
Brandon Aiyuk, he can run a route.
We got some more details, too. Hold that thought. Yeah, Evan, help us out.
Yeah, according to Adam Schefter of ESPN, Christian McCaffrey has once again reset the running back market. It is a 2-year extension averaging $19 million per year. He receives an additional $8 million over what he was scheduled to make, while adding $24 million in guarantees.
Okay. Yeah. All right, there we go.
Good for him.
There we go. All right.
Can I borrow a few bucks?
Wow.
$24 million guaranteed.
There you go.
I'm out.
He deserves it, especially when he runs in between the tackles. He deserves every penny of that.
No, he's there everything, though. He's earned it.
I mean, how have things changed since he's arrived? I mean, it's just been a different look, a different vibe, a different club. We talk about Brock Purdy all the time. We talk about things changed the day he got traded to the Niners, which might be the greatest trade in the history of the NFL.
Now, he's to be celebrated, but another rat on the table, MP, is they went to a Super Bowl and an NFC championship pre-McCaffrey. They just did it a different way.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it just speaks to Kyle's brilliance offensively to get a team without McCaffrey to those heights.
Dude, I'm the biggest Kyle Shanahan fan on the planet. Son of a football coach over here.
Yeah.
But I'd be a pretty damn good coach, too, if I had the weapons he has on offense. I'd be super creative if I had the arsenal to be creative with that he has. Can you imagine?
Now,
it's not like if I draw up this play, this joker's getting the ball. Or if I draw up this play, this guy, I don't know if he's going to catch it.
But when Jimmy Garoppolo was your quarterback,
he can sit there and get a chalkboard and make up all these plays because everybody that ends up with the football is a freaking star.
Yeah, but
on his
he did it with
offense.
Garoppolo as his starting quarterback. So that's not exactly Peyton Manning or Troy Aikman.
Kyle would admit that, that I have a point here. I mean, he knows he's not.
Well, kudos to McCaffrey. $24 million guaranteed, 2-year deal, $19 million per. So he reset the running back market, and I'm happy for him. It's just now I want the other domino of when we find out when Brandon Aiyuk will get his.
When I saw you at the ball game on Friday, I was in the middle of a huge Niner talk with a lot of Niners people that came up from Santa Clara, and to a man, they said they are loaded, like better than ever.
Well,
if they don't do it this year.
Oh, I love that. We'll get into that on the other side. I love that. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Also, that segment was sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing...
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny FP in for Steiny for the next 3 days. We'll rock and roll. We got breaking news. Somebody got paid, and that somebody Bay Area is one Christian McCaffrey. Per Pro Football Talk, a new 2-year deal worth $38 million with 24 guaranteed. And previously, FP, he was the highest paid running back at $16 million per. He actually got a raise, so he's making $19 per year now, so a $3 million raise. Can I ask you, do you know the second highest paid running back currently in the NFL? Because I did not know this.
No idea.
Alvin Kamara for the New Orleans Saints, who was making 15, and then Jonathan Taylor for the Colts, who was making 14. But kudos and congrats to one Christian McCaffrey, $24 million guaranteed, and a 2-year deal worth $38 million. So that happened the first day of camp. And all I can think about after giving congratulations to C-Mac is, man, he got his money before Brandon Aiyuk. And sure enough, during the break, I go to X, and the great Matt Mayoko tweets this. Wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk is not reported for the start of 49ers mandatory minicamp. Per CBA FP, he is subject to $104,259 in fines over the next 3 days. So the question now becomes what it was to me and a lot of other, I'm sure, Niner fans out there. When are they going? Or are they going to take care of Brandon Aiyuk? But today is the day Christian McCaffrey got a new deal. And it's kind of funny. We were just talking about this in the green room. Evan had brought up his guaranteed money was Vamoose, gone, zero. And the first day of camp, he gets taken care of. No shock here, but the other domino, not pizza. I'm just thinking about Brandon Aiyuk. He's not there. Where does this thing end up?
Well, you got to sign him. I mean, he's one of their best players. He's part of it. You're making one more run this year. I mean, you're all in. No matter what. Everyone always worries about the cap and money against. As a fan, I don't worry about that. I just want to see my guys out there making another push at it. And he's an integral part of it, obviously. But when you're talking about the fines, it's what, $34,000 a day? Is that what it is? Or is it $104,000 for 3 days?
Well, it just says he is subject to $104,000 in fines over the next 3 days. So I think there's some division there, but we'll see.
In baseball, you sign your contract, you get hit by a bus, it's guaranteed. Like you literally sign it, walk out of the office, and you're saying goodbye to Scott Boras, and you get run over by a truck. I don't understand this non-guarantee.
And you can have a belly and be in the outfield and be fat. And had nothing against fatties. I may be in that club, but you know what I mean, FP? How is this violent sport not guaranteed? But the big boys get taken care of. And your boy got $24 million. He's happy. He's their best offensive weapon, but everything starts with him. But Brandon Aiyuk, no show.
I mean, making a point. He's making a point. You asked me a good question during the break. I'm going to bring it up on the air if you don't mind. You said, would this cause any sort of turmoil in the locker room? And I think with a lot of teams, yes. I think if this guy gets his money, I don't got my money, I've been talking and this isn't going well and I want this based on this guy's making this and he got paid and I didn't get paid. Sometimes that can have an effect, but
egos, right?
Yeah, egos. And no matter how cool your team is and how close together you are, there's always ego. You don't get to this point without having an ego as a player. Some are just small than others. I would say, without being in the room, without being around these guys, just on the periphery, looking at what this team has represented over the last 3 or 4 years, these guys love each other and there are no egos, at least not big egos, in the sense that I don't think that this is going to rattle Aiyuk at all. I think he's just waiting to get his money, and he's making a point. And there was a lot of talk about, not to bring it back to baseball, but Aaron Judge, that he used the Giants in the negotiations. And that's part of it, man. If you're lucky enough to play,
well, that's the world we live in.
Well, no, it's just do you know the percentage? It's like 2 or 3% of guys that play 6 years in the big leagues get to free agency and are good enough to negotiate. That's the tiniest of tiny percentages. Just to have the longevity and the health to play that long to get to that point, he deserved to do whatever he wanted. And talking to some people behind the scenes, he was serious about becoming a Giant. It's just the Yankees and Monument Park. And being captain of the New York Yankees, I think that was the sealer when they said you're going to be the captain, like Derek Jeter, like Ron Guidry, like Don Mattingly, and you have a chance to have your number at Monument Park, I mean, who wouldn't say no to that, even if you did grow up a Giants fan?
Yeah, no doubt. But the bottom line is...
But then the holdout thing, let me finish the holdout thing. It came back to haunt Nick Bosa last year. It's haunting Blake Snell right now.
Wow, man.
And I hope this doesn't have the same effect with Brandon Aiyuk.
No, I'm with you there.
There's a reason why there's camp. There's a reason why these things are formulated, and it's not just for the fans. It's for your health.
Yeah.
And so do you want to play uphill like Bosa did all last season? Nick Bosa never really got locked in like we've seen him before because he held out.
Yeah, and through the defensive coordinator, I believe Wilkes under the bus. That's neither here nor there later on in the season. But you are right. There's something in the water in the Bay Area. But if you just turned us on, breaking news. Per Pro Football Talk, Christian McCaffrey has reset the running back market with his new 2-year deal worth 38 M's, that's million, and $24 million guaranteed. So kudos to Christian McCaffrey. And I don't think there's a Niner fan walking the world that's upset with this news, FP, to know that he'll be in the backfield for a couple more years. And now the bottom line is, when do you get it done? When do you actually hoist up that Lombardi trophy? And that's not a McCaffrey problem. That's a Kyle Shanahan problem. But they got that done. And I just feel like, FP, because a lot of this, the discussion Steiny and I and the fans have had is, when is Aiyuk going to get his? And there is a branch. There is a connection here to, and again, I'm not saying McCaffrey did this, but the organization basically sent a message like, we're going to take care of the most important item on our to-do list. And it seems like that was McCaffrey. He's out the way. And now what happens with one Brandon Aiyuk?
Do you think it's a case of that, Goo, or do you think it's just a case of this worked out quicker than that's working out based on where we are with this negotiation? He said yes to where we are with this negotiation, and he still wants this detail in his... I don't necessarily take it as McCaffrey's more important than Aiyuk, so let's sign him first.
We can admit that. It starts with C-Mac.
Yeah, I think so, but it is a wide receivers league now. It is. I mean, CMC's bringing back the running back, but he's a Swiss Army knife, right? He's a receiver, he's a running back. Hell, I
believe he's their best offensive player.
Quarterback for a minute, too. So it's not so much a running backs league anymore as it is a quarterback receiver league. So I don't know that they were taking care of McCaffrey because he's the most important, even though we think he is. I think it's just sometimes the way the dominoes fall on agreement with agents and behind the scenes things and stipulations in the contract, that this one just worked out. And he said, I'm good. Let's go.
No doubt. And you would know this more than I, because you are, former professional athlete, and you talk about what you just brought up, negotiations. But I've been around a couple of blocks, FP. You talk about McCaffrey, because to me it boils down to worth. And I believe if there was no number basically that the Niners were going to look at McCaffrey and say, you know what, we need time. We'll call you and your agent back. But it seems like Brandon Aiyuk might be asking for more than the team thinks he's worth. And that's when you get a pause, you get a delay, things go on, and now you get the NS. And you ask what that is, FP. You look at you know what it is, the no-show.
No-show.
Yeah. So I don't know if the Niners feel like Brandon Aiyuk is as important to this offense as Aiyuk thinks he is.
Take him out right now in your mind. He's their best route runner. He's their biggest threat. He's their biggest deep threat. He runs the cleanest routes. He works at it. Everything he runs is like he's getting the football every play, even if he's not getting the football. The downfield blocking that he's taken so much pride in, that nobody blocks like Niners. If you don't block, you don't get the rock. That's their saying down there. So these guys block. I mean, he's a complete football player. He got good hands. He runs clean routes. I mean, just take him out in your mind right now and think about that offense.
Well, what if I'm Brock Purdy in the year that you're going to decide if you're going to give him 40 or 50 M's, that you wouldn't have that at hit Brock's disposal, the talents and everything that you just mentioned of one Brandon Aiyuk? Like, to me, that's just risky. If I'm the Niners, if they're going to play hardball. But again, man, this whole summer has been about wide receivers. We just saw Justin Jefferson and again, Aiyuk, to me, is not in that. He's right a tier below that.
Could be.
Yeah. But are you going to pay on
eventually
on potential?
Yeah. I would. My voice just changed right there.
I saw you. A little Leave It to Beaver.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it'd be great if he did. Yeah,
but kudos to C-Mac.
Dude, put all your chips in the middle. All in. You're all in this year to win a Super Bowl and deal with what happens in 2025 or whatever year it is later.
So you're talking to Kyle and John right now then?
I'm talking to the
because it sounds like Aiyuk should get whatever he's asking for.
I don't think the window will close with the 49ers because they're an organization that's going to reload and not rebuild, and they're just going to go out and get guys just because they've established themselves as one of the perennial greatest teams in the NFL, and they've been that for a long time. But like this is the year. This is the year that salary cap be damned.
See, what I don't like is Aiyuk's already holding out.
Let's go. Everybody all in.
Yeah, and you talked about Snell and Bosa. It didn't work out. You can't, again, Bosa wasn't a stiff, but you know what it is. But his season was affected by his holdout.
Yeah, but this is OTAs. Who cares? They're going home for 7 weeks.
Well, he's getting fined.
What sport has spring training and then you go home for 7 weeks and have to ramp it up again? OTA should run right into camp where you're actually gearing up for something and then you go to camp. What are you doing now? You're just showing up, running through plays, the playbook.
No, it gets serious when you could get fined, though, FP.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking
about. Who cares about this? I don't care if he's here now.
Yeah, but you got other coach, and I know nobody cares.
You're be here for a week, and then you're going home for 7 weeks before you come back?
No, it's about the camaraderie, everybody being on the same page, and I want Aiyuk to get his money, but you can't just say it's a nothing burger. And we want to hear from you. Your thoughts on the McCaffrey new contract, 888-957-9570, and also the new nugget from Matt Mayoko that Brandon Aiyuk is a no-show on day one of camp. So I get what you're saying, but to me, you want to have your house in order and you kind of want to get Aiyuk taken care of because you just talked about the Blake Snell and how it's affected him. And I know it's a different sport and Bosa last year. Those are two excellent examples. I just want to know how long this thing goes. And FP, I get that you say it's a nothing burger, but it's not good to me.
Good. If it's camp, training camp, and he's not there, okay.
All right.
Then it's really not good. Come on. OTAs?
Right. So this change, he's getting fined.
How many of the average fan even cares about OTAs?
I'm with you.
I mean, who cares? What are they? They're
but it's shorts. A signal that your bills are not all, you know what I mean?
But you're not moving in for 7 weeks.
Well, look at you.
You're not moving in for 7 weeks. So, yeah, those examples I used, thinking it through a little bit longer and not just like knee jerk. Blake Snell missed all of spring training, pretty much. Nick Bosa missed all of training camp, not OTA, but training camp. So if we get to that point and Aiyuk's not there, then we can start to worry a little bit. But have the Niners never not signed the guy they want to sign? Have they ever just said, no, sorry, or lowballed anybody?
It goes to the fourth quarter.
It's a first-class organization that gets who they want, and they always get them. It just sometimes it takes a little more time than maybe they would like it to, or the player would like it to, or us fans would like it to.
But and I'm with you there, but it just seems like this was easy. And the fact that, and again, I'm speculating, but FP, it just seems like this was easy from the Niners standpoint because they felt like McCaffrey was worth every penny. With the Brandon Aiyuk thing, I just get there's an ingredient that or an element that he's asking for more than he's worth, and they're maybe uncomfortable giving him that. To me, and I know negotiations, like you said, they can go down to the last minute, but at the end of the day, they knew this was coming, and he's on Instagram doing his subliminal messages about him not wanting to share his food. And I do wonder if Brandon Aiyuk is somewhere at home talking to his brother or his girl or his parents, whomever he loves or care for. Like, how did this deal get done before? How did he get taken care of before me? And I could be wrong, but this will be something to definitely follow.
Definitely something to follow. But when you sign a player to a big deal, there's so much more that goes into it than just what we know. He runs good routes. Behind the scenes, what you hear about Aiyuk is he's a hard worker. He cares. He's there early. He leaves late. Those are the things. Is he a good teammate? I love the kid. There's so much. I don't know these things. We hear them. But when you sign a guy and you re-sign a guy, you know where all the skeletons are. You know everything about the person. Like, there's no secrets in football. You know if he's a hard worker. You know if he's a good guy. You know if he's got a good attitude. You know if he drinks too much, if he smokes too much, if he goes out too much. You know all of these things about everybody you're about to sign. Where maybe the new team calls a few people and says, what do you got on Guru? Like, is he a good dude? Is he good in locker room? Does he work hard? Like, does he get after it? Is he a team guy? Is he complaining all the time? Does he want the ball? Is his wife a pain in the butt? Like, are his kids a mess? Like, is he high maintenance? Like, all of this goes into whether you spend a lot of money on somebody for a long period of time. No matter what sport it is. Unless you're just the best of the best, and all of your talent and your value outweighs all those things. So and by all accounts, we hear that Brandon Aiyuk's a good dude. We hear that all these guys are good dudes and they work hard. So I don't know if a team's ever crazy about a guy going public with his unhappiness about a situation. Like, dude,
and we
just
saw
keep
with
that in
Debo.
house. Keep that in house. Just keep that in house. But I know that like the divas are wide receivers now. That's the diva position in the NFL.
Yeah,
it's almost
doubt.
comes with the territory that you got to be that guy if you're catching the football.
Yeah, and Evan brought it up in the green room when Debo was in the same situation. He showed up to camp. He was at this camp. He was on the side, mind you. But again, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but this really has me thinking, okay, Aiyuk thinks he's worth this. What do they think he's actually worth? And then what can that lead to? And that's why we had the scuttlebutt during the draft, and Mike Silvers of the world and everybody else had possible articles about possible trades and Pittsburgh being maybe one of the teams. But that's what you subject yourself to when you don't take care of a guy. And I'm with you, FP. I'm not saying this is abnormal, but I am saying when a player starts to get fined, it's Buffalo Springfield. Something's happening here. And it just seems like they know, and rightfully so, how important McCaffrey is. Easy. Clockwork. First day of camp, bam, bam, ribbon. Here's your new money. 24 M's, 38. Yeah, we love you. But when you got a guy who's trying to get his bag, who might be trying to ask for a little too much, you got to deal with that player differently. And the fallout is to be determined. Like, I don't know if Brandon Aiyuk is going to be a 49er week one now. Like, all this talk was about Brandon, and then Evan's talking about McCaffrey, and I go, oh my gosh, I didn't know all this guaranteed money had run out. And before we can get out the first segment of the show taken care of, that's when they know your value, and there's no second guessing. But all these other receivers who, let's put it right on the table, I believe are just a tad bit better than Brandon Aiyuk, are getting buku money. If Brandon thinks he's in that realm, then I don't want to say he's sadly mistaken, but this is what you get. This is when you find out when you talk about the organization and their clothes and this and that, and I'm not disputing that. But now how do you get past FP ain't worth all that, and we don't know what FP's asking for, but the fact that you're not there today, something's going on. Give me my bread. The question is how much.
Goo, I want Brandon Aiyuk to think he's as good as or better than those guys, right?
Yeah, he's a badass.
But as an ownership or an organization, I have to pay based on what I think, on the numbers. But I always want my receiver to think he's the best receiver in the NFL. I think that's half of what makes any athlete great. Like, you got to think that. And I want to get paid. Just how they go about it is going to determine how long or how short this thing goes. I'm not going to get freaked out until it's time to get freaked out. You're worried about things.
Yeah.
They could sign
he's getting fined. I know you're like his
but we could be doing the show tomorrow and he could sign.
But we've been saying that for weeks. And you know what? You're right. Dude. I'm going to meet you halfway. You are correct. But it's just funny that scenario you just gave, it happened, but it wasn't with the player we thought. Brandon Aiyuk.
Right.
So it's quiet on the set. And like you said, you keep going to, and I'm with you, Snell and Bosa last year. You just hope it doesn't get to that point. But right now, I believe your best player on the team, you're taking care of him. $24 million guaranteed, $38 million over 2 years. So on that,
who's second best? Sorry to interrupt.
Second best,
Brock?
No, would be Bosa.
Bosa?
Yeah.
And then just let's rank them. Let's rank them.
Okay, one is...
I'm putting you on the spot.
No, but I got it. McCaffrey, number one.
All right.
Congrats. Number two, Nick Bosa. Number three, Fred Warner.
Okay. I'm with you, by the way.
Okay, so those are my top three.
Picks.
And number four...
Brock? Where's Brock in this?
Because I want to go Trent Williams, but I'm going to go Brock Purdy because I know that's the most important position outside of, to me, shortstop is the quarterback. Yeah. I'm going to go Brock at 4.
All right, I will too. Right.
And then Debo, don't get mad at me.
Trent 5.
Yeah, 5, and then Debo 6.
A lot of people put Trent 1.
Yeah. But again, do I sound like a hater that I'm fixated on this? This came out of nowhere. And again, he was due, but again, FP's great. He does everything we ask for him here. Here's your money.
Yeah, I've never had that happen.
Damn guru thinks he's worth, So we'll see how this plays out. But if it's Operation Get Back to the Bowl, these little things matter.
That's all it is.
Okay.
That's all. More than ever, the Niners have set themselves up to, we have to win the Super Bowl. Like, that's a lot of pressure on an organization. It's not that easy. There's so much luck involved and so much crap can happen and injuries and stupid referees with their stupid calls, and you run into a buzzsaw in the playoffs. You just don't know. But, like, they are so stacked and so loaded. By all accounts, Brock Purdy's stronger than ever, and his arm's stronger than ever, and he's put on some muscle. And, I mean, there's some really good things going on down there besides the obvious. Like, dude, this is the year. You got it all in.
And that's why I love the great Steve Young, who told Willard and Dibbs, he doesn't run from where they're at. Like, last year was their best chance when you look at everything else the other teams were dealing with, and the fact that Mahomes didn't have down the field weaponry, and now they've made some changes. Just everything about, your division. I love Steve Young putting the pressure, not pressure, but calling it real, saying you guys blew a chance. That last year was your best chance for the Niners to get it done, and that doesn't go away. It just it's amplified, and I love it because I'm looking at this Niner team, and you got to pay, the next contract is your quarterback. How much are you going to pay him? But we're assuming, he's just going to be Dan Marino again and be Brock Purdy. But FP, my gosh, I don't want to be negative on a lovely Tuesday, but what if there was some regression, from Brock? Then how much is he actually, do you feel comfortable giving him? And all those things will work themselves out and it'll get answered. But yeah. Kudos to McCaffrey.
Yeah, congratulations, CMC. I was on the air the night he signed as a 49er. Was it a trade or a sign? I'm drawing blanks right now because I'm so baseball locked in. Whenever the Niners got him, it was, whoa, this is a big deal.
Yeah.
And I was super excited, and all the fans calling the show were super excited. And for obvious reasons, but I didn't know it was going to be this. I didn't know he was that.
Because we had forgot. I did.
I did. I knew he was a great player with Carolina. I know we saw him at Stanford. I've always loved the guy from afar, but I didn't know the impact, like the legit impact he would have on this franchise. And it's been incredible to watch.
And you want him, and you had an opportunity, damn it, FP, to hoist up that Lombardi trophy, and that was a missed opportunity. I feel like we can both agree to that. Yeah. But again, you got his services. He's got a new contract. He's in your backfield. He's your best player, so we say. So you kind of want to see this, what word am I looking for, FP? This era culminate with the championship for the Niners.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tall ask, but I'm with you. And usually I'm so against that as a fan to say it's Super Bowl or bust mentality. I think it's so dangerous.
Is that why you're mad at Giant fans? That you feel like?
I'm not mad at Giants fans.
Well, the ones that are upset about what's going on and the fact that they don't have a star.
No, I just said it's a dangerous way to live if you're going to be like, they're great one series, they're crappy the next series.
You heard the voice. That is the man, the myth, the legend, FP Santangelo. When we get back, more of your reactions. Phone lines jammed about one Christian McCaffrey and his new deal. And the question of the day is, where's Aiyuk? What's coming up next on The Game? Your chance to qualify to win an autographed Steph Curry jersey. Listen at 12:30 to qualify for an autographed Curry jersey. All presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and also by Liberty Mutual.
Hi, we're comparing insurance agency.
McCaffrey's going to get it, and he walks in. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That sound was courtesy of Fox Sports and the great Kevin Burkhardt, who has a new partner.
Kevin's a man, by the way.
He is a man. What happened to Olsen? Brady doesn't deserve that gig. When he was
a sideline reporter for the Mets, we would go up to him and be like, why are you the sideline reporter for the Mets, dude? You're so talented.
Is that where he started?
Yeah, he was an in-game reporter.
That's
with
amazing.
Gary Cohn, Keith Hernandez,
Dude,
and Ron
he's good.
Darby.
Hey, a good trio there, too.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah, but that was McCaffrey scoring a touchdown in the big news today. No slow day in the news cycle. Pro Football Talk, a new deal for Christian McCaffrey, $24 million guaranteed, and 2-year deal worth $38 million makes him still the highest paid running back in the game. And we're just giving our thoughts and sharing our thoughts. And my biggest takeaway, and I want to know if I'm a hater, how this affects one Brandon Aiyuk and the fact that maybe, he feels like he got skipped over. So I want to hear from you. FPN for Steiny, 888-957-9570. And again, I am who I am, FP. And my feelings are hurt. Can I share them with you?
Go ahead, Popeye.
I'm reading the text line.
Go ahead, Popeye.
I don't drive all the time. That I'm going to give you two. Guru, that was the worst breaking news. Shut up!
Why was that the worst?
Yeah, I am who I am, and I said what I said. I told you the facts and the numbers. Don't judge me. 24 guaranteed, 2 for 38. He's the highest paid running back. But when you read stuff about you, FP, I do get like Kevin Durant. I get a little sensitive.
Oh, dude, I said what I said.
That's my sound.
Dude,
yeah.
I don't care anymore. It used to rattle me.
But dude, you get it.
I don't care.
From the highest degree. Real quick, Evan, do you think I'm being a hater, or Spadoni? Do you guys think I'm being a hater that I'm just thinking about the component that is Brandon Aiyuk and what his camp is thinking of this news?
No, I think you're spot on. If you're Aiyuk, you're probably wondering why the priority is a guy that already has a contract as opposed to someone who's trying to get his next one. At least that might be my interpretation. Might also be, hey, okay, Jefferson got 35. I was asking for 30. You want to give McCaffrey more? Tack on one more.
An increase.
But one contract is way bigger than the other, right? Like Brandon Aiyuk's is going to be.
But it's the principle. It's the principle of it. Smokey? That's my Friday. But you know what, FP?
I want to get signed before him. It's not a contest. You just want to get yours whenever you get yours.
But it's also a signal from the organization of importance. But I would tell Brandon Aiyuk, if he were to call me, and we know that wouldn't happen, you're not more important to the organization than one Christian McCaffrey. But
I would say you're just as important, because without you, he can't do the things he does, and we're a team, and it's a well-oiled machine, and you're every bit as important as everybody.
Yeah. You know what? Let's take a phone call. Let's go out to South Carolina. What do you know about South Carolina, FP? And welcome Jordan to the program. What's up, Jordan?
The Gamecocks is all I know.
What's up, man? How are you?
All right. Talk to us.
Oh, yes, sir. I am proud of the contract extensions for the 49ers. They're rewarding success because, some teams don't reward that. They cut Pro Bowlers and stuff to, add cap space and to, quote-unquote, build new growth. And I think the 49ers are doing the right thing by extending contracts and, giving people rewards for doing good the past season. So I think, that'll give them a good season and another chance to win a Super Bowl. And maybe they'll have a dynasty like they did with Joe Montana and Steve Young back in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, no doubt. Before you go, Jordan, let me ask you this quick question. What message would you give to one Brandon Aiyuk who didn't report to camp today?
Well, he should be, chiming in with his team and try to see what his teammates think about it, How about he should get a poll of his teammates to see if they want him at camp. He should poll how many teammates want him at camp.
Every single one would say, dog, get yours, do what you got to do.
Right. Thanks for the phone call, Jordan.
Every single one would say that.
Okay.
I don't know that the front office would say that or his coaches would say that, but his teammates would be like, get yours.
I've always heard pro athletes, you tell me if I'm wrong, when guys are fighting for their chicken, you just It's off limits. You don't even speak on it.
Get yours.
Wow.
Get yours. It's time. But don't take too long because we need you.
CeeDee Lamb in Dallas, also another top-tier receiver. I do think personally he's better than Brandon Aiyuk, but he's putting up more numbers. He's in a different offense. He didn't show up for OTAs. And I know Jamar Chase is out there, the great Jamar Chase. He's due for a new deal. So I just, I want information that I'm not privy to. I'm nosy by nature, FP. But I wish I could just fast forward or simulate the next week or month or months just to see what the number is going to be for Brandon Aiyuk if it still remains a Niner. And if I'm John Lynch and I'm Kyle Shanahan and I got this great movie-like quarterback, mystery relevant, that just looks the part, and now this year is the last year before we can break him off some change, and I'm about to give him 30 to 40 to 50 M's. I mean, I need Brandon Aiyuk out there as my best receiver, and as you mentioned, route runner. I guess I'm asking you, what's so hard and what's maybe taking what I deem, and maybe some Niner fans, a little too long? Like, when are we going to get that news or that domino to fall?
The part of sports I hate the most, the whole business side of it with agents and contracts and stipulations. Is Brandon Aiyuk a $30 million a year player? I will ask you right now.
See, the world, to me, and you ask me, the world has changed. He can be a $30 million player if the market tells you that's what the going rate is. But he really might be a $21 million player, if that makes sense. Isn't it a catch-22? It's kind of, what are the other guys getting paid? But I guess it's part of, how much does your boss value you?
Justin Jefferson.
Oh, good God.
4 years, 140, $34 million per. He surpassed Nick Bosa.
Man. And he's worth every penny to me.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, 4 years, 120. Jalen Waddle, 3 years, 84.75.
See, Aiyuk, that's what we're talking about.
Waddle, 251 receptions, 3,300 yards, 18 touchdowns over the past 3 seasons. Aiyuk, 209 catches, 31, 83, 20 touchdowns.
In a different system, too.
So what's 3 divided by 84? What's he making per?
2, 3, 20-something.
Calculator out here.
Verducci, hold on. We'll get to you here shortly. But, if you're asking me, it's what the market dictates, right?
$28 million a year. Okay. For Jalen Waddle's $28 million a year. So maybe Ayuk's in the $26 to $28 million. I don't know that he's going to get 30.
But if Evan's right, and this news kind of irritates him because he feels like he should have been taken care of first, could be totally wrong. Maybe that's at 31. Maybe he wants 30. But are you going to really, if you're the Niners, make this be a distraction if you're just off by, and it's easy for me to say a mil or two?
It's not a distraction yet.
It's got to be bigger.
Kittle, Warner, Debo, Bosa, massive extensions. Not one of them signed before mid-July.
All right. So this is just part, okay.
Just like the Giants and the trade deadline, I'll worry about Aiyuk around the trade deadline.
If I'm a Niner fan driving around hearing you say that, nothing to see here. Then.
Nothing to see here. It's OTAs. It's like flag football. Who cares?
You sound like our guy in El Dorado Hills. I call it EDH. That's your hometown.
That is.
Yeah. I used to go to a place called Max. You remember Max?
I grew up there with his pickup trucks and barbed wire fences and cows and horses.
EDH.
Not Mercedes and all kinds of fake stuff.
Mini camp. Yeah, thank you. Let's go out to Verducci. What's up, Verducci?
What's up, baby? What's up, my fellow Paisans and SP? Great to talk to you again. You have to understand when it comes to this whole idea with Aiyuk, it's relax. You just got to relax, baby. Guru, everything's going to be okay. I'm rubbing those shoulders. Take a seat. You're acting like an Italian right now. Sometimes you get a little dramatic.
Spadoni.
I'm just saying. Yes, Spadoni is back there.
All right, I'm gonna relax.
But what I'm saying is, has Lynch never taken care of his people? No, he's always taking care of them. He's going to take care of Aiyuk. He knows the value. He sees the connection between him and Purdy, and it's one of his own that he drafted and everything else. So my biggest thing is Shanahan going to take that step? I'm worried about Shanahan because you can have all the weapons that you want, but is he going to take that step and actually put his pride aside and know that there's weakness in some of his areas, that he can actually dial up the right plays at the right time when you have all this talent. That's what I want to see, baby. So, Guru, don't worry about it. Aiyuk will be ready. It's OTAs. Who cares? I want him in training camp. And you know what? Let's go, Niners.
Verducci, thanks for the phone call. I will say this, a lot of great calls, and we could bat it around. I got you till Thursday. Yeah, I got you till Thursday, FP, about Kyle and what's on his to-do list and his growth. But give me this and tell me what you think, and I mean it. Okay, when Debo did his song and dance with holding out or you wanting money, nobody went before him and got paid. Same last year with Bosa. And I know life is about timing, but it is odd, and I do wonder how or if Brandon Aiyuk is irritated knowing, okay, I'm in this situation, everybody knows it, and then somebody comes before you to get their money.
I mean, it seems like he's sensitive.
Oh, wow. I appreciate you saying that.
If he's going on Twitter and his relatives are going on Instagram.
And he said, I don't share my food. Why should I have to share my food? Whatever that means.
I mean, this is all pure speculation because I don't know Brandon Aiyuk from this cup of coffee I'm drinking right now, but it could. It has potential to. But, man, you just want yours. If it were me, I want mine. I don't care who goes first. I don't care who goes last.
Wow.
I could have signed before Christian McCaffrey for a crap deal, and then I signed before McCaffrey. Am I happy? Or do I just wait and get what I want? I don't think the order should be, but I can't speak for him. I don't know. I don't think the order should matter. It's just, do I want my years? Do I want my guarantees? Do I want my average salary per year? Where do I want? And if I get all those, I get them. And if I have to wait, I'm going to wait. Because I could go out on game one and someone blow out my knee and never play again.
You're right. It is.
So
wow.
I'm gonna get mine when I get mine, and I'm gonna get a lot of it guaranteed. I think the key in the NFL is the part that you get guaranteed. And every time I see that, my ears perk up. Because I hated the business side. I hated the agents calling me and saying they're offering this and you want this, and I hated that.
Have you ever fired an agent?
I have.
Where you guys didn't get.
I don't want to say like, ooh, who am I to fire?
No, I'm being real.
I'm a big deal.
You don't agree with his method.
Yeah, when I had an agent for my first 3 years in the big leagues that I went 3 for 4 against the Cubs, and he was there, and and he said, "What happened on that strikeout?" I said, "I got 3 hits today, man. You want to talk about my strikeout?" And he kept doing that, like emphasizing the negative part. And I'm a positive dude. So finally at the end of the year, I'm like, dude, you're always emphasizing what I'm not doing instead of what I'm doing. And I feel like that could, it has an effect on me. And B, if you're the one negotiating for me and you're seeing only the bad things that I do, then I got to move in a different direction and not emphasize what I did well. And that's a consistent. It wasn't just a joke, one thing where he did it.
Support me.
Yeah, support me. Like if anyone's going to support me, it's going to be my agent. Because if I make money, you make a percentage of it. And if you're going to always say like, well, what happened on that one fly ball or what happened on that strikeout? It just was nails on the chalkboard to me. So I said, I'm going to move in a different direction. But I forget what the question was. I went off on
Well, you fired the agent.
I'm out.
But I thought you fired him for lack of support. I love that, Evan. For lack of support, some fire them because they don't like how they're dealing, what the message they're conveying to the organization or the entity that they're trying to get more money from.
Yeah.
And some people on the text line are wondering, is Brandon Aiyuk, is he really asking for this money? Obviously he is. Or is the agent really trying to bring the house down? Because if I knew I wanted to be a part of a team that I'm on and I feel like you're being attacked, you want more than me, then we would have a problem because now you're affecting my future with that team, if that makes any sense.
Another thing, Guru, why people move in a different direction from agents is you hear stories like, well, they don't want to take a call from your agent or your agent isn't very popular behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And if your agent can't get access to the avenues he needs to get access to in order to get a deal done, or your agent isn't well liked by the organization, that can affect things. So it's not just like a movie where it's like Tom Cruise going to... If they don't like Tom Cruise, if they don't like Tom Cruise and he's got a reputation of and they see his name come up on the phone and they just bounce. They bounce.
Yeah, underrated. Yeah.
So there's so many different things to go into whether you keep an agent or move in a different direction.
You are a positive dude, and I want to give you credit for that. Now, again, I'm not just yapping. I am Team Brandon Aiyuk. I hope he goes nowhere.
Me too.
I don't think this offense, the rat on the table to me really behind the scenes is he will never be utilized like the others, the Justin Jeffersons, the CeeDee Lambs, and guys that have that mechanism, that have that degree of competition. The way you quiet that inner beast and have him still be a part of your team. And again, he's going to score, but he'll never be featured like those other guys, is you pay him. It's not an overpay, but that's how you keep that inner beast within. And Brandon Aiyuk, I feel like Dr. Phil, Brandon Aiyuk will feel like, he's taken care of. But if you want to kind of shortchange me and then on the field, I don't get the opportunities, that's where I believe you have a problem. And again, you being the former athlete, I know you're saying it's minicamp, and I get that. But and we hear a lot of times, the fine money, we'll just throw that away. It's not even real. When you sign, we're all good. But I do think there's something here now that it is minicamp, but he's getting fined. And what Meiko said, $104,000 and some change over the next 3 days. Okay, being proactive or the glass half empty, what's the next stage of him not showing up? Does this bleed into training camp? So, again, everything you just talked about, and Scott Boras did, I'm going baseball, I mean, he just did Snell no disservice and all his clients by having them sign late and trying to just, control everything. And look what happened. But the Bosa one is an NFL one we can point to and say Bosa didn't have his best season, wasn't bad, because of the holdout, and hopefully it doesn't get to that point with Aiyuk.
Yeah, you don't want to play uphill. You want to be a salmon swimming upstream all season long trying to play catch up. If I were Brandon Aiyuk's agent, I would say you paid Juwan Jennings $10.5 million for catching 19 balls last year. Well, let's see how many I caught, more than that, and just go up from 10. So when you get to where I'm at, we're around 30. I don't know. $10 million for Juwan Jennings. Do you think that gets it done?
Like if the breaking news sounder went off and Evan hit it and he said, Aiyuk got 30, 35, would that floor you? It wouldn't for me.
You know what's cool right now about what we're talking about is I was on air for the whole Bosa thing, and everybody's attitude on air callers was like, we're not worried about Nick Bosa. We're not worried about him. I don't care when he signs. As long as he doesn't miss a game, I don't care. That was everybody's take. I don't know what your guys' take was, because Nick Bosa's jacked and he's lifting
His mom
weights.
said he was working out.
He's working out, and everybody was fine with it, including myself. Until you see that he was playing uphill all season long.
Man.
Nobody had a problem with Nick Bosa's holding out. It's Nick Bosa. He's jacked. He's fine. Nobody had a problem with Blake Snell holding out. I went on here and blew up all three Boras guys.
Okay.
I said, if you love baseball, get your ass to camp. And you're going to hold out for $1 million here, $1 million there, while your teammates are in spring training, learning each other in the locker room, learning each other in the clubhouse, learning each other as players. That's invaluable. And there's a reason why spring training's been there for over 140 years. There's a reason why training camp is there. There's a reason why NBA camp is there. Like, you have to gear up for a season. Plus, it just shows that you love the game more than you love money. And if you love money more in the game, I don't know how I feel about that.
But those players exist, and you played with them.
Get yours. But, I don't want you walking in opening day. Get yours within reason. I don't want you walking in for game one of the season.
So all the guys on the Niners, when Bosa came in, showed up in this camp, they were all good.
Get yours.
All right.
But then
let's go to the old ship after practice.
But we saw how it affects you, how it affects the team. There's no replacement for reps. There's no replacement for, I know preseason games in the NFL don't mean anything, but like live rounds, those are a big thing because you're playing against the best of the best of the best. Everybody in the NFL is a 4'5", 40, 300 pounds, 6'8". It ain't like college where you're the best player. And everybody in baseball is the top however many 100 players in the world. And even on the worst teams that we make fun of, those guys have streets named after them in their hometown. They have welcome to
big man on campus,
welcome to wherever, home of whoever. And he's the last guy on the roster. So these are the best of the best of the best. And if you could just think you could just show up, that's why I think as fans, we think, he's off the disabled list or the injured list. Sorry. He's off the injured list. Yeah. And now here he comes. It's going to take another week or two to get back.
Well, that's snail. That's what's scary about snail. It's a month, but is it really?
So my long-winded story is, and we're killing 4 hours on the radio here, is that I don't want Brandon Aiyuk to be playing uphill. I don't want him to be slow, a step and a half or half a step. He won't be a step and a half a step slower, or maybe he's got to take a route off because he's not in the greatest shape, game shape. There's in shape and there's game shape. Train all off season, running up hills, parachutes, sleds with weights on them. I'm doing all this stuff, and then you take 30 ground balls in the first day of camp, and you're locked up and you're sore. So there's game shape, and there's in shape, and there's game shape. And game shape's all that adrenaline mixed with all the fast twitch, mixed with you're thinking 100 miles an hour on what your assignment is or what pitch is coming. All of that, there's no way to replicate that. The best way to replicate it is in camp. You can't be on a side field striking out 18-year-olds. You can't be on a side field doing rope ladders or practicing with a high school football team. You can't be in a gym just shooting by yourself. And then all of a sudden, it's opening day. It's opening night. It just doesn't work that way, man.
I love that. And I mean it. And you know who else knows that? The coaches. Kyle, John, who played the game. So let me read this text to you, 510FP. Stop it, Guru. This is nothing to be negative about. I'm a Niner fan. Okay, but with what you just said, and you said it perfectly, let's just remove the talent from these two players, or the gap that we perceive there is between Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Aiyuk. Why was McCaffrey's deal done, and why is Aiyuk still not?
Because there's probably more details to Aiyuk because it's for longer term. It's for, if I'm speculating, and I would say in your defense, you're not being negative. I think you might be worrying about something you don't have to worry about.
Well, what if one guy deems he's more valuable than the organization thinks? This is what you get. You know what I mean? There's a pause.
Isn't he? My argument
well, I don't know what he's asking for. If you're trying to get Justin Jefferson money, then, hey, come on now, put the Hennessy down. You know you're not in that realm. You know you're not that type of dude. But the St. Brown or whatever number he's asking, I feel like the Niners might be, they're hitting pause like, FP, you're not worth that.
I think he's
and
better.
That's why I'm just trying to tell some fans, don't be naive to think this is just a nothing burger.
I think Brandon Ayuk's better than St. Brown. I don't think it's even close.
All right, you're not by yourself.
He's bigger. He's more physical.
But do the Niners think that way? And if they did, they would feel comfortable, and he probably would be wrapped up by now and out there on the field today, even though it's minicamp.
But there's so much other it goes into the where does it fit in the cap and all that stuff that I don't care about. It's math and makes my head blow up.
But McCaffrey was easy. All that worked out.
Yeah, because his was already in place, and they added a couple more million a year, and they guaranteed it. Which is, I think it's all he wanted was a guarantee. And then you're like, wait, I'm the best or the second best or the first best running back in the NFL. I rushed for 1,400 yards last year. I caught another 600 yards in passes. I'm your best player. Sign me.
What did you think, and I know we're up against it here, what did you think about my assessment about some of these players, and you know this, they look at their contract and Johnson got a new deal strolling down on the bottom. It's ego. They take pride in what they make. And as a young player like Brandon Aiyuk, I feel like there could be a tad bit of that to this too. That I don't want to, I'm worth more. And I know not for the clicks, but in a crazy way, it's for the clicks.
I don't know if it's for the clicks. You just get caught up in that lifestyle. You get caught up in, If I had to do it all over again, I would live in a one-bedroom apartment that was very unflattering with a normal car and saved all my money for later in life. But like when you're in the middle of it and your teammates got this 6,000 square foot house on a golf course, you want a 7,000 square foot house on the golf course. And if he's driving this, you got to drive that. And you play this. It's just about being a competitor, man. It's kind of a competition that goes on within the dynamics of the team.
I want to hear more of that when we get back. Let's pay some bills. And FP, you finish that story. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal Class Money Market today.
Listen to what Dave Ryan says about Andro 400.
Andro 400, I really love it.
Play clock's winding down. They get it off. McCaffrey, right side, big seam, cut, 30. McCaffrey! Touchdown, San Francisco!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No, Steiny, the great FP Santangelo holding it down, and that voice you just heard was the great Kevin Burkhardt from Fox Sports, and that was a McCaffrey touchdown. And the reason we played that, if you haven't heard, breaking news per Pro Football Talk, Christian McCaffrey has a new deal, 2-year, $38 million deal with 24 guaranteed. He is signed, sealed, delivered. And now the question I have, and I'm sure Niner fans, but maybe I'm a little overzealous, FP, you tell me, is what this means for Brandon Aiyuk, and is he feeling some type of way that he wasn't taken care of sooner than McCaffrey?
Well, I have a few questions myself, and this is where the ADD portion of the show comes in. The easel we have over here in the corner, is that because Bob Ross used to paint here? Like, I'm trying to figure out
I'm going to give you two.
Why do we have an easel over here in the corner?
That's from the morning guys, the Rose, Bonte, and Shasky, and the Giants are awesome.
Okay.
Well, it ain't been this week, but yeah. So I think they put that up there. They were having some fun.
All right. And I just need to know that. And the second question, before I answer your question, and I need to know this.
And I got one before you go.
This is a football question.
Yeah.
Why does Brock always say red 18, red 18? It's like right before you, red 18, red 18, blah, blah, blah. And then they go. Is it the first sound after the second red 18?
I'm going to do my Steiny. Evan?
Do we know why it's always red? Because it was red 18 with Jimmy G, too. It's always red 18.
So I got to believe that's a Kyle thing. Yeah, that's a Kyle. I got to believe that's a Kyle thing.
I think most quarterbacks just have specific cadences. Like Rodgers will say green 18. I know Peyton Manning was like blue 47. Brady had something. Yeah, I don't know.
Dak Prescott goes, here we go.
Yeah. I hear him kill.
He says, here we go.
Kill my mind.
Audible. Hot route.
Here we go. Hey.
Dude, that's a random one.
I need to know these things because I watch so much football and I love the snap and the cadence. And
I saw you at the Gotham Club rubbing elbows with the great Matt Mayoko. You should have asked him. I'm sure he would have known.
Matt Mayoko doesn't know why the cadence is I mean, I got to ask Kyle.
I bet he knows.
Red 18.
He got it down.
Just go around town, just on the sidewalk.
You ever play football?
Yeah. My dad was a football coach. I grew up in a football family.
What position?
I was a wide receiver, safety.
Go across the middle.
Led the city in receiving my senior year. No big deal. No big deal.
Jerry Rice.
No big deal.
Wow.
Red 18. Red 18. It's not hot.
Quick question for you from the text line, because you were talking about your upbringing and when you got to the league and you would do some things different financially. FP, what was your first car purchase?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, you mean once I got to the big leagues after 7 years in the minors?
Here we go.
Here we go.
I'm saying Porsche 911.
You win.
Is that what it was?
It was a 996, but yes. Yeah,
he deserved it.
Boy.
I had a picture in my locker for years of this car. So every time I would come in, I had the picture of the car. Because when I played, when I was with the Giants, Barry had one. So I mean, I had some Lexuses and stuff, but like my dream car was my dream car, and that was it. So I had and I saved.
What color was it?
It was midnight blue.
Wow.
It was an aftermarket, big fin on the back, big 21 silver wheels. It was mustard interior.
There it is. We asked the tough questions.
It's 210 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'm sure McCaffrey with this new deal, I don't know what he's probably a Camry. Him and Purdy are just. You know what I'm saying? They don't just come off, and nothing's wrong with it, flamboyant, but he's probably driving something nice with this new deal. And again, 2-year deal, $38 million and 24 guaranteed for Christian McCaffrey. He's the highest paid running back in the game. And like you said, there's pressure on this team every which way to get back and finally get over the hump and win it. And all that I'm saying to you and the masses and anybody listening, FP, you kind of want to just negate anything that can be deemed a distraction when you've been this great, this long. And Brandon Aiyuk right now, your young stud out of Arizona State that you drafted, that's pretty much blossomed. He wants to get his money, his Porsche 911 money. And we'll see when that happens and if that happens. And a couple weeks ago, FP, there were our sister station, 93.7, The Fan in Pittsburgh, there were a couple hosts saying they still feel like, or they're hearing, that Debo? They could be that they could get receiver help via trade, and there's a team out there. They didn't say the Niners, so in my world, I was just like, well, okay, it didn't pop off on the draft. There's no way, no how that Brandon Aiyuk could be moved before the start of training camp, but we'll watch this closely and see what goes on.
I saw the article, Debo to the Steelers.
Yeah.
That's a rumor that's floating around. That's it, but the tires were bigger.
Oh, they can't. You got to show the YouTube chat.
The tires were bigger.
How long? Where's it now?
I don't know. It's like
you sold
three owners away.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That is clean. That ain't the caddy.
No, but here's the thing: is I didn't want to be reckless, so I had that picture in my locker for years.
What did Barry say about it? Had he been in it?
No, Barry had one. He let me drive it at a team party, and I flew around the block on it, and then 2 years later, I got this car.
Wow.
But I was like, I've had the picture of this in my locker for 3. Enough of that.
Yeah, no, but last thing about, since you brought him up, we got to do. We got 4 hours. We actually got 12 because I got you till Thursday. Listen, over the weekend, I went to Friday's game. Bloop saw you in the Gotham Club.
Yeah.
Sunday, they showed the big cat, Andres Galarraga, hit a ball as a Giant at 3rd and King. It hit the glove. It is now the farthest home run I've ever seen at that park. And Barry, as Galarraga was coming around and got in the dugout, was so mesmerized by how far it went. I'll never forget that. When you brought up Barry, I just went to, he really was like, dude, it hit the glove. Like, the big cat was strong. That's all I'm saying. We'll get back to the Niners. But man, you know what ball I'm talking about? He crushed it.
I was at the game Sunday, so I didn't see the broadcast.
Okay,
they compared Judge's home run to Galarraga's.
Yeah, they showed it, and I was like, my God, that's the farthest home run I've seen. It hit off the glove. You know what mid I'm talking about?
Yeah, well, there's some. We got to get back to football, but there's some parks. It doesn't matter who it is; they're going to hit home runs. Judge is one of those guys. Soto's one of those guys, and obviously Barry was one of those guys.
Yeah. Speaking of back to football, the 650. Goodbye, BA or Debo. So that's a Niner fan thinking that's what they think is going to jump off.
Who would you get rid of if you had to? I guess
Debo.
it best on the trade. Who you get in the trade?
Debo.
I agree.
Yeah, because I like Brent. Everything that you talked about, just his skill set, his ability to win at the line of scrimmage, and another rat on the table late in the show or midway through the show. FP is the reason that they won the Packer game was a 3rd and 5 catch where Brandon Aiyuk looked like he had no spine and picked the ball off the carpet, the wet grass, to keep a drive going. And then, of course, the playoff game against Detroit where it looked like an interception, hit off the Lions defender's helmet. And Aiyuk, I bring that up because Aiyuk's concentration level was that so to where he made that catch, and they came back, won the game, went to the Super Bowl. But I just think he's scratching the surface of how good he could be.
I do too.
So why would you take or mess around with like Brock Purdy's best friend right now is the guy that just got the new deal, 24 guaranteed, Christian McCaffrey. But I think in a perfect world, Brock's, best friend should be the wide receiver one, and that should be Brandon Aiyuk. And I think that still has potential to pop off.
I do too. I think he could be a Justin Jefferson when it's all said and done.
But will we ever see Kyle use his receiver like that? See, that's the question. I thought Aiyuk was on the bench late in the Super Bowl with that look of just like, again, I got to be careful. I'm not calling him selfish. Like, I can do more.
Yeah.
Why did I only have 5 targets?
I like that.
I need more.
I like
and he
that.
didn't do it in a way to where he went to the mic and told the press. But if, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and I'm looking at Aiyuk like, I do wonder if he's tired of, making contributions, but again, not being utilized like the CeeDee Lambs and the Justin Jeffersons and the Jamar Chases of the world. And if you're programmed that way, and that is what's really at the core of who Brandon Aiyuk is, it's okay, but you would think that his bosses would get out in front of it and be like, you know what? We can never give you that. You can never be that in this offense. That's a problem.
Well, then it comes down to the priority of the player, because the is you can win a championship here. So if you are worried about your numbers, we're going to pay you. We
got Kruger at 1:00.
We're going to pay you, but we don't care. You buckled me with that. Anyway, so we don't care what your numbers are. We're going to pay you because we're going to win a championship. So if you buy into that, which I think most of those guys have down there, or it appears that they have, then and maybe this is a personal take of mine, I wouldn't care about having to put up numbers because I only wanted to win a championship. Like I don't, as long as you pay me fairly, and we have a chance to win and have a parade and have a ring, that was my motivation. Now everybody has different motivations.
There you go.
Some of it is Canton, and I want to wear the jacket. Some of them is Super Bowls, and I want the rings. Some of them is numbers. I want to put my numbers up. Some just want to win. And those are the guys, that's the guys I gravitate towards. Like, do you deserve it in football more than any sport because you're literally laying your life on the line every Sunday?
Play, man.
You're laying your life out there. Maybe that's a dramatic take, but you really are. It could be like that any second. We always say in baseball, you get hit in the head by a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, you're toast. But like football, the bigger, the faster, the stronger these guys get. I mean, you're laying your health and your life on the line every Sunday. And if you're one of the elite guys that gets to a point where you can make the man pay you, get what you can.
No, and that's why, again, you being the former pro athlete, I totally get that. And as a fan, you hear that. But an hour ago, you said, you know what, Goo? You said this. You said the wide receiver position's a diva position.
They are.
And there's no, I agree wholeheartedly, but what's behind that definition of diva? Throw me the damn Keyshawn Johnson, first round, throw me the damn ball, right? That's the only prima donna label we put on a diva, whatever you want to use. The only reason we apply that to receiver is because, am I wrong? I'm asking, is because they want the ball. And if they don't get it, it ain't about, we got the first down. It's also about, I want to shine.
Yeah, I want to be great. Hell, in high school, I used to split out wide right, and I would just
look at him.
I'd be like, audible, damn it, because I got this guy. I would start coughing real loud. I won the football. I tell my coach all the time. I was a diva.
So you wouldn't go full diva is saying stuff in the huddle on the sideline.
Yeah.
And I ain't saying there's nothing wrong with that. We've seen it. Terrell, all the greats.
If I'm Brandon Aiyuk, I'm pissed about the Super Bowl. But if we win and I didn't get my touches, we won. But if we lose and I didn't get my touches and I felt like my touches would have helped us win, then yeah.
What about when I go to the ATM? I think they get paid every 2 weeks. I don't know when, but
the baseball equivalent is like if you go to take a pitcher out and he's like, I'm good, here's the ball. I don't ever want any of my pitchers to feel like they're ready to come out of a game. I don't want any one of my players ever to be okay with getting pinch hit for. Yeah, it's fine. No. And I have no problem with Brandon Aiyuk saying I should have been more part of the game plan in the Super Bowl. I didn't know. I bet you Kyle doesn't either. Maybe just the way the rhythm of the plays went and the defensive sets and what they were taking away and what they were given. Or maybe you just get so caught up in it that things are going super fast and you forget about a guy like that. I don't know if you forget about a guy like Brandon Aiyuk, but I'm with you, Goo. I think he has a chance, and I've been telling anybody to listen for 2 years now that he has a chance to not only be one of the best, but the best receiver in football.
Wow. And I'm not mad at that. I'm looking at Christian McCaffrey, who got his new contract today. 272 carries, FP, 1,400 yards. Get this, 14 touchdowns. And he had that streak going at 10 or more games. He was getting the end zone. And I do wonder, because I'm not trying to paint the picture of Brandon Aiyuk being jealous or envious, but you do wonder if some of the receivers or the other skill positions. I don't think Kittle's this way. You mentioned Juwan Jennings, and I don't think Debo's this way because, I mean, before McCaffrey, there was Debo left, Debo right, Debo up the middle. It was his offense to the point to where we were like, is this dude tired of the load? Like, are you running him in the ground? And I say that to say, looking at the 14 touchdowns for McCaffrey, could a guy like Brandon Aiyuk be like, you know what? Maybe 4 of those could have went my way. Yeah, it's just a thought I have. And I say all that to say week 1, the 49ers are going to take on, who do they have week 1? I'm asking you, do you think Brandon Aiyuk is a San Francisco 49er?
Yeah.
Okay. So nothing to, you're going to be
so
consistent.
Worried about nothing. Be worried when you're supposed to be worried. Be worried when he's not in day 1 of camp. Be worried when he's not playing in week 1.
Well, this is mini camp.
Who cares?
It's mandatory.
Yeah, but they take 7 weeks off after this. The season isn't even close.
So you're doing the Jordan rules. Basically, you're applying that to Brandon Aiyuk. He's getting fined. His teammates are there. He's not there. He's mad about his contract, or he's negotiating a contract. So on a Monday, you talk about brotherhood. You talk about companionship. And then on Tuesday, FP, you're handing out passes because it's nothing to see here, even though he's being fined. He's not showing up because of money. He's losing money because he's not here, but you deem minicamp nothing. It's bigger than it's not just training camp, FP. He's telling you he's not happy.
Say the number right now. Call the show right now if you give a rat's ass about OTAs. Like, if you care as a fan, I'm as big a Niner fan as out there. Right. I give 0 Fs about OTAs.
And I don't think you're by yourself.
And I give only a couple of them about training camp. And I give maybe 2 about preseason games. Like, the first game of the year is all I care about as a Niners fan. Like, I'll watch. I know there's a football rules the roost now, and everyone's down at Santa Clara. My son's told me, you got to go down there, Dad. It's a scene. They play music. They have a great time. It's like a party down there. You got to go. I love the 49ers as much as everybody listening right now. I don't care about OTAs. I don't. They're going home for 7 weeks, Goo. 7 weeks before they come back. I'll care a little bit about training camp if he's not there, based on the Nick Bosa thing last year, and you don't. That's
what I was just about to fire back at you.
Play catch up.
Yeah, and the Blake Snell.
I'd start to care about football 1,000,000% on week 1 because it counts. I don't even care about spring training with the Giants. I probably shouldn't say that publicly. I don't. I go down there. It's nice. It's baseball season again. The sound, Scottsdale. Like, Scottsdale's fun. And then you're broadcasting some games, you get in the flow, but like it.
But what hat is that you're wearing right? Well, I know what hat you're really wearing, but what hat is that? Is that the fan hat?
Fan hat.
Because you just talked about ad nauseum why Blake Snell was going uphill because he missed what you just talked about is nothing.
Brandon Aiyuk hasn't missed anything yet. This is nothing.
All right.
This is just an introductory.
He's getting fined.
You're right.
Now, if it was nothing to the organization, there would be no fine, right? Meet me halfway on that.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I'll meet you all the way.
And to get out there with your brothers and build that continuity or just be out there, to me, that's something, FP.
This is a nothing burger until it becomes a not a nothing burger. Right now, I think.
All right.
If he's missing camp, like real camp, this is fake camp. I don't. Why do they even have OTAs? Explain it to me. Just like to get everybody in the room to say this is what we're doing this year.
To build the brotherhood, too. To build the brotherhood.
This is what we're going to implement this year. Here's the new guy. How does he look? How does he look? This is how we do it as the Niners. This is how we roll.
Yeah.
Because if it were to get in shape and to gear up for the season, there wouldn't be a 2-month layoff before camp. It makes no sense to me.
No, and
maybe the Players Association with the extended weeks, and you're playing 18 weeks now, and OTAs into camp is too much for these guys. Okay, I get that. And you're getting some work in here, then you're off, and it's the preservation thing for your health.
Right.
Okay, but I'm not. What's the date today?
Let's throw it to the June
4th.
Yeah, let's throw it to the fans.
Super Bowl in February.
Big deal. Brandon Aiyuk is not at minicamp. Yes. 888-957-9570. And we want to hear from you because to me, this is what FP. Let me just tell you why I think it's not a 5-alarm fire. I hope I'm not coming across that way. But a month ago, guess what Steiny and I were talking about? 2 weeks ago, guess what Steiny, Evans, Spadoni, and I were talking about? Brandon Aiyuk and the possibilities. Guess what? Now you got something tangible to say he didn't show up to. Back when we were talking, we were speculating because you were right. He hadn't missed anything mandatory. Now we're on the freeway driving in that Porsche, and the first exit is minicamp. Mandatory will fine you if you're not there. Guess who's not there? Brandon Aiyuk. So you know what that tells me? The speculation, we were correct. Something's going on. So I know what you're saying as far as the come bust your tail. What's it really mean? You're going to have 7 weeks off in between. I get that. But the team has implemented a rule and said, we're going to fine you if your ass is not there. And his ass is not there while he's losing money because of the chicken. To me, this has the ingredients to fester. Right now, it's a little blackhead. Then it turns into a pimple. Then it turns into a boil. And you got to go to Kaiser and get that thing cut or popped.
Oh, that's gross.
Not that I know about it, but that's
worst analogy ever.
And I can't, that was gross. But I can't believe you're just like it's nothing.
What happens when you pop it?
I never personally had one.
The crap go everywhere. Is it just
but
like
no boy?
all over your teammates?
I couldn't be a doctor. I couldn't. All the stuff that they see.
That show Dr. Pimple Popper I won't watch that. They have the commercial for it and I turn away.
Why would you bring that up?
Even your analogy right now just made my stomach turn.
That was a bad, I know what you're,
that was a good analogy, but it was gross.
But where are we at? We're at the blackhead stage for Brandon Aiyuk where he's being fined. I'm going to stick by my guns and say it's something.
It's a huge zit on his back.
Yeah, it's something.
It's a big zit right on his back.
Well, $104,000. I mean, he's not getting, McCaffrey money or Barry Bonds money or Nick Bosa money.
Dude.
$104,000 over the next 3 days. And we'll see,
Maybe donate it to a charity for fill-in radio hosts.
All right, look at you. So nothing to see here from FP Santangelo. I differ. Where are you at again? FPN for Steiny, Daryl the Guru Johnson holding it down until 2 p.m. And the news of the day is per Pro Football Talk. One Christian McCaffrey has a new deal, 2 years, $38 million, 24 guaranteed. He is the highest paid running back in the NFL, and he held that title before. But man, right now, you look at this Niner team and Niner offense, they got it right. It starts and ends with him. And I don't think we're, doing too much per se, FP. He is the best player on this 49er team, and I'm including Nick Bosa. That's how I see it. That's McCaffrey.
Yeah, and he has no zits.
Look at that.
Or pimples or boils.
He had a good doctor at Stanford. Yeah.
Oh, that's such a good. Can we cut that? That was such a good analogy that just grossed everybody out on the text line. It's great. No. I said this to start the show, so just repeating myself for everybody. CMC has changed everything. He's changed the dynamic of this team, the play calling ability of Kyle. I know we all talk about Brock Purdy and other players, justifiably so, but CMC, since the day he got here, things have changed.
What would you say to me as we head into break that he hasn't changed one thing? The result in the Super Bowl where the Niners have more points than their opponent. And that's what kind of, makes me bring up the Steve Young element and why I appreciate the brutal honesty. I mean, again, it's sports. It's not life or death. But damn, FP, since 2019, this team has been to multiple NFC championships. They've been labeled the best team. They look like the best team. They've had the best defense. Last year, I was with Bonte and others, comparing the Niner offense to the 94 Niners with Steve Young. And at the end of the day, with the great McCaffrey, who fumbled in the Super Bowl, not saying that's why they lost it, they didn't get it done. I think, windows open and windows close, you kind of just want to get that one thing that's so symbolic of an era. Not that it's ending, but you kind of want that. And you said bye-bye, night-night to Jimmy, you brought in Purdy, but yet on that day in Las Vegas, you didn't win.
This window's never going to close completely. The names will change on the back of the jerseys. The jerseys that we've all bought as 49er fans, those will be like, oh, remember that jersey with that guy? But with this organization, the pride it has, and the money it's willing to spend, that window's never going to fully close. It's always going to be open with the Niners. I feel like, maybe I'm wrong, but this window that we're talking about is maybe the biggest window with the best chance we've seen in a long time. And I hate fans do this, sit there and go, Super Bowl or bust. It's a failure if we don't make it. Screw
Steve
the
Young
Niners.
kind of had some of that.
But I'm starting to come around to that camp. And fundamentally, I'm against it. Because you know how hard it is. You know how many things have to go your way with health and breaks and momentum into the playoffs and calls with. There's so many things that have to go your way to win a Super Bowl. Everything has to be perfect. So I know how hard it is. If it wasn't hard, we would have just a set month of every year for parades on Market Street here. Because it's easy. We're just going to win another one. But I think we've all been conditioned and spoiled in a sense as Bay Area sports fans, whether it's the Warriors, the Niners, the Giants, that we think these things grow on trees and they don't. But when you talk about the Niners and the talent they've assembled, and I love Lynch and I love Shanahan, I love what they represent, and you fall in love with these players and you see how much talent they have, and you hear and you kind of see it that this roster is better than anything they put out there in a while. I'm starting to feel like, yeah. And I hate to sound like that.
No, but I want to hug you and say there's nothing wrong with that, but you're right.
I'm starting to feel that with this team. They're so damn good.
And they've been good since 2019.
This isn't a pipe dream. This isn't something like, well, yeah, but it'd be great to have a Super Bowl this year. These guys are good. This is probably the best roster going in the NFL right now, even including the team that beat them in the Super Bowl.
You know what? I love that, and we'll continue more of that discussion. Is that a bad thing, Super Bowl or bust, for the 49ers coming into this season? That segment was sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
Touchdown San Francisco from 76 yards.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Turn that on. No, Steiny, the great FP Santangelo in, holding it down right here 10-2. And we are reacting to the big news today, and that is not Brandon Aiyuk. Christian McCaffrey has a new deal, 2 years, $38 million, 24 guaranteed. He has reset the running back market. And the question I was thinking about during the break, FP, and we'll get to some other things here before we get out of here, but this is big because I don't want to sound ignorant. I didn't see it coming. I thought this whole offseason for the Niners was about Brandon Aiyuk, and you tell me if you think I'm wrong. You have during all show. It's all good. I love you. But we've been seeing wide receivers get paid left and right, and I thought this was about Aiyuk, and bam, today, the first day of minicamp, and I don't have a problem with it. I'm just shocked we're talking about McCaffrey's new money and not Aiyuk's.
Yeah, but why are you shocked? I mean, historically, the Niners take all the way until July to sign free agents. This is not a big deal. I don't think. I think it's nothing right now. Minicamp, schminicamp. I don't think it's a big deal until it's a big deal. They signed McCaffrey because his deal's right there. It was kind of already done. They just added some numbers to it and guaranteed it. And I don't think this is going to cause any sort of rift. I don't think there's going to be any jealousy. It could be wrong. I can't speak for every individual. I don't know what Brandon Ayuk's thinking. I just know I want Brandon Aiyuk to sign. At least not like hold out all of regular camp. Mini camp, I don't think this is a big deal until it's a big deal. I really don't. I know you see what's coming. I know you think that this is the start of something that could be a big deal. Like, I understand your take. I don't think things in general are a big deal until they're a big deal.
Yeah, and I'll say this. I hadn't seen you right before the draft, but you can back me up and say there was noise. There was real noise. Heavyweights in the game that report, NFL business. We're talking about, were the Niners going to trade one of their stud receivers, and that was Debo or Aiyuk. We had local columnists, writing articles about, gearing Niner fan up for the possibility of one of these guys being moved, and Ayuk's name was there. So, forgive me though, FP. I think this is a big deal in the sense that, and it's my own doing, I was conditioned to think that Aiyuk was priority number one. I understand, and you talked about a deal in place with McCaffrey, and, that makes it easier, and he just, he got his new money. But I just feel like, and McCaffrey didn't do this, but the organization almost put the car in reverse and said, you know what? Priority number one is McCaffrey, and now that this deal is done today, now they'll look at Aiyuk and see if they can get something done. And just being a human being with an ego and a personality and being around the world, all walks of life, people have egos, and I do wonder if there's a domino effect on Aiyuk. Like, what the hell? How does this get done before mine? And I just feel like, and I know, him being fine and it's nothing, and I give you something to that with the mini camp. I do wonder, could this be the first step to where Aiyuk's like, I'm done. Find me a new locale.
I mean, I think he kind of had that attitude anyways, didn't he? This offseason when he was upset about the Super Bowl, and there was rumblings that they were going to trade him. You have to keep Brandon Aiyuk. He's important. But is there anybody out there listening right now that thinks he's more important than Christian McCaffrey?
No, bam. And you know what's funny? I love the way you say that. There might be one person.
He isn't.
Brandon.
And that's important. But I'm not going to sit here and speculate.
But if he's wrong, you're wrong, though. You're right.
He's butthurt about this.
Well, if you agree with me that it's him, I ask you a question. I'm interrupting you. But if you agree that he think that's false thinking on his part. And you said you love the bravado, but again, we're assuming. My pops Norm always said only asses assume. But if he thinks that, then you really can never fix this. You know what I mean? He's his own worst enemy if he's looking at this Niners setup, even as badass as he is, to think I'm more important than McCaffrey. Then we got a real problem, FP, because he'll never be satisfied.
I'm not going to sit here and try to speculate what Brandon Ayuk's thinking right now. Like, I honestly don't care. I don't care
Well,
what
he's
Brandon,
losing money. That's what we know.
Why is he losing money?
Because he's getting fined because he's not there.
I thought you meant because the longer he waits.
He's losing chicken. That's all. And I don't want to, again, it's not a 5-alarm fire. I'm just shocked personally because I thought he would be priority number one.
Well, not over Christian McCaffrey. He's not priority one over Christian McCaffrey. He's not. Do I think he could be one of the best, if not the best receiver in the NFL? Yes. But right now, as we speak, you think he is priority number one over Christian McCaffrey?
No. I didn't think the McCaffrey thing is there and it kind of came out of nowhere. But for it to get, signed, sealed, and delivered, I mean, you tell me if I'm wrong, FP, I just feel like, okay, that was easy. What's making this one so difficult when you talk about BA?
Because one guy agreed to what they offered and the other guy hasn't. It's simple negotiations 101. If you throw a contract out there and I like everything in the contract, I'm going to agree to it. If you throw a contract out there and there's things I don't agree with and I see other comps getting paid more than me and I think I'm valuable, I'm going to hold out until we get to that point to where I'm happy when I put pen to paper that this is exactly what I want. Now, the voices and the people you surround yourself and the influences that are telling you things could make things more difficult. But Christian McCaffrey got a deal that he liked. He signed it. Brandon Aiyuk hasn't gotten a deal he liked and he hasn't signed it. It's that simple. And that's just negotiating. He's just negotiating. I can't sit here and tell you how he's thinking because I don't know. I don't know if he's jealous. I don't know if he's offended by the fact that I don't know these things. And I think it's dangerous to sit here and say I do. I don't. Just sign your contract and go play and win a Super Bowl.
But when a player doesn't report to work, he's sending some type of message,
right? It is mandatory minicamp.
And so you know what?
It's mandatory.
I don't want to say I'm wrong in the sense that I use the J word, jealous, but it's, forget McCaffrey for a second. The fact his deal is not done, you'll give me that. He's feeling some type of way, and that's why he's not on the field today.
I'll give you more than that. The fact that your point is if you're missing it and get fined, it's important. Okay. Where I'm just poo-pooing. It's mandatory minicamp. That's for new players. That's for rookies. That's to introduce our verbiage, our playbook. This is how we do it. This is the Niner way. So we're trying to assimilate into being a part of the Niners organization. But when you've been around, do I really need this? No, but I'm going to go because I'm going to get fined. I just don't think this is a big deal right now. He's trying to get the contract that he wants, the AAV he wants, and he wants the years and the guaranteed, and it's just not there yet. And that's fine. Everything this is all fine until it's not fine. It's not fine yet.
Okay, I got you. Let me read this, and then I want to read a text to you, and you tell me what you think. Make sure to listen every day this week because every show will give you an opportunity to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey. Times to listen will be 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30 all week this week on 95.7 The Game, and that is a signed autographed Stephen Curry jersey. And I'm sure I know who won't call, and that'll be Tracy McGrady. We'll get to that later. But let me read this to you. Guru, the writing is on the wall. They need McCaffrey more than they need Aiyuk. Why do you think they drafted a wide receiver? Plug and play. Your thoughts? Because they drafted Pearsall, and I thought wide receiver was a position of strength, and they shocked a lot of people. So, you tell me, FP, if you were Aiyuk and you're there draft night and you're hearing your names, being thrown around in a possible trade, you or Debo, and then you look at the team, you're loaded, and then they go receiver with their first pick, is that a nothing burger, or is that why Aiyuk doesn't have a contract? Because maybe they're preparing themselves to do something different and feel like they got his replacement.
I heard a lot of talking heads in the NFL say the Niners needed more strength at receiver. They needed better route runners in the offseason, that was one of their biggest weaknesses that they had to address. So while we think their receiving core is fine, people that forgot more about football than I'm talking about right now were saying they need to add another route runner that's another threat at receiver. Is Debo a deep threat? He kind of runs routes like a tank. Like he's a football player. Debo's a football player in every sense of the word. He's physical. You love him. You love what he brings, the intangibles as well as the tangibles. But like who else? Juwan Jennings, he's a third down guy. So the people that I was listening to on ESPN, the NFL Network, were saying that They needed another receiver, another threat like Aiyuk. So you can't just take Aiyuk away. Now you have to spread yourself out a little bit. Another route runner.
It's funny you say that. I heard, I don't know if you're familiar with Bucky Brooks, but he was saying the reason the Niners lost the Super Bowl, tell me if you heard this, was Debo and Aiyuk and their inability to get separation.
Yes.
And I was like, whoa, okay, I didn't see it that way. You know, I tip my cap to the Kansas City defense, but I'll say this. I can't make you feel the way you don't, but I do think something's going on here, and it's to the point, FP, that the Pearsall drafting, and I hear what you're saying with the talking heads, and they may be right that the Niners needed another, some more weaponry at the wide receiver position because Debo is not Jerry Rice per se. He brings his own things that he does that makes him so unique. But Brandon Aiyuk, to me, is your prototypical. He can do more than we've seen. So with that said, I think he's at the house. I think he's upset that McCaffrey got this before him. We'll see. But I just can't envision a scenario week one. And this is if I'm a Niner fan, what I don't want. This is the bottom line, FP, and I know I'm redundant on this. You cannot go into a year where it's the Brock Purdy year. You love everything you see, but this is the one that really hammers it home in regard to how much money you're going to give him and him not have the luxury, because that's what I'm calling it, a luxury of dropping back to pass and not having 11 on the field. Because that's where this thing could go, worst case scenario.
This ain't going there. They're reloading. They're giving it one more shot this year. Everyone's going to get paid. Everyone's going to get their money. It's just taking a minute.
And you brought up Debo. You said, and you were right, he wasn't taken care of until July. And then you mentioned Bosa, who was right before the season started. So I guess you could kind of sell me, FP, on nothing to see here. But I just think Brandon Aiyuk with them fingers up on that IG post. It's a shame I'm going to IG last week. And the caption said, and he wrote it, I don't share my food with nobody. I shouldn't have to share my food, but I'm paraphrasing, with anybody. So that just tells you what he's thinking. And I wonder, this is McCaffrey's money, but is he talking to the organization like, okay, that's how y'all doing it? And to Evan's earlier point, I wanted 30, now I want 32. We'll see. Dude, and we got Larry Krueger coming up at 1 p.m. So he's at practice, at camp, at minicamp. We'll get his thoughts on this. And if he thinks this means anything in regard to Aiyuk's future.
Man, I come from an Italian family. We share our food with everybody.
Sopranos.
Like if you eat dinner with us, we're like, hey, you got to try. Like we go to a restaurant, it's like, you try this, try this. We're passing plates around. So we share our food with everybody. So I don't understand that. But reiterating, since 2020, Kittle, Warner, Debo, Bosa, they all earned massive extensions. None signed before mid-July.
And I'm getting that on the text
And
line.
I don't know if they went to mandatory.
Well, Debo requested a trade, so I'll give you that. So nothing to see here for you.
No, not yet. The mandatory mini camp, because he's getting fined, has a little significance on a scale of 1 to 10. My worry is about a 1.5, where I think yours is over 5, if I'm guessing.
And it was even before the McCaffrey deal. It was just like, when you hear and read reports of people that are, in the know, shout out Fresno, I'm thinking, I'm watching the draft like, my God, when Goodell goes up there with the Niner pick, or, are we going to find out they made a trade? So I was happy that Aiyuk and Debo are still Batman and Robin, Pip and Jordan, but we'll see. And what you just said, that's heavy. I can't ignore what you just said, like, goo, it'll get done. It's just not going to get done now. But
look at the track record, Goo. It's not like you're dealing with some cheap organization that doesn't want to win. Like, look at the ownership. Look at the front office. Look at the track record. This isn't a franchise that's not going to pay their guys. Do they take a minute to get it done? Maybe longer than we would all like at times? Yes, but
you just pointed that out.
The bottom line is they get their guys, and they want to win a Super Bowl. So,
yeah, I get you, FP. Let's go out to Fresno and welcome Dave to the program and get his thoughts on the new deal for Christian McCaffrey. What's up, Dave?
What's up, guys? Thanks for getting me in, man. Appreciate it.
Talk to us.
Yeah, I think it was the right move to prioritize McCaffrey, over Brandon Aiyuk, and I'm glad that got done. I just wanted to say, though, I think the Niners are in a tough spot. It's not really a Brandon Aiyuk problem. It's more so an NFL contract problem. I think the contracts are just ballooned so greatly. You know, you see these quarterbacks like Goff and Tua. You see they're getting paid the same money as Mahomes or even more. So it's just, you know, Aiyuk, I want to keep him. He deserves to get a raise, but like how much? I'm looking at his numbers. I mean, aside from last year, he's been okay as far as the numbers. Like the numbers don't justify getting that $30 million a year. Now, does he deserve a new contract? Sure. Does he deserve a raise? Absolutely. But I mean, at what price? You know, and I'll say for the 49ers and Shanahan, like, you did draft Danny Gray. You just drafted Cowling in the 4th round again this year. So at what point, like, you look at the Chiefs, they let Tyreek go, and, you know, they seem to be able to keep producing and winning. So say you do lose Aiyuk, we do got Shanahan. Everybody say he's a boy genius. We do have, you know, other weapons, and we have drafted receivers, and we did draft one in the 1st round. So, I mean, I want to keep. I want as many resources as we can get. But at the same time, what are we doing with the other guys? What's the plan for them? So do they have a plan if he doesn't report or doesn't want to play, or if you can't re-sign him? So they need to look at that too. But again, I like Aiyuk. I think he had a great year last year. But again, like, at what price? If he's asking for close to $30 million, I can't justify giving him that. You know what I'm saying? So
gotcha.
That's my take, man. I appreciate y'all getting me in.
Appreciate it, Dave. Yeah, it's funny he brought up the great Tyreek Hill. All the Chiefs have done since he's left is win 2 Super Bowls. I mean, Mahomes is great. So is Andy Reid. But, you know, again, I told you this. I'm nosy by nature. I just want this to be done, and I want to find out, you know, how I know Brandon Aiyuk, for instance, real quick here. If I asked you, FP, just to guess, and you may already know off the top, how many touchdowns did you think Aiyuk had last year?
I'm going to say 12.
7. Okay, but I get you.
All right.
But when you talk about the Jeffersons of the world, and they're putting up double digits, and the CD Lambs, and everything is about the system, right? You know? And I just feel like hearing Brandon Aiyuk, and you can tell me stay off social media at different junctures last season, his girlfriend, like, this is our last game, it could be at Levi's, his brother alluding to the fact that they're not using him correctly. I know there's a dog within, and just because he wants, I'm not saying the team should, you know, bend over and acquiesce to whatever he wants. My thing is, I know there's a dog that wants to put up 1 million receptions, you know, but it's not that way. So he's fighting that feeling of, that demon of, and it's a good demon of, I want to put up numbers, but okay, I can't. I can get 7 touchdowns, 75 receptions, 1,300 yards. But the flip side of that, and I'm going to Rodney Dangerfield on respect, is pay me. Okay, I'm not putting up the numbers, and I think you guys know why I'm not, because our system is what it is, and we got McCaffrey, but appreciate me in the pocketbook. And that may be done in July, like you cited. Hey, Goo, that were 5 guys you just named that all got taken care of later on. But I'm just thinking, man, where's this thing headed? And if Aiyuk saying, you know what, I'm never going to be that Jerry Rice or Terrell Owens in the red and gold, but pay me. And I'm just curious to see how far apart they are and what they, you know, how the organization deems Brandon Aiyuk's worth. Because if you think about it, it's crazy.
No, I think that's a great take, and I think it's very well thought out in what you're saying, because you have that devil on one shoulder and an angel on the other shoulder, and you want your numbers, and you want to win, but you want your numbers, and you know if you went to another system, you'd probably get way more receptions, way more touchdowns, way more yards, and you'd be heading in Canton. But like, the selling point for me is you're with a great organization. The grass isn't always greener. You could get paid and you could have more receptions and not have a chance every single year. You know what a luxury it is as an athlete to know that every single year you have a chance to win a Super Bowl? How many teams in the NFL can say that? 3, 4?
Oh, man.
And in other sports too, that you're lucky enough to play for the New York Yankees, that you know every single year you have a chance to win a World Series. Whatever the team is, whatever the Houston Astros now, they're in the World Series every year, it seems like. So, I mean, that there's some value in that, and that's the selling point. Like, hey, we're going to pay you. You might not get the numbers here, but you have the opportunity to get a ring. And it just depends on who you are as a person.
Yeah.
You could go around a major league locker room, an NFL locker room, and ask everybody, and you'd get different answers from everyone.
That I believe.
I want my numbers. I want to get paid. Give me my money.
You said Canton earlier. Well, that's how you get there.
I want to go to Canton, get that weird looking jacket. I want to go to Cooperstown. I want to be a career 300 hitter. I want to be known as right up there with Jerry Rice when it's all said and done. I want to chase Steph Curry's record, or I want to win a championship. I would think that based on how much money is at stake, where our society is today in general, that the majority of athletes are more worried about what they get paid and what the perception is of them when it's all said and done versus
it's
championships.
sad, but there's no doubt you're right.
Back in the day, and I'm sounding old right now, but back in the 80s and 90s, it was about rings and parades, where maybe it still is with some, but I would say that it's shifted to more about, because there's just so much damn money. There's such a big pot of gold at the end of the rainbow now that maybe the championship would be nice, but like pay me.
And
where
that's
back
the
in
reality.
the day it was I want the championship, and the money will come after the championship. And now there's just so much money out there. It's like, can you blame them? Can you blame them for being so focused on my money and my contract and my security? And generations of my family don't have to work because of me right now, and me holding on an extra 3 or 4 or 5 or 7 weeks until camp now, 8 weeks until training camp starts, not mandatory mini camp, but training camp. And my kids will never have to work. I'm going to hold out too.
No, and I totally get that. And it's fair, but it's also why I'm sitting here telling you the fact that this offseason was supposed to be about just me from afar. It was about Brandon Aiyuk and his situation. And all of a sudden, we get the breaking news sounder a couple hours ago, and Christian McCaffrey has gotten taken care of by the company. I'm asking you, would that not bother you? Forget who it was, but somebody else got solidified and got their deal, and I'm still just hanging out there.
Yeah,
I'm being real with you. That would bother me, and it would signal to me, hey, you know what, Guru? You're not a top priority like you thought.
Well, I mean, if we're being real, and I didn't want to take it there, but you're an African American man. Is there a racial element to this? Do you think?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like from his standpoint, like they paid him before.
I would tell him. I love the question. I would tell him, hell no.
Right.
Yeah.
But I have to ask you, and I'm deferring.
Yeah.
I think
it's talent. I think
it's priority, right?
Yeah. Or he thinks he's better than the organization sees him. And that's why I think this is something.
But here's the argument. If I'm Brandon Aiyuk, here's the argument. Like, he should see himself that way. To me, I say this, and people argue with me all the time that he's an elite receiver in the NFL. Like, he has a chance to be as good as anyone in the league at that position. So he should see himself that way. Like, he's got that potential. Is he there yet? He's damn close.
Gotcha.
And if he keeps working as hard as you hear he's working, dude, you know what fires me up about Brandon Aiyuk is not the catches and not the routes. It's how he blocks downfield for Christian McCaffrey. Like, Christian, there's got to be some tips in that jar right now for McCaffrey's
no doubt.
contract on how he blocks downfield.
And we'll talk about it on the other side. But when you talk about receivers that block, we can go Terrell Owens, Jerry Rice. This is what they do. And Juwan Jennings. What's coming up next on The Game? Your chance to qualify to win an autographed Steph Curry jersey. On the other side, your chance to qualify for an autographed Curry jersey. All presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing?
every year he's been in the league. Seems like he's been the same guy since he's walked in the building. He's the same guy every day on and off the field, and I'm pumped to have him here for a long time.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, no Steiny, FPN for Steiny holding it down, and that was your head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on day one of minicamp, speaking about Christian McCaffrey and his stud running back who has a new deal today, 2 for $38 million and 24 guaranteed. He's reset the running back market. No surprise. We've talked about it, and I don't know where you have him slotted, FP, but to me, he is the best player on the Niners offense.
Christian McCaffrey? Absolutely.
Now is the time. Listen for the next 15 minutes, and then we'll ask a question to answer for you with the chance to win an Andrew Wiggins Jedi bobblehead and qualify to win an autographed Steph Curry jersey. And for the YouTube chat, I'm showing you the Andrew Wiggins beautiful bobblehead. Yeah, look at him. Jedi Knight, Luke. And here in my hand is the big grand finale. It's the Steph Curry autographed jersey, the road blue. Ooh, look at that thing, FP. Is that beautiful?
Oh, that's the best.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so the next 15 minutes, we'll ask a question for you to answer for your chance to win a Wiggins Jedi bobblehead and qualify to win this beauty in my hand, a Steph Curry autographed jersey. Man.
He's like legit authentic and one of the nicest people on the planet, Steph Curry.
Right beneath Jesus. I mean, the dude
serious.
is incredible, man.
Like he was at Bottle Rock and
did you see him?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. And I was introduced and he acted like he knew me his whole life. He's like, FP, he brought me in for a hug. But his entourage, dude, and how he rolls, oh my God. It's like we were
how many were
we were like right in front of T-Pain. Like T-Pain's right here. And I was next to Steph, who we had a mutual friend. So, and then we all just kind of walked around backstage together.
Yeah.
And it's like a crowd of like 50 people. Like it's like the Beatles, dude. He's like the Beatles.
Man, so he was rolling deep.
The nicest dude, like literally acted like he knew. I mean, I met him once 10, 12 years ago.
Who was performing?
T-Pain.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it was sick.
How was that?
It was great. It was just great. Just to see how that whole thing goes. That level of superstardom is something I don't know that I've seen.
He's one of the most humble dudes I've ever met, man.
And so cool.
Yeah.
Just dapped me up, brought me in for a hug. FP, what's going on? Like he didn't be like, TJ, you're my friend. He's like, FP, what's up? And I'm like, Steph, I've already been a fan. And you're like, now it's just like, that. There's a certain quality that, like the Dusty Bakers and the Steph Currys have, where they make you feel like you've known them forever.
No doubt.
And that you're their friend.
And you know what, FP, just hearing that story, you twisted my arm, so I'm going to tell you, I don't give a damn. My Steph Curry story, we were doing a show last year from Chase, Donnie and I and Evan, and I parked and I was walking outside, and I see this guy in the hood looking like Ben Obi-Wan, and I'm like, okay, that's just somebody. And then I'm walking as we're walking closer, and I say, oh my God, that's Steph. So he was on the phone, and I didn't go groupie mode, but we'd had a chance to sit down with him before. But, you know, I don't consider myself a friend, but dude, he's on the phone, and I'm like, dude, just keep walking. And he stops, tells whoever he's on the phone with, hold on. And he said, we doing a show for here. I'm like, yeah, Stoney in there waiting for me. And then lets me pull out, because my kids would have killed me, the phone, and I take a selfie. So you can go to my Twitter handle, Triple D Guru, and it's me and him on the street. And he let me take a snapshot. And I'm just saying, I ain't no groupie, but I'm like, that's a real cat. I don't think LeBron would have did that. You know, Bron wouldn't have did that. He probably would have, I'm on the phone and kept going, but Steph is the man. We're lucky, man.
Dude, most of the time, they're not on the phone, just so you know.
Oh,
that's the oldest trick in the book, holding the phone up to your ear so you can get through people.
I'm a nobody and I use it. How about that? Yeah. There you go. You ain't got to tell me. But today's big news is Christian McCaffrey will be a 49er for the near future. And again, you talk about Steve Young's comments because they stick with me. They're kind of the theme for the Niner this season. You know, you got to cash that ticket because they've been brilliant. They've been damn good. They've been deemed the best team in the league since 2019. And the question I got, and some people calling me a hater, you calling me a worrywart, and I love you. You know, what does this mean for one Brandon Aiyuk? And I just think there's something there. But the one thing I will give you, FP, and when we get done with the show today that I'll kind of just, you know what? He did have a point is the guys you that you listed, it was Debo, it was Warner, Bosa, all got signed in July or after. So maybe that's just, again, how the Niners do business. But I'll tell you this, I'm putting myself in Aiyuk's shoes. If that news popped off today like it did for Brandon Aiyuk, for, again, his teammate, McCaffrey, and I'm kind of at a stalemate in regard to what's going on with me, and I'm seeing 2 days removed, Nick Nolte 48 hours from Justin Jefferson, or whenever that news broke and wide receivers are getting their money, I would not be mad at McCaffrey, but I think I would feel some type of way towards the organization, like, what's the holdup with me? Even though FP's saying, hey, the other guys didn't get their money till July.
He knows exactly what the holdup is.
Is he asking for too much?
They've told him, we're here, you're there. We got to meet somewhere in the middle. I mean, that's just the way these things go. It's just negotiations, and then who's going to blink first. And he's holding out because he thinks he's worth more. The Niners are at a different number, and there's usually a creative way to make everybody happy, whether it's in bonuses or guarantees here or little things here that they'll meet somewhere in the middle. They always have. And that's what I keep going to, Goo. Like, your takes are really thought out, and I understand what you're saying. And it's hard for me that have been through these, not on the scale, obviously, to get into somebody's head.
No, you've been through them, though.
Yeah, but it's hard for me to understand what he's thinking or even to speculate what he's thinking. I think your take is very logical on what he could be thinking. But the bottom line is he has to stick to his guns for as long as he can. He has to. Like, he has to.
But now it's costing him.
Yeah,
we could call it chump change or what have you, but he's being fined by his team.
We're talking about $30 million a year. $100,000 is like $10 to you and I. Like, that's not the point. The point is, he thinks he's worth this. The Niners think he's worth that, and hopefully they'll find a way to meet somewhere between the 20. I don't know how far off they are. The Niners could be offering 21 a year, and he wants 30.
No
that's a big difference.
I'm laughing, but that's a reality.
It could be 25 to 30. It could be 24. It could be guaranteed money on the table. It could be years in the contract, 3 years, 2 years. I want 5 years. I mean, Waddle got 3. Brown got 4. Maybe Aiyuk wants 4. And maybe he wants the same as St. Brown. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know, but I'm not going to worry until it's getting close to the season, and then it could be another uphill battle thing like it was with Nick Bosa for a minute this year.
No, I hear you. That voice you hear is FP Santangelo. Give us a call, your thoughts on the McCaffrey new contract, and also Brandon Aiyuk, a no-show on the first day of minicamp. Big deal, no big deal. 888-957-9570. And you know what? I just figured it out why I think I'm a little triggered, FP. I just can't envision a season that hinges on, you know, when you put that mantra of Super Bowl or bust, because it does apply, and there is pressure. Kittle's talked about it just the other day. It's like, you know, we got to win.
It's good pressure.
Okay, exactly.
It's good pressure.
A lot of teams would love to have that on their shoulders. But at the end of the day, I just can't envision a 49er offense without the services of number 11.
I can't either.
And that's what, you know, Ricky Pearsall left, Ricky Pearsall right. You can tell me how great he's going to be, but he's a rookie. That's what he is, and that's what we know he'll be. And I'm not saying he's not going to make any contributions, but damn it, I've been around enough to know Brandon Aiyuk is a playmaker for this team, and you've admitted or, you know, said you think he's their best all-around wide receiver. I feel the same way. So I'm like, are you really going to play chicken with a guy that, you know, is going to be responsible for the chicken that you're going to give Brock this offseason? Like, if you didn't have Aiyuk, if this thing went left, you know, how do you replace his production? But the ramifications that would have on your stud quarterback in a year that is going to go a long way in determining how much money you're going to pay him. Like that, that's heavy.
We just ranked the players, and we went McCaffrey and Bosa. And that's their number 2 for you. You ranked them.
Yeah.
They played chicken with their number 2 player. Why ain't they going to be playing chicken with their number 5 or 6 player?
I got a question for you, too. That's a great one. I don't think it was ever chicken with Bosa. It was just about win. And you could be like, well, Guru, apply that to Brandon Aiyuk.
Yes.
And that's why I'm going to ask you this follow-up question. If Brandon Aiyuk wasn't a 49er, how far do you think they could go? Like, would you say Goose Super Bowl's off the table? Because something's eating at me before you answer and think about it, FP, that the Niners might be thinking, hey, we'll miss them, but Goo, the show don't stop, bud. And if they feel that way, then this is why this is a big deal, and you want to get this done sooner than later.
From a fan standpoint, I want Aiyuk, and I want everybody, all the chips in the middle, and let's go for it one more time.
Okay.
From an organizational standpoint, I think they can win a Super Bowl without Brandon Aiyuk.
And I can't sit here and say that you're wrong. And I'm starting to believe, again, would we say a little pimple, a little blackhead? Maybe this is the embryo stages of that.
I love Brandon Aiyuk.
If Brandon Aiyuk, again, and you said this, and I felt bad. I didn't feel bad, but I felt sports radio bad. Like, I don't know what he's thinking, but I'm looking at IG. He's communicating, saying, pay me. And if he is asking for something they deem ridiculous, then this is what you get. But the month is June. It's early June. You asked the 4th. July is that's the month where everybody or after got their money. But it's like, damn, I just lost the Super Bowl. If I'm the organization, I want to come back with no, what do you call this? No drama. And I guess FP early on, him not being at camp, you could say it's nothing, but you could deem that as drama. And I just don't think that's good for the team that wants to get back, rally, focus, and get back and revenge what they should have had last year against the Chiefs.
Yeah, but this is minicamp, though. Like, I don't think minicamp is that important for veteran players that have been with the team for a number of years. If it was camp and we're gearing up for the season, we're June 4th, man.
Yeah.
When's the
and Larry
first game?
Kruger at 1. He's out there. He'll join us at 1.
And maybe he'll disagree. Maybe he'll disagree, but I just don't think the June 4th is anything to get worried about. When's game 1? Let me get the Niners schedule up here.
September. I forget who they open up against, but it's September. No, they got Monday night at home against the Jets. So you want him out there. They host the New York Jets and Aaron Rodgers week 1.
June 4th, dude. It's not football season for me. It's not even close to football season for me. It's baseball season. It's the only sport where games that are being played that counts right now. And the NBA Finals.
Okay. So I love you like a brother, and I know this about you. You're a dad.
Yeah.
So if your son was at his job, or let's just say he was on the Niners, and he said, Pop, we got mini camp first day. I want money. They're fining me. Would you be like, oh, son, nothing to see here. It's all good. Keep holding out. I believe FP, you'd be like, that fine means something. It's small potatoes for guys that are making that big, buku chicken like you talk about. But Aiyuk's not making that to the average person he is. But I think you would tell your son differently that fine or the signal of it means a little
I disagree.
something.
I'd tell my son to get paid, that he's worked his ass off his whole life to get to this point, that a lot of people don't get to this point. A lot of people aren't lucky enough to perform this well, or skilled enough to perform this well, or lucky enough to not be injured to get to this point. And if you get to a point where you have leverage, that you have to take advantage of it. And if it means sitting out, you sit out until you get paid. 100% would tell
So
my
you're
son
standing on business in regard to that. You think him getting fined?
Dude, this is mini camp. I can't even believe we're doing 4 hours on mini camp in Brandon Aiyuk. Like, it's
the
camp.
first day.
It's mini camp.
See,
it's mandatory.
To you, it's mini camp. To me, he's getting fined.
The games aren't starting until September.
Okay,
they have 7 weeks off,
but he's
where they
losing
go home
money.
And do nothing.
So I tell you what, where's your wallet at? Just open the window and throw your wallet out because you don't care about losing money. I didn't know that. I didn't know that about you. But he's losing money. Tell me I'm wrong. He's losing money.
$30,000.
You can't underestimate the fact that he's losing money, and that's why I'm just going back and forth with you that it is a big deal. He don't got it like that. You could say it's just nothing. Throw your wallet out the window.
He's about to get paid $25 million a year, $100,000.
And the question is from the Niners. Is he going to get that money from the Niners?
Yes, they always sign their guy. We're not dealing with a cheap organization here. We're not dealing with a last place team that's nitpicking on $1 or $2 here. They always sign their guys to massive extensions. If they hadn't, we should be worried. But they always do. They're going to sign him. And if they don't, then I was wrong. But they will. It's just the first day of minicamp. The first day, they're in helmets and shorts. And this is for the rookies.
I totally get it.
They should call it rookie camp or new guy camp. This isn't for the veterans. In camp, there's no hard knocks minicamp. There's hard knocks when it counts. There's hard knocks in season. There's no Hard Knocks on HBO minicamp. I think we're freaking out about nothing right now.
And I'm not freaking out.
Not in general.
I honestly believe there's some legs to the reports that he might have been traded. And I don't think that ship has sailed. So, again, this is me purely speculating, FP, but the fact that he does not have a deal until that day does come that you talk about, and you could be totally right, and there's nothing to see here, I'm going to be like, whoa, what if, we come in here one day and then the breaking news sounder goes off and he's traded? We'll always talk about, well, are we really shocked? Because we saw the speculation about what was going on draft night. But man, when you look at something and you covet it and it's worth and it's something, part of your future, it's kind of like this McCaffrey contract. It's nothing to see here. It gets done. But Brandon Aiyuk is on social media. His body language, people in his family have used social media to say he's unhappy. And I'm just saying, FP, be careful what you wish for, because you're right. July could come and he signs his deal and there's nothing to see here. But damn, my friend, if you and I text or call each other or do a show and somehow he's traded, I'm going to say, see, I told you. Yeah. And I won't be happy saying it. I'm going to be like, see, we overrated McCaffrey maybe skipping to the front of the line, or Aiyuk taking it that way, because that's what's really important. These guys got egos. You called him a diva, the position, I'm with you, but something just don't sit right. Like, I just think Marvin Gaye, something's going on.
So you're of the camp of where there's smoke, there's fire. So if all these other things with the family and Instagram didn't precede it and what he said, you'd be okay with him holding out right now. But because of all those things preceded it, and the position,
and the trade, the speculation during the draft.
The speculation of the trade during the draft, which I never thought was going to happen. It didn't happen. You're just not good. The 49ers are not going to, in my opinion, I could be way off on this. I'm not saying I know everything, because I don't. They're not going to sacrifice one really, really great chance, one more run at this thing by $2 million here or $3 million here. They just don't strike me as that organization, because I have no reason to think they are that organization, because they've always been first class. They've always treated their own very, very well, and they're going to find a way to get this done however they do. And maybe they're playing hardball and we're playing hardball, and that's how this thing goes. But as an athlete, have you ever seen what goes on in baseball arbitration? When you go to court, the team tells you how bad you are. They have stats to tell you how bad you are. An attorney that represents the team says, Guru, between the 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock hour every day, is the worst radio host in the world. His ratings go down. He gets no calls for 2 hours of his show every day. His books were this and this and this. Like he when he does a live read, and they just rip you a new one.
Yeah.
And tell you how bad you are, and that you have no value in the station, you have no value in the station's ratings, blah, blah. And then your attorney has to come in and say, well, look, between 10 o'clock and 1 o'clock, he has the highest rated, and he's this, and this. And this is how this goes. So what I guess the reason I'm saying this is the business part of it. Brandon Aiyuk has got his suit and tie on with his briefcase right now and his lawyer hat, and he's like, I'm getting paid, dude. I go out there and risk my life. I'm one of the best teams in football every single Sunday, and I'm one of the best receivers in football. And you told me to buy into this, and this. No block, no rock. I'm down 30 yards downfield, kicking somebody's ass into the sidelines while my running back that just got paid goes flying by me. I'm going to get paid for that. And I'm going to wait until I get paid what I think when I put pen to paper, that if I do get hurt, I'm still setting up my family. If I don't get hurt, I'm still setting up my family. I'm getting the exact deal I want, however long it takes. Now, where I start to worry as a fan, and I put my fan hat on, is when it starts to get in toward the season, and I'm oh no. No, I don't want you playing out of shape weeks 1, 2, and 3. Uh-oh, we have more breaking news?
All right, hit the contest line. No, at 415-523-4652 for your chance to win an Andrew Wiggins Jedi bobblehead and qualify to win an autographed Steph Curry jersey. The question is,
FP said this earlier, from an organizational standpoint, how far can the 49ers go without Brandon Aiyuk on the roster? How far can they go, FP said, from an organizational standpoint, without Brandon Aiyuk? That is our question. What's the contest line again, Goo?
415-523-4652. Yeah, I know the answer.
But every time you guys play that sound when I'm here, I think it's a shot special.
I was like, Aiyuk signed.
Spring break, the shot girl's coming around with like some sort of sweet shot that you don't want to have for a discounted price. It's watered down.
The noise shook me. Yeah. But you know what? That was a great analogy with the arbitration. But I'll say this about that. I guess Niner fan that loves Brandon Aiyuk and doesn't want to see a possible future of a Niner offense without him.
Same, that's
the arbitrator decides, and then that's it. You know, you give them the numbers, and then they go do what they do, and the mandate comes from a third-party entity.
Right.
But with this, it's like, again, I keep saying this, Brandon, you're not worth 30, bud. You're not worth 32. I know you guys think you are. You're not. And then the fallout, if that is the scenario, that's where you talk about him possibly being in another uniform. But I do believe you. I think this team, I think there is something to, and we'll find out, and I can't fast forward. It's purely speculation on my part, not the first time. I do feel like they're coming from a place of, you know what, 11, you're badass. You had 7 touchdowns last year. You got 1,400 yards, but we could still win a whole hell of a lot of games and win it all without you. I hope I'm wrong, but the further this gets down the road, we'll find that out. But it is just funny to me how sometimes in life you can be the beneficiary of a system, of a era, and right now of a market. Wide receivers are getting your home when you put it on the market, years before, and your house ain't worth that, but it is now. That's what Zillow's telling me right now. That's what it is for receivers, and I got to be careful here because some of these receivers are bad at. We're talking about top-tier talent. I just wonder, and I want to know now, FP, I want to know before we get out of here, how valuable do the Niners really think Brandon Aiyuk is?
I think they think he's extremely valuable.
Okay.
I also think there's probably a part that's not ever going to be public that they think they can still win without him.
Or that something goes wrong and he's not here, and then we find that out that there was a number or, a threshold to where they said, you know what, we just can't go past that.
I don't want to find out if they can win without him.
That's what I guess that's what I'm saying. I appreciate you saying that.
I love how hard he plays.
He's a badass.
He's a badass.
Homegrown.
One of my favorite players on the team. So I hope they get this done.
Now, before we go to break, was there any, because for me, I watched that Super Bowl back and I thought Brock Purdy did not do a disservice for himself. He was not overwhelmed. Did he throw for 500 yards? No. I don't think Kyle had the best day, but I looked at Brandon Aiyuk, and it goes to what you just said. I go, why was this dude only targeted 5? What am I missing? But it wasn't just his fault. It was systematic. Like, where was this offense that we thought was a juggernaut? Why wasn't it on display, on the most important Sunday? And it's kind of the same thing that happened in 2019, FP, under Kyle Shanahan when they played the Chiefs. And I know they had Jimmy, but they didn't ball out that day to where they just put up 30 or 40 points and won it easy. And I know you could say, it was the Super Bowl. You're never going to do that. Some teams do.
Kansas City had one of the best defenses in the league.
So maybe that, and you're not the first. Bucky Brooks was like, the receivers couldn't get open, Goo. I'm like, yeah.
Wait, refresh my memory because I've blocked it out and put it in Tupperware and thrown it in the freezer of the Super Bowl. Were we saying they should have run the ball more? Because I think that was what everyone was clamoring about. And Kansas City made the adjustments in the second half. They put another player in the box, and they took away Christian McCaffrey. And everybody's like, why aren't we running the ball more? We're getting this. The Chiefs made the adjustments at halftime and took the run away. And I think maybe in knowing that, Brandon Aiyuk was like, I see that. I got man coverage, like, let's go. And why am I not getting used?
I believe that thought crossed his mind. And when you look at the targets, not just the receptions, FP, I'm sure he was like, man, I can do more. And again, a couple playoff games before that, his brother was on, Brandon Ayuk's brother was on social media, just basically making the point that his brother could be utilized more. And a lot of times, I don't know from your experience, I think that comes from the person too. Not that it makes the athlete bad, but if my brother's out there talking about, I got a brother, Rodney, if he's saying something about me, 9 out of 10 times, FP, he's probably heard that from me, you think?
Yeah, but it's just never a good idea, and I know things have changed, to have your family go on social media on your behalf.
No doubt about it.
I don't ever want that to happen for me.
Yeah. When we get back, Austin and San Jose, we see you. We'll take your call. We'll get your thoughts on the McCaffrey deal. And also, what does this mean for Brandon Aiyuk? It's FP Santangelo. I'm Daryl the Guru Johnson right here on 95.7 The Game.
How much you might call?
embarrassing. I'm good now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, yes. It is Daryl the Guru Johnson alongside the great FP Santangelo. And I don't know why Evan played that. You ever hear yourself sometimes on tape and you're just like, why was I? Who is that?
Only every day.
Oh, wow. Look at my guy.
Hate my voice. I hate my takes half the time.
Do you really? I could do an hour on it.
Dude,
I hate mine.
When they used to so
if you could
I never listened to a broadcast I've done ever over, but sometimes on the highlight shows, like on Quick Pitch, they'll have your thing.
Oh, my favorite show.
But they'll have your voice on there. I'm just like, I would turn it as quick. I can't stand my voice. I can't stand here what I had to say.
But you got to listen to Game yourself on the tape. That's how you get better.
Nope, never have. Maybe that's why I still suck. I don't listen to anything.
All right, go ahead and read the text. We got one from Bonte.
Oh, yeah. Wait, hold on. You just ambushed me.
Yeah, he was Team FP.
Yeah, Bonte and Guru. FP is right. Minicamp means nothing.
And I get that. And we're going to go out to Austin, San Jose in a second. I get that. I'm just saying, I'm going Dr. Phil. I do wonder the fact that Brandon Aiyuk, this was supposed to be his offseason, and it still can be. The fact that this kind of came out of nowhere, or like the great Evan Giddings said, we didn't see McCaffrey at OTAs. And was he sending a subliminal? Because nobody had talked about, his guaranteed money had run out or whatnot. And then out of nowhere, bam, he's got his new deal. I get it. I understand it. I'm just wondering, I won't call Brandon Aiyuk a kid because he's not. He's a badass wide receiver. But that communication and his post on IG let me know he's not happy. And I just wonder if he's like, man, I can't believe y'all going to go take care of FP. What about my chicken? And before you even answer, FP, let's go out to San Jose and get Austin's thoughts. He wants to give his thoughts on Brandon Aiyuk. What's up, Austin?
What's up, guys? Good show. FP always gives the honest approach from the player's perspective. I always like that, FP. And you just reminded Guru us about the chicken. You get yours. You don't worry about anybody else. If I heard you say that, FP. And then the other thing is, I thought was kind of funny when Guru suggested earlier that somebody would take a discount to get somebody else paid. I've always thought that was crazy, too. I don't know why somebody would do that. I mean, why would you take less so that somebody else could get paid? You're going to tell your family, hey, I took less so that my buddy could get more. I don't think so. But after you could tell me if that's all based. The other thing I wanted to know
I would just say Tom Brady did that before, Austin. I'll just leave that there, though. But go ahead.
Okay. But that's Tom Brady. I mean, and he probably got it back somewhere else.
Right. I'm sure.
I would imagine. I'm just guessing. Yeah. One thing I wanted to ask you guys, AFP, is it possible that, I know we all want to believe that all these guys want to play for champions, and who wouldn't, but is it possible that some players really just want to get the money? I mean, if they play on a winning team, that's fine, but there may be guys out there, and hey, I'm not saying I wouldn't be one of them. If I can get paid $30 million, and if the team isn't that good, okay, I'm still getting my $30 million. So I think I would want the money first. And then the last thing I wanted to say, Guru, is that I think it's possible that the Niners could see themselves being as good without Aiyuk. I know he made some big plays.
Yeah,
he might be their best receiver, but remember a couple years ago, Shanahan was talking about what he wasn't doing right. So he might say, hey, I can develop a guy over the next 2 years, pay him less. He's mine. He does everything I say, and I don't have any problems from an attitude standpoint. So it's very possible that they could see themselves being just as good without Aiyuk, and they didn't win a Super Bowl with him. I mean, I'm not putting it on Aiyuk, but they didn't win a Super Bowl with him. So we can go on about Aiyuk, but to them, he might just be one of the other great players they have, guys. I'll listen. Thanks.
Yeah, no doubt, Austin. He's one of our favorites.
No,
I don't know. We got Larry join us at 1:30. Larry Kruger joined us at 1:30.
Yeah. Austin probably missed it, probably in and out of his car. But I said earlier that I think that the bigger the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, that the modern day athlete might be shifting a little bit to where the money is the most important thing. Where maybe back in the day when you weren't getting paid as much, it was more about and winning a championship and hoisting the Lombardi Trophy or the Commissioner's Trophy or whatever it is. But now, I don't know if I can blame guys for going out and chasing the money when it's $30 million a year and you're going to get paid that. And where on your list of priorities does winning a championship land on the modern day athlete? And I don't blame them if it's number 3 or 4 when maybe in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, maybe even the early 2000s is that was number one or number two. And everybody's different. You go in a locker room with 25 guys, you get a different answer. I'm doing it for the money. Hell yeah. I'm doing it for the Hall of Fame. I'm doing it for this. So everybody has their different motivation. As long as your motivation makes you a better player and helps me win, I don't care. But I would say that today, more than ever, it's about the money.
And that's an excellent point. You just showed me where you live, and I'm like blown away over here already. And, you say I ain't getting Bryce Harper money, Goo, but man, my point is, you know what? That's the reality. That's where we're at. And I'm old school just like you. And I think now with the, social media being what it is, everything now is about branding. It's about your brand. And we would be naive to sit here and think, the new Charles Barkley who doesn't win a championship, let's just say he's a football player, if he got paid handsomely, that matters more than him getting a ring. I'm not saying that's how it is across the board, but come on, FP, you are right. The way the money is being shelled out today, these dudes, I didn't win a chip, but they'd probably say, don't feel bad for me, buddy. I got generational wealth. I understand that. But to piggyback off of something Austin said, and hey, I'm not saying the Niners couldn't do it without Aiyuk. And I know a diehard Niner fan is probably like, I don't want to find out. But the flip side of that is, Austin, I'll say this to your point too, FP. I do wonder if Brandon Aiyuk goes home on Sunday night, and you talked about Quick Pitch, that great program that covers every game as if it was Game 7 of the World Series. But what about NFL Primetime or Sports Center or just social media? I'm telling you guys, the age and probably a little older than Aiyuk are about stats too. And you can't tell me Brandon Aiyuk is okay just getting 7 touchdowns a year. Maybe this system is not ideal for him. He wants to see or put up numbers like CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, the Jamar Chases of the world. We'll never know. But FP, we would be naive again to think that's not what it's about. And again, the rat on the table is Aiyuk could drive home and the Niners win 34-10. McCaffrey has 3 touchdowns. They scored 27 points, and he has 4 catches for 47 yards. You can't tell me he ain't telling his buddy or his girl, damn, I wish I could have, we won. But there is a part of me yearning that I wish I could have let off Sports Center tonight with me putting up $160 on 8 catches and 2 tugs. Come on, man. That's just there. We'll never hear that, but I'm not dumb enough to think that that's not what some of these guys get out of bed and train to do and get paid and rewarded.
Well, I mean, the other part of that equation is you wouldn't have those numbers if there wasn't any other options that the other team had to worry about. So if you want to be the number one option, go see how many catches you're going to have when they take you away every week, and you're the only one they have to take away. So now with Debo and Kittle and McCaffrey and Aiyuk and Jennings.
Damn, keep going.
Who are we taking away this week? So in a certain week, it's going to be Brandon's week to shine based on maybe the matchup and the coverages and who they're playing defensively in the scheme. Other weeks, it's not going to be his week because they're going to take him away. So that's why his numbers fluctuate so much. But you could make the argument that his success is based on that there are so many options on the offense. And that if he is the only option somewhere, is he that elite receiver? I think maybe he could be, to be honest. But then you're the guy that they're going to focus on every week. You're the guy that they're going to take away.
And let's just say you don't win. Do you want that and put up your numbers?
Yeah,
but there's some guys programmed like that, FP.
Yeah. And the luxury you have of being a Niner is, A, we're going to compete for a Super Bowl every week, and B, there's other people that they have to concentrate on besides you, which could lead to more numbers and how, I don't know, bet on yourself. I just don't. Like I said, it's minicamp. I am definitely not worried about Brandon. Not worried about Brandon.
He said those, if they're, again, I'm just keeping it real and telling you how I feel because we've been talking about this before we found out today that McCaffrey was going to get his new money and get taken care of. So, we're watching this closely and we'll see how this plays out. But, man, I just cannot continue to tell you how I was watching the draft from a 49er perspective thinking, oh, my gosh, could Debo be gone or Aiyuk would, be gone? And both of them are so unique and skilled that would have an impact, I believe, negatively on the offense as a whole. So, if you're telling me, and I keep going to the Steve Young sound of, it's kind of, they need to win, and Kittle even owned it. And Warner, they want to win. Trent Williams, they're all saying it. It's no surprise. You don't want to kind of weaken your team. So the Niners haven't done that. And the one thing, again, I'll give you FP, the point to FP Santangelo, I'll throw Bonte in there too, is July is the month where all those guys got their money from their organization, the same organization, which is the Niners.
Yeah, I ain't tripping until he's not playing in week 1.
Too short.
Or if he gets traded, I don't think that's going to happen. He got traded on draft day. They would have traded, that's the guy you would have traded up to get higher picks. Everything's going to be fine. There's nothing to see here until there's something to see here. But there's nothing. I repeat, nothing to see here today.
Now, we got the Too Short segment coming up at 1:30, but we'll have a guest. That'll be Larry Krueger. But when I walked in today, let's throw him a curveball here. Well, we got a little time left in this segment. FP, you were hot on something in regard to gambling in sports because we just had another athlete pop, banned for life, right? And you had some strong sentiments about the hypocrisy, I don't want to speak for you, that's going on with how big gambling is in professional sports and how some of these athletes are getting caught up in it, but losing their careers. You think that's fair? You think the punishment or the ban is what it should be, or you think it's overkill? Or, if I'm a player and I got a drinking problem or, I got a drug problem, I can go knock to the powers to be and, their services and counseling, their support for me, to talk to somebody and hopefully overcome that. But it seems like with gambling, and I'm not being I partake, I'm no pro athlete, damn it. But it seems like when you go down the gambling avenue, they just throw you away.
Well, rules are rules, and you have to protect the integrity of the game. And if you have a guy like Tucupita Marcano who's betting on his own team when he was with the Pirates, you have to. The rules are the rules. There was no rules about steroids or drugs back in the day. It was the Wild West. So guys did whatever they want.
Right.
If they would have told us drinking coffee was illegal and I was going to get suspended, I wouldn't have drank coffee.
But you said, some would have. Some guys would have risked it all.
Yeah, but this is all I ever want to do since I was 6 years old. So if you said drinking a beer was illegal, we're banning beer from baseball, I wouldn't have drank a beer. There just wasn't rules back in the day. Okay. So guys did whatever. The Articulo 21 or Articulo Article 21, we used to joke when you come into Major League Clubhouse, it's the biggest sign right when you walk in. No gambling on baseball. They make it perfectly clear through what happened to Pete Rose and
which I hated, forward, by the way. Go ahead.
But if you bet on baseball, that's the rule, and they're trying to keep the integrity of the game. That's the rule.
But what about the temptation, though, now that everything you watch it's about gambling? Every game's brought to you by gambling. I get that, but what about the repercussions? We saw Porter Jr. brother. He was in the NBA on Toronto. He's banned. He lost his career. When I say, can there be something in between you're done for the rest of your life?
No.
So you're okay with it. You get popped. It's a wrap.
If you're betting on baseball in your own team, yes. MLB said that Marcano placed 387 bets, totaling more than $150,000 in October of 2022 from last July with a legal sportsbook. Bet on the Pirates. 4% of his bets were right. That absolutely means he bet on the Pirates.
He's worse than me.
He bet on the Pirates to win if 4% of his bets were right. But yeah, he's the first major leaguer to be banned of the sports gambling provision since Jimmy O'Connell in 1924. Pete Rose agreed to a lifetime ban in 1989. He wasn't suspended. He agreed to it. After an investigation concluded, he bet on the Reds. So the one guy I feel sorry for, where's his name? I don't know his name. He's the A's kid. And for like a week, he's placed $6 bets during the playoffs on baseball. And his total betting was like $99. And he's banned for a year.
Michael Kelly.
He was a minor league player, AAA for the Astros.
Okay.
He bet $99.22 and resulted in $28 of winnings. And he's suspended for a year.
Now, that case right there, tell me you would you would take that case and say, you know what, MLB, you got this wrong. I do get the Pete Rose betting on your own team because you could throw games. And now we're talking about the Black Sox and all that stuff.
Not coincidentally, Shohei Ohtani was completely cleared today. It's headlines everywhere. Google it.
That bothers you. He was cleared.
Completely cleared.
But you get why.
He was implicated.
Man.
As his best pal in the world had a $16 million gambling debt. And he's cleared. Which, okay. But why today is he cleared and then all these other guys are suspended today?
I'll let you take a guess.
I don't know, man. Where there's smoke, there's fire. We've been talking about this all day. I don't know if he bet, but it's just shocking to me that your homie, the guy that takes care of everything for you, you don't know he's betting. He lives with. It's just that whole thing's strange.
I'll tell you what. Let's go out to Fremont and welcome Rich to the program. He says he thinks he knows what the Niners will do. What's up, Rich?
What's up, Guru? What's up, FP?
What's up, Rich?
Hey, man, you know what? Beautiful day out. Gorgeous day out. I'm at work today, as usual.
Atco. Yeah.
That's right. So I'm going to be honest with you. I got to agree with FP. I think, and Guru, you know I love you.
Yep.
But I got to agree with FP, man. I think this is a done deal. They're going to sign that Aiyuk. Come on. You're not going to let a guy that put up 1,300 yards in a season and was a big factor in getting you to the Super Bowl, and you're going to pass on that? Let's keep it clear, man. The Niners are a luxuriant football organization. Luxuriant, okay? They have the cap space. They have the money. They have the brains. And John Lynch, trust me, that deal will get done in time. And Monday night against the Jets, you will see Brandon Aiyuk line up. You can put that in the bank for me.
All right, Rich, before you go, let me just ask you this. On the Rich computer, is there any part of the data that shows maybe Aiyuk might be, he thinks he's worth more than the Niners are willing to pay? So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
Dude, I just
that was a four.
Dude, luxurious.
I like that one. That was good. That was good. Honestly, I don't think it's that at all. I think it's a matter of his agent basically coming to terms with John Lynch, and I think that's something that they're going to be able to do. I don't personally feel that John Lynch and the organization is going to pull anything back on this. I think whatever Aiyuk asked for, okay,
right.
If it's within $1 or $2, they're going to go ahead and do it. They're going to say, sure, sign him up.
All right, you heard it from Rich. We'll put it in the cap. All right, so he's confident. Nothing to see here, just like you, Bonte, and everybody else. And again, I want Aiyuk in a Niner uniform. I just, I've been a part of organizations, and I know everybody has not an agenda, an ego. And there is my dad was in the Navy 30 years, and one of the things he told me, son, and taught me about was rank. And I just believe, I thought Aiyuk was next in line to get his chicken. Everybody's acting like it's all good on the home front, and now he's getting fined, but it's no big deal to you and everybody else. But I'm saying if this thing goes left or sideways, and I think it really can with all these other receivers that are putting up bigger numbers than Aiyuk, and somehow the organization thinks he has an inflated or a false sense of self-worth, and that comes out from him and his agent, and they don't want to meet that price, that's why we got what we got on draft night, which was scuttlebutt or noise about Aiyuk possibly being in another uniform. It didn't come to fruition for now, but I'm just telling you, again, it's not a five-alarm fire, but I feel like this thing has the ingredients to percolate. I'm going Stephen A. Smith, and it can manifest into something. That's all.
Yeah, but it's all you have to do is to not worry like you've been worrying on the show. Is look at the organization and who he's dealing with.
The heaviest thing you said today is
look at the history of the organization. If this isn't a cheap organization that cuts corners, this isn't an organization that thinks it'd be cool to win a Super Bowl. This is an organization that has won 5, wants to win 6, and can do whatever it takes to win 6. So they're not going to haggle over a couple of million here or there. They're going to find a way. And was that Rich, our last caller?
Yeah, Rich at Fremont. Works for Atco Pest Control.
Oh, Rich, I just learned a new word, luxuriant.
Is that what he...
Characterized by abundant growth, lush. Yes. So I learned a new word today. Luxuriant.
It's just so
I thought
funny.
he made up a word, so I was going to call him on making up a word. It's not. That's a good word.
Look at him.
Luxuriant, because I usually make up words that I don't know what they mean.
Well, you got a new fan. Here's another word. I got a buddy named Squirt, Pete Stark from Union City. He just texts me. He listens every day. He thinks he's a program director. FP is right. Stop it. And he's just bowing down to you because you're a former athlete.
No,
I mean, it must
right.
get sickening,
That's
right?
It's not right or wrong.
It just must be nice. I'm a former Giant. And these people just,
don't get
even
jealous.
when you're wrong, you're right. I
deserved
sound
it.
jelly. I sound a little jelly. I had an arm. FP really, I could have went to the league.
You could have.
Now, why would you say that?
Because I hear that at least
Evan.
once a day.
Now, hold on, Evan. You did the Rich Mitchman, whatever I said. I didn't like that. We had a company softball game Friday. Your boy hit one out. We took BP. I hit one out.
Can confirm.
About 305.
Yeah, but
Fonte said 315.
You're like 6'8", 250. You should hit one out.
But we made a stop at the bar before we went, and nobody knows.
It was a long stop.
It was and I still got one out. Yeah. That's what you call multitasking.
Honestly, the fact that you went to home plate first, you deserve a lot of
swung
credit.
and fell down. People were laughing. I missed it, swung, and my kids want to see the video. I fell down, but the next one I got back up and
hit a dong.
Yeah. Hey, that's what we called it in the unit, James Logan, a dong.
Hit a dong.
You familiar with Darren Lewis?
Yeah.
That's what he from Union City. That's my guy, D. Lou. Played center for the A's and Giants. Put some respect on my city.
Small club.
Yeah.
It's a small frat.
He's a cool dude.
Be a member of the A's and the Giants.
Yeah.
We're less than 100.
Can you guys real quick give me two more players that played for A's and Giants?
Dusty Baker.
I'll go to Evan.
Chili Davis?
I think that.
I'll fact check that.
Bonte Oshasky would have said counted.
Well, Barry Zito.
No, Chili was. I think Chili was on the. I'm gonna give you one.
Zito.
Oh, you took it. So people are like, good.
Ray Durham?
Ray Durham.
Tim Hudson?
There you go.
Good call.
I mean, I think
that's a great call.
I think it's 96 players the last I checked.
One more A and Giants.
Scutero.
Let's look at my guy. I'm last in my fantasy right now.
I'm Googling. You guys talk about
you keep doing it. Yeah. Well,
Felipe Alou.
One of my favorite managers.
Yeah, he's the best.
How'd you enjoy playing for him?
He's the best. He's the reason I'm talking to you right now.
Do you still talk to him?
I don't, but he's one of the biggest influences in my life, period. Like,
did you have a relationship with his son, Moses?
Yeah, I played with him.
Mose Alou.
Oh, yeah. He's the
he
best
really used to
was.
put that stuff on his hand, the urine on his hands.
There's so
before
many things I could tell you about him that are not.
Is that true though? Do guys put that on their hand to go bat?
I don't know if guys do, but he did.
Wow, man, it worked.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, when we get back, it'll be the Too Short segment. It'll be the Too Short segment, FP. And I got a question for you. I've been hiding it. I don't want to kind of let you know what it is, but I'll throw it to you and put you on the spot when we get back here.
Bring it.
On 95.7, The Game. And we got the great Larry Krueger.
Since 2004, men choose...
great Kevin Burkhardt, who has a new partner.
Kevin's the man, by the way.
He is the man. What happened to Olsen? Brady doesn't deserve that gig.
When he was
Damn it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I really may need somebody to talk to. That was all over Kevin Burkhardt, who I watched the games back, the playoff games, all the games, and I get attached. He's still there, and they took Olsen, Greg Olsen, who was awesome, and Brady's going to be Burkhardt's new partner. But FP, you can't concoct that. What's scaring me is, and we're going to bring on the great Larry Krueger here in a second, is what would make me get that emotional? And I know you're not a doctor, but damn, just hearing that is...
Dude, I like Olsen. He's a Hurricane. He's a fellow Hurricane. And I think he does a hell of a job, though.
Yeah,
I like
I'm
that
good
team.
now.
I like Kevin Burkhardt a lot.
God,
they're almost like our home announcers. They do every Niners game.
Yeah, look at you.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, we're lucky here in the Bay. Miguel Tejada, Giant A.
Yeah.
Chapman.
The great Vita Blue.
Look at
And the number 14 club, by the way.
Yeah. What was you were
14.
Oh boy.
That's why he's in the club.
Yeah.
Stay with the class guru.
John Miller, both sides.
Yeah, John Miller.
Great call.
Lon Simmons.
That Steve Young call from Lon Simmons is one of the greatest calls ever in Bay Area.
142 players.
Is it that many?
Have played for both teams. I said 96. I was way off. Way off. That must have been a number from like 10 years ago or 15 years ago. But yes, 142.
Samardzija, we didn't mention the Shark.
J.D. Davis now is in the club.
Yeah.
I mean, the cool part of that is being a fan of both teams growing up, and then to do it.
That's a part.
That's just
boy,
surreal.
You triggered something.
It's super surreal.
Are you going the double hat where you got the A's?
I was just a Tigers fan. We came out from Detroit, so whenever the Tigers played the A's, we'd go to A's games.
All right, that's different.
Yeah,
but your alliance was with the. You got love for Detroit.
I've always been a Giants fan.
Okay,
and kind of a closet A's fan here and there.
I got you. And right now. Again, the Giants got a game tonight. FP, I mean, you want to get this thing. Arizona was just, they don't even mirror themselves from last year, but you could tell and you're going to be like, goo, how could, they kind of wanted that game and they got it and you win on walk-off fashion. You just, I'm not Bo Mail, but you want to win tonight, man. You don't want this thing to keep.
Win every night.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, man.
I think the story of last night's game that it has not really been talked about was the fact that you started a high leverage reliever that throws 100 from the left side as your opener. You've done it a few times. And
whose decision is that? FP? Let's put it right on the table.
I'm not sure.
So you just wouldn't have did it that way. You wouldn't have did it that way.
I think that you would like that guy in the late innings in a tie game or in a head game. Lefties that throw 100 don't grow on trees.
Yeah.
So if you're a manager, you want to have that luxury of having him in the game when it counts the most, not in the first inning. And if you're going to have a bulk guy, just start the bulk guy and then see how far the bulk guy can go and then just go from there.
But, FP, in this new era of baseball, go ahead.
Eric Miller could have faced the lefty that hit the home run last night.
But now you got fans thinking, was there any computer, any analytical aspect or component that went into why he started first?
I'm sure there was.
Wow, I don't think Bruce Bochy is doing it that way in Texas 100%. You may be able to give a guy like him input, but he's going to still go with his gut.
Who's an eighth inning guy for the Giants throughout the course of history? Romo, right? When Wilson was closing.
Yeah.
Imagine starting Sergio, and then all of a sudden you're up 3-2 in the eighth. And you want Sergio Romo in there.
Well,
for
that's
the
ass backwards.
That's kind of my thinking here, and it could be archaic, and maybe they have a lot of stats and stuff that says differently. But I would want that guy as an option in a high leverage situation late because he's grown into that role. He throws 100. He's got a nasty changeup. He's got a good slider. He's turning out to be one of their better relievers. And Randy Rodriguez, too. I mean, that guy's a future closer in the big leagues based on what he's shown recently.
The boss asked you this morning why he's not a starter. Could he start?
He could start. I wouldn't mind to see him as a starter. He's got electric stuff.
And
he threw one down the middle and he paid the price for it. But if a pinch hitter off the bench,
guy had one home run on the season.
Yeah, it takes you deep. You're not seeing that. It's hard enough to pinch hit and just get a base hit, let alone hit a walk-off home run.
I asked Larry, who was in your seat yesterday, about Logan Webb, and he said Logan Webb's a good pitcher, but he didn't feel like he was just that Roger Clemens type number one, and not that Webb has told us that, but he leads the league this year in innings pitched, Logan Webb. I'm going to ask you about another starter, young Kyle Harrison. What are you seeing from him? Because he's on the bump tonight.
I see
ERA of 4.15 on the young season.
I think his makeup is a little ahead of his stuff at this point. I love the fact that he's like a starter with a closer's mentality. Like he's a stud. Like he goes out there. I don't know that he was throwing at Bryce Harper on purpose. There's been conflicting
there's
reports.
no doubt. I believe he wasn't.
I don't think he was either.
Yeah.
And I'll stick to that regardless of what he said. Keep an eye on him against lefties. He's been thrown up and in on accident to lefties, so hopefully that's not a thing. I think the stuff is going to catch up to the personality soon. And when it does, it's going to be a beautiful thing because he's got a little mad bum in him.
Like now, what goes into that? Is that just a personal thing? Can a pitching coach bring that out of a guy?
No, I think that's just an experience thing in reps that he's going to realize that harder isn't better all the time, and that the development of his off speed and pitching in big situations and not just trying to throw the ball by guys, which he can and has gotten away with a lot. If you put slider or changeup just in the back of my head like 5%, it makes your 93 play 97. If I'm even thinking about you can throw anything else.
FP, let's stop there. Tell us, I already know, how hard is it really to hit a Major League Baseball?
Well, I'm living proof that it's really hard.
Well, but you made it.
No, you have to be all in on a fastball. And what does all in mean? When I step in the box, my last command that I give myself is that like I'm all in on a fastball here. Like, here we go. And if you throw anything else, I'm going to look like an idiot.
So when we see those guys flailing, they were looking for the pitch that didn't come.
But if you think of anything, like if just 2% of your brain is thinking changeup or slider, that fastball is past you. That's how much you have to be committed to the pitch on that pitch. And so I see a lot of Giants taking 1-0 fastballs right down the middle, which was my favorite count to hit in 1-0. If you throw ball one, you got to throw strike one. So like 1-0 was my favorite count to hit in. And maybe more so than there's no fastball counts anymore like there was in the old days. There's strike counts and there's ball counts. So whatever you can throw for a strike in a certain count, you throw it. But like to see guys taking 3-2 fastballs down the middle for a strike or taking 1-0 fastballs down the middle for a strike, and not even like with location. So if you paint a 1-0 fastball, you tip your cap, it's 1-1. But if you like in that little box they show on TV, throw it right in the center square. You should be swinging. Oh, man. Like, let's go. Like, you got to get off your ace swing, right? That should be where you're looking.
And I love you for not correcting me, but you did. I cited the Grant Brisbee piece in The Athletic. It was a while ago about the Giants leading the league on taking, fastballs down the middle. And when they swing at those pitches, they're doing damage, or they were up there with the Dodgers and Braves. This was early on. But FP, I know you cited, hey, Goo, that was a while ago. But me watching, the team just as a whole now, I wonder where they rank or how much that has changed, but isn't that on Pat Burrell too?
Yeah. I mean, he's doing a great job. I'm around him all the time. I'm watching the stuff he's doing, how he's talking to these guys, how they relate to him. There was a time when they were paying a little tribute to Pat Burrell when they got their hits in the dugout. I won't say what it was.
Okay,
but if you look closely about a month ago, they were doing something that I thought was hilarious. But
not what the Dodgers were doing when they went Gene Simmons on what were they doing on the base pass? So whack. Yeah, look at him. Can you see him on YouTube?
Yeah. I think they struck out 2 times last night, and I think they've been doing a great job with 2 strikes. And nothing frustrates me more as a former player to see guys striking out like they like it. And this team's been battling.
Well, Ramos with 2 strikes has been money here lately. Casey Schmidt too.
Yeah.
What's his future?
Ramos been striking out a lot, Goo.
No,
he hit a home run last night with 2 strikes, but he's been striking out a lot. But like I like to see the fight, the battle, the scrap, the swinging bunts, and that's fine. Just put the ball in play and watch people freak out and throw it down the line. Like, I love to see guys compete with 2 strikes.
Okay.
I love to see guys compete. Like, for lack of a better term,
Lamont Wade Jr. used to compete with 2 strikes.
For lack of a better term for radio, stick your nose in the dirt and battle with 2 strikes. Like, fight, scrap, claw, make the other guy work. And in scoring position, realize that that's a guy in trouble, not you at the plate. So I'm starting to see so much improvement from that standpoint. Like I said earlier, if you weren't with us in hour 1, I'll freak out about this team around the trade deadline if they're not doing well.
Well,
until then, there's 2 months of the season.
But my concern is, what if you don't get guys back to really know what you have? Then you don't know what to do, which direction you want to go.
Well, they are. They're getting guys back.
Giant fans were on Giant Twitter last night wanting to sell.
13 players on the IL, the most in baseball. Lamont Wade Jr. was one of the best hitters in baseball. That's a big miss. I thought
living there.
Jung Hoo was their best player when he got hurt.
Those are heavyweights.
Conforto was hitting.
That
was raking when he went on the DL. So it's going to take him a minute. Snell has been, for lack of a better word,
living there.
A disaster because of him missing spring training. He's missed time on the paternity list, and now he's hurt again for the second time.
Hopefully that's not a microcosm, that signing and how it's gone for him, a microcosm of the Giants season, man.
And they're getting reinforcements. So, I mean, there's going to be, if it's July 30th and they're selling and they're in fourth place and they're 20 games out, then we can freak out. But I ain't freaking out yet, man. They just beat the Phillies 2 out of 3. They competed with the Yankees and should have beat them on the last game. Camilo didn't have his command, and there's some guy named Juan Soto that's one of the best hitters in baseball. So it's not freak out time for me yet.
All right. When we get back, we'll be joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley on the crossover. That was all sponsored by Robert Half.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help.
on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, fellas? It's time for the crossover.
Hey.
Willing just smiling.
Yeah.
People be coming at me.
'Cause
Steiny
we're here.
teases me thinking, this chair you do more. The fear I have is I can't see a damn thing. So that's my problem. But it is what it is. Dibs, what's up, baby?
You blind? You can't see? Is that what's
I'm
going
not in
on?
the system. Spadoni came in with his glasses. Maybe I need to get some. I can see, but when you
Oh, you're talking about reading.
Yeah, reading. When you get
It's a lot. It's a lot
Sure.
going on over there.
Yeah.
It's a lot going on. Yeah.
Tough. A lot of reads and, you know.
It's a lot going on. But
Until
you got
I'm-
it.
yeah.
You're doing great.
As long as you can extend your arm and still be able to read, and right now I'm at full arm length, FP, and still be able to gut it out. But
I don't know why you fight it, Goo. You don't need to fight it.
They say once you get in the system, you need it.
Yep. Yep.
I can't tell you that that's not true.
Wait, what's
all
the
I
system?
know that he's talking about
readers,
getting eyewear or readers or whatever.
I'm good on the phone, driving, and everything else, but the little. I went to dinner last night.
Yeah,
shout
you're in
out
the
to
dark.
Bennett's, and the menu was in the dark, and I had to get the iPhone light to put on.
I'm telling you,
that bothers me.
I want you to submit because, by the way, you're about 8 years older than when you should have already had to submit. So you're already on borrowed time, number one.
But now I feel like I can accept it.
Dude,
now if
I
made it 8 years.
haven't even turned 50 yet. You don't see me walk anywhere without these. I walk everywhere with these, and it's fine because, the menu will start dancing when you put those things on.
Hey.
It'll be like chicken cacciatore.
Yeah.
It's all over. You'll see it and you'll love it. My eyes haven't gotten any worse since I started putting these on when I need them.
Wow. Hey, did you know it's tick season? Lyme disease is transmitted through the bite of infected ticks. Visit ATCO Pest Control's website today to learn more and take control of ATCOPestControl.com.
That was a good
Tremendous
transition.
segue right
that was
there.
a great transition right there.
Right from eyes to ticks.
You're looking in that seat.
He's mad at me today. We've been talking about the McCaffrey contract, and I'm happy. 2 years, $38 million. Actually, a raise on what his annual was, $16 million. So a $3 million raise. Kudos.
Yeah.
And 24 guaranteed. That's awesome. I was just trying to bring home the point because, this is all speculation. If I'm Aiyuk, am I like, well, damn, how did Willard go before me? Or is that a nothing burger?
I think it's a nothing burger. In fact, I would argue that while some of us, look at our place. Some of us are full-time.
Right.
Would you get mad if they hired a new nighttime editor?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm not calling Christian McCaffrey a nighttime editor.
I was
But this deal.
I'll take that job.
His deal.
I'll be the nighttime
This dude
editor.
just showed me his place. It's incredible, dude.
And the talk of his Porsche, I'll never feel bad for you.
You heard that? I'm like, this dude
Was it
just showed me.
969?
No, but that was
Like
funny.
he's in the hood.
Because he was like
969 Dibley?
Whatever. He's
That was
like,
funny.
was it a Porsche 911? And you're like, no, it was a 996 or whatever it was.
I'm like, they made
Midnight blue, mustard interior.
Look at Carter laughing like, he dropped that in
I pulled over when I heard I pulled over when I heard that. I'm like, you know what? I'm calling in sick. I'm not even showing up. Porsche 969
25 years ago.
Whatever
I
it
couldn't
was.
afford one tire on that car
I
right
had
now.
a picture in my locker, and I just wanted that car. Barry had it. I'm like, this guy, dude. I love this guy. I hate this guy.
That was very funny.
You give me mixed feelings anyway. I'm
I want to
sorry.
be the night editor.
I'll put it to work.
Whatever that is.
Christian's deal compared to Brandon's is the nighttime editor.
Okay. Oh, that's where
versus
you were
the
going.
midday
Okay.
host.
All right. You brought that
this
home.
is a way more complex deal. He's a totally different position. And Goo, what if I offered you the opposite to your take?
Give it to me.
If I'm Brandon, I wake up today and go, awesome. First of all, my company is paying people. Yeah. My company is all in on this year. And my company just opened up a bunch of salary cap space for this year.
Okay.
Which is going to go to my deal.
$25 million?
Well, the Christian thing specifically opened up $7.5 million. Just his deal opened up $7.5 million for this year. They basically took the money and spread it out. So he just opened up more cap space. All indications are that the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk will both play hardball.
All right.
And so it will, for anybody who's like, so when's Brandon? My answer would be, not soon. It's not going to be this month.
He just went down the last 4 guys.
Yeah.
Bosa. It was all in July.
I don't even think it's going to be in July.
Okay.
I would predict August. And obviously Nick Bosa's was his September?
Right before week 1.
His was in September.
Yeah.
So I would predict August for Brandon, but all indications would be that the 49ers, when they really, really want to take care of a guy that's a homegrown guy, they do. And I have every belief that they will.
I think, just real quick here, this is captivating. And what has me just excited about this is I don't know Aiyuk, but I know people. And when he posted that Instagram of I don't have to share my chicken or whatnot, I get that. Wide receivers are getting paid buku money.
Yep.
But the thing is, some of these receivers are a tad bit more talented than Brandon Aiyuk, who only had 7 touchdowns, and they were all important, 1,300 yards. But he'll never play in an offense like a CeeDee Lamb or a Justin Jefferson or whatnot, and a Jamar Chase where he's featured, where he's the McCaffrey. And I'm wondering if somehow his camp is just, and it's happened, you know what? If I can't put up those numbers, pay me because you know I could if you allowed me, but I'm not. So to keep quiet and be a good soldier, pay me, and I'll be okay putting up pedestrian-type numbers as I watch Sunday night at home, Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb going berserk, getting buku catches and touchdowns.
Right.
I just think there's something to that.
There's a lot to it, and it's not about the numbers. And CeeDee Lamb has been in, I'd have to check the numbers, but you would know this, no conference championship games and no Super Bowls. And Justin Jefferson has got a quarterback controversy there in Minnesota, and they're trying to figure out where to go after Kirk. And yet Brandon Aiyuk is wide receiver 1, maybe. Is he the most important offensive player? No, he might be number 4. We talked about it in the green room.
Yep.
You got Brock, you got Christian, you got Trent, and then George, Debo, and Brandon. They're all kind of in that mishmash of who's number 4, yet he's very important to a team that wins. So that has more value than 108 catches and 12 touchdowns for me.
Receivers also need to be real careful with that game because, you could end up in the featured role or you could end up on the Panthers.
Man.
So that's the end of you ever doing anything ever again. And we've watched that a lot with wide receivers. So I think that there are marketing dollars in play. I think that receivers, I think all employees are aware of what's going on around them. So Justin Jefferson just got $140 million.
Jeez.
I know it's not guaranteed. Whatever he got, $80 million.
88, yeah.
But he understands also what the Vikings just did is what the Niners were doing 2 and 3 years ago.
Right.
They just reset their quarterback payment structure, and they will now have a rookie quarterback.
JJ.
I mean, I know Darnold's there, but that's not very expensive or long-term or any of that. So, yes, does he probably want to still play on a really good offense with a good quarterback in Brock Purdy? Sure. Does he need to understand that that's about to cost the team over $50 million? Yes. Does that mean he needs to share his chicken?
Yeah, that's what he said.
No, it doesn't, but it does mean you don't suddenly get to say because Justin Jefferson's getting whatever per year that I get a little bit less.
Wow.
His comps have just been paid. We know exactly where this is going, I feel like. This is Amon-Ra and Jalen Waddle, put a couple extra guaranteed bucks on it, and let's roll. This is 28, 29, whatever. The Niners will put that on the table, and if he wants to balk at it because of Justin, the Niners will play hardball.
And you have to ask yourself as an organization, will it change his work ethic? Will it change how he approaches a game? Because sometimes you get that big contract, and all of a sudden you take a deep breath. And then is his priority winning, or is his priority getting paid, or can it be both? Because I think if you're the Niners, you make the argument that your numbers aren't your numbers unless you're with our offense, unless you're with all those other weapons. And if you're just the one guy on an island that I have to take away on a Sunday afternoon, do you have those same numbers? And my recruiting would be like, hey, we're going to have a parade. We're going to win this. And you're lucky to be able to play for an organization that's going to do whatever it takes to put yourself in the best position for that to happen every year.
Right, and that's a good point about, if he goes to be a Panthers and now you're getting doubled every time, are you getting those same numbers because they have no other weapon and you're the guy that everyone's paying attention to, or you're a Niner and, you do a lot of 2 receiver sets and you've got Debo to worry about and McCaffrey and Kittle, and so you get one-on-one all the time and your numbers aren't the best in football, but Mark pointed this out before, and we had TJ Hushmanzada on our show, who is Brandon Ayuk's personal coach, and yards per catch, he's top 2, and yards per target, and overall yards, he's 4th. And so his numbers, if you look at just catches and overall yards, they're not as big as they would be if he was a Panther,
a Dolphin,
or exactly, or if he was a Bronco or whatever. But the fact that you win, you block, you play, and you're on an offense that is really dynamic, that's got to mean more to both the team and him.
Something I always look at in situations like this too are like, okay, let's try to go side by side. What is the motivation and what is the cost if they don't do something? The 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk both stand to get whacked in the knee if they don't get this done. Brandon has
Monica
no leverage.
Lewinsky.
None. He has no leverage.
Nancy Kerrigan is what it
If
was,
he wants to sit the year out, he gets to come back and do this again next year.
That was a big miss.
Doesn't get a year of service, and nothing good happens. Doesn't get paid, nothing good happens. And if the 49ers let that happen, they become a much worse football team in a really important year. So these two sides are both highly motivated to have what we're worried about not happen. And so I always just feel like, it may take longer than we want it to, but they're all not stupid. Brandon doesn't want to sit the year out, and the Niners don't want Ricky Pearsall starting in September.
Gotcha.
So, this will happen. And by the way, we'll have this. I don't know if the guys have it ready yet. Did you hear what Debo said today?
Oh, boy.
No, we did not, Grandy.
It's breaking.
Debo damn well knows that Brandon's going to get signed because Debo damn well knows this is last year with the 49ers. You can hear it. You can hear it when he talks. Do you have it?
There's a couple different ones. He was asked if he heard the talk about potentially trading him around the draft, and also if he is aware that after this coming season could be his last as a Niner.
All right, so we'll 10 minutes.
All right, guys.
12 minutes.
Tease
whatever.
That's the tease,
We're
baseball.
going to have that. Yeah, because I thought that spoke volumes about.
But it's in his answer. You hear it, right?
He knows, he sounded like Bob Myers at the beginning of the year when it was Bob Myers last year.
But he's no dummy, though.
No.
And he got his bread. He got his chicken.
Well, he's making 28 this year.
Good God.
So, and when you're making 28 and the guy on the other side of the field from you is going to probably get paid about 28, and your quarterback is going to be making 50, not now, but later, and McCaffrey just got his bread, and Bosa got his bread, and you're starting to look around and you think about how they're going to need to cut some salary, you're the guy.
Wow. I can't wait to hear that sound.
Hey, the one thing I went to the whole show with you ad nauseum is that you have to take in consideration the history of the Niners and that they always sign their guy. This isn't a cheap organization that isn't cutting corners. It's not like they're trying to save money. They always pay the big extensions, the big contracts of their big players. They do.
But we're in the process, and without even hearing the sound, just what I'm thinking he's saying, FP, they're in the process of, can I say, the NFL version of having to cut back next year when maybe Debo won't be a 49er because of everything that you've done.
Yeah, I don't care about
paying the rookie quarterback.
All the chips in the middle.
Totally.
All in for this year.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And then we'll
Operation Super Bowl.
We'll deal with whatever happens.
Super Bowl or bust.
And
exactly.
And they're owning that. Kittle even said it.
This stuff gets super boring to people because I don't even know I don't know how many people on the planet understand the NFL salary cap. I don't. I couldn't tell you all the stuff.
But I appreciate the honesty.
Well, but I know little things that I read, and I know this. Like, if you're about to pay a quarterback $55 million a year, you need a lot of cap space, obviously. Cap space that you don't use in any given year rolls over to the next year.
Damn.
So the more that they open up this year, in theory, gives them an opportunity to have more open next year to pay Brock. If they pay Brandon Aiyuk a new deal, the cap number for this year goes down. It gets cut in half of what it currently is at $14 million. So that, again, when you look at all of the motivating factors here, both of these sides would be morons.
Okay, all right.
To not get this done. They'd be morons.
Yeah.
Makes you a worse football team. Brandon gets no money, and it makes it harder to pay Brock.
So Ayuk's payday, it's imminent.
I don't know. Again, everyone's going to bring up DeForest Buckner. Is there a number that someone demands and the Niners are like, we're not doing that? And if you really want to put your feet in cement on that, could someone get traded? Sure. It's on the table.
And I think the Niners would play that different if they had it to do over again.
I don't think they would, because I think that they would have drafted a different player instead of Javon Kinlaw. But I think they looked at that position and thought, we got Armstead, we can move him inside, and we don't really need to have two high-paid guys.
How did that work out, though? Because you're still kind of looking for that guy next to Bosa.
It worked out pretty well. You went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but you didn't win it.
No, but you didn't win it, and it wasn't because of Eric Armstead. Right. I don't think you look at that and go, you know what, if we had DeForest Buckner, we would have won the Super Bowl. You could look at it however you want to look at it. They looked at the position and thought, we don't want to pay two guys $20+ million a year to be in there. And if DeForest Buckner wanted more than they wanted to pay, and they could pay Armstead less and draft DeForest's replacement, in the moment, they thought, all right, Javon Kinlaw, highly regarded first-round talent. Boom, we'll plug him in there. He'll be the new DeForest Buckner. Didn't really work out, but
Chase Young, Randy Gregory,
Javon Hargrave, and
dude,
you've chased it.
The results have not been bad, but that position has not been what they wanted it to be.
It's been a bit of a chase, and you had Kerry Hyder Jr., who you plugged and played in there, but ultimately DeForest Buckner's gone on to be as good as you thought he was going to be. But I think for Aiyuk, the conversation is. What you're just saying is, if Aiyuk comes in and says, hey, Justin Jefferson just reset the market, I want $31.5 a year. Well, now we're in a situation where it might be DeForest Buckner.
That's going to be a no from them dogs.
But remember, the Buckner thing blew up before the draft, and so they were able to get a pick for him in that upcoming draft.
So my sense from that is just what you said. If this was going to happen, it would have happened before the draft. Because what the Niners are doing before the draft, they put such a high price on trade talks because their assessment, I think, was, we think we can get this done.
Yeah.
Now, yes, it might be August. We're all going to posture.
Yep.
But we think we can get this done, or else they would have pulled the trigger.
Time for the legal. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I put the over-under August 1st on the Aiyuk deal.
Over.
What say you?
I'm going over 2.
FP?
I'm going to put under, and they should sign DeForest Gump.
Look at you.
To return
That's
guys.
a solid 3.
I'm going to give you a 1. I'm done grading after Monica, and I didn't correct him, and I said that's a 4.
That
was a big miss. I give you, boy, I don't have a red pen.
Turn the mic on.
Lewinsky did not get hit in the knee.
And I said, good call.
Yeah.
I knew who you meant.
I want you to finish that.
I knew who you meant.
Monica Lewinsky didn't get hit in the knee by Jeff Gillooly. I'm going to defend myself. Both were semi-victimized white women in the 90s.
You better be careful.
Oh,
That's all I'm going to say, Grandy.
Yeah.
It was before you were even born. You don't know either one of those
Speaking of Stephen A. Willard, he needs to be
here.
careful, man. I know he's having fun, but
Monica McNutt.
Everybody's just mad.
Put him in check.
But the world, I tell FP, why are we so divisive now on everything? Tiddlywinks. People are mad, want to fight. Whatever you discuss, people are mad.
I don't want to defend Stephen A. Smith too much, but when she comes at him and says, you didn't cover the WNBA.
But that was a bar.
Monica, nobody did.
Right.
Nobody
Monica
did.
Lewinsky?
Monica McNutt on ESPN. Yes.
Former WNBA player.
Yes.
I'm not following along with the class right now.
A fireable joke just went through my mind.
Oh, boy, don't do it.
Wow.
We love you.
We're going to keep it right
It's the
there.
Dan Diddley Show.
I got to get off the giant tape.
Just don't say
I'm
that.
Finally, my dream comes true. Solo dibber.
Meet me halfway on this giant tape.
Let's go.
Because Larry was in here yesterday.
The same joke anyway. Go ahead.
Larry was in here saying, I'm paraphrasing, he could see him selling. He wants no part of the wild card. Shasky was going crazy in the morning. Our own Grandy alluded to that on Twitter last night. And all I'm here to say is, and I'm a fan, damn, 2 weeks ago, let's keep it real. Everybody was excited about this effing team and the youngsters. There was damn near a parade if you wanted to throw one.
Wow.
And they haven't played the best ball, but I believe the Yankees made it look so bad of what you're not and how far you're away. I just can't believe I'm saying this. I can't believe what I'm hearing from diehard Giant fans, how unhappy they are with over 100 left. That like the immediate 180 is just shocking. Is it that because the Yankees made you look that bad, or the fashion that they did it?
Well, I think it's a number of things. One, the league has adjusted to the young players, and that's what happens. FP can speak to it far better than anybody.
Fastballs no more. Hello?
Exactly. No more fastballs for you. I'm sorry, Luis. You're going to have to hit the breaking stuff. And, Casey Schmidt did the same thing where he came in hot and then he chased everything and he had to get sent down and he made the adjustment. And that's what happens to younger players. But the other part of it for me is that against the good teams, you're not very good. The Phillies and the Dodgers and the Yankees, you're 3-12 against them.
Damn.
And against everyone else, you're 500 or slightly better. And that's just who this team is.
I always think it's hilarious when people do this in June or May.
I'm saying they're doing it now.
Do it if they're out by the absolutely, yeah. Like
trade deadline.
This conversation doesn't need to happen yet, so you can always hear when someone's just mad. And I understand why you're mad. I am too. But Larry is just mad, and Joe is just mad, and we're all mad.
I get it.
You can all be mad. I'm mad too. Like, that sucked watching that over the weekend. They've got good players, and I wish we had some. And so that stinks. But the whole, the defeatist nature of what happens in a small losing streak, because this is a relatively small deal.
5, yeah.
They've lost 5 in a row. It stinks. Are they a great team? No. But the defeatist nature of looking at that losing streak and going, that's it, we give up, sell. Why? What are we even talking about
this
that
is
right
coming
now?
off of the hot streak where everybody was back in.
I understand that. But my thing is if you want to do that, you can say it. Don't come back. Don't come back in a month if they win 7 in a row. Don't come back around and say, because we watch people go back and forth on this. I loved Joe's rant yesterday, but he also said, don't ever defend Farhan again. That is 2 months, almost to the day, after he tweeted how fired up he is about everything that Farhan did this offseason.
Yeah.
I love you, Joe.
But that's the fan experience in them too.
Exactly.
Right,
I have no issue with it.
I got you.
But it's a flip-flop. And you have to admit that.
And it was pain from over the weekend, FP. People were upset.
How did I start the show today?
Yeah.
You can't say that Farhan had a great offseason and you were excited about all the people that he signed and now blame him for what's going on. Right now, what's going on is on the players underperforming or being injured. He can, a GM in general or president of baseball ops in general can only assemble a roster and put them out there.
But that's
the
micro. The macro is we don't have a judge or you didn't get a star in here.
I understand the Farhan disagreement within the within the fan base. I get that. I understand. I'm not stupid, but I'm also saying what's going on right now is not his fault. Yeah. Like he put this team together. He can't go out and have your at bats
or get hurt.
He can't go out and not get hurt. So if you have one take early in the season that you liked who he signed in the offseason, you can't have that take right now.
My hands up.
About you don't like him again. What's going on right now is not his fault. Like, if you want to go on the track record the past couple of years and you want to go down that, I see your side of things, but I also can't blame him for, they just beat the best team in baseball, the Phillies, 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
And the best team. They're better than the Yankees. That's a better team than the New York Yankees, and they beat them 2 out of 3. They could have won 1 out of 3, maybe 2 out of 3 against the Yankees. They didn't. They choked it up the other day. Like, I understand it's a frustrating loss, but as a fan, if you get on this roller coaster with good series, good streak, bad streak, they're great, they suck, they're great, they suck. I mean, that's a hell of a way to go about it, I think, for a 6-month season. Like, just enjoy the ride, 1 game at a time. And then if you look up July 30th and they're selling because they're 20 games out and they're just underperforming and the season is crap, okay, then have that take.
Right.
You're just like, I can't stand this team and but not right now. The trade deadline, they're getting Robbie Ray back. They're getting Alex Cobb back. Wow. Blake Snell might get into form. You just don't know what's going to happen. There's 2 months of baseball before the trade deadline. If they stink then and they're selling then and it's play the young kids then go nuts. But to lose your mind over a 3-game series against one of the best teams in baseball and one of the best. I mean, Gleyber Torres is hitting 8th. He'd hit 3rd for the Giants.
Totally.
I mean, that's how
the whole
deep
lineup would.
That team is deep. Like, I mean, that's a really good
But
baseball
it was a reminder, a microcosm of what you're not.
It is, but what FP just said is really important. A lot of people are bringing up an old issue and applying it to today. If you hate Farhan, great. If you're upset with a bunch of things over the last few years, fine. But you can't watch Aaron Judge and Juan Soto play one weekend and then suddenly be mad that they're not on your team. They weren't available this year. That's a year and a half ago problem. So you're bringing all that old memory up.
You're saying move on.
Well, no, I'm not saying move on. If that's your thing, it should have been your thing 2 months ago also. If that made you divorce yourself from Farhan for good, great. You divorced yourself from Farhan for good, and a lot of people did. But I also heard a lot of people 2 and 3 months ago, okay, Farhan, there you go. Now you spent.
Exactly.
That's an actual roster. And then when Aaron Judge comes in and hits 3 homers and 6 at-bats, you're like, you idiot, you didn't get Judge. Well, that was a year and a half ago.
And Bryce Harper, the same thing.
And right. Who's the one actually, in my opinion, they actually had a chance to get and should have got.
So you look at this offseason and you wanted him to bring in a power bat, and they did with Jorge Soler, and he hasn't produced. Okay, long season. You wanted a center fielder, and you got Jung-Hoo Lee, and he was everything you wanted him to be, trending toward that, and he got hurt. He's out for the year. Is that Farhan's fault?
No.
That the fence was more violent than he was? You want him to bring in a top-line starter, and they did. They brought in the Cy Young Award winner, and he's been hurt twice, and he's been ineffective. Is that Farhan's fault? Is it Farhan's fault that he's got a weak adductor? Probably not. I think it's more Scott Boris's fault than it is Farhan's fault. And you want him to bring in a third baseman who could slug, and they did, Matt Chapman. And you mentioned
2 weeks ago he was Brooks Robinson.
He was, and 7 of the guys are all hurt. So how much of that is on Farhan? To me, not that much. And I'm with UFP. Like, if you wake up on August 1st and you are, at that point, 50 and 70, okay, we have a different conversation about the future, but we're not there yet.
All right. We'll be listening. I want to hear that Debo sound.
I can keep going for another hour on this. Have a great show.
See you tomorrow, FP.
Yeah, all right.
Debo.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I think this is just great news for Brandon Aiyuk. Absolutely phenomenal news for Brandon Aiyuk. The 49ers showed up today and did something they did not have to do, and they did it anyway, because the San Francisco 49ers, and sure, people are going to bring up this time, that time, for the most part, almost all the time, the 49ers, I feel one of the characteristics about them, they take care of their dudes. And so when I look at this new deal for Christian McCaffrey, and we will play some sound about this and from this, there's Kyle Shanahan, there's Christian, there's Debo. There's a lot to get to here with this brand new deal. But mandatory camp is open. Christian is there. He's got a spanking new deal. Did the Niners have to give it to him? Probably not, but they did. Because they take care of their people. And if I'm Brandon Aiyuk, I walk away from whatever happened today. I go to bed tonight thinking 2 things. A, the Niners are taking care of their guys. And B, they just opened up some more cap space, and I bet they're partially doing it for me. Yeah. That's what I'm walking. That's how I'm ending Tuesday, June 4th.
That's, to me, the biggest takeaway is the second piece of what you said, because they opened up more room for him, and it's not room for him for this year because, as you mentioned, if he signs a deal, his number for this year goes down, but you can roll that number over whatever you have under the cap. And think about that. If you can re-sign McCaffrey, they did. If you can re-sign Aiyuk, and I think that they will, and lower your number, and I know the post-June 1st release of Eric Armstead freed up a bunch of money. If you could take about 25 or 30 million in cap space and bring that with you to next year, well, then maybe it doesn't become a fait accompli that Debo Samuel will be gone next year, or other players can be retained and kept based on the fact that you're taking all that cap room into next year. I do think that they had to, quote unquote, do something for McCaffrey. You didn't want him playing this year without any guaranteed money. And I know that his salary was $14 million or so. The cap hit was still big, but you wanted him to feel like no matter what happened, he was going to get a good chunk of money for the next few years. So I do think that they kind of had to, and him sitting out the voluntary workouts sent them a signal that he wanted something done, and they had to do it.
Right, but understand, because a lot of people will be like, wow, and Adam Schefter tweets this out. Like, I'd love to, pull this apart for a second, because if you're on Twitter, have you noticed that these tweets always end with who the agent was or the agency that did the deal? This is all just a game that gets played to sort of like give out the credit. Adam Schefter goes, Christian McCaffrey has reset the running market again.
Right.
$19 million a year in non-guaranteed money. It was done by WME football. Non-guaranteed money. The 49ers can still cut Christian McCaffrey in 2 years. And what does he get additionally today if that happens?
$24 million.
He gets $8 million extra bucks that he wasn't already going to get. And so basically what they just cut Christian was a bonus check.
Right.
It's kind of like getting to Christmas time and being like, you kind of kicked butt this year. Let us break you off.
You got a signing bonus of 14.3.
It is exactly like what the Raiders did to Max Crosby a week and a half ago that we talked about.
Right.
So he didn't reset, blow something out of the water, whatever. The Niners did him a solid. And they didn't have to. And they did. I know you said I get where you're coming from. They didn't have to.
No.
You know what I mean? No. I don't think Christian was going to sit the year out, but they're also looking at it going, and I think this is what any good company does. You look sometimes at your top employees and go, okay, if you're feeling some kind of way, let's talk about that, because we don't want you in here feeling some kind of way. So can we do this in a way that's not going to be debilitating to the company, but also get you an acknowledgement so that we see you, you're awesome, you're incredible. You're a fantastic part of this team. We need you. And more importantly, we need you happy. What's it going to take to do that? Well, break off a little here, there, whatnot.
Right.
Put a little extra on the back end. If I'm still healthy, I can still be a productive running back in 3 years, and you still want me. Here's the number that we'll do it at. And everybody's happy. But the idea that this has anything to do with Brandon Aiyuk, that is a completely different animal.
Completely.
That contract versus this one.
This was we're going to give you cash now and build it in on the back end in case you're still healthy, then you'll reap it in 2027 when you're 31. Fine. If that's the way this goes, then he'll get that money. But if you look at the structure of this deal with McCaffrey, his base salary in 2027 is $16.85 million. And I would imagine that if he's still playing well and productive, you get to that year in his contract, and they do the same thing they just did. They tear it up, and they give him more money up front, and then they build it off in the back end so that he has the potential to make more. He got a $14 million signing bonus, which is basically what he was going to make this year. So they took this year's salary and said, we're going to give it to you guaranteed up front, and we're going to build it in on the back end to where if you're still around, you might make that money that everyone's talking about resetting the running back market, which he won't. And if you look at the out number in 2026, it's $8.5 million. So if he plays 2 more years and he's starting to go the way of most running backs, he's slowing down, he's not as good as he was, the Niners can get out of this for $8.5 million, and they can eat that much money, and McCaffrey goes wherever he goes, and he and Olivia can start a family and all the rest of it.
Now, Kyle Shanahan said something interesting about Christian McCaffrey's usage. Now, we'll have that for you in 10 minutes.
His Kyle usage.
Okay. Well, and we'll count the stuffs.
I'm warming up.
We'll count the stuffs.
Okay.
I know you will.
Thank you. And the ums.
We promised the Debo first. Debo. Okay. So here's what Debo said. And I do think that it's interesting on its face, and there's also a hidden message in it. Let's listen to it first. First question. Did you hear? I always love this. Did you hear the trade rumors? Can you imagine if he was like, no. Something happened?
Wait, what?
Debo, did you hear about trade talks at draft time?
Yeah, I heard it. Had a conversation with my agent about it. That was going back and forth with whoever it was. But it was a thing at first. But, we done moved past it. So we're here to get better.
Okay. That is 10 seconds of gold. There's a lot in there.
We heard it. We moved past it. We're here to get better.
But think about sentence by sentence. First of all, I heard it. Sure, we knew you heard it. Then he said, I had to talk to my agent.
Yep.
They were going back and forth with whoever it was, Steelers, whatever, confirmation. There were Debo trade discussions that were happening at a high level. Then he says, it was a thing for a minute. Also known as, I was super mad.
Right.
I was super mad. And then we got through it, and now we're here.
To try to get better.
Well,
if you're a team that wants to trade for Debo, you're going to reach out to the agent and say, hey agent, how would Debo feel about being a Steelers? And hold on, let me ask him. And then you got to call Debo. Hey, Debo, the Steelers want to maybe trade for you. How do you feel about that? Oh, hell no.
Well, the difference between a Debo trade and a Brandon trade is that Debo's got a number of years left on a deal. And so a team can acquire him, and you don't have a choice. Brandon's got a little bit more of a choice in any potential trade because he can simply say to the team, well, I'll just come and play on my fifth-year option, and then I'm not re-signing there, right? And so there's a little bit of a difference there. A little bit,
yeah.
Here's where I think the hidden message lies. Debo's asked, and again, the phraseology is hilarious, are you aware that the 49ers can get out of the contract after this year? Well, he's a football player. Yes, he's aware that they're allowed to cut you toward the end of your deal and move on. But anyway, the answer, listen to this. Are you aware the Niners can get out of your deal relatively cheap after this year?
At the end of the day, contract was signed. I know what I signed up for, and we just focus on this year.
Okay. Again, that's 4 seconds of gold.
Yep.
At the end of the day, I know exactly what I signed up for, which means not only does he know that the Niners can get out from under the deal this year, he knew that when he signed it 2 years ago. He knew exactly, these guys know exactly how their contracts work. And then he drops the Bob Myers on everyone. Listen to it again.
At the end of the day, contract was signed. I know what I signed up for, and we just focus on this year.
We're just focused on this year.
Yeah.
What that tells me, the hidden messaging there from Debo Samuel, in my opinion, I'm well aware that Brandon Aiyuk, my wide receiver partner, is probably about to get paid because he deserves it, and it's time, and he's younger, and he's been more productive, and you see what's happening on the open market. So me, Debo Samuel, what am I going to do? I'm going to focus solely on this year because I am keenly aware that it is highly likely that I will no longer be a 49er after this season.
The cap hit this year is 28.6, and then if they are able to trade him post June 1st next year, that dead cap is about $15 million over the course of 2 seasons. So the Niners at the end of next year would recoup some savings, and they'd also have a dead cap hit, but that makes the most sense about, what you might do with Debo Samuel.
We're sponsored by Liberty Mutual. We'd love to hear from you all day. Your reaction to the Christian McCaffrey contract, 888-957-9570 is the number. We will take your calls. David Lombardi joins us later in the show. He is out at Niners camp. And coming up next, what did Kyle Shanahan say about Christian McCaffrey's usage going forward? You're going to want to hear this. That's next on Willard and Dibbs.
We're comparing insurance agents.
Yeah, I heard it. Had a conversation with my agent about it. That was going back and forth with whoever it was. But it was a thing at first. But we done moved past it. So we're here to get better.
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Debo, did you hear that your name was coming up every 4 seconds leading up to the NFL draft, and all these other teams wanted you, and the Niners almost traded you, and they admitted it?
No comment on that.
Did you hear that? Yeah, I heard it.
Well, and that had to be weird because all the talk up to the draft was Aiyuk. They're going to trade Aiyuk. And then at the last minute, it was like, you know what? Debo.
Well, remember the story? And I forget where, maybe you all remember where this came from. Remember the story where it came out where Debo's like, they promised me that I'm not getting traded.
Right.
And then a couple days later, it was like, no. Debo might get traded, and Debo's now more likely to get traded than Aiyuk.
Yeah, last minute.
And I do think that's why he was like, it was a thing for a minute. Because somehow it was communicated to him that he was not getting traded, and then suddenly it was communicated to him that, yes, you might get traded. And when he says it was a thing for a minute, I'm like, yeah, I bet.
I'm pretty sure it was in a Mike Silver piece from the Chronicle.
There.
Yeah, where he just said he was assured that he's not getting traded this offseason.
And then he was assured that assurance is no longer in place.
Exactly.
And that would be a thing for anybody.
Well, especially when all the talk leading up to the draft was, Aiyuk's unsigned. Maybe they'll trade Aiyuk. Could they get a first-round pick for Brandon Aiyuk? And if you're Debo, you're probably thinking, yeah, trade him. Trade Aiyuk. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Imagine? But
I'm going to get all the targets.
Well, all the targets, and they're going to pick up they're not going to cut me. No way. And, God forbid they draft a receiver in the first round. Look, they wouldn't do that.
This thing is built to get under the skin of competitors. Deebo Samuel is an incredibly fiery competitor. And so nobody at that level believes that the people next to them are better than they are. At the same time, I think that they understand the business, and they also understand age. Like, if there's one thing Debo would understand that I hope is not offensive to him, is two things. You are older than Brandon.
Yeah.
Number one. And number two, dude, you don't skip any tackles. You tackle them.
Yeah.
You are a battering ram, and it makes you get hurt a lot. And if I'm the 49ers, I'm less interested in Deebo Samuel in his 30s than I am in Deebo Samuel in his 20s.
Right, and he's 28 and a half right now.
Super simple.
He'll be 29 in January in the playoffs. And, as far as the longevity of Deebo Samuel, it doesn't feel like it's as great as a 25-year-old Brandon Aiyuk, for sure. And the way Deebo plays, he's not going to be able to change the way he goes about playing football. And I look at his contract and I see this year he's making 28.6 on the cap hit. And that's a huge, huge number for Deebo Samuel on the cap. And if you have two receivers and you drafted another one and you got Juwan Jennings coming back, it feels like at the end of this next year, it's going to be an odd man out situation. And if Brandon Aiyuk gets a new deal and his number this year goes down and his real contract doesn't start till next year, and Juwan's, on a short deal and Ricky Pearsall's a rookie, it's going to be Debo on the way out.
Yeah, well, and again, so are you aware the Niners could move on after this year?
At the end of the day, contract was signed. I know what I signed up for, and we just focus on this year.
Yeah, so it's like, yes, not only do I know that, I knew that all along. And so just focused on this year. Do you give Brandon Aiyuk any advice during contract negotiation time?
Much as I can, actually. I know this is a stressful time, and he's done a tremendous job throughout his career here. And when it comes to things like this, it get tough, and some things you kind of take personal, and it's just like overall, it's just a stressful process, to be honest with you.
Yep, but you got to go through it, and then you come out the other side with $1 billion. And so everything, I still
for Debo,
think
it's 41. He got guaranteed $41 million at signing.
Right.
So that 41 is go ahead and take that, cha-ching, Kevin Dana, put that right in the bank, and then whatever you can make outside of that becomes like the free money.
Before we go to the phones, a couple things that we want to do. First of all, we promised you the Shanahan sound. We'll play it in a second. But I want to show you this. Twitch and YouTube audience, twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live and look at your prizes. Like, if you think that we're kidding that we've got a Steph Curry signed jersey, and what about that? Huh?
Pow!
Look at what you're looking at right now. That's Curry's signature on the 0 of the 30.
That is his signature.
On the back of this beautiful
I've been working on forging his checks. That is his signature.
That beautiful Golden State GSW hoop jersey.
Wow.
Right? So there it is. So
the chef.
Yeah, that is on the line all week long. You know the deal. You listen at 7:30 with the Roast, 12:30 Steiny and Goo, 4:30 with us for directions on how you can qualify. And every qualifier wins their own prize, a different prize. We'll let you know a little bit later what today's prize is. But more importantly, you're qualified for the Curry jersey. 15 qualifiers, 3 per day. And then on Friday afternoon, we're gonna give it away now. Okay? So there's that.
Nice.
And then there's this from Kyle Shanahan. You need to limit Christian McCaffrey's touches now that you have him technically signed through age 32.
I mean, I don't think it always needs to be that case with all the runs. Like we got guys that can run the ball and stuff. We got to protect Christian from himself. He doesn't like to ever come out, no matter what the situation is. And I do think that's something we could protect him with more. When you are such a threat in the pass game, it's a little bit different, and that's when you get touches from a running back. A lot of times you're the last choice, just everyone's deep and you throw it to a check down. So like halfbacks can get 6 targets in a game without one play called for them, just because they're on check downs a lot. And so how do we feel about those touches? Man, I'm glad he was out there for that check down. That means no one's around and he's getting up the field and he's as good of a threat on a check down as there can be. But if he's just taking the wear and tear with 20 carries and stuff every game, and he's definitely good enough to do that, and he's proved he can stay healthy, but you'd like to take some of that off of him and give it to other guys also.
Okay, so the takeaway there, 2 stuffs from Kyle Shanahan in the 52 seconds.
And
And, Christian McCaffrey would touch the ball less this year if Kyle has his way.
Okay. It's nice to say that in June 4th. Yeah. And it's another thing to really mean it when you get into November and December and you need on 3rd and 4 and you want to run it and you need 5 yards. You're going to give him the football.
Yeah, you're going to give him the ball.
And you look at last year and he rushed it 272 times and stuff. And as a team, you rushed it 499 times. And a lot of those were Elijah Mitchell, 75 carries. Jordan Mason had 40. Purdy, 39. Debo, 37. Sam Darnold, 21 carries, and I would imagine about 12 of those were kneel downs, at least.
Right.
And those go down as carries. And then you had TDP had 6, Juszczyk had 5, Ray 3, George Kittle had a carry.
There you go.
So when you look at the real carries, you look at Mitchell 75 and McCaffrey 272. So Mitchell had about a fourth of the carries that McCaffrey had. Can that number go down with, Garendo
and
Mitchell?
Now. Yep.
I don't know. I still think that when you get into high leverage football, you're going to give McCaffrey all the carries he needs and more.
Nobody said he's not going to touch the ball a lot.
Right. I just don't think that his overall touches go down, which last year was 67 catches, 272 carries. That is 339 total touches.
Yeah, I think
he led football.
Maybe you could lop off 50 carries.
Oh, no chance.
40.
No chance.
Sure, that's a couple a game.
I would still bet that he's over 300 total touches on the year.
Maybe. But again, as he's pointing out, the catches largely you can't game plan for that. But you can game plan for how many times you turn around and hand him the ball. And I think they would like another ball carrier, whether it's Garendo, whether it's Mason. I think they'd like another ball carrier to step forward and be a little bit more reliable, maybe a little bit more dynamic. Let's go to William in the East Bay here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, William, what's up?
Well, good afternoon, guys. Dig your show.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I generally agree. I believe they're going to come to terms with Aiyuk, but I do have a different perspective, and I think part of that was when they drafted Pearsall. And my feeling is, first off, with Debo, he's coming off not a stellar year, but a good year. He's going to be motivated to play better this year. You got an all-pro tight end. You got an all-pro running back. You've also got a situation, the elephant in the room or the rat on the table, and that's Brock Purdy. This guy is going to get the double bag. We all know that. They saved money getting rid of Armstead. And I think there is a very good possibility that Shanahan is looking at this and just saying, we're going to stand pat. If he holds out, he's going to hold out, or he's going to play. My feeling is he would play even if he didn't get, his contract up. But it's just another perspective. And it came to mind, like I said, when they drafted that kid in the first round.
Well, okay, lot there. William, thank you very much. First off, the idea that Aiyuk will go ahead and play on the fifth-year option. Maybe, but of course, the great Dan Dibley, once upon a time, asked Brandon Aiyuk's personal coach, goes by the name of TJ Houshmandzadeh, right here on this show on February 21st of this year, would Brandon potentially play on a fifth-year option?
I'm not going to like it. I'm going to be pissed off for a little bit, and then I'm going to get my ass to work and go dominate another year. Now you're going to pay me more than you would have had paid me the year before. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be pissed off, and then I'm going to go bust my you-know-what, run myself into the ground in the offseason, get better, come back and dominate, and now there's no, can you take it? Nah, I'm taking everything that I deserve, and that should be his mentality. It's natural to be upset. It's natural. But once you don't get it, you got to put your head down and get to work, because if you don't play well, it will be, that's why we made that decision. And so, yeah, it should upset you, but you can't let it affect you. It should upset you, but don't let it affect you at all. Get to work and come back and have a better year.
Now, what TJ also said, because you asked him would he show up for camp.
Yeah.
And the answer was hell to the no.
Exactly.
So, and
here we are.
Well, that scares me. Forget this camp. Nobody cares about OTAs, to be honest with you.
Mandatory.
I mean, there's a piece. Watch these fines go away, dude, when Brandon shows up.
Yeah.
So it's not really mandatory. And I don't even I would have been great if they had announced this McCaffrey thing 2 weeks from now. Let him stay home, plan his wedding, and rest. But that's not the way Christian's wired. And so if he thinks this makes him a better player, knock yourself out. But that's further reason to me why I am so confident that this deal is going to get done, because nobody wins if you don't get it done. The idea of the 49ers, play that out. Yeah, Brandon's upset, but he still has to play. Keep in mind, the Niners do not get cap space relief. He's got to pay the full $14 million, and right. you go play, and you play angry. And then what do you do when the year's over? First of all, what's happening even during the year? Every time Brandon doesn't get targeted when he's open, does he throw a fit on the sideline? Because he's like, what are y'all trying to do? You trying to mess with my money? Is that what you want when you're trying to beat the Rams in the fourth quarter? Nobody wants that. And then he's upset, and then you get to the end of the year, and what if he does ball out? Now it's what happens year to year. It's only going to get more expensive.
Right.
Or something goes wrong, he gets hurt, and now you don't know what to do. Now you don't know what to do, because Debo, no matter what, will always be 4 years older.
Right.
And always be more physical. And so I just think that the lack of definition, it only is going to lead to everybody being more frustrated with less clarity. Who wants that?
Nobody does, especially when you're in a championship window and you're a team that wants to, do right by their players, and they've always done that for the most part. And you've had your guys who you want to value and you want to keep, and you pay them and you keep them in the fold, and that's what Brandon Aiyuk is. And the Debo part of it is something that we can all debate as the year goes on. And the fact that McCaffrey is no longer a question mark, I do think helps the offense now as far as what the roles will be. And if you're Christian McCaffrey now, you can go out there and just play football. You've got your guaranteed money for the next couple of years. And then after that, you can figure out what you're going to do contractually going forward. And if you're Aiyuk, you're in that same spot right now. You want this to just be done. You want your guaranteed number to be whatever that guaranteed number is going to be. Then you can just go out there and play football.
Want some more Kyle?
Let's go.
Let's get some more Kyle. First of all, just his initial reaction to the new contract extension for Christian McCaffrey.
Every year he's been in the league, seems like he's been the same guy since he's walked in the building. He's the same guy every day on and off the field, and I'm pumped to have him here for a long time.
Okay, but he's going to go past age 31, which of course is death for running backs.
Right.
You worried about that, Kyle?
Well, the running back market is different than everything, so I think that we feel very good with where we're at with that with Christian, especially. I think it's contractually, I think it's 4 more years. But when you look at Christian just as an individual, I'm not going to compare him to anybody else. Christian is one of the more talented people I've ever been in my life. But if I didn't speak about that, I'd say he's almost the biggest overachiever I've been in my life. It's been around in my life in terms of how obsessive he is with every little thing. And just, you guys have heard us talk about him, but that's where he's extremely unique. As you get older with age, you lose a step or something. That's not what makes Christian great. It's how he is the same player down in and down out. And yeah, it's great to have all the talent that he does have. And he takes care of his body as good as anyone. So you don't picture him losing any of that because of a number. But if that stuff does happen, Christian's always going to be a good football player until he decides not to be. And we're not really concerned with that at all with his type of personality.
It's an interesting take because I do think you could look, nobody knows what's going to happen with anybody's body ever. Like it's football, anything could happen. But I do think there is some reasoned thought behind the idea that a 32-year-old Christian McCaffrey would kind of equal a 29-year-old Ezekiel Elliott, for example, because of the way he takes care of himself. Look, does Steph Curry look like the oldest guy on the Warriors?
No, he looks better than he did 5 years ago and better than he did 10 years ago.
Like Clay and Draymond look older than Steph.
Yeah.
And they're younger. And part of that is what they've been through, and part of that is the way that Steph operates. Yeah. And Christian kind of operates the same type of way. So is he going to have that same thing where he just hits a 30-year-old wall as a running back? The Niners are protected if he does, but I think there's a real good chance that he doesn't.
Right, and if you look at just his numbers based on his attempts, his yards per attempt rushing the ball were higher than they've ever been in his career. And he's 27 years old, and he's had a ton of carries. And if you go back to his Stanford numbers, Mark, he was used a ton at Stanford in his 3 years there on the farm. So he should be breaking down more than he is, but the fact that he takes care of his body, and we saw him at camp last year, and he comes in and he works harder than anybody. He comes in great shape, and if he can avoid injury, and hopefully he can, he's going to have another monster year.
By the way, Christian was asked the same thing. How do you feel about being signed now into your 30s when running backs often break down?
Yeah, I've never really listened to all that stuff. I think I've seen a lot of backs have a lot of success into their 30s, so I've never really listened to any of that. I feel good. That's all I know.
Okay. So, and by the way, he's not wrong. There are always exceptions, and especially even at that position. ACL takes a full year to recover. Not if you're Adrian Peterson, it doesn't.
Right, 8 weeks.
Curtis Martin was really good past his 30th birthday, just as an example
Frank
that pops to
Gore, my
mind.
God.
Frank Gore. And then there are other guys who look done when they're 27.
Yeah.
So, simple rule of thumb, I get it, but like everybody with eyes knows that Christian McCaffrey is special. He's special. And they didn't really take that big of a risk here anyway. They didn't take that big of a risk.
Right.
As soon as he does turn 31, if it's all crash and burn, they can just walk away.
Exactly.
No big deal.
It's just they gave him guaranteed money up top for the first 2 years, and you would look at what McCaffrey's done, and you would think 2 years, 2 more years of McCaffrey, yeah, I'll sign up for that and give him the peace of mind of knowing that money's going to be guaranteed over the next couple of seasons. And when you get through those next 2 years and then Brock Purdy's contract is going to come on the books, you're going to have hard choices to make all over the roster, and probably McCaffrey won't be one of those hard choices.
By the way, and again, maybe something that helps people also see what the Niners did today, and the Niners are great at this. This is one of those things. They look like the good guy, right? Oh, they took care of Christian McCaffrey.
Took care of their own.
And they did. Don't get me wrong. Christian is smiling and in attendance today. So they took care of Christian McCaffrey. You know who else they took care of? Themselves.
Right.
Christian's cap number got more than cut in half for this year with this new deal. That means they carry that money over to next year. Guess what his cap number did next year? It was 14.3. You know what it is now? Now it's 9.8.
Yeah.
It significantly went down. The 49ers grabbed about $13 million in cap space out of this deal for this year and next year. And what are they going to do with that money? Well, Brock Purdy.
Put it in Brock.
And hopefully Brandon Aiyuk. So they gave Christian money and also created more for themselves, also known as their other players.
Right.
Win-win.
And David Lombardi will join us to give us the exact breakdown. And one thing that I would bet he's going to say is that the Niners are unique in that they have an owner who's willing to part with the cash up front. That way you can give Christian McCaffrey that cash now. If you have it in your pocket, if you're an owner that has that money, then you can allocate that and you can push the contract down and you can reduce your cap number, thereby making these other things more possible.
Like it does have, it has a cap number now for 2027, which would be the potential final year. A huge cap number. It's almost $28 million.
Yeah.
But what do we know about 2027? First of all, who gives a rip? But Kyle Shanahan would say, I don't even know if we're going to be alive in 2027. But the second thing we know is the NFL cap number goes up every single year.
Right.
We don't even know what it's going to be. And that number is likely to be certainly, at minimum, not as big of a deal then as it would be right now. And so I enjoy watching the 49ers do this because even though I'm just like a lot of us listening right now, like I do not understand all the ins and outs of how this work, but every time there's a new deal that gets signed, I feel like I learn more.
Right.
And the 49ers, I'm pretty sure, are one of the best at it.
Right. And it's partly because they're able to pay the money now in cash in order to make these future deals more possible. And I'm just looking at the contract details. And if you get to 2027, which feels like a faraway year, it's really not. But if you decide at that point you don't want McCaffrey anymore, your post-June 1st release, which is what they did with Eric Armstead, you remember, that would give you a big-time saving under the cap at that point. The dead cap charge would be about $3 million. So if you have 3 more years of McCaffrey and he's starting to break down and you realize, man, it's time to move on and get a new running back in here, you can make that move then and you won't have to incur what you were talking about, that big cap charge in 2027.
Let's go to Ryan and Irvine next up, Willard and Dibs. Hi, Ryan. What's cooking?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
Hey, how's it going? I wanted to preface this with I'm usually wrong on my takes. So
me too.
Here's another probably incorrect take, but I feel like the 49ers, the way they negotiate with their players, I don't fully agree with it. And I say that knowing that they have so much track history with showing how successful they are in signing, their own players. But I feel like last year, the holdout situation with Nick Bosa in the long run was detrimental to their ultimate goal in winning the Super Bowl. And I feel like every year there's this big holdout with one of their homegrown players. It's every year. It's like rinse, wash, and repeat. And I feel like they need to tweak their philosophy a little bit on how they treat their players that embody their culture. I mean, if you were to give a template, I think of like, hey, what does a 49er look like? It's Brandon Aiyuk. And I feel like if they would have, rewarded him by signing him earlier in this process, I think they could have paid less money given the contracts that some of these other wide receivers have gotten. And it just sends ripple effects through the organization for all their rookies, all the younger guys. Hey, look, you do it the right way, this is what happens.
Yeah, you know what's interesting, Ryan, is I really think around the league, the reputation you want them to have, they do. Like, and even if I give you your Nick Bosa take, would you be able to give another example of when you feel like their negotiations had a negative effect on the season?
Probably not. I guess you need, you're right. I think you need more data to say, I mean, if this Aiyuk thing drags on and then it has a negative effect on the season, then I guess now you have 2 data points to say, okay, it's becoming a thing. But I don't know. I work in a corporate world and I feel like the hardest thing to do is establish a culture.
Yep.
And they've done the hardest thing. And so to me, I don't necessarily know if this would change that or not, but I think it would send a message to some of these rookies like, hey, this is what a 49er looks like, and this is what you'll get paid if you play this way.
Yeah, Ryan, here, you know what? I think we'd both love to respond to that further. We will do that next. Kyle Shanahan also talked about the exploding wide receiver market. We'll let you hear that That's all coming up next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
Save on quality.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
So what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
That's right. Christian McCaffrey is going to go to Mama Bosa's tonight and eat. I'm going to eat it. Yeah. I mean, probably not.
Right.
But anyway, glad you're with us. Steph Curry jersey. About 90 minutes from right now, you're going to want to be here. Like, just stay. You're here now. What the hell? But, 90 minutes from now, information and opportunity will all knock together, and potentially you end up with a signed Steph Curry jersey. So make sure you're with us on Willie and Dibby, and that's true for all the shows all week long. Morning Roast, 7:30, 12:30 Steiny and Goof, 4:30 every day this week with us. Okay, what's your response to Ryan in Irvine, who I think insinuates that the 49ers play a little bit too much hardball with their guys, and maybe it sends a bad message within the organization?
Don't really agree with it, although the other part that he talked about was, thank you, them,
cheers.
Their hardball affecting seasons. And I know that Debo, when he had his, I don't even know if it was a holdout, but he had his longer
trade
contract
request,
negotiation. Yep. And so he came in and did not have a great year. Nick Bosa last year came in and had a little bit of a slower start, and I think he had a good year. A lot of people look at the sack number and say, oh, he had a down year.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that that's fair when you look at the game like we do. We watch the film, and, I'm in the lab. I watch it 3 times like Guru, usually 4 times if I can. Just to one-up it on the Goo.
I think you're a nut job if you do that, but I admire it. I
do watch the games twice.
You're a crazy person.
I watch it once, and, I watch it the first time as a fan. I'm a football fan. I love the game, and then I do always record the game, and then I'll go back and watch and, try to take some notes and try to, get through it more as a broadcast journalist the second time.
Check out what's going on off the ball.
Exactly.
Yeah, because we don't see that at first glance unless we get a replay or whatever. We're watching the ball.
And normally at first glance, I'm watching it and then upstairs, and so maybe you pause it, you run upstairs, and you're doing a lot of other things. So
she's old enough this year. You need some play dates for that girl on Sundays.
For sure.
Like
and now she'll be
Sunday.
she'll be in her 2-year-old year, so for sure she's going to be locked in. And last year, toward the end of the year, we had Grandma come over. Shout out Mima. Mima took her in the playoffs, and that turned that game around. If it wasn't for that, it would have been ugly. But
that and my daughter, of course, and her belief.
Exactly.
I was like, get ready. It just looks like we're going home. And she's like, no, we're not. We are not going home.
We're not doing that.
We're coming back to beat the Lions.
Exactly.
And I'm like, well, I hope you're right.
So I don't really agree with everything the caller had to say about, if you're a 49er and you see the way it's gone with Debo, even with Kittle, with Bosa, I think that you see there's a certain pattern. The only one that's gone against it was DeForest Buckner, and you can look at that in one of 2 ways. I look at it as them saying, we choose Armstead over Buckner. You weren't going to sign both. Now, you could say, Buckner's a better player. Why'd you make that choice? Okay. I think that they navigated a certain route, and they thought, Armstead's good. We can pay him less.
He's cheaper, yes.
He's cheaper. We'll pay him less and use this pick, and we'll get a guy who will be, an approximation of what DeForest Buckner was. They were wrong. They thought it would be an approximation sensation, but turned out he was not the player.
Grandy left them.
I actually have it. I have it over here.
Do you have it over there?
Yeah, I have it over here.
Lucas is like, I'm going to go find it. He has no idea where it is. Do you know where it is? Okay, there you go. He
that
does.
Was me, wasn't it?
What?
I know.
You guys You both hit it?
Rain dance!
All right.
I mean, I keep thinking I'm hitting it, but it's actually you because my hotkey not found. Yeah. Something's wrong with my hotkeys.
Your hotkeys are cold.
There's Grandy coming in with a bowl of soup or something.
Anyway, you were saying. Were you saying something?
Something about it being an approximation.
Yeah.
And that's what led us down that road.
No, you're talking about the Buckner thing.
I don't think that if you're a Niner player, you look at the way that they're handling things and you think, wow, they're doing this amateurishly.
I agree with you completely. First of all, we're getting to the point where Buckner is just a huge outlier. For everybody that keeps bringing it up, whenever we
that's
go.
Me.
Yeah, well, no, you're not the only one bringing it up. Every time someone goes, hey, Niners take care of their people, someone is right there immediately to be like, Buckner! They didn't take care of Buckner. Well, it's like, okay, that's one person. But I don't think that takes away from, a reputation. If somebody, Dibs, if you get drunk this weekend, I'm not going to be like, you're a drunk. No, that's one time. Bad example. Anyway,
terrible example.
Anyway, if I got drunk this weekend.
Much better. Much better.
Like, that doesn't happen.
No.
What the hell's
I
going
had
on?
2 Manhattans. Yeah. Oh, boy. My head was spinning.
No, that third drink, it is a problem. But anyway, here's what I would like to ask and comment on. Because I've heard it now from a few places. Not a lot. I don't think this is the prevailing opinion. But remember when we came in here last week and we're like, okay, what's your super unpopular Bay Area sports opinion? And it was based on that caller that had called Bonte and Joe and been like, I'm telling you, they're fed up with Kyle. They've had it. These players do not want to deal with this crap anymore. And I was just like, look, I'm not on the Niners. I can't tell you you're wrong, but every fiber in my body is like, that's not my understanding.
Right.
That's not how I see it. That's not how I hear it. That's not what it looks like. That's not what it sounds like. Why is there, again, not a prevailing, but any opinion out there that the Niner players are mad at the Niners? Where is that coming from? Are you just on Instagram with Brandon and Debo? Understand that if you're taking those moments and putting characteristics to them, I would argue that's like defining someone at their most tense moment, their absolute most tense moment. It would be like deciding, okay, my friend is drunk. He does this twice a year. And then when he's loud, you're like, boy, that guy's a loudmouth. Well, no, 363 days a year, he's quiet. But he's drunk today.
Yeah.
Brandon and Debo on Instagram were in the middle of very, very tense, like one time in their career, negotiations. Outside of that, what do we see from Debo? He's at the front of the line dancing.
Exactly.
With a boombox.
Right. He's trying to run people over on a 4-yard hitch route.
Brandon Aiyuk and Kyle Shanahan had a thing, and what did Brandon do? He popped out the other side and just went for 1,300 plus yards. I just don't understand where this comes from, the idea that players on the Niners have, quote, had it, or that they're somehow like getting a bad message, or the locker room is this, that, or the other. I am not going to call myself an expert, but we are blessed with at least the ability to go down, go to practice, talk to people who are very, very dialed in. And I'm telling you, this is one of the reasons I sound the way I do about Kyle Shanahan. Okay? I'm telling you that the Kyle Shanahan regime, I have in my career very rarely heard any locker room sound more in favor of a regime than I do this current group of 49ers and their bosses. I don't know if I could compare it to anything. The Warriors under Steve Kerr are obviously really good, but the NBA is so filled with drama that the ups and downs and the fights and the punching and all of this stuff sort of make me, if we're just talking about messaging to players and how the group feels about being on this squad and this group for these bosses, I don't know if I don't know if in anything in recent memory in Bay Area sports matches it.
You'd have to go back to probably 2014 with the Giants and, with Hunter Pence leading the charge and Bruce Bochy.
Sure.
Right. I mean, after that.
They like me.
They did. And, looking forward to seeing him again later this week. But after that, you did get a feeling, once you got Sabian, you got kicked upstairs, but not really. He got kind of shown the door and then Farhan in and here comes Gabe, and Bruce is forced out, and since then it hasn't really had that same vibe. Pusoi Dos had to get that in the show last year with Jock Peterson on display in Arizona again tonight, but the Giants haven't felt the same, but you mentioned the 49ers, and even through all these contract things, I'm looking at last year, and McCaffrey, 16 games, and Debo played 15. Aiyuk played 16. George Kittle played 16. These guys all showed up, played through some injury, some owies, and they played football, and they won, and they played all the way into February. So I don't know where that notion of a disgruntled locker room comes from, because you haven't heard anything. The only thing you heard was, well, I don't even know if the coordinator really kind of knows what we're trying to do here. And,
and that's not even about kind of what we're talking about. That's
I like my Bosa there, by the way. I felt good coming out.
So he's Steve Wilkes, who's built for this.
Right.
Like that, I don't know. To me, that's.
No, but that was about all you heard, I think.
I could put it, here are the three things that come to mind. There's DeForest Buckner. That was about money. That's over Kyle Shanahan's head.
Yeah.
There was Jimmy Ward. And okay, Jimmy, I don't even think he was necessarily mad at the way Kyle talked to him. He was mad because he wanted to play a different position. And Kyle was like, no, we need you over here. So we're going to need you to do that. Jimmy didn't dig that. Also felt like it was messing with his money a little bit because he's playing a less expensive position. But he did it. And then the other one that I'm forgetting, you guys can help me with this. The defensive back who ended up with the Eagles and then was just out of the league. Gosh, was it the guy who dropped the interception against the Rams? Come on, help me out now. My brain's just going completely far here.
Tart?
Yes, thank you. Tart. All right, so Tart ends up being let go by the 49ers. They allow him to walk. He hooks on with the Eagles basically just for camp. Doesn't even make the team, and then had a couple of very mild shots to throw at Kyle Shanahan. And I looked at that and I went, okay, so guy who didn't even make an NFL team is mad that previous team let him go, even though they're probably proven to be correct in doing what they just did. And I'd argue you played your best football under them and didn't really ever do anything else. So am I going to take all of that to be gospel?
Right.
When if we did the opposite right now and just went through the examples of 49ers who have expressed loving this group like crazy, I mean, we'd be here for the rest of the show talking about all of the comments about Kyle's a straight shooter. This organization has no knuckleheads. This locker room vibe is absolutely next level. Go talk to Emmanuel Sanders about playing for the 49ers and playing for Kyle Shanahan, a guy who had spent the majority of his career in other locker rooms, was literally like the second I got here, it was like, wow, it hit me in the face. Who was on? Logan Ryan was on Colin Cowherd just last week. He's like, I got here and I hadn't even gotten done with my tryout yet. And I'm calling my wife going, you won't believe this.
Yeah.
The vibe is out of control good. Like, I didn't even know organizations ran like this. And there's comments like that all over the place. I just think in the end, the 49ers have bummed everybody out by feeling like they're the best team for a few years and not winning one. And therefore, we kind of transfer that to be like, dudes must be mad. And I'm like, no one's holding that against. No one in the locker room is like, we would have won if it weren't for stupid Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
Like, no, they're all disappointed in themselves.
And players aren't blasting away at the organization when they don't get their contract, or they're not looking to leave when they don't get their contract. You haven't seen any player come out and demand a trade. You've had some social media scrubbing. You've had some players with, poop emojis and other stuff that, that's what players do in the modern day and age. That's kind of the way you negotiate. And, you get mad in April, you're frustrated in May, you're disgruntled in June, you're bummed in July, and then August comes, you get your deal, you come in and you say great things about John and Kyle and Jed and Parag, and then you go out there and you play your best and you ball out and you try to win. That's kind of been the pattern here with the 49ers. I'm interested to see about the Brock Purdy cycle, because it feels like, and everyone said to us that we've asked, that one's going to be different. That's going to be like a March or an April, like, okay, boom, you're done. And we're getting this done early, and, we're not going to even sweat this one.
I agree with that, don't you?
Yeah. It's QB1.
The main reason I agree with that is, Jed York is talking about it a year before it even happens.
Right.
And that's just a white flag. It's just like
you win, Brock.
Yep.
You win.
You want to go put up MVP type numbers. I don't know what it is you think that we're going to do. Like, what would that sound like? They will let John Lynch sits down with Brock's agent. All right. Well,
we have the 5th-year option. Hardball.
What the hell are you going to say? If that guy, and again, he's got to get to a degree, he's got to go do it again. But if he remains healthy, let's be real. The worst thing that could happen is he goes down like a peg. The offense,
even 2 pegs.
The whole thing, it's too good. He's too good. What's around him is too good. The play calling is too good. It's just a good football team. Will they be amazing and win it all? I don't know. Will they only be a wild card team? I don't know. But the bottom line is in the NFL, you don't have to be Mahomes. You don't have to be Josh Allen. There are people who are breaking off the Dak Prescotts and the Kyler Murrays and the Jared Goffs of the world. There's not a lot you can say to your quarterback. The agent's going to be like, so what are you going to do if we don't sign?
Yeah.
You playing football next year?
Josh Dobbs. Get ready, Dobbs.
So that's why I love what Jed York did. It's like, dude, we're not going to try to mess around with this. Can you imagine if this time next year they're like, Purdy's on Instagram being like, bull bleep walks.
Totally.
Money talks. Good God. Like, you can't do that with your quarterback. So you don't.
You don't. And also, I think he's much more in line with a guy who might be able to set the market. And I don't think that he's going to set it to the absolute top of the market.
No.
But he's a guy who you would want to sign before any other competitor who's going to get a deal has their deal come in. Unlike Brandon Aiyuk, I think, with what you were saying about Justin Jefferson, he's not playing off that contract as, well, he got that, so I'm getting more than that. Brock Purdy, for me, feels more like a guy who could be going over the top of any other deal that gets signed.
I may be jumping this because, I know there's that CBA rule about like the 7th round pick, we can't even do the contract until he's played 3 years. So I don't know what that deadline is. Does that mean they have to wait until after this upcoming season, or do they have to wait for this upcoming season to start? I'm not even convinced that they won't. Maybe they announced this deal week 8. I don't even know if they can.
Yeah, I thought they had to wait until after his 3rd year, which would mean at the end of the league year, which is in March.
Yeah, but you've seen and maybe my memory's playing tricks on me here, but Burrow and Herbert, weren't those in the year? They were at least in training camp. They were at least in camp, and I think maybe the year had even started already when those deals came down. So I don't know, and my impression is the same that yours is. Yep.
And not fully guaranteed, of course, but that's,
And go ahead and put his numbers next to Brock's.
Yeah.
Watch
from last year.
I know, no, but for both years. Burrow has missed 2 years with injury.
Right.
And then the other year he went to the Super Bowl, like another quarterback I know, who also went to the Super Bowl and almost went to another Super Bowl. Again, that's the way this game is played. We can all have, this is the way I feel about it. You can have your opinion, and you might be right that the idea of breaking off Brock Purdy $55 million is a little hot and a little too soon. You could have that opinion, and I could listen to you. Unfortunately, I just don't think that's the way the game works. His agent can walk into the room and be like, here's Burrow's numbers, here's Herbert's numbers, here's my client's numbers. What would you like to do?
Well, Burrow in 2021 had 4,600 yards, 4,611. Led the league with 70.4% completion percentage. Both of those numbers better than Brock. He had 34 touchdowns, better than Brock. 14 picks, worse than Brock. The TD percentage was 6.5. Brock was at 7.
Yeah, you're 4,600 yards for Burrow. What was Brock last year? 42?
4,280.
Okay, so almost 43. So really.
It's very close.
Yeah, you're going to be like 300 yards less.
Well, for me, it's more the numbers that I think are even more pertinent are the percentage numbers, because Burrow throws it a lot more than Purdy. So the TD percentage was 6.5. So one touchdown for every 6.5 throws, and Brock Purdy was at 7, so slightly better. The TD percentage was higher for Purdy. The pick percentage for Purdy, 2.5. Burrow was at 2.7, so very comparable.
I'm not even saying that Brock Purdy is Joe Burrow or Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
I don't think that. I wouldn't draft Brock Purdy ahead of those players. That's not the way the game is played.
No, but you mentioned the numbers, and the numbers were very comparable.
And maybe, by the way, maybe he comes in and does get a cut less than Burrow and Herbert. Fine, you're still north of 50.
Right.
Like, understand this.
Yards per attempt, Purdy 9.6, Burrow 8.9.
Here's the other problem. Burrow and Herbert will have signed those deals 2 seasons before Brock.
Exactly.
The number keeps going up. None of you will blink if I say, well, he's going to get more than Jared Goff, right?
Right.
Okay, well, then now we're north of 50.
Yeah.
So whatever. 52, 54,
Doesn't
56,
matter.
Whatever.
Well, and I think that's what makes today's news with McCaffrey even more pertinent, because they are freeing up space, and they carry that number into next year, and they might be able to carry it into the year after, which is when they'll need it, not only for Brandon Aiyuk when that number starts to grow, but also for Brock Purdy when he gets ready to get his deal.
And others, by the way. This is a constantly flowing thing. The 49ers, the Aiyuk thing is actually not the big banana, if you will. Like, it's a very large contract. And I do think the 49ers, A, planned for it, and B, it's going to be a little more expensive than what they planned for. I think that was actually true with Nick Bosa. They planned for it, and it ended up being a little bit more expensive than what they planned for. That's what took a minute. I think the same thing's going on here. But the big banana is the quarterback, no matter who it is. It's the same for every NFL franchise. You've either got to pay your quarterback or you're not there yet. And you're super blessed when you're not there yet if you've got a guy producing. And when you do get there, now you have to go with what's sort of like plan B, which is the let's win while we are paying our quarterback thing. And I'm just not that scared of that. That's a good thing. It's a good thing if you have to pay your quarterback $50-something million. It means you're a contender.
It is a good thing, but it also means that you're going to have to say goodbye to certain people around you, and so that puts more pressure on your quarterback. And right now, it's easier for Brock Purdy to be good when you've got McCaffrey, Debo, George, Trent, and Brandon all around him.
I'm glad you mentioned Debo. If you have not heard what Debo said today at the start of camp, you're going to want to hear it. We'll got that for you next. By the way, there's yet another 49er who we've not even mentioned yet today, who is in the sort of like contractual we don't know zone. And he spoke publicly today. We'll have that for you coming up next. Doc at the top of the hour, David Lombardi right after that. We're sponsored by Meineke Car Care Centers, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total...
No comment on that. It does not matter.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We could play a game. It's almost kind of like name that tune, but instead, name that player. Name that player who says he hopes to remain a 49er.
Yeah.
But it's a business.
Yeah. Probably Deebo Samuel.
It's a business.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to stick around. I feel like it's a good team. They love me here. I love it here. Love all the coaches, love my teammates. But, I just let my agent handle it. That's the business side of things. I'm just do my job, go out there and ball, put the pressure on them. Hopefully they give me a bag. If they don't, I know it won't be like any bad blood in between me and them. It's just like, it'll be a business decision. But I'm pretty sure they'll like to have me, and I'd like to stay here for sure.
Who that?
It's got to be Deebo Samuel.
It's not Deebo Samuel.
Brandon Aiyuk?
This is what Deebo Samuel sounds like.
At the end of the day, contract was signed. I know what I signed up for, and we just focus on this year.
A little bit of a different voice.
Little bit.
Yeah.
Little bit. Was that Brandon Ayuk?
Nope.
I mean,
this is fun. We should have hit the game show music.
Well, it's not. I mean, I know who it's not. Is it?
It's quicker if we play Who Is It?
Mooney Ward?
Say hello to Mooney Ward.
Okay.
Yeah, I like to stick around. I feel like it's a good team. They love me here. I love it here. Love all the coaches, love my teammates. But, I just let my agent handle it. That's the business side of things. I'm just do my job, go out there and ball, put the pressure on them. Hopefully they give me a bag. If they don't, I know it won't be like any bad blood in between me and them. It's just like, it'll be a business decision. But I'm pretty sure they'll like to have me, and I'd like to stay here for sure.
Right.
I'm laughing for two reasons. One, did you hear him say, I love it here. I love my coaches. I love my teammates. I love being a 49er. So let's
go
get
back
that
to the
out
Kyle
there.
Shanahan conversation.
The other thing that's funny, though, is the normalization, sensation, that has happened in pro sports in the last few years. Guys just openly in press conferences talking about getting a bag.
Yeah.
It just strikes me as funny. Hopefully I get a bag. Major, yeah. Yeah. He would like to get a bag. He also admitted that he's kind of been playing hurt for like 4 years.
Right.
It's like, yeah, that's football. I think he thinks he's got another gear, though, that he hasn't been able to even show us.
Yep. He's only 29, and he actually just turned 29 recently, a couple of weeks ago. And his cap hit this year is 18.4, and then that's about it as far as guaranteed money. So he's looking for that bag, and there's no doubt. And he knows that they need him or they need somebody like him.
Pretty good bag to come here. Pretty good bag.
Yep.
Pretty good. What was the contract to come here?
3 year, $40 million.
Okay.
With $18 million guaranteed at signing.
Right, but he's going to play the whole deal.
He's going to play it out.
So he's going to get all that money.
He's going to get it.
Yeah.
And then, you're looking at being 29, though, as a corner, and you're thinking, all right, one more contract. If I can get one more.
If you're lucky.
Well, 2 or 3 year deal. I mean, one more contract. This is not baseball where he's getting 8 years and $140 million.
Correct. And should
Could he get another $25 million guaranteed?
I mean, we talk about the running backs and the way that when they turn 30, boom, it's just like a hose that gets turned off. And I do feel like if there's another position you could compare it to, it is cornerback. That to me is the next one where I've watched guys overnight seemingly. It's like you are awesome. And then you can't cover. And it happened between February and August. We watched it happen to Richard Sherman. We watched it happen live on TV. I'm like, oh my God, he's done.
Yep.
Done. You know who was another great example? And maybe this is unfair because part of this is just your system that you're in or whatever. But you know who was awesome? And I mean awesome. And it was almost his last name, in fact. He was so awesome. Is Namadi Asamoah.
Asamoah, yeah.
He was so good with the Raiders. And he had that big deal to go to the Eagles. And he was so bad, so fast. Done. Overnight. I worry about someone like Charvarius Ward, who's already talking about having issues with his back and different things as he approaches age 30. Yeah. He's going to have to play really, really well.
Namdi doing okay for himself.
Fine. Just fine.
He married Kerry Washington, the actress. So, I think that they're able to make their mortgage payments through it all.
I do as well.
His paycheck and her paycheck. So Nnamdi landed on his feet pretty well. But Mooney Ward is an interesting one because right now, as it sits, he's a pretty important member of that defensive
incredibly important
structure. But you're right. I mean, you get to 30, 31, 32, and I hope he gets his bag too, because I love having him here with the 49ers.
Well,
but
and they're like on the low, they're getting ready for his not departure, but they're prepared for it. They grab a corner in the second round. I know they love Luter. They love Luter. He's coming up. He may be the opposite starter this year. That's the way you've got to run these organizations, is you've got to constantly be ready with someone younger and cheaper when it's time for someone else to move on. And it's cutthroat and it's brutal. But Deebo Samuel to Ricky Pearsall, Charvarius Ward to Renardo Green. I mean, we'll see how he plays, but you have to be prepared for that at all times. It's just a reality, again, especially when you're about to break off 50 to 60 large for your leader.
Yeah, it becomes more important that you draft replacements for guys who you may not want to pay, or you may want to pay them, but you may not be able to pay them as you go forward. You mentioned Ricky Pearsall, and if he shows himself as legit this year, well, it makes it easier to move off of Deebo and thank him for his time. And, you've got younger receivers, cheaper receivers, and you could make that work at that position. And the same thing happens at corner, and the same thing will happen at left tackle whenever Trent Williams decides that he wants to hang it up, or when you decide that you can't afford it, and George Kittle at tight end, and all the way around the offense. And that's what makes the Christian McCaffrey restructure, or the extension rather, even more interesting, because they said to Christian basically, 2 more years, we fully believe in you. We're not going to worry about Garendo or anybody else replacing you. They might augment you, but you're our guy for 2 more years. We believe in you.
Yeah, at least. And if you can show that at age 30, you're still ready to ride, we can keep going after that. And, oddly, I mean, Christian McCaffrey, this is one we haven't played yet. Take a listen to this, because there's been all the talk about the running back market. And this quote unquote, air quotes, resets the market.
Right.
If it ever happens.
Yeah.
But here's something I got to ask you. All right. So $19 million per year, starting 3 years from now, if we get there, and if the 49ers choose to do it, do you think when we get there, that will still be the highest paid AAV for a running back in the league?
I'm going to surprise you and say yes. I do think so.
I don't think that's surprising at all. That's what I thought you'd say.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Wow. I think so, because the running back market has flattened out, and not only has it flattened out, it's dropped. And I think about the future of the position, and I don't like the future of the position. I don't think that you're going to have any team go to a running back reliance and I always think about Pittsburgh when they had Le'Veon Bell, or as my son Quest would call him when he was winning our fantasy league at 14, LaDavion Bell. I don't know why he thought it was LaDavion. It became family humor. So I always think about LaDavion, and I have to correct myself knowing that it's Le'Veon. But what they did to Le'Veon Bell, and they did with Le'Veon Bell, I should say, more than 400 touches a year. They ran that man into the ground because it worked. Because that's what Pittsburgh did with the bus, and that's what they did with Le'Veon Bell. It was a winning formula. I don't see another team, and you could talk about Derrick Henry and what Tennessee did with and to Derrick Henry. He was the reason why they were competitive all those years, and now he gets to his 30th birthday, and they give him the Ariana Grande, the thank you next. So I don't think any team is going to look at running back and say, you know what, here we're going to give this guy, whether it's Saquon or Zeke, who we saw what happened to Ezekiel Elliott and any of the other young running backs. Teams are going to use them for 4 years, and then they're going to move on.
So mandatory camp is now officially open for the 49ers. David Lombardi is going to join us in the next hour. Christian McCaffrey gets a new contract extension. It is not a fully guaranteed or even mostly guaranteed deal at all. However, with the 2 years remaining on his deal, he has a few million tacked onto that. 2 more years, an extension beyond that. So now signed for 4 more years, but those are non-guaranteed years. But an acknowledgement also of Christian's importance and the play that he has had. Brandon Aiyuk is officially now a holdout because what was going on before was voluntary. This is mandatory. Brandon is not there. Over the next 3 days, he stands to be fined well into six figures. However, the 49ers could wipe that clean if he ends up signing a new extension down the road. But that's where we are sort of like with the news of the day. But getting back to the running back market, it is really fascinating. I don't know if you can think about this at the youth level. I don't know how many parents sit there and think in high school, my kid's going to be in the NFL someday. Plus, the sport of football itself is so focused on today. No one stays in the moment. I know we're all supposed to do it. No one does a better job of it than football players. Because if they weren't staying in the moment, they'd get the hell off the field. If they realized what this life was going to be like when they were 60 years old, nobody would play. But it's just not the way that culture is wired. But think about this. If you really were looking ahead, my gosh, take your running back. Take that kid that the high school coach is like, well, this is my best player. So we want the ball in his hands, and we're making him our star running back. Go beg that coach. In fact, go tell that coach, my kid's off this team unless you move him to a different position. Or if that kid that gets recruited to college as athlete, as they now do, try any other position. Any other position. Do you realize that Mooney Ward, who we just heard from, is almost making as much as Christian McCaffrey? Mooney Ward.
Right.
Who's like a good corner. A top 15 corner.
Yeah.
But the idea that his contract is kind of side by side with Christian flipping McCaffrey, we did this a few weeks ago. How many running backs, and I know it's all funny money, but just the AAV that's on their deal, running backs who have an AAV that is north of 10 million, there are 5 of them.
I was going to say 8, but yeah.
5 in the entire league.
It's crazy.
It's McCaffrey, Kamara, Jonathan Taylor, Saquon Barkley, and Josh Jacobs. And Barkley and Jacobs, who just got these deals, both of them are short-term and $12 million.
Right.
That's it. So, like, for the 49ers to do this and like, oh, it's $19 million a year for Christian and, you know, all the arguing that's happened in recent weeks about he deserves it and all this stuff.
Right.
Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be running backs.
Right.
You're right. Nobody's going to be making $20 million a year in 2 years at the running back position, not even close.
Even if you have somebody like Christian McCaffrey, which he is mostly one of one. Austin Eckler, I think, would be maybe the closest comp. Alvin Kamara is another guy who you could look at and say, okay, he's McCaffrey-esque. Yep. He doesn't carry it as much as McCaffrey. He catches it a little bit more often than Christian does. But to find a player on a winning team who has that impact and also has the ability to line up in the slot, you could put him out wide on occasion, and he blocks. And that's the thing about McCaffrey is, and we use the cliche all the time, and I can't wait to get into football season again and cliche you into submission with he's a football guy and 21 personnel and all the rest of the nonsense that we all throw out. But you watch McCaffrey play, and it's not just, oh, he's a good ball carrier or he's a good receiver. He is a do-it-all, I can do everything football player who steps up in the biggest moments and makes the biggest plays.
Well, I also think that Christian embodies something that the 49ers, and this is what I do, where I do really, really back them. This is kind of what they're all about. Like when we talk about them taking care of their own. Like we had somebody text the show a little bit ago and go, or maybe it was a tweet that I got, freaking Twitter. I don't even know. I don't know how much longer I can do it. I will because it's our job, but my God, it really feels like 80% of the people on Twitter just wait for whatever your words are, and then they just want to twist them into something else. Like someone came at me on Twitter with regard, and I think, Lucas, did you send this out? No, I sent it out. I said the 49ers, today is a great example. 49ers take care of their guys. It's rare that the top paid guy at a position gets even more. Yes, it's very well deserved for Christian McCaffrey, but the Niners deserve some credit too. That's what I wrote. So one of the respondents was, so when they let players walk because they don't want to pay them, is that also taking care of their guys? Mr. Spin Doctor?
Oh, Schmidt. Got you.
No.
You got served.
I sure did.
Is what happened right
Damn it,
there.
I hate when that happens. Got him.
Totally.
No, that does not mean they just pay everyone who's ever put on the jersey. It means when I say taking care of their guys is when you draft or sign or acquire a player and they play at a very, very high level, you take care of them. They want to reward you with another new deal. It does not mean they're supposed to just keep everyone whether they stink or not. And what Christian has done, maybe better than anyone I've seen in the Kyle Shanahan era, is feel like a homegrown player who's not. He's done that better than anyone. He feels like one of them. And the Niners have made that part of their business model, which is when guys sort of embody what the team is all about. Aiyuk does this too, I think. Drafted player, and what no one will talk about. 1,300 yards. Talk about the way he blocks. He's a monster.
Right.
His attitude is on point after whatever they went through 3 years ago. He embodies what this team is all about, and the Niners want to take care of those people. And part of that is just the entertainment entity that they are. These are the type of people they want to present to you, the public. Christian McCaffrey has done a better job of anyone of being acquired from the outside and within a minute becoming one of those guys.
And it feels like he's from here because he went to Stanford, and we all remember his dad. His dad wasn't a Niner, but we all remember him from the NFL, and it feels like Christian McCaffrey has always been one of us here with the 49er faithful, and that's partly just the fact that he's from Stanford, but also the way he's ingratiated himself immediately when he joined the team. And so you're right, and John Lynch has said this time and time again, that he and Kyle's philosophy is when you draft a player and you like a player, you're going to keep that player. And they've done that with everyone other than DeForest Buckner, and we can re-adjudicate that all we want. And if it would have worked out differently with the player that they picked with that first-round selection that they got back from Indy, nobody would give a crap about it. But the fact that Javon Kinlaw has been less than stellar, you could call him a bust. I don't think that his race is completely run yet in the NFL, but for the Niners, yeah, it was a mistake.
It was a bust, yeah.
But had that happened in a different way, no one would have even cared about DeForest Buckner. And the same thing about, the Trey Lance conversation. If Brock Purdy never would have popped the way he did, we'd all be going at them on the daily, John and Kyle, about Trey Lance.
Doc Pandy again in 10 minutes. We'll get into Blake Snell and much, much more. How about Christian McCaffrey into his 30s with the usage? We'll get into all of that with Doc Pandia. David Lombardi is coming up next hour as well, live from camp. That's going to be an interesting conversation. No one understands the business model of the Niners, in my opinion, as well, or better than David. And so we'll get into that conversation. Your phone call's always welcome. Let's go to Paul in Oakland. Hi, Paul. What's going on? You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. So I'm a longtime high school football coach in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
And I have a slightly different take and perspective relative to the money that's being paid to these positions. And I truly get how the game has morphed from being a running back oriented game to a more open receiver oriented game. As the game evolves, my question is relative to McCaffrey, and it has to do with your guys' points about earning potential and all that. If Christian McCaffrey, does he have the skill set to be a NFL wide receiver? And if he does, would he be making the $14 million or so a year that he's being paid now, as he is configured and has his skill set translates? I don't think so. I think what gets him to that level of compensation is the fact that he is a running back, and he also has tremendous ball catching skills in certain elements of the game. But I don't think if he was a wide receiver, he might not be making what Javon Jennings makes.
It's a fair point. It's a very interesting way of looking at it for everybody who goes, you got to pay Christian as two players. Could he be a slot receiver in the NFL?
I think so.
Probably.
Yeah. He
probably could. Would he be elite? Would he be one of these top guys? Probably not. He's probably not big enough.
Well, think about Welker and Julian Edelman and what they did in a system with a quarterback. I think a lot of this, for me anyway, goes to exactly what we've talked about forever with Brock Purdy, which is system quarterback. Well, he's probably not a system quarterback, but in this system, he's pretty damn good. So what are we even talking about here?
But if Julian Edelman and Wes Welker were playing with Tom Brady today, would they be getting a Justin Jefferson or even an A.J. Brown type contract? I'd argue no.
Probably not.
No. Like, yes, Julian Edelman at times performed as a number one receiver, but it was never at the level, the downfield ability, the way to go one-on-one and just out-jump people, the physicality of it. That's what you're paying for. That's what you're paying for. Somebody who can average like what Brandon did last year that looked like, good Lord, is he going to average 20 yards per catch?
Right.
Like, that's not something those guys could do. So, yeah, I mean, that is a way to look at it. And also, in the end, all of it, I believe, becomes a little bit irrelevant. You know, could he be a wide receiver? Could he be paid like a wide receiver? The bottom line is he's not. So, like, even if he could complain, say that, hey, I catch a lot of passes, the bottom line in these negotiations is you're a running back. And the Niners, I think, are not paying him 2 more years because of skill set. They're paying him 2 more years because he's a phenomenal football player, and they both want to acknowledge, A, what he's done, and B, what they think he's going to do next.
And I think that's the big part of it is what he's going to do next. And I think if you had reservations about his durability, which he largely has put to rest since he became a 49er.
Don't say it too loud, but yeah.
Well, he has. And
no, he has.
Past tensed it. You know, you never know what the future holds. You mentioned it as a football player. Sure. Any snap could be your last, and you hope for the best for Christian McCaffrey. But I think the fact that he's done that in his brief time with the 49ers, he's been very durable, and he's been your number one target guy.
All right, Doc Pandy is around the corner with many questions to answer. We could go through that entire list of Giants injuries. We won't, because that would take us till 9 o'clock tonight. But the key Giants injuries from Blake Snell to Luciano to what Robbie Ray is doing to Christian McCaffrey's usage and what Kyle Shanahan said about him. We'll ask all of those questions to Doc. Also, David Lombardi next hour. But maybe most importantly of all next hour is going to be your chance to qualify for a Steph Curry autographed jersey. Again, you get to do this all week long, every show. So make sure every day, 7:30 with The Roast, 12:30 with Steiny and Goo, and 4:30 with us. Every day, all week long, and all you need to do is listen. Because at and after 4:30, we will ask you something that we said on the show. If you call in with the right answer, bang, you win a prize, and you're qualified for the grand prize, the Steph Curry autographed jersey, and there will only be 15 qualifiers, so it's a 1 in 15 shot if you're able to get on in. So make sure you're listening at 4:30 today. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, 888-957-9570, because not only is Doc Pandian next, but after that, for everybody who's saying, hey, McCaffrey signed and Aiyuk hasn't, he skipped the line. I think Aiyuk is going to be ticked. I think there is a 49er who could be ticked about what has developed today, but it's not Brandon Aiyuk. We'll tell you who it is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
How'd you like to have a wall of windows that open, or
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question. That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Sorry, I got distracted by the
Dunkers?
By a very interesting name that Jeff Passan just said would be available at the baseball trade deadline. I'll save it. You won't. No, I will. Because we got a lot going on. Doc Pandy is on the line. We got the Steph Curry jersey in 26 minutes, the qualification.
Jersey in the cart.
Yes, it is.
Am I right?
Doc Pandy is going to hang up and start calling back at 4:30.
I love the Doc.
He's going to try to win this dang thing. And then David Lombardi later this hour as well. Willard and Dibs, so glad that you are with us. And let's go ahead and talk to Doc. Time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Hey, Doc, what's going on?
I'm doing good. I almost wanted to call in to get that loony bobblehead yesterday. I'm like, it's Doc P from Oakland.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. We did think of you, and we might know a guy. So, you can call us off air. But are you ready for rapid fire? I'm going to go through all 213 Giants injuries.
Oh, my God.
And you just give us 3 words on each one. Can we do that?
We can do it. Let's do it.
All right. Maybe I'll trim the fat a little bit. Why don't we
no chance you do 3 words on anything, but go ahead.
Well, no, it was him that was going to do the 3 words.
Oh, my bad. I missed the cue.
Thank you for your cool joke, though. No, what about Blake Snell, Doc? What about it? How concerned are we?
Yeah, I'd be relatively concerned. I mean, the fact that he had a repeat injury this close to having this adductor issue, and he's had history of adductor issues in the past as well, too. Definitely very concerning. And the thing you worry about is that with each of these injuries, are you developing scar tissue kind of where that adductor muscle attaches? And is it going to be set up for this to happen again and again and again? So either this means a short rehab stint and you're worried about a big injury risk, or is this going to be a prolonged period of time out where he really needs to get that healed? So definitely concerned, particularly for that left side of his leg as well, too, which takes a lot of stress. So I'm going to watch closely, and it sounds like he's on the 15-day IL, but I'm a little bit worried it may be more time.
Nick Ahmed, who's out with the left wrist sprain, had a little bit of a setback in his recovery. How tough is it as a baseball player to fight through a wrist issue?
I think it's pretty difficult. I mean, for 2 reasons, whether it's your catching or your throwing hand, even though for someone who is kind of doing day-to-day stuff, even subtle motions that you need for catching and for throwing, if you have any degree of soreness in that wrist, not only can it cause pain, but it also can throw off the fine little things that may allow you to catch, that allow you to throw properly, kind of mess up your velocity. So I definitely think it's something that can be frustrating. Everyone's like, oh, just a wrist issue, should be back. But a little bit of soreness, a little bit of pain, because those ligaments and tendons are so small, can mean 4 to 5 days every time they get aggravated. So something to be concerned about.
Doc, Tyro Estrada is back in the Giants lineup tonight. Missed 3 days with a wrist issue. What should we be looking for there? What's the concern level?
I think you're really worrying about a re-aggravation. If there's a ball that gets hit really difficult, kind of really hard in that area, or he gets impact. And I think the original injury was he was kind of sliding into a base. So once again, you're looking for those subtle things. Is he as aggressive as going towards balls? Is he willing to slide? How's his grip on the bat? So something to watch closely. And if you see a little statistical downcline for a couple days, that's probably what the reason is. But the fact that he's out there, just like with Ahmad, you don't want to take him out there because he's having soreness. The fact that Estrada's back out there is a positive sign that hopefully there's not too much soreness moving forward.
Michael Conforto returned yesterday. He's expected back in the lineup again today. What should we be looking at as far as his ability to play on the regular, or will he need some days off as he starts to get back in the swing?
I think he had 4 at-bats yesterday, played a lot, so I think that's a relatively positive sign in terms of if there's any residual soreness. But I do think, given his age, that there potentially may be some days off sprinkled in there. So, if he's out of the lineup or something he's pulled a little bit early, I don't think fans should necessarily be concerned. I think it's more about managing a hamstring injury at his age where there's a high risk of recurrence for this in major league players to begin with.
Doc, I want to ask you about Christian McCaffrey, who just got a 2-year extension into, past his 30th birthday. What is your belief in that whole NFL running back 30th birthday thing?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit overrated in terms of age. I think what's more important is the number of touches that an NFL running back has had kind of cumulatively in their career. And, we've seen what happens to a Derrick Henry or the Le'Veon Bells. So I think the bigger issue is not necessarily that he's 30. I think more from a kind of a wear and tear risk. It's the number of touches he's getting. But I think the interesting part where age may play a role is, can he be effective, not necessarily injury risk? Because what makes McCaffrey different than a Derrick Henry who just kind of like pounds the ball all the time is his speed and explosiveness. So will his effectiveness potentially be impacted in his 30, 31, 32 because he loses that special skill? Less concerned about the injury risk if they're managing their touches. So kind of a twofold take on it. A lot of touches, he's in his 30s, but also can he be effective even if he doesn't get injured moving into his 30s?
One more for baseball while we have you, because there are so many. Robbie Ray coming back off of the Tommy John, threw an inning yesterday in Arizona. What do you have to look at coming off of a one-inning stint and a possible timeline for him to be able to stretch out and eventually get back?
Yeah, I think for most, major league pitchers, you're seeing return from Tommy John kind of land 12 to 13 months. I think just like with basketball players, when you think about ramping up, you're really looking at how is that arm feeling, with throwing, and is his velocity there, is control there? Because decreases in velocity, decreases in control are kind of early signs that something may be starting to brew in that elbow. And then, just like we're seeing with some of the other Giants pitchers, you're looking for other areas that are popping up. Is your shoulder starting to bother you? Are you starting to get some lower extremity pain? So you're looking to see, is he pitching well? And as you increase that load, is his body able to handle it? And if those two things come together, then you could potentially see him returning in that 12 to 18 month time frame just stand to kind of happen this season.
Okay. Doc, great stuff. We love having you. Appreciate you doing it. We'll talk to you next week.
It sounds good, guys. Take care. Yep.
All right, there it is. Doc Pandia. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. All right, before we go back to Niners, this is just a complete distraction that I want to throw out there, but okay. I just saw it. I don't understand it, but if it's true, good God, push some chips into the middle of the table. Jeff Passan says that a major trade deadline target in Major League Baseball and a team that would absolutely be willing to part with him is Luis Robert Jr. of the Chicago White Sox. Now, Luis was a big-time all-star last year. 38 home runs, had an OPS of 857, was an all-star. Tremendous season. Has been hurt for the majority of this year. He has only had 28 at-bats and 6 hits. So not a whole lot to say about it this year, although he has hit a couple of home runs. He is only 26 years old. He is 26 years old, and are you ready for it? He is signed, he is 3 years in to a 6-year, $50 million contract. He is under team control for this year and then 3 more years, right, at a total of $15 million, followed by club option for 20, followed by another club option for 20.
Club options.
Club options.
Yeah.
In his 20s, young, power-hitting, right-handed outfielder. So, hey, Giants owner who thinks the ballpark's a problem, I've got an idea. Go get a power hitter who can't say no to you. That's the kind of stuff I'd love to see the Giants get involved in at the deadline, because those of you who think, the Giants suck, they should sell. No, the Giants, first of all, we're too early to even have that conversation.
Agreed.
But that's the kind of buy that's not about this year. It's not about this year. So that's a buy and a sell, if you will. You are receiving a young player, but it's a young player who's already proven at the big league level. He's a right-handed power-hitting outfielder.
Center fielder, Mark.
26 years old.
Center fielder.
Well, put a center fielder in right then.
Well, all I'm saying is you need a center fielder because Luis Matos has shown a certain amount of regression to the mean.
But you only need a center fielder for this year is what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying as well.
You can move him to right field when Jung-Hoo Lee returns.
And also you would have a guy who could DH and you could put him on one of the corner outfield spots. And depending on, how it goes, the fact that it's a club option for subsequent years makes it even more juicy. Next year he's on the hook for 15. And if it doesn't work out, he's here in a year and a half, and you look at it and you go, all right, we're going to decline that $20 million team option. The buyout is $2 million, and it turns out to be probably not a very costly move to bring him in, because memo to anybody not paying attention, the White Sox are terrible. They are beyond terrible.
Beyond terrible.
They are not quite historically bad, but they're a team that's going to be looking to sell a lot of different pieces, including Robert Jr.
36 doubles last year, 38 home runs, drove in 80, stole 20 bases.
What's the injury? Do you know? What's kept him out for the majority of the games? I know I mean, he played early on. I don't know if he's played in a long time. I see that he played the opening 5 games of the year.
Yeah.
And
he's
then
just coming back. He's activated at a grade 2 right hip flexor strain.
Okay.
It's a nothing burger.
No, but that fits for the Giants, a guy who is, injured. What is that? Is that mean-spirited? Is that inaccurate?
No.
I mean, add him to the list. Get Pandia back on for an emergency Pandia.
We couldn't even get through all this stuff with Doc Pandia. You know what I mean? I want to, Jung-Hoo Lee's having his surgery right now.
Yeah.
Actually, I'd imagine he had it this morning. Usually you have surgery in the morning.
You sure do. All my surgeries have been really early.
That would suck.
Except the one.
They're like, we're going to reconstruct your knee, but we're going to do it at 5 o'clock. So if you could just sit there for a minute.
Right.
So he probably already had it, but we have not gotten the note that he had successful surgery. But ... we will, because I've never seen a story in the history of sports media that's like, so-and-so had unsuccessful surgery.
Well, there's been the one.
The one?
Yeah.
Whose surgery went wrong?
Steve Kerr.
Oh, well, yeah.
I mean, and I hate to bring it up because it obviously was very personal to him, but they nicked his spine, the surgeon, and he had a leaky spinal fluid situation, which led him to have intense pain, headaches, and the rest, and it cost him portions of a year or two. So that was one where, and I don't even know if the report ever came out on a coach about whether it was successful or unsuccessful, but that's the one I always think about, like, that was not a successful surgery in some ways.
No.
Anyway.
It was not.
No, but you're right. And, Dr. Neil Elatrash
is the expert.
He is. I mean, he and Frank Jobe are the guys you want when you're going for the Tommy John. I don't even know if Frank Jobe is still active or if his contract wasn't picked up, if he's out there as a free agent surgeon. Maybe when we get to the summer and we get one of those weeks where there's not a whole lot going on, I would love to have Dr. Pandia in for half hour or an hour and just talk medical with him. And I geek out on this stuff, but talk surgery and let the fans call in and, throw their ailments at him. And
well, that's fine. You get too far in the weeds on this stuff.
I want to go behind closed doors.
It's like talking to Larry Krueger about like the defense or whatever. It's like, I don't care about the 4th string linebacker, Larry. I'm sorry if that's
Stop whopping me.
No, I'm sorry if it's dismissive. I don't want to be dismissive, but like, what are you talking about? And you seemingly have had every injury in the history of injuries.
Most of them.
Which I don't understand.
Both Achilles intact, knock on wood. Yeah.
That's the end of that.
I've had 5 surgeries, not including dental procedures.
You've only had 5?
Number 5.
You talk like you've had 55.
Well, because I'm really, really, really into it. And I am a wannabe radio doctor. So I would love to spend an hour and just pick his brain about surgeries and techniques and, ailments and all the rest of it.
You ever done a podcast before?
I've done podcasts. Okay. But not a medical podcast.
Feels like a podcast to me.
Wow. You go ahead and take a day off. I'll do 4 hours with a good doctor.
I took a day off last year and you started talking about the 8th string with Larry Krueger.
That was one of my favorite shows ever. That was 2 years ago, and we went through the 90-man roster, and including Saguna Lumbe. We did 5 minutes on Saguna Lumbe. I was like, oh my God, this is great.
I'm like, Larry, you're not allowed to be that excited about this guy. I don't care if he ends up being great. That's actually the only bad thing.
The hand placement and the footwork.
The bad thing, there's one bad thing about Brock Purdy. One bad thing. It legitimizes every time Larry goes off on a tangent about some dude you've never heard of before.
Because he had it first.
Because he's like, I told you about Brock Purdy. So let me tell you about Bill Dombrowski. He's the 18th string linebacker out of LSU, and I think they can get him as a UDFA. And I'm telling you, he's coming. And you're like, I don't care. And no, he's not. But Larry's over there like, Brock Purdy. I'm like, oh, crap. Freaking Brock Purdy.
Genius.
Jeez. Brutal.
Anyway, Luis Robert Jr.
Well, yeah, I mean,
all eyes on a guy who hasn't played since April 5th.
Well, but I mean, big-time All-Star last year, available, team control.
Perfect.
Not a lot of money. Hits bombs. He's here to hit bombs. It's like Phil Mickelson. He's here to hit bombs.
Right.
There you go.
I mean, it would be a perfect Farhan signing if he were a Seattle Mariner.
if he were a backup catcher for the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway. I said earlier, I want to debunk this idea that today's Christian McCaffrey news, and if you're just joining us, it's got a 2-year extension on top of the 2 years that he had left on his deal. Non-guaranteed money. There was some new money put onto the next 2 years for Christian, but it also lowers the cap figure both this year and next for the 49ers. So kind of a win-win, and it acknowledges who's Christian has been and who they think he's going to be. And that thought has been put out there by some. I've seen it in a number of places, including our guy Guru himself, who thought, if I'm Brandon Aiyuk, I'm going to be mad that Christian McCaffrey sort of jumped the line and got paid. I don't think that's a thing, because these deals could not be more different position, totally different money. They're just not the same thing. I would walk out of there if I'm Aiyuk thinking that's great, because A, the team's showing again that they're looking to take care of their guys, and B, they just opened up more cap space. Maybe that's going to help me get some of mine. But there is one person who I would argue could look at this whole situation and go, oh, okay. And he goes by the name Deebo Samuel.
Much as I can, actually. I know this is a stressful time, and he's done a tremendous job throughout his career here. And when it comes to things like this, it get tough, and some things you kind of take personal, and it's just like overall, it's just a stressful process, to be honest with you.
Okay, so that's Deebo talking about the contract negotiations, whether he gives advice to Brandon Aiyuk, because he's done this recently. But think about it. Now, we played some sound, and we will again earlier in the show, with regard to what Deebo said about trade rumors and about the future of his specific contract. I think he's been aware for a while. If Brandon gets a big deal, he's probably going to get let go at the end of the year. But if I'm Deebo, forget Brandon for a second. Don't you get a little bit bugged by what they just did for Christian? So wait a minute. You're telling me someone's played really well for you, and you're willing to throw a little extra money on top of a current deal to take him to his 32nd birthday. Who else on the 49ers could ask for the exact same thing? I would argue it's Deebo Samuel, and they're not. And that is very much, to me, that's a message about what is very, very likely to happen. And again, he was asked specifically, are you aware that the Niners could move on from you at the end of the year?
At the end of the day, contract was signed. I know what I signed up for, and we just focus on this year.
Okay. So, if anybody, and I'm not saying he is,
right,
but if anybody was going to be annoyed by the structure of Christian, it's not Brandon, it's Deebo.
I agree. And you look at his situation, and he's getting 28.6 this year, which is the cap hit, and a lot of it is in the base, and he's got a big prorated signing bonus that he already got. So the true money he's going to get is not quite that high, but you get to the end of this year, and you're right, Mark. You look at next year, and the cap hit is $24 million, and the ability to get out from underneath it is a lot easier at the end of this season. So if the Niners were totally committed to keeping Deebo and making him whole like they did Christian McCaffrey, then they could have taken this contract, lowered the cap number for Deebo significantly, added on a couple of years, and he already has a couple of voided years on the back end of his deal already. So the Niners would have to really stretch out his additional payments by a couple more years. David Lombardi is going to join us later in the hour, and he'll be able to speak to the actual procedure better than I can, certainly. But I do think that it's an indication of what they're looking at with, if you're going to have to move off of somebody, it feels more like, hey, Deebo, if you go out there and have a monster year, then we can look at maybe next year reworking what we have left on your contract.
I tell you what, I don't have a lot of concerns about the Niners this year, but this is one of them. And it is that you're going into a season in your wide receiver room where there is so much possibility for feelings to get in the way. And I say that under the assumption that Brandon will have been paid. And so think about this now. Pearsall and it is up and coming. Juwan has gotten his.
Kind of.
But I mean, he's happy with it, right?
Yeah.
You've got two rookie receivers that are coming in, Pearsall being a first rounder, And then you've got Brandon. In theory, he's gotten paid. Now, I'm not saying anybody should feel sorry for Deebo Samuel because he's already gotten paid. But if you want to continue to be a part of this thing, how are you feeling knowing there's a very high chance the Niners are going to let me go when this year's over? So he's going to be very motivated to show out because that means if you end up on the open market, your money is affected by your numbers for this year. And if the Niners are over here just feeding Brandon and feeding Kittle and new guy Logan Thomas
and Ricky Pearsall
some looks.
Exactly.
And Deebo's over here where target share goes from 8 a game down to 6. You're telling me that that's not going to go to the sideline ever. I hope. That takes a lot of maturity from all of the guys. And that's one thing the Niners sideline has done very well through the years.
Yeah.
But you're asking a lot for the emotions of the game in those moments to not boil over.
Especially when you're Kyle Shanahan and you're trying to communicate the same idea to everyone, which is we're a team and we're out here to try to win as a team. And you look at last year, targets for the Niners, 105, 90, 89, 83. That's your big four. McCaffrey or Aiyuk, 105, Kittle, 90, Deebo, 89, McCaffrey, 83. So among the big four, it was almost split evenly. Aiyuk had a few more, fine, 105. Kittle, Deebo, and McCaffrey, 90, 89, 83. That's about as good as you could ask for it in terms of distribution and chances. And if you're Deebo, and I'm kind of with you, it's like, okay, I see the writings on the wall. I don't want to get 75 targets this year and get 50 catches when I'm out there trying to get another job.
Like, I want more.
Right.
I want more. And everybody always wants more. And they handle that. And I do think they've been good teammates.
For sure. And Kyle's done a good job, I think, of like keeping everyone on the same page, right?
Absolutely. But like what, and by the way, how many games did Deebo miss last year?
He played 15, but you mentioned this before. There were 2 games that he ostensibly was just a decoy, not a Deebo. He was a decoy.
I mean, he was a decoy. There was one game where he was just out there, and then he also left a couple of them very early. I think including the Cleveland game, right? The one that their first loss of the year. He left very early.
Arizona, he had no targets, no catches. He did have 3 carries. Cleveland, no, he had 1 target, no catches. He had a couple carries. And then he missed Minnesota and Cincinnati. So that was the game you're thinking of.
Yep.
And then after that, though, out of the bye, he was pretty darn good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
See, I think with all of this, everyone's talking about McCaffrey and Aiyuk. I think this is the comment of the day when he was asked if he had heard about the trade rumors at the draft.
Yeah, I heard it. Had a conversation with my agent about it. That was going back and forth with whoever it was. But it was a thing at first. But, we done moved past it, so we're here to get better.
Okay, so he confirms that there was a lot of talk. He confirms that it was a thing and that he talked to his agent. And then we moved through it, and here we are, and we're going to focus on this year. There are a lot of questions tucked into that to ask to David Lombardi, who is going to join us next. 49er coverage for The Athletic. What about McCaffrey's new deal? What does this mean for Brandon? What does it mean for Brock? What does it mean for Deebo? All of that. Potential new deal for Logan Thomas. So all of that is coming up next, and we're sponsored by Express Employment Professionals. But also, as you know, coming up next, your chance to win a Warriors fanny pack and qualify for the big prize, a Steph Curry autographed jersey. That is coming up next on Willard and Tibbs.
If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is your one connection for a summer job in a variety of industries. Job seekers never pay a fee at Express.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is what we've been waiting for on a number of levels. First of all, David Lombardi's going to hop in here, educate us.
Can't wait.
On everything that's been going on with the 49ers and what may happen next. But it's also 4:30, which this week is a special time because that is the time, thank you, where you can qualify and get ready to win the Steph Curry autographed jersey. Also today, just for today, you will win a Warriors fanny pack if you are the winner. You will qualify, be one of 15 qualifiers for the Steph Curry autographed jersey every morning at 7:30 with the roast, every midday with Stein and Goo 12:30, every afternoon with us at 4:30. And that is right now. So all you need to do is listen. And here's what we'll do. Over the next 15 minutes of this show, you're going to hear countless amazeballs things that are said out loud by incredibly smart people. Might be Dibs, could be me, doubtful.
Yep.
Probable David Lombardi, we'll find out. But all of this stuff that's going to come out over the next 15 minutes on this show, you got to be listening to it. We will specifically ask you about one of those things and then open up the contest line, and the first person to call in with the right answer gets the fanny pack and is entered into the drawing for the Steph Curry autographed jersey that all 15 qualifiers throughout the week will be in. So listen and get ready for your chance to win. That's how simple it is. Here we go. David Lombardi, The Athletic, 49ers camp on a busy 49er news day. David, what's going on? Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you?
We're doing fine. I want you to maybe dispel a couple of things that are going out there based on the Christian McCaffrey deal. The answer might be nothing, but when you see a deal like this, what does it mean for Brandon Aiyuk?
Doesn't mean anything for Brandon Aiyuk. The Brandon Aiyuk deal is happening in the receiver market. The receiver market is what might actually slow it down because we saw such an outlier with Justin Jefferson's contract that it's kind of, to be honest, I think it's confused a lot of the league. You might even be able to compare it to the Deshaun Watson contract a couple of years ago when the Browns gave him that fully guaranteed deal. It was unprecedented, and then a lot of people at the time said, well, okay, now here come all the fully guaranteed deals for quarterbacks, and that never happened. The rest of the league never followed suit, so that remained an outlier. And this Justin Jefferson contract is 70% larger in terms of fully guaranteed money than anything that had happened before it at the receiver position. It's a good chance that the league is going to view it as an outlier again, and the first teams to really put to the test regarding that will be the 49ers because they're negotiating with Brandon Aiyuk, and the Cowboys because they're negotiating with CeeDee Lamb. Maybe the Bengals too with Jamar Chase. But anyway, that's the main focus point for the Brandon Aiyuk deal. Christian McCaffrey, the 49ers have had enough space to execute moves before this deal. After this deal, I mean, they actually opened up short-term salary cap space with the Christian McCaffrey contract. The gist of this one is he had $24 million scheduled to come to him over the next 2 seasons. But that money was not guaranteed. And as we know, Christian McCaffrey is one of the best players in the NFL. He wanted some more security. The 49ers said, okay, we'll give you some more security. And the great thing is, if we turn this $24 million into a guarantee, we could actually stretch it out into future years because it prorates against the cap if it's a signing bonus or an option bonus. So the 49ers won too. Christian McCaffrey won, and that his contract now becomes guaranteed, the $24 million of it. The 49ers won by virtue of being able to spread that money into the future. And San Francisco also picked up some extra contractual control, 2 more years of Christian McCaffrey under contract. And when you have a Hall of Fame caliber player on your team, making sure he's under contract for a longer period of time is always a good thing.
Yeah, especially when he's shown more durability of late than he did certainly in Carolina. I want to ask you again about the Brandon Aiyuk contract and the Justin Jefferson blowing up the ceiling in the wide receiver market. Do you think that Aiyuk is going to look at that contract and try to assimilate toward that number, or does that not have any real bearing on where Brandon Aiyuk is going to land based on his comps being other players?
Well, I actually think that Brandon Aiyuk was in that category, that cluster of receivers. I think that he's above the cluster of receivers that had signed over the past couple months. Guys like Nico Collins, because Nico only had one really productive 1,000-yard year under his belt. I think that Brandon Aiyuk is a better player than Amon-Ra St. Brown. And Nico Collins, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jalen Waddle, all those guys were in the mid-30s as far as fully guaranteed money. We're talking $32 million to about $36 million a year. I'd always viewed Brandon Aiyuk as being somebody who was going to push that $50 million. And the previous high water mark was Tyreek Hill at 52.5. And I thought Brandon Aiyuk might want the high 40s, maybe the low 50s. The thing about the Jefferson deal, he came in and we thought, okay, maybe he'll edge out Tyreek Hill's number. Maybe it'll be $55 million fully guaranteed. No, it was $88.7 million fully guaranteed for Justin Jefferson. And that should illustrate just how big of a jump this is and why, people are thinking this might be an outlier. So if Brandon Aiyuk and CeeDee Lamb do start demanding money that's closer to the Jefferson end of the spectrum than it was to the Tyreek Hill end of the spectrum, that's when you could really see the 49ers and the Cowboys digging in and saying, no, that's an outlier. We don't want to go that far. So to me, right now, the potential recipe for a long standoff is there more than it ever has been, just because of this new deal that's come in. And of course the receivers are going to want to try to test their luck, at least for a little while before training camp, to see how close the Cowboys and the 49ers are going to come to awarding a contract close to the Justin Jefferson deal.
Okay, that's really interesting. David Lombardi, The Athletic, on his way home from Niners camp, day one, mandatory camp. Christian McCaffrey, new deal. Brandon Aiyuk officially holding out. David, did the 49ers make a mistake by not getting this done prior to Justin Jefferson?
I don't think that's a really fair question to ask, because it's not up to the 49ers unilaterally to get a deal done. It's up to Brandon Ayuk's camp to get a deal done just as much as it is the 49ers. You need two signatures on these things. You need the 49ers signature and you need Brandon Ayuk's signature. And I see no reason for Brandon Aiyuk to have been incentivized to sign a deal before Justin Jefferson, given the buzz around league circles that Justin Jefferson was going to set a new high watermark. So the 49ers could have been trying to get something done, but Brandon Aiyuk and his agent could have just been sitting back and saying, no, wait, we won't sign yet. Let's just wait to see what Justin Jefferson gets. Then we can really talk in earnest. Where they could have set a really high price to just something that the 49ers obviously wouldn't, acquiesce to that early on. So there's so much talk about the 49ers. Should they have gotten something done sooner? Well, everybody would have liked to have gotten something done sooner outside of Brandon Ayuk's camp, right? Because Justin Jefferson has just dangled a tantalizing possibility out for these receivers with how big that contract is. So it has to be a two-way effort, and to get one of these deals done. And obviously we haven't seen both parties even want to sign on the dotted line at this point. So I just don't think that the premise of that question really encapsulates the situation that we're dealing with here.
Okay, but you sound like you have newfound doubt potentially that this gets done.
No, I think that it will take. I think that we've set ourselves up for a more prolonged standoff here, because it's more likely that two sides will dig into opposite corners. Now, deadline pressure has always won out in these situations, right? Deadline pressure of either training camp, that the team would like the player there by training camp, so sometimes they'll budge. Maybe the 49ers will budge more in this situation because they've seen over the past 2 years that these contract negotiations with Deebo Samuel and Nick Bosa running up and into training camp, and then in the case of Bosa through training camp, that's been a little damaging to the 49ers. And then there's the deadline pressure of the regular season, and that's more of a deadline on Brandon Aiyuk as well, because then he would start forfeiting money moving into the regular season. So I just think that the chances of something getting done really quickly, sooner rather than later, took a blow, because it's, what happened yesterday is a polarizing event. It's a huge amount of money for the top paid receiver in the game. And of course, receivers who are looking for money are going to gravitate toward that precedent, and they're going to want the teams to accept that precedent as well. And the teams are in no way incentivized to accept that precedent until they actually have to. So you just have two opposing camps right now, but eventually a deal will get done because both parties eventually will want it to get done. Both parties are incentivized for that to happen. The deadline just isn't here yet.
And where would you put that deadline as far as Aiyuk being able to sign and come in and be able to contribute realistically in week one?
Well, Nick Bosa signed, 2 or 3 days before week one last. So the deadline is the deadline, and that's week one. That's when paychecks would stop coming to Brandon Aiyuk if he hasn't signed and he hasn't reported yet. So he's due $14.1 million this year, but that money is not going to flow unless he reports. And if he signs a new deal, then the money from the new deal would start flowing in. So that would be, for all intents and purposes, a financial deadline. But like I said, the 49ers might be incentivized to sweeten the pot to get him in a little bit sooner if they're in a win-now situation right now, right? So that they want to get all distractions off their plate. And how much is it worth it for them to have Brandon Aiyuk come in early? Will sweetening the pot by a couple $1 million do the trick? I don't know. I don't think they're anywhere near that kind of point yet, obviously, given yesterday's news. So we'll have to just sit back, wait and see where they're at once this gets closer to that deadline.
David Lombardi, The Athletic, on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. David, let's talk about Deebo Samuel for a second. We're now just widely under the assumption that Brandon Aiyuk at some point will get paid, and then they will move on from Deebo Samuel after this coming year. Do you see it that way? What are the different possibilities for how it plays out with Deebo?
Well, Deebo is under contract for 2 more seasons, and the 49ers just drafted Ricky Pearsall. So that's a receiver on a rookie deal. Now, we have to wait to see how good Ricky Pearsall is. I'll tell you that he's looked really good in practice so far, but that's one thing, and actual games will be another thing. So the 49ers are going to be collecting that intelligence as time goes by. The one thing that nobody knows for sure is how big the cap is going to be in 2025, 2026, and onward. You can make an educated guess, an educated projection. The 49ers' guesses right now, I'll tell you, with all certainty, is that it's going to be going up. That's why they're pushing a lot of this money into the future. They're surfing that wave. And so far, that strategy has worked really well for them. So when you look into the future, you look at what the cap might be in the future, or you project your ballpark amount. You project your future expenditures, especially the ones that you're going to have to make, like Brock Purdy. That's going to be a massive one that the 49ers have to make. And then you look to see, okay, what else can the team fit around those really key A-list expenditures, and yet still fit it underneath the salary cap. If they pay Brandon Aiyuk, that's going to take up another chunk of money. They obviously have another receiver in Ricky Pearsall, who's going to be on a rookie contract, so that's not going to cost a lot. But once Purdy's in the equation, and you have to see, well, how much would be left over for a player like Deebo Samuel? Would you even be able to extend him? And the answer to that probably is no, when you just look at the salary cap situation of the 49ers and how it is crowding up. But I think a more nuanced, interesting question within that is, can you keep him for both of the final 2 years of his contract, or will you have to resort to getting cap savings after the 2024 season? I will tell you that right now, the 49ers are really happy and financially capable of having their cake and eating it too for 2024. And that means that they have Aiyuk under contract, Samuel under contract, and Pearsall under contract. So they're pushing all the chips into the middle of the table for this season. And the more the merrier as far as weapons for Brock Purdy. And then we'll see what happens moving forward into 2025.
So you don't think that they would do something for Deebo like they did for Christian McCaffrey and take a portion of what he might get next year and guarantee that either this year or next year in order to appease him and maybe offset some ill feeling in the wide receiver room?
I don't know how much ill feeling there is right now. I don't think Deebo has indicated that there is ill feeling on his part. He's shown up to OTAs. He's competing, and I think if they do something like that, then they might look at that next year so that Deebo doesn't have to go into lame duck season. So hypothetically speaking, if Deebo Samuel has an awesome year, I think that you're not in the business of letting good players go, especially all-pro type of players go. And he was an all-pro type of player in 2021. So if he stays that available and he performs at that kind of level and the 49ers win a Super Bowl or whatever happens this year, I think that you're going to have a long, hard look at extending Deebo Samuel, regardless of, what else is going on around him, because you don't want to let a good player out of the building, and you'll find a way to make it work. And yes, one of the ways that you could potentially make it work is to do what you just did with Christian McCaffrey, except on a different scale, because Deebo Samuel is classified as a receiver. But the good thing about where the 49ers are right now is that they have the options to look at everything, and they don't have to cross a bridge at this moment. They still have him under contract for 2 years. Brandon Aiyuk, theoretically, they don't have to do anything right now. They still have him under contract for this year. Would he be happy playing on the fifth-year option? I don't think so, but that's why the teams in the NFL, the CBA hasn't set up so the teams really hold the cards here at the end of the day. So it's going to be fascinating to see how it all unfolds, but I do know that the 49ers have several options or forks in the road at their disposal, and we'll find out which fork they take in all these situations over the course of the next couple of years.
David, the cap savings that they just got with this new McCaffrey deal, they might get some with Aiyuk if he gets a deal. The Logan Thomas type news was interesting. Could there be more of that with this newfound money, or does it get pushed to next year for Brock Purdy, do you think?
Well, last year, think of it as a zero-interest loan. I think a lot of people are afraid of dead money, and then they'll say, oh, that bill's going to be coming due. Any money that you pay a player, that's going to hit the cap at some point. So the bills always have a due date in the NFL. You look at it relative to the salary cap, though. If the salary cap is going to continue rising, then every dollar that you spend on Christian McCaffrey in 2026 is going to be a smaller percentage of the salary cap than it is in 2024. So, it just makes sense for the 49ers to maneuver financially in that way, because they're essentially is betting on the salary cap continuing to increase. So I think that we can expect the 49ers to continue operating this way. The one key is you just can't have too many expenditures acutely, which you can't have too many expenditures in one calendar cycle, because then all of a sudden you'll overflow over the cap and there aren't enough restructures that you can make to find your way underneath it, and that's when you have to start cutting players. So I think other teams who have kind of followed the same strategy as the 49ers, like the Saints, they haven't done it deftly. The Rams, they haven't done it as deftly, and the Rams, I know they had a bunch of trades, and they've hit a point where they had to start cutting players left and right to get under the salary cap, and it obviously hurt their team in the short run. I think what the 49ers are doing is they're trying to be a little bit more preemptive about stuff. So look at the Eric Armstead situation. They went to him and they said, your injuries have made you an inefficient proposition at $18 million a year. How about 6? Eric Armstead said, no, somebody else is worth, it says that I'm worth $14 million a year. That was the Jacksonville Jaguars. And the 49ers said, okay, fine, we're not willing to raise the price up to 14, and they let him walk. And they found a more cost-efficient way to do business at the defensive tackle position. Those kind of moves, if they stay, if they keep guys at efficient numbers, those kind of moves allow the 49ers sink to not overflow on a year-in, year-out basis, and they can continue doing this kind of stuff indefinitely. That's at least their hope financially, so they can fit all these star players onto their books.
David, really good stuff, really interesting, a lot going on this week, so we appreciate your time, man. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. You have a great day.
Okay, you too. There it is. David Lombardi, the Athletic. And you know what that means. It is now officially time if you'd like to win the Warriors fanny pack and be entered into the drawing for the Steph Curry autographed jersey. It's time to call the contest line right now, 415-523-4652. That's the contest line. That's the one to call, 415-523-4652. Again, 415-523-4652. And here's the question that you're going to have to answer. Okay, we're going to play fill in the blank with something that David Lombardi told us a little bit ago. And you've got to get the word exactly right. I asked Lombardi what Christian McCaffrey's new deal means for Brandon Aiyuk's contract situation? Lombardi answered with one word. Fill in that blank. What word did he use? Again, Lombardi was asked what Christian McCaffrey's new deal means for Brandon Aiyuk's contract situation. Lombardi answered with one word. What word did he use? Call 415-523-4652. You get the Warriors fanny pack, and you are one of 15 qualifiers for the Steph Curry autographed jersey. And remember, we do this every day, so if you don't win today, keep trying all week. 7:30 in the morning with Bonte and Joe, 12:30 just after lunch with the Steiny and Goo, even though Steiny's out this week, and 4:30 with us all week long. Good luck, and thank you to the Warriors for these prizes.
Yeah, great prizes and great conversation with David Lombardi. A lot to unpack there, and his thoughts are always so precise when it comes to the contracts and the salary cap and all the rest of it, and it's interesting the way he portrays it, and just the deadline with Brandon Aiyuk. It does feel like this thing, and I set the over-under on our show thread at August 1st. Feels like maybe that line should have been set at September 1st. It does feel like this one's going to be going a little bit deeper into the summer than most of us want.
I've already locked in the over on August 1st.
You did.
I've already got I got my betting slip.
The line is moving, but you've got your slip.
Yeah, and I went back to my room. I went back upstairs to the hotel room.
Right.
I got my betting slip. I take the over on August 1st. Sorry, Grandy. Give me the name one more time. Who was it?
Anthony in Bayshore is our winner.
Anthony in Bayshore. Congratulations. Thank you for listening. And make sure you wear that Warrior fanny pack with pride. And hopefully you will be the winner for the Steph Curry autographed jersey, although I'm not rooting against any of the other 14. And some of them we haven't even met yet. So anyway, good luck. Congrats. And appreciate you listening. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Now, David paints a picture where the Niners actually could still very much keep Deebo Samuel and sign Brandon Aiyuk. We haven't done a dive into the Mike Silver tweet as of yet.
Let's do it.
And I think we should. You're going to want to hear what he had to say about this. 888-957-957 is our number. It's Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, we're taking a deep dive into windows and doors. Thanks to Golden State Window and Door Design. They want to encourage you to think beyond the wall. What
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Can you sing with that voice?
Literally. I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing.
What I'm telling you, Kelly Savalas.
NYC.
That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
No, it's not. It's not. Not a good singer.
Steve Young thinks so.
Well,
friend of the program.
Okay, fine, then I am. If Steve Young, who the hell am I to disagree with Steve Young?
You're no one to disagree with Steve Young.
You're damn right.
If he says get out there and start singing, then you better warm it up, Chris, because you're about to.
That's what I was born to do.
It may have been. You're pretty good at this, but maybe that would be something that you could actually sink your teeth into. A couple of lessons.
You ever get asked that? Like, super famous people get asked this. There's actually Luke Combs has been kind of getting some run around here lately because he was the one that at the concert at Levi's that George Kittle and Brock Purdy were hucking beer all over the place. Luke's got a whole song about being asked in interviews, what would you do if you weren't doing this? He's got a whole song about it, and he's essentially, the song is about how if I weren't doing this, I'd still be doing this. In other words, I'd just be doing it on stools at a bar as opposed to doing it in massive stadiums. What would you be doing if you weren't doing this?
If I wasn't doing this, I would be a PE teacher. I would be probably an elementary physical education educator.
Shorts way too tight with a whistle?
Probably not like that.
That's too bad.
I'd be wearing the exact same gear I wear here. I'd be wearing, my baggy shorts and my hoodie. And it's what I was doing before I actually did this. I never got my credential. Be a lot cooler if I had. And then
you get paid a lot more if you had.
Sure. Yeah. I was a PE aide and I loved it. I was a natural. I was good at it. And it's a pretty fun job. Nothing like getting those summers off too.
That's a good point. That's a good point. My dad used to catch hell from his friends about that. They're like, wait a minute, you guys are all complaining about how much you make? And you get 3 months a year off?
Right.
I won't go there. Believe me, pay the teachers more.
Yes.
I said pay the teachers more, and I mean a lot more. But anyway,
right.
I digress.
It is nice to have that little block, and I'm married to a teacher, and so now we are on day 2 of the summer, and Supper, as she is so known on this radio station.
Supper summer.
It is the summer of Supper. And it usually takes her a week to fully get into the reality and immerse into the fact that, yes, summertime, supper, summertime. Meanwhile, I'm out here trudging to work to talk about Brandon Aiyuk and non-voidable years.
You do. You have a tough year.
It's a grind.
You have a tough year, a tough job. I mean, the idea that you have to be somewhere by 1:30 every day.
Well, I'm here earlier than that, but
but you don't have to be. You have to be somewhere by 1:30.
Brutal.
And work all the way up to 5:57. And during that whole time where you're here, you're forced.
Oh, it's awful.
To have fun.
Yeah.
And you never have to do the legal. Ever.
I mean, I could. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. You really are. That's the way I learned it.
It's perfect.
Yeah. Thank you. I would never. Okay. I never want to be a guy to complain about his job ever. And you've helped me with appreciation mode.
I won't allow it. I just won't allow it.
No.
I won't allow it for myself.
That being said, I'll take 9 weeks off in a row.
It's not bad.
And I'll see you. Not in the aisles. But in August. And I'll see you.
I see you by the protein on the back wall.
Totally.
No. All right. So we wanted to read this to you and honestly really open it up to you, okay? 888-957-9570. What is your current hope or breakdown of the 49er wide receiver room? Okay? And just to catch everybody up, sort of why we're talking about this, I think most of you kind of gather it all. But Brandon Aiyuk is officially a holdout as of today. Mandatory camp, he's not there. There's no surprise there. Christian McCaffrey gets some extra money and extra years put onto his deal, not a lot. Doesn't have anything to do with each other because it's a way less complex deal at a completely different position. But I think we all sort of know the score. There were a lot of trade rumors around the 2 big-name wide receivers with the 49ers. Since the draft and all of those trade rumors, here's what we know. Okay? The draft has happened. The 49ers picked not one, but two wide receivers. They got Cowing also. Was that round 4, I think? Round 4 for Cowing, the other wide receiver they got? I think it was round 4. Anyway, whatever. Pearsall, round 1. Cowing, round 4. 2 wide receivers are new. Jawan Jennings gets his contract. He is in. Okay? So there's that. And Deebo Samuel reports to camp and says this when asked if he had heard all of the trade rumors around the draft.
Yeah, I heard it. Had a conversation with my agent about it. That was going back and forth with whoever it was. But it was a thing at first. But, we done moved past it. So we're here to get better.
It was a thing at first. Talked to my agent. We done moved past it. We're here. We're ready to go. Okay. So there's that. And the Aiyuk thing is going to continually be interesting because of the fact that wide receiver money is just a big national story right now. Not just the Amon-Ra's and the Jalen Waddles. There's Justin Jefferson with the big old bang that just completely blows the whole thing out of water.
Breen bang.
Right? The highest guarantee was Tyreek Hill, just over $50 million, and Justin comes out and gets $88. I mean, it's absurd. No comp whatsoever. So what happens now with the wide receivers who are still talking? Check this out from our buddy Mike Silver with the San Francisco Chronicle. He sent this tweet. I think it's just dripping with intrigue. He writes, very short version of where things stand with the 49ers and their receivers. Number 1, they drafted Pearsall in the first round. He's a big part of the present and future. Okay? Number 2, if Aiyuk ends up taking their best offer, Deebo will be gone after 2024. Number 3, if Aiyuk doesn't take their best offer and presumably plays on the 5th-year option, it's Hunger Games between him and Deebo to see who stays beyond 2024. And finally, number 4, there is still a chance Aiyuk or Deebo could be traded between now and the November deadline if the offer's good enough and or if things have devolved with Aiyuk. All right. What's your breakdown there? What do you hear? What do you think's going to happen?
Well, for me, the thumbnail takeaway is that at the end of next year, Deebo Samuel is going to be gone. That's the way I've looked at it in a number of different ways, and the way he breaks that down, that of his 4 points seems the most likely. The least likely to me is that Deebo or Brandon gets traded before the deadline. This team is looking to win. You've got 2 receivers who have played winning football in your system, and you've already cleared up enough cap room so that you can make it through this entire season without having to worry about that. You're not a cash poor team. I don't see that happening at all. And I also don't think that Brandon Aiyuk will play on the 5th-year option. And Michael Silver made it seem like that's not likely either. I don't think that it's going to get to that point where Brandon Aiyuk is going to come in and wind up playing on his 5th-year option.
What now? Why do you say that Silver sort of insinuates that he wouldn't play on the 5th-year option?
Read that item again.
If Aiyuk doesn't take their best offer and presumably plays on the 5th-year option,
right,
then it's Hunger Games between him and Deebo to see who stays with the team beyond.
I don't think that they want Hunger Games. And
I don't think that they want it, but I guess
I guess he's presuming that he would play on the 5th-year option, and I don't think that he would play on the 5th-year option.
I totally think he'd play on the 5th-year option. I think he'd be furious about it, but I think he'd do it because what the hell's the win in him not doing it?
Right. I guess I just think that they'll settle before it comes to that.
I do too.
Because they don't want, and I like the way he laid that out with the Hunger Games option. I think it was Suzanne Collins who wrote the books, and all I can picture is Katniss Everdeen right now, and Aiyuk is shooting arrows at Deebo in practice, and they don't want a Hunger Games-like scenario to play out.
Nobody wants that.
Right.
Nobody wants Brandon Aiyuk to not be on the team this year, and nobody wants him to be mad. But I do think if it gets to that, I hope people understand there's a very big difference between holding out in camp and holding out into the season. You start losing big dollars, and you run the risk of losing it's a different word in football than it is in baseball, but you essentially lose your service time, and you don't get credit for the year on your contract. You come back next year in the exact same situation. So there's no win for Brandon in that. And again, I'll remind you, you asked TJ Houshmandzadeh about this a few months ago, and he said there's no way in hell he's showing up to camp. But what about the season?
I'm not going to like it. I'm going to be pissed off for a little bit, and then I'm going to get my ass to work and go dominate another year. Now you're going to pay me more than you would have had paid me the year before. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be pissed off, and then I'm going to go bust my you-know-what, run myself into the ground in the offseason, get better, come back and dominate, and now there's no, can you take it? Nah, I'm taking everything that I deserve, and that should be his mentality. It's natural to be upset. It's natural. But once you don't get it, you got to put your head down and get to work, because if you don't play well, it will be, that's why we made that decision. And so, yeah, it should upset you, but you can't let it affect you. It should upset you, but don't let it affect you at all. Get to work and come back and have a better year.
Yeah, see, I think he'd be there. It's not like it's offensive for him to play for $14 million next year. That's number one. And number two, sometimes I laugh when people are like, oh gosh, you don't want him playing angry. All football players play angry. That's literally what they do.
Especially those wide receivers, they play angry.
My God, who the hell goes out in the football field? It's like, it's really nice to be here. It's good. And you want to tackle each other. We'll
George Kittle does. Hey, George, I'm also George.
And he's a nut job.
Excuse me while I don't pursue that fumble. Isn't that cool? You're George and I'm George. That was the Super Bowl, right?
That didn't go well for him.
That's a bad beat.
He didn't
Getting mic'd up. I do think that you're playing a little bit of a risky game. If Brandon Aiyuk does come in and play on that fifth-year option and he does ball out like TJ Houshmandzadeh would recommend to him that he does, if I'm Brandon Aiyuk, I'm saying deuces. I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm going to take my free agency elsewhere.
But you got to be there long enough to even gain free agency. If you don't show up, you don't get to be a free agent.
That's the point of him coming in on the fifth-year option. Yes. And I'm not going to cry in my Cheerios over him getting $14 million, because that's a nice payday for 1 year. It's not what Debo's making. It's about half of what Debo's making. But if Brandon does go out and have a year like he did last year, well, now on the free agent market, he's going to get a whole lot more. And if I'm him, I'm saying bye-bye to the 49ers.
Well, I agree with your original statement. I see this the same way, in that the likeliest way this plays out is that Aiyuk and the Niners have a deal sometime, probably, I would guess, in the month of August. I would think that the two sides come to a deal. Brandon's going to be a very, very highly paid receiver, and it will make sense for Deebo Samuel to be let go after the 2024 season, not because anybody doesn't like Deebo, or not that he's not worth his money. But I think something that has happened in this process with the way that it's going is that people are viewing Ricky Pearsall being drafted as like a threat. They drafted him to be like, hey, you better sign your contract because we drafted Ricky Pearsall, or, hey, we got to draft Ricky because we might trade one of these guys. I don't think any of that has anything to do with drafting Ricky Pearsall. I said it at the time. I think drafting Ricky Pearsall is much more about 2025 than it is about 2024. He's a very good player. The early returns in practice have been exactly what you want them to be as far as who he is and what he looks like on a football field. You don't use a first-round draft pick on a threat. You use a first-round draft pick on someone you are planning to feature. And so I look at it that way. Deebo Samuel and Brandon Aiyuk, very likely beyond this year, can't be both be on the team because you will be blocking a first-round draft pick. And unless the 49ers assess after this year that Ricky ain't what they thought he was, then they're going to want Ricky to play. And they're going to want him to play for a lot cheaper than what Deebo and Brandon will be able to do. And he'll be well before his 30th birthday while Deebo approaches his and might be hurt again, and all of the things that happened with Deebo Samuel. So I think that they know exactly what their likely play out is. I think they knew that it was unlikely that they were going to trade either guy, and I think that they know right now that it's likely they're going to sign Brandon, and they also know right now it's very likely that Deebo Samuel will play his last year with the 49ers, because then it will be Ricky's time.
Well, ideally, you get to the end of this upcoming year and you have that problem. And hopefully you have won a Super Bowl and then you have that problem and you look at it and you say, well, we've got more receivers than we know what to do with. And at that point, Debo is going to be making too much, and Aiyuk's deal is going to really be kicking in because this year his $14 million hit would go down to $7 million if you gave him an extension. So next year, presumably Aiyuk's number would jump up above 27, maybe 28, even approaching 30, depending on how they structure it. So next year, that would be the kind of problem that it would be hard to say goodbye to Debo, but if that's the choice because Ricky Pearsall is still good and Juwan is a contributor, and maybe, you've got Jacob Cowing, who's your fourth or fifth guy, and, Ronnie and Danny are both gone. Whatever the case is, you feel good enough about the wide receiver room that you can then make that decision. The worst thing would be if Brandon Aiyuk doesn't sign, he plays his fifth-year option, and Ricky Pearsall turns out to not be that good. Then you might end up losing Brandon Aiyuk as a free agent. Pearsall's not the sauce. You're paying Debo a bunch. At that point, it would be a risk that didn't pay off.
Another offseason where you could address it, though, if that's the case.
Sure.
And you still have Jennings now for multiple years. I think Jennings is a perfect fit with what he already does. I don't think elevating him in the pecking order is ever really in the plans. I think third down, big possession receiver, I think that's who he is. I think he knows it. I think that's why he signed. I think that's how the Niners always see him. I think they would like Ricky Pearsall to be their number 2 in 2025. If he shows that he's ready for that, great. If not, there are other ways to address it in the offseason without doing it for $28, $29 million on a 30-year-old Debo. I love the guy too, but this is just part of the deal. This is part of the process with the NFL. It's constantly calling for you to regenerate at each position, and you watch NFL teams do it all over the place all the time. We already talked earlier about how they're doing it at cornerback right now as well. They did it at quarterback. They did it in a clunky way because it didn't work out the way they were trying to have it happen, but that's what they did. They're like, time to get cheaper at quarterback. We think we can get the same production for a lot less. They were wrong. Poof, 7th round, saved their butts. But you're constantly doing that. Here's an interesting question. 408 sends it in on the text line. Does the 49ers potentially winning the Super Bowl this year change how the team may keep Debo and Aiyuk? Here's how I'd answer it. I think it does change the future for Debo and Aiyuk if they win the Super Bowl this year. I think it makes it even easier to move on from Debo Samuel. I don't think that's how our listener was asking it.
Right.
If you're asking, does winning the Super Bowl make it more likely they keep both? I think no. I think if you win a Super Bowl this year, I think all the pressure just falls off. All of the pressure falls off. Now you're truly a great regime because you've been competitive every year. You've been largely smart. Now you've been proven to be a champion as well. Debo's about to turn 30, and you're like, yeah, cost of doing business. It's time to move on. Debo, we love you.
Yeah.
Wave into the sunset. Here's your ring. You'll be back someday as an all-time great, but it's time for us to get younger and cheaper at the position.
Cheaper, yeah, for sure cheaper. And you've already gotten younger with Cowing, and you've got Pearsall, who, if both turn out to be good players, then you've gotten younger and you've gotten cheaper. And that's what you have to do at every position. And the old Bill Walsh adage of you want to get rid of a guy a year too early as opposed to a year too late. It is a cliche, but it's also the way smart teams go about doing business. And you really don't want to be a team that gets caught behind the 8 ball, even if you do have success. And, it's not likely that they win the Super Bowl. They're one of a handful of 6 to 8 teams who you'd say have a pretty good shot at it. But no matter how you do it, I agree with you that the writing is kind of on the wall as far as that position and how much you want to pay.
Here's the other thing I wanted to say about the tweet that we just read from Mike Silver that's got the 4 tiers of possibilities with the future of the wide receiver position. There's 2 things that popped to mind when I read this. First, take it on its face value, and go, okay, here, read what Mike said. Here are the possibilities. Here's the other thing that popped into my head. This is open social media negotiating tactics by the 49ers. Now, I have no idea who anybody's sources are, but I do think that when you read things on social media, you largely can figure out who's talking to who. The national guys tend to talk to who? The agents. That's why when Adam Schefter breaks the Christian McCaffrey news, right at the bottom, the last sentence is, the deal was negotiated.
That's pretty good.
By WME Sports. He got this from Joel Siegel. That's Christian McCaffrey's agent. You can also tell, and largely the people who are local and beat writers largely are talking to team representatives. Yes, they talk to agents too. They are also dialed in. But I think you can feel, when you read this, you can feel that the 49ers are speaking to one of their media members and getting their narrative out to the public. Because read the way that it's written. Number 2, if Aiyuk ends up taking their best offer, Debo's gone after 2024. Right. Number 3, if Aiyuk doesn't take their best offer, then it's play on your 5th-year option and we'll see what happens. And oh, by the way, before I go, either one of y'all could still get traded.
Yeah, there is a trade deadline.
That is directly from the 49er negotiating sort of side of this window. If you're like, what would they say to Brandon's agent? Here's our best offer.
Yep.
Would you like to take it and be the new guy here and say, oh, you don't? Okay, well, then we'll play on your 5th-year option. And boy, I hope you don't get traded.
Yeah, because it could happen.
We could do that.
I don't think he has a no-trade clause. Is there such a thing in the NFL?
I don't.
Because I know in the NBA, there's only a few guys who have it, including Bradley Beal out of nowhere.
Oh, what the hell was
Bradley
that?
Beal's got a no trade. God. I think that's unheard of in the NFL.
Worst contract in the NBA by far.
And he's got the no trade.
That's part of it.
Well, the number's
also terrible.
Exactly. Not to get off track, but
anyway.
Just thinking about exactly what you're saying. And I'm a little disappointed you didn't do your Mike Silver. You're quick to do your Adam Schefter voice. You didn't do your Silver.
I don't really have a Silver.
You do. You just need to work on it.
By the way, really quickly, there are no trade clauses in the NFL. Most recent example, Jared Goff has one in his new deal with the Lions.
Good
there
for Jared. You were right. There's brighter days ahead.
Really brighter days.
He had a no trade clause. If you had told him at that party where you were wasted, he'd have been thrilled.
You don't see me denying it. Shout out JT the Brick and vodka sodas. Yeah, that was an Uber ride home. That's for sure.
Hey in there, big guy. There's no trade clause coming.
There'll be brighter days ahead. There were brighter days ahead.
Very much so.
Of all the people I take credit for in this industry, I'm going to have to add him to my list.
Add Jared Goff in there.
Yeah. And I'll get you the date of that.
Please do.
It was an MLK game at the old Oracle Arena in the East Bay.
If you see him again, be like, hey in there, big guy. Josh Reynolds will catch it next time.
Hey in there, big guy. Can I borrow a couple $1,000? They're trying to get his dad on. His dad wasn't biting, but maybe we'll try again this upcoming year.
Yeah, Jerry.
So a no trade clause for Jared Goff.
There it is.
Good for him. I don't think that Brandon Aiyuk has one. But playing off that tweet, I do think that you're absolutely spot on about that kind of coming straight from the 49ers playbook, which is, and especially the phrasing of best offer. If Brandon Aiyuk doesn't take the Niners' best offer, which I would bet the best offer is not going to be what Brandon Ayuk's best offer is, because that's the nature of negotiations.
Sure.
So if Brandon wants 30 a year and their best offer is, let's just say 25 a year, which it'll probably be higher than that. But if that's what the best offer is and he says no, thank you, that's going to be where it sits.
Hey, Lombardi said something that we shouldn't let get away, because I could see your eyebrows go up and so did mine at the exact same time when he's like, again, I think everybody, we keep saying this. You see those NFL contracts and you get locked in on the AAV. The AAV is the easy part.
Yeah.
I don't think Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers have got any issue about AAV. We all know where it's going. It's probably 28 or 29. I don't know. Who the hell at this table doesn't know that? And I don't mean this table.
Right.
That table.
At any table.
Their bargaining table. Everybody, I think, knows that's essentially about the number. What they're really worried about is the guarantee. The Niners don't want the guarantee to be too high. Brandon obviously wants it as high as possible. Lombardi says that the Amon-Ra St. Browns and Jalen Waddles of the world, their guarantee was bouncing around in the neighborhood of $34 to $36 million. Maybe even a little bit less on some of them. I had said yesterday, I think Brandon gets similar sort of AAV to Jalen Waddle, but his guarantee is probably a little hotter, up toward 40. Lombardi goes, we all thought that Brandon was going to challenge Tyreek Hill's guarantee, which I think is 51. So that's like blowing Amon-Ra St. Brown's guarantee out of the water. And David just flippantly was like, well, he's way better than Amon-Ra St. Brown. Yeah. And that's where the fantasy football community goes, and their heads start shaking. Well, you're not better than... Well, actually, if you want to dive into NFL metrics, he is. He was way more effective. He doesn't get near the targets that Amon-Ra St. Brown does. But he was a more effective player on the deep metrics, and that's what the agent has in his hand. So that's fascinating, and you do see where the rub could come into play, where it's like if you wanted to challenge Tyreek, and the Niners were like, we're not doing 50, we'll do 40. And then Justin Jefferson walks in and goes, I got 88.
88. Well, 70% higher than Tyreek.
Now what the hell do you do?
Exactly.
Because Brandon could be like, I'm nowhere near Justin, but I'm 3/4 of him.
Right.
So I'll take 60. And the Niners are like, we'll do 42. And you're like, here comes Ian Rappaport to be like, the two sides are not close.
And this is the conversation that we had with TJ Houshmandzadeh, and I was kind of playing devil's advocate from the Niners side, and I think I mentioned 33rd in the league in catches, and he was starting to laugh because he knew where I was going, and then he was coming back with his numbers, and he's like, the metrics, we can play metrics all you want, and this stat versus that stat versus this stat. This dude's a baller, and what he means to the 49ers is more important than the 33rd leading pass catcher in football. And that's where fantasy football versus management. But you know that when Brandon Aiyuk's agent is talking to John Lynch and Parag and whoever they're dealing with over there in Santa Clara, I'm sure the team is at some point, at some level saying, hey, the numbers, I know you want to get in Justin's neighborhood, but let's be fair here. You're 33rd in catches.
Yeah, well, we're not I do feel like it's possible that somebody called the Vikings front office yesterday and went,
what the guys, really?
Guys, well, what do you think you are? The Browns? Like, this is exactly to the wide receiver market what the Browns did with Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, that's
to
what
the
David
quarterback
was pointing
market.
out. He was right.
Like this, that was that. But I get it. What the Vikings are sitting here going, dude, we got no leverage. Our quarterback just left us. We drafted a new guy, but he's not even like one of the top two guys in the draft this year. We can be high on him. That's fine. We'll see. We can't afford to lose Justin. And he is, whether it's a fantasy football thing or not, even by just the eye test, he looks like the best receiver in the game.
Right.
He plays like the most talented receiver in the game. And so what do? So Justin had him. He had him right where they wanted, and they pounced like crazy. They played it very, very well. He was injured last year. I do think that there was probably a little slow playing of coming back from his injury because he's like, I'm not going out there to get hurt. We're not winning anything this year, and I know what's about to happen in the offseason. So he played it very, very well. But it might throw a wrench into this.
Yeah.
However, I agree with what David said, and I will stick with this. I know it's nerve-wracking sometimes when your favorite player is in this spot, and the Niners are going into an important year, and they need all their guys. I think there will be moments where our stomachs turn, but I also think there is next to zero chance that this does not get done in time. Because what I keep going back to, Dibs, I can't find the win for anyone.
Right.
For Brandon to not be in a uniform week one. You've got to show me how somebody, Brandon, the Niners, Brandon's agent, his mom, an uncle he hasn't talked to. Somebody has to win for Brandon to not be there week 1. I can't find it.
Yeah.
It's bad for everyone.
Doesn't exist. And even if Brandon wasn't happy with the contract and just wanted to play on his 5th-year option, that's $14 million, roughly 14.1, as opposed to what he would make. And I'm looking at these guaranteed at signing numbers. And take Jefferson out of it, but just this year you had A.J. Brown at 51, Ridley at 47, you had Michael Pittman Jr. at 41, and Jefferson's at 88.7.
88.7.
So even if you put Aiyuk in the neighborhood of the top of the guys, not Justin Jefferson, you're giving up a lot of money potentially to come in and play for 14, as opposed to you come in and get, well, we're going to pay you 29 over 4, so you're going to get a 4-year, $116 million deal with, even if you put it at $50 million guaranteed, that's $50 million, Mark, guaranteed, and you could go out there and get a hangnail in week 1 that cost you your whole career, and you're still getting $50 million.
I haven't the slightest idea how they even got to that number.
88.
Like, usually there is sort of a, right, there's a structure to this. There's a staircase that everyone climbs, like Nick Bosa when he jumps off of TJ Watt or Aaron Donald or whatever.
Yeah.
There's a staircase. And Justin went to one portion of the staircase that I expected, which was the funny money. Tyreek's got a funny money average annual value of $30 million a year.
Yep.
I am not surprised that Justin's is 35.
Amon-Ra, $30 million, 2,500. So he had a little bit above Tyreek.
But that's the AAV. But
Right,
his guarantee is all the way down in the 30s.
34.66.
So I would pay money to have listened into the negotiations where you're like, okay, Tyreek is at 51. You said A.J. Brown was around 50 as well.
Yep.
Amon-Ra gets his, it's 34. What was Jalen? Somewhere in that neighborhood? 32?
36.
Okay, 36. Calvin Ridley, you said 47?
Calvin Ridley, 47.
Okay.
He's 4th in actual guarantee at signing.
Weird deal by the Titans, by the way. I don't know why Calvin Ridley is getting made. He's good, but I don't know why he's up there.
29 at signing.
Michael Pittman, same thing. You said 41.
41.
All right.
Yep. Jerry Jeudy, 41.
So you're sitting there looking at these names. You sit down at the table. You're like, all right, Amon-Ra 34, and then there's all those numbers in the middle. Jalen 36, and 41 for Pittman, and 40 and 47. Okay, we're up to A.J. Brown 51 and Tyreek 51. And they're like, okay, what do you want? 88.7. What? You jumped the staircase.
Right.
You went to the next floor. What the? Where do you even get 88.7?
Right?
How did you even come up with that? Well, I would have, if you had said 65, I would have been like, well, you're obliterating the market.
Right.
But you're Justin Jefferson, so I get it. And he took that number and threw another $23.7 million on top of it. I'm almost like, well, why stop there? Why didn't you just tell the Vikings guarantee the deal? 4-year, 140. Guaranteed.
His practical guarantee is 110.
You're the same organization that already did this for Kirk.
Right.
If you're going to pay me like that, guarantee it. Just do it.
Right. I mean, his number is 63.4% of the total of the eye candy number. Mm-hmm. So he got 63 and change percent of his contract guaranteed. Just for comparative value, Tyreek's is $120 million, and his actual guarantee is 52.5, which is about 45% of his total number. And if you go up and down these deals, the majority of them are in that 50% guaranteed range, not 62%. His agent that's a win for his agent.
For him, dog. Yeah, absolutely. Kyle Shanahan on the wide receiver market.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. We've seen it with quarterbacks. You're seeing it right now with wideouts. It's happened with D linemen. It's part of it.
I think you might need a clip and save it happens.
Right?
Check it.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. We've seen it with quarterbacks. You're seeing it right now with wideouts. It's happened with D linemen. It's part of it.
Yeah. Crap. All right.
Big number.
Yeah. There's some people reaching out to us after the conversation we were having about the future of Debo and Aiyuk and Pearsall and sort of asking instead of like what you think's going to happen and what you want to have happen. I certainly hope that none of these conversations sound like I want anybody gone. These are these players for the 49ers right now have brought us an incredible amount of joy, tons of success, everything but the actual Super Bowl championship. I don't want Debo gone. I think you could sell me, and we got 17 more games to play plus playoffs before we really have an assessment. I think you could sell me on the idea that it's probably the right thing to do at this point in his career. But I say that without knowing how next season's going to go and all the pitfalls that could unfold. But based on the actions that you've already made, right? You've drafted 2 receivers in the first 4 rounds, one of them in the first round. You have a quarterback that needs to get paid. Deebo Samuel is so physical and is approaching his 30th birthday, and you need to pay Brandon Aiyuk. Do I want Deebo gone? Absolutely not. Do I see a way with all of the other things going the way we hope they go? Do I see a way to keep him? Probably not. In other words, for Deebo to stay, I'd argue Brandon maybe will not sign a new contract, or Ricky Pearsall stinks. I don't want those things to happen.
Right.
So if Ricky's good and Brandon gets a new deal and Brock plays great and gets his new deal, yeah, I could see how it makes sense.
Yeah,
that's how I would put it.
You're starting to run out of money pretty quickly as far as being able to pay everybody. And Christian just got a little tack on his deal, and Trent's deal goes up, and you still have George, who I know he's getting older, but he'll probably want something like McCaffrey got if he has another successful year. And you look at the list of guaranteed money, Deebo Samuel is still in the top 10. He's tied for 6th.
Absolutely.
Guaranteed at signing. And if you look at the percentage of his contract that he got guaranteed, if Aiyuk signs a contract for, let's just say, $120 million, 4 years and 120, that would be 68.8 guaranteed. That would put him number 2 all time.
Yep.
So if I'm Aiyuk, I'm looking at the percentage of money that Deebo got guaranteed, and I'm looking at what I want my average annual value to be. I'm doing the math, and I'm saying, all right, Niners, JJ got 88.7 guaranteed. Just give us 65 guaranteed.
4 years.
120.
Less than 120.
110.
4 years. I'll split the difference with you. 115.
Okay.
4 years, 115.
65 guaranteed.
No, we're not doing that.
I'm out.
No, you're not.
Debo got...
See, here's the other thing.
Debo got 57% of his money guaranteed.
But we love to do this with the whole, like...
I love math.
I know, but we love, like, to play negotiating at a high level. Remember, Brandon Aiyuk has still only been in the league for 4 years.
Right.
You're going to look at this man and go, we're going to give you $115 million, and we're going to guarantee, like, 50 of it. We're going to guarantee you're going to be a wealthy man for the rest of your life, no matter if you snap both legs on the first play.
Oh.
You're going to be set for life. And he's going to be like, no, I'm going to go play football first before we do that.
Man, I'm going to go get my chicken next year for someone else. I'm going to go be a Browns.
Hope you don't tear something.
Yeah. Boy, that's...
Most young players...
bad chatter.
No, I'm just saying. But that's how you have to think about it. Yeah. It's going to be real hard now for Brandon to turn this down. They're going to offer him money for the rest that takes care of the rest of his life.
I get it. Well, he's already, probably in that neighborhood. He's making $14 million this year.
Yeah, you remember that documentary Broke?
Yeah, boy.
A lot of guys know how to figure out a way to lose a lot. We're sponsored by Fremont Bank. Mark your calendars because Dibs is going on a public appearance, y'all. Fremont Bank's 60th anniversary block party, Saturday, June 15. Live music, food trucks, beer garden, carnival games, and a huge raffle with 60 incredible prizes in honor of Fremont Bank's 60 years in the grand opening of the new flagship branch on the corner of Capitol and Fremont Boulevard. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Hope you come out there and you'll see me.
I don't think that's a really fair question to ask.
That was not a great question. That was just probing crap.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm a little turned off by the way you guys are handling this.
Much like Luis Matos, you've come crashing back down to
Not
earth.
at all. When a guest says, I don't think that's a fair question to ask, nobody said I'm here to ask the easy questions.
Well, it's not about easy or hard. That was unfair.
No, it wasn't
that was
unfair.
A cheap shot. It was
I don't think that's a really fair question to ask.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what the hell the question was. What was the question?
It was, did the Niners make a mistake by not getting a deal done with Aiyuk before Justin Jefferson?
It's a completely irrelevant question because there's a crap ton of people out there screaming about it, including Krug. And you insinuated it yesterday, too.
I did it in the right way.
Yeah, how disingenuous is it for you to
what?
make fun of the question? You texted us yesterday, way to go, Niners. Way to wait till after Jefferson
they missed their window. They missed their window.
No, they didn't.
Well, Lombardi put you in your place. You got checked.
Speaking of windows,
I was watching hockey. Sorry.
Speaking of windows, you guys hear McCaffrey was asked? Actually, I think it was by Larry Krueger, by the way.
Oh, God.
I think it was Larry.
What about it?
Asked if he thinks how big is the Niners Super Bowl window. You hear what McCaffrey said? How he answered
That's
it?
a stupid question, by the way. But yeah, no, I didn't.
You want to hear it?
Yep.
Crap. Here it is.
I don't know. I know we got a window this year. That's all I know. So I'm focused on this year and taking it, one day at a time, 1 week at a time, 1 year at a time.
How big is your window? I don't know, Larry. How big are your windows?
Well, speaking of windows, did you notice that this window? I think it got put back on.
Fixed. Yeah, pay the under.
Yeah.
I
had it fixed by Friday.
It's been fixed.
Well, I don't know when it happened. Maybe over the weekend.
It's been fixed.
Okay, good.
For a while. It was like it was like 2-3 days after Ramos killed Guru.
I don't even really,
But yeah,
I just noticed it's not lying against the wall anymore. Right. I always, the whole thing about championship window in football for me doesn't really fit. Your championship window lasts as long as your coach and your quarterback, in my opinion.
I've got a sports media gripe.
Okay.
And let's put Larry Krueger right in the crosshairs just as an example today. I can't stand questions that start with how big or how important. What is the answer to that?
Well, pretty important.
How big is your window? 9 by 8. What does that mean? How big is your window? Did you really expect Christian to be like 3 years? 4 years?
Tops, yeah.
How big? How big was that win? Very big?
Huge.
Venti? Like what? What is the answer to how big or how important? Like I just think there's a different way to ask it, and I get why we fall into that trap. But if I were a player, I would do a thing. I'd be like, I'm gonna make fun of you every time you do it.
Well, let's see. We've won 34 games this year. That's the 27th biggest win we've had this year. I do.
How important is it? As important as healthcare? Like, what is?
I prefer the how big question to the non-question of talk about that win today.
Talk about that's not even a question.
Right.
So that doesn't even qualify.
So even though how big is kind of stupid on the surface, how big is your championship window? I liked your answer. It's about 8 by 7.
Yeah, if I say how big,
high and about yay wide.
If I say how big, I want like something real factual and short on the other end of that.
Yeah.
How big is your hat size? 7 1/4.
Yeah.
There's an answer to it. You can't do how big with this abstract, like, how big is your faux window that we've all decided to make up on your behalf, Christian? Of course he's going to answer it that way. They're football players. They don't think about tomorrow. If